Chapter 156. Time flies, and it is evening. Nickpin finally finished today's task. He turned his head to look over, and saw Mary was sitting over there holding a manga book, reading or just watching the manga drawing. It's so cute. Nickpin smiled, and didn't think that Mary could really understand anything, let alone that Mary would learn abilities from mangas like other crew members. Going Mary's attribute interface, Nickpin intends to study the 3 attributes of expansion point, transformation point and growth point. Mary. Durable, 2377 million. Armor, 2298 million. Dodge, 5. Expansion points, 1766 million. Transformation points, 2 million. Growth point, 132 million. Nickpin frowned, as if something was wrong. This growth point, why is it missing? Nickpin remembered that when Mary was sleeping, he took a look at Mary's attribute points. At that time, Mary's attribute points had already stabilized. The other values are the same as snow, but the growth point at that time should be 145 million. But now it becomes 132 million. In such a short time, 130,000 growth points were lost. Where did it go? Damn it. As soon as Nickpin finished talking here, Nickpin discovered the problem. Because the growth point is 132 million at this time, all the values in the tens of thousands have been shrunk. Nickpin subconsciously clicked on it just now, but saw that the growth points were being consumed rapidly. This growth point is being consumed crazily at a rate of least 5 points per second. Kami, what's going on? Nickpin was a little confused. He looked at Mary. He secretly wondered, is it related to Mary reading mangas? Immediately, he stood up gently, and tiptoed to the back of Mary, and glanced at the content of Mary's mangas. Ship girl. It's actually a ship girl. But there seems to be nothing wrong. Nickpin remembers that when he was young, all the girls in his class liked to watch Sailor Moon. As a Cloboterman, Mary likes to watch the ship girl. Well, there is nothing wrong with it. Mary, do you like watching this? Nickpin squatted down and asked softly. If you like it, then he will draw all the ship girls in this series for you. Mary nodded. Well, it's so cute, I like watching it. It's fine if you like it, because hey. Nickpin was just about to say that if she like it, he will draw more for her, but in the middle of the conversation, he suddenly choked up. Mary's speaking ability has obviously improved a lot compared to before. Before, she was jumping out syllable by syllable, and she couldn't even say words. But now, not only can she speak the words, but she can even roughly express the feeling she wants to express. This obviously seems to be a feeling of growing up. It's beautiful. Mary still wants to see it. After finishing a manga, Mary turned around and pulled Nickpin, even swaying Nickpin's arm casually. But when she turned her head, Nickpin froze immediately. Because little Mary's face seems to have changed too. Obviously bigger than before. Before, it could only be regarded as a child who was a little bigger than a baby, but now it looks more and more like a little girl. It turns out that growth points are consumed like this. Nickpin suddenly figured it out. Growth points, of course, are used to grow Mary. It's just, Mary's growth seems to be related to reading this manga. Since Mary likes to watch it, and can grow up after watching it, then it's good enough to watch it. Nickpin immediately searched the bookshelves, and took down all the dozen or so mangas about Shikaku, and put them in a compartment on the bottom. Here are all the things you like to see. After patting the stack of manga books, Nickpin pampered Mary's face. There will be more, I will draw one for you every day. Mary smiled happily. Dad, that's great. Puff. Just when Mary left the capital of Water 7, in a place called Bonero Island, a group of people from Blackbeard Pirate were eating here. Captain, I have some big news for you. Lafitte came in from the door of the bar, holding a bounty in his hand and slapping it on the table. Bounty, ha 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 ha, is there a new pirate with the bounty offer more than 100 million? If so, then we can stop by and capture him. Blackbeard Teach grins, picking up the bounty from the table. With just one glance, he was taken aback. Then, Zihahaha. Blackbeard Teach smiled happier than flowers. A bounty of 420 million belly is offered. This Straw Hat boy has really helped me a lot. As long as we capture him, then the Shichibukai position will definitely be mine. In his heart, there is a big plan that has been planned. That is to use the 7 warlords of the sea as a springboard to achieve his heinous plan of robbing the Impel down. Teach, this is 420 million belly. Don't underestimate him. Van Augur reminded with a sniper on his shoulder. Blackbeard Teach smiled and shook his head, don't worry, he's just a rubber fruit devil fruit user, as long as he meets me, no matter how powerful his rubber fruit mastery is, he won't be able to use it. Then he looked at the reason for the reward below, and suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Nanny! He smashed the Eni's lobby. He even killed the chief of CP9. This Straw Hat kid really something else, why is he so brave? Faced with this kind of thing, even Blackbeard Teach thinks it can't do that crazy level. At this moment, he felt admiration for Luffy for the first time. The people around that kid are not weak, moreover, their fate is very strange. At this time, the Doc Q who was slumped on the table said in a very serious tone. If it is possible, Teach, I still suggest you change your target. Zihahaha. Now that I decided, there is no need to change them, let's go out and find out where they are. Laughing wildly a few times, Teach stood up, stuffed a bottle of rum into his trousers, then picked up the packed cherry pie, and walked out. Fate. Doc Q wailed, was helped up by Burgess, and followed him out. I always feel that the Straw Hat boys are not easy, Van Augur said looking at Lafitte. I feel the same way, I hope Teach won't run into those people. Shaking his head slightly, Lafitte loosened his shoulders and followed. On the street, Teach walked swaggeringly. Suddenly, a voice came from the roof, Teach, finally found you. The 5 members of the Blackbeard Pirates looked up and saw one man sitting on the roof. It is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Commander Fire Fist Ace. Hey! Ace, Commander. Let's get rid of the commander's name. This title is used by people who know how to respect it. Teach, don't treat me like an idiot. Yo! It's that Fire Fist Ace. Zihahaha. Ace, long time no see. Of course, in the past, he and Ace are indeed old friends. What going on? How do you know I'm here? Stop talking nonsense. Marshal D. Teach of the Blackbeard Pirates. What have you done? You know better than anyone else. Ace crossed his fingers and snapped his fingers, obviously this is a habitual action before the battle. Oh, I see, but let me say a few words. Ace, you can join us too. I have made an amazing plan, let's conquer the world together. Whitebeard's era will end soon, and I will be the new pirate king. Blackbeard looked determined, and continued, the first step is, capture the Straw Hat Captain Luffy in the capital of the Water 7 ahead, and hand him over to the world government. What? Luffy. Hearing this, Ace frowned. Huh? Do you know him? Seeing Ace's appearance, Blackbeard Teach was also taken aback. You are so presumptuous. Ace's face suddenly looked like Shimatsuki's in the 12th lunar month, his eyes were cold, he stared down at Blackbeard Teach, and said coldly, that's my brother. Chapter 157. That's my brother. Looking down at the 5 members of the Blackbeard Pirates, Ace grinned slightly. Besides, it is of course impossible for me to join you. Whoosh whoosh. A series of bullets passed through Ace's body in an instant. But it's useless for Ace who can enter the elemental state at any time. The bullet passed through Ace's body, causing ripples of flame. It seems some people don't seem to be polite. While speaking, Ace looked down at Van Augur, who shot the bullet just now. Seeing that his sneak attack had no effect, Van Augur smiled a little embarrassedly. But at this moment, a series of flaming bullets burst out from between Ace's fingers and shot toward Van Augur. Damn! His ability is really convenient. Van Augur's expression changed, he quickly moved sideways to dodge. Puff puff puff. The flame bullets seemed to be attacking the ground, chasing Van Augur's dodging trajectory, plowing the ground into 2 thick ravines. Ha! There was a roar from the nearby house as boxing champion Jesus Burgess uprooted the house next door and threw it at Ace. This kind of attack is useless to me, murmured disdainfully in Ace's mouth, and then raging flames erupted from his body. He drew a circle in front of him with both hands, flame ring fire pillar. Boom! A pillar of flame, like a high-pressure water, erupted from Ace's body. The moment the pillar of fire hit the house, it immediately blasted the huge house into pieces and scattered them from the sky. Damn! Jesus Burgess, Augur, who told you to attack him? You are not his opponent yet. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard Teach angrily yelled at his subordinates, quickly back off. Ah, sorry. Jesus Burgess hurriedly apologized, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The pillar of fire just now really made him feel frightened. Although Van Augur didn't say anything, he also understood at this moment that what Blackbeard said was right. Fire fist. With Ace's low voice, the terrifying flames fell, setting off a shocking explosion. Ah! Under this shock wave, the Blackbeard pirates were immediately thrown into disarray. Whoa! It's so hot. Among the five, he was the one who screamed the worst. But this is also impossible. Although the dark fruit is powerful, the ability user who ate this devil fruit feels pain twice as much as ordinary people. Captain! Captain! Seeing Blackbeard screaming like a pig being slaughtered, the other four were all nervous. Shut up! Get off everyone! Zihahaha! Ace, I know you are here to kill me, it's because I kill a fellow crewmate. He patted the dust on his body, and then said, it is true that I killed Thatch, the 4th Division commander, but, there is a reason, that guy got it the devil fruit I dreamed of, according to the rules on the ship, whoever finds it, own it. Hearing this, Ace's face was cold. So, you killed Thatch and took the devil fruit? It was due to the situation, Ace. Actually, this devil fruit chose me. Zihahaha. I became the strongest, Ace. Your fire is no longer usable because I am, darkness. While speaking, Blackbeard Teach opened his arms wide open, making a look of looking up to the sky. Boom! Billows of black air rose from his body to the sky. Ace, let me show you the power of this devil fruit right now. The darkness swarmed out of Blackbeard Teach like a tidal wave, spreading crazily towards the surrounding towns. In the blink of an eye, the entire town was completely surrounded by darkness. Wow! Is there something crawling on the ground? It came out of that guy. It feels like I'm going to be sucked in, it's so scary. Don't touch it, run away. The people in the town suddenly fled in panic. The so-called darkness is followed by gravity. A power that can attract everything, even light cannot escape. The more Blackbeard Teach spoke, the more excited he became, the luster on his face became extremely ferocious. It's really boring, Ace shook his head slightly, then stretched out his palm. Firefly light. Like a firefly, the small luminous light cluster fluttered towards Blackbeard's Teach. The next moment, Teach was on fire. Wow! It's hot. It's burning me to death. Blackbeard rolled over again. Seeing this scene, Ace frowned. Since you are a Logia devil fruit user, you should be able to easily avoid this trick. I'm different from you. I can't elementalize, and my pain perception is doubled, but as compensation, I can attract something. As he said that, his palms seemed to produce a dark whirlpool, bursting out violent attraction. Ace didn't have time to react at all, his whole body seemed to be attacked forcefully, and he flew towards Blackbeard in a whoosh. With a big hand, Blackbeard grabbed the shoulder of Ace who was flying over. Zihahaha. The gravitational force of darkness can accurately attract the body of anyone, as long as I see the user, they can't run away even if they want to. My body. Ace's expression changed drastically. He felt the power of Maramara no Mi in his body suddenly disappear. This feeling is like wearing sea stone handcuffs, and it is impossible to use the power of devil fruit at all. Have you feel it, Ace? Blackbeard Teach looked arrogant, he stared into Ace's eyes, and suddenly raised his mouth. Boom! He punched out violently, and the force of the explosion hit Ace's body solidly. Ace's body suddenly changed from arching back to curling up like a crayfish, and hit the ground faster than a cannonball. Boom! With such a powerful force, the ground exploded directly. Zehahaha. As a Logia devil fruit user, you haven't been hit by someone for a long time, right? As if the winning ticket was in his hands, Blackbeard Teach crossed his arms in front of him. The moment you are caught by me, I believe you will understand that the only thing my dark power can attract is the devil fruit power. That is to say, as long as the body is touched by me, the devil fruit user will not be able to use any of his devil fruit abilities. Hearing this, Ace was thoughtful, and then he sighed with emotion. Is that so? Then, I need to thank that guy. What are you talking about? Hearing such an irrelevant sentence from Ace, Blackbeard Teach's mood almost split. Whether it's Logia, Paramecia or Zoan, they are all overconfident in their abilities. However, for all the abilities in this world, I, Teach, have the ability to make them defenseless. Zehahaha. Don't dream about it, Teach. In this world, there is absolutely no way for just a devil fruit to dominate. At least, I know that there is a devil fruit whose ability will not be restricted by your dark fruit. The moment he was caught by Blackbeard just now, Ace could feel his Maramara fruit ability disappear. But he can still feel the ability he got from the manga. This gave him confidence immediately. He wiped the stain from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Blackbeard. Besides, it's fine as long as I don't get caught. Zehahaha. You are indeed right, but, under the gravity of darkness, you cannot escape. Blackbeard Teach activates the fruit ability again. Call. There was a sound of breaking wind, and Ace's body flew towards Blackbeard uncontrollably. The speed was so fast that Ace was caught by Blackbeard in an instant. Zehahaha. I will give you another punch. Blackbeard had the chance to win, and he was not in a hurry to knock down Ace. He but slowly raised his fist, aiming at Ace's face. But at this moment, a sneer appeared on Ace's face. The next moment, Ace suddenly raised his head and took a deep breath. The roar of the fire dragon. Billowing flames erupted from Ace's mouth. The originally dark sky was suddenly illuminated extremely brightly. Rumble. The temperature of the entire atmosphere is also instantly ignited at this moment. Chapter 158. Teach's fruit ability is really amazing. As the commander of the 2nd Division in the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace was a guy feared by many pirate, but now he can only be at the mercy of Teach. That's right. As long as a devil fruit user stands in front of Teach, it seems that they can only wait their defeat. Ha ha ha. Look, Ace got caught by Teach again. He's done. The 4 people standing nearby watching the battle were talking and laughing at this moment. But just when they thought they had the chance to win. Rumble. The fire of the dragon burst out from Ace's mouth. The dazzling light instantly blinded their eyes. The terrible flames engulfed Blackbeard Teach in an instant. Nanny. Unbelievable horror burst out on the faces of the 4 of them at the same time. Hey. Wasn't he caught by Teach? Why can he still use the ability of Maramara fruit? Jesus Burgess also had question marks all over his head. Can't Teach's dark fruit absorb the ability of Maramara fruit? No. Judging from Ace's reaction before, the ability of his Maramara fruit has indeed been sealed. Van Augur shook his head, and he continued to analyze. If I heard correctly, just now Ace seemed to say that he knows that there is a devil fruit ability that will not be restricted by dark fruit. Is he relying on that devil fruit ability? Ahem, what are you talking about? One person can't eat 2 devil fruits at the same time. Van Augur spread his hands, and finally shook his head. But I didn't mean to say that Ace ate 2 devil fruits. Maybe he got some power from other devil fruit user. Who? Jesus Burgess scratched his head. Van Augur pouted. How would I know? Ah. On the other side, Blackbeard's screams were directly earth-shattering. He covered his face and rolled all over the floor, unable to extinguish the fire dragon flames on his body for a while. It wasn't until he rolled more than a dozen times that the flame on his face was barely extinguished. Oh, you are still alive. You are indeed a dark devil fruit user. Your face is really dark. Ace couldn't help joking as he watched Blackbeard's burnt face. Bastard. Blackbeard patted his left cheek, where the burn was the heaviest just now. The damage is incomparable. He is very sure that there will be a scar on the left side of his face. Originally, I wanted to persuade you to join the team because we were a crewmate of the same crew, but now, Ace, you personally ruined this possibility. Teach lowered his head slightly, his eyes were full of resentment. Oh, it looks like you have a serious burn on the left side of your face. It could be a scar. Ace noticed the injury on Teach's left face, and then realized why Teach suddenly became so resentful. But he smiled sassily. However, you are already dying, so there is no need to care about leaving scars on your face. Don't be too arrogant. Ace. What happened to your flame just now? It seems that it is not the same fire as your Maramara fruit's flame. As a man who was burned by Marimara fruit and Dragon Slayer magic flames at the same time in less than a few minutes, Blackbeard Teach could clearly feel the difference between the two flames. If I have to say, this flame is also produced by a devil fruit power, but it is someone else's devil fruit power. The corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, so, Pop is right, you are indeed strong. Teach, we are here to help you. You are responsible for sealing his Marimara fruit's ability and preventing him from entering elementalization. We are responsible for the attack. I have already seen that although the other flame is not blocked by dark fruit, it still can prevent him to enter elementalization. Yeah. Let's deal with him together. The other 4 members of the Blackbeard Pirates realized that the situation was wrong, and they were about to intervene immediately. But Ace laughed contemptuously. You guys, stop being self-righteous. As he said that, Ace's right arm spurted out a large piece of flame. Flame barrier. These flames instantly formed a flame barrier in front of the other 4 members of the Blackbeard Pirates, blocking the 4 of them on the other side of the flame. Teach, this is an internal matter of our 2nd division, I don't want others to interfere. Ace held his right fist in his left hand, making a crackling sound. Zehahaha. I didn't mean to ask them to take action. Blackbeard's smile turns cruel. A large amount of dark matter surged out from his body, and it grows when it sees the wind. It quickly formed a scale that covered the sky and the sun. Blackbeard raised one hand to the sky, and those dark matter seemed like fish that found a hole, frantically condensing toward a dark ball held in Blackbeard's hand. Ace, you forced me to do this. I won't hold back any more. If you die from this blow, it will be bad luck for you. While speaking, the black ball formed by the silent and dark matter has been growing continuously. Behind it, the billowing dark matter is like a thick fog, making Blackbeard Teach a dark world behind him. He can't see anything at all. Ace watched quietly, he looked at the boundless darkness, and at Teach's blackened appearance at this time. Teach, it seems that this devil fruit really matches you. People with dark hearts. Coupled with the fruit that brings darkness to the world. What a match made in heaven. Even if you say that, I won't let you go. Teach's icy opening. At this time, the dark matter ball in his hand seemed to condense to a critical point, and began to tremble violently. Are you going to defend this, Ace? Why are you so unguarded? However, even if you use the power of fire, it's useless, this black hole of darkness can absorb all of your flames. As he said that, he swung his raised arm in the direction of Ace. The dark matter ball seemed to be thrown out fiercely, and flew towards Ace with a whoosh. The boundless darkness rushed towards Ace together. Hiss. The flame barrier in front of the other 4 members of the Blackbeard pirate group just disappeared at this moment, and they immediately saw this terrible scene. The world before their eyes is divided into 2 by darkness. On one side is bright sunny sky, on the other side is eternal darkness. At this time, under the leadership of the dark matter ball, the dark world is like a monster that can devour everything, and it is fiercely opening its mouth towards Ace and biting it. It's terrible. Even standing at such a far distance, you can still feel the despair brought by this darkness. I have never seen Teach use this attack before, it seems that he is really angry this time. It's not just about anger, but more importantly, Ace's strength is too strong. At the intersection of the 4 of their eyes, the dark world led by the dark matter ball crashed into Ace. Die. Looking at Ace indifferently, Blackbeard Teach is already waiting to collect Ace's body. Anyway, he just needs to exchange the head of the big man among pirates for the position of 7 warlords of the sea, dead or alive are the same. When the darkness fell in front of Ace, he opened his mouth directly. The Blackbeard Teach frowned, his head full of question marks. Why are you opening your mouth? Do you want to eat the attack? As soon as this idea crossed his mind, Blackbeard Teach's mouth suddenly opened wide. Ah! Blackbeard's eyes widened fiercely, his shocked mouth split open to the back of his head. He was just talking nonsense about opening the mouth to eat. Ace is actually eating it. But the problem is. That is the dark matter produced by his fruit ability. How is this possible to eat? Hulyulu. Under Ace's mouth, the dark substance that seemed to cover the sky and the sun, like sea water meeting whirlpool, entered Ace's mouth ferociously. When all the dark matter was sucked in by Ace, Ace wiped the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on Ace's face. Teach, I'm full. Nonsense. Why doesn't the dark matter attack didn't kill this guy? Teach thought with a dark heart. And at this time, Ace's body's surface suddenly burst into billowing flames. Then, a large amount of darkness also emerged from Ace's body. What? That is my dark power. When they saw the black substance, everyone in Blackbeard Teach was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Just when he couldn't figure it out, a roar broke out from Ace's mouth. Dark Fire Dragon Mode. Chapter 159. The darkness wrapped in the raging fire. The power of darkness blends with fire. Became a new kind of fire. This seems outrageous. But this is one of the tricks of dragon fire magic. Absorb other material elements and merge with your own fire to form a new flame. Am I confused? What the hell? He actually absorbed Teach's dark power. How did Ace do it? It's not just absorbed, it's also turned into his own. Damn it. Is this the strength of the 2nd Division Commander Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? It's too scary. The other men of the Blackbeard Pirates were completely at a loss at this time. Although they didn't say it, they felt that Teach might not be able to escape today's fight. While thinking wildly, Ace attacked. They saw him flying forward suddenly, with his arms open. Black fire were pulled out of the shape of dragon wings on his arms. Almost instantly, Ace was in front of Blackbeard Teach. Dark Fire Dragon's wings strike. Arms carrying dark fire slammed onto Teach's head. As soon as Teach's head buzzed, he felt the sky full of little stars. However, this is only the mildest symptom. When the dark fire fell on Blackbeard Teach, the fierce burning also contained the constant devouring of the dark power. Although Dark Fruit's ability will not harm the person with the ability, but the dark power absorbed by the dragon-slaying magic will be baptized into elemental power with dragon attributes. It does not belong to the ability user of Dark Fruit. Ah! Devour and Burn double nerf, plus Blackbeard's own pain double nerf. His screams can be described as unprecedented. But all this is not the end, but just the beginning. When Ace hit Blackbeard's head hard with both hands, he grabbed Blackbeard's head. Take a big breath. Taking advantage of the Dark Fire Dragon mode remaining for a while, he violently spewed out the dark fire. The roar of the Dark Fire Dragon. Rumble. In the special dragon mode, once the roar of dragon is activated, this new type of Ninghuang will be erupted in one go. At this moment, all the dark fire seemed to be charging towards the enemy with thousands of horses, red-eyed, desperately attacking. Ace is in mid-air, and the dark fire dragon's roar is sprayed downwards with Teach downwards. In an instant, dark fire engulfed Teach. After a while, when the dark fire dragon mode was released, Ace also felt a burst of weakness. He have to say that although this mode is powerful, it consumes a lot of stamina and mana. Look at Teach. At this time, his whole body was in tatters, as if he had been bitten by some wild beast. It was horrible. Those wounds still smell of darkness and fire. On the ground behind him, the darkness directly hit a slanted pit. At a glance, he don't know how deep it is. It's pitch black inside. Boom. Teach lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Ah! Teach! Rushing not far from Blackbeard, he stared at Ace. Is he dead? Don't worry, his life is in my hands. He need to be brought back and Pop will execute this bastard himself. Ace bent down slightly, reached out and grabbed the back of Blackbeard Teach's clothes, and then he was half cold. Wait! He's our captain, we won't let you take him away. Ace curled his lips. Boom! The flame exploded, and Jesus Burgess was thrown out. I don't have time for you guys. After leaving a sentence coldly, Ace just dragged Teach away. What are you guys doing? Why didn't you save Teach just now? What are you kidding? You haven't seen Ace's strength. In that case, making a move would be tantamount to suicide, let alone saving Teach. What do you mean? Are we planning to break up? Jesus Burgess looked furious. Come on. Can you use your brain to do things? Since we can't beat him head-on, let's follow him from a distance first. Let's see if there is any chance to save Teach from him. Doc question, ahem, it's like this. Time flies, a few days have passed. Going Mary. In the studio, Mary sat on the floor and watched Shukaku's mangas. Nickpin put down the paintbrush. Today's task is completed, and another manga of the ship girl is released. Huh. When Nickpin looked at Mary's back, it seemed that she had changed a bit from the morning. Open the property interface of Mary. Mary. Durable, 2377 million. Armor, 2298 million. Force, 130,000. Dodge, 5. Expansion points, 1766 million. Transformation points, 2 million. Growth point, 860,000. In just a few days of hard work, nearly 500,000 growth points have been consumed. Just as he was about to close going Mary's attribute interface, Nickpin suddenly turned his attention to the bottom of the armor attribute. Power, 130,000. What the hell? Mary has a firepower. But, where is it? Nickpin left the table and walked behind Melly. After Mary finished reading the manga, Nickpin made a sound. Mary, have you changed today? Dad hugs. Hearing Nickpin's voice, Mary turned around, opened a pair of small hands and jumped straight at Nickpin. Okay, hug. For Mary's request, Nickpin found that he was really helpless. Picking up Mary, Nickpin realized that this little girl's brows were a little more delicate. And, the feeling of holding it in the hand is also much heavier. Nickpin looked at Mary's whole body. Well, no wonder it's heavy. These two legs are obviously half a foot to a foot longer than yesterday. Mary, do you have any special changes today? Holding Mary in his arms, he walked to the side sofa and sat down. Nickpin asked again. Yes. The little cutie pursed her mouth slightly, and her appearance was really lovable. What is it then? Nickpin's voice also softened involuntarily. This. Mary stood on Nickpin's lap, kicked her little foot, and made a backflip in the air. Careful. Although have seen Mary's backflip yesterday, Nickpin was still terrified when he did it so suddenly. He was afraid that little Mary would fall. However, after Mary tossed, she landed steadily on the ground. Mary, arm it. When the immature voice came, a gleam suddenly appeared on Mary's body. The next moment, two shoulder armors shaped like machine guns appeared on both sides of her shoulders. Puff. Nickpin spitting out. Ship girl. Although Mary has been reading the mangas of the ship girl, but Nickpin never thought that she would evolve into a ship girl. After all, although the growth points have been continuously consumed these past few days, Mary is indeed growing. Nickpin really didn't expect that he has evolved. It is estimated that there is a lot of credit for the growth point. It seems that we have to find a way to get some growth points for little Mary. Now that Mary can grow up, Nickpin must be the happiest. According to his guess, the growth point should be obtained by Mary's food. Because in the past few days, even though Mary has been eating every day, Nickpin and everyone can see that she eats 3 meals a day normally. It's just that eating these things can only bring comfort and satiety to Mary's taste buds, but it doesn't cause any changes in attribute values. Since Adam Tree can bring a lot of attribute values to Mary, then other wood should be able to. Nickpin rubbed his chin thinking. For the sake of Mary, let's make a cameo appearance of Nami's former career. By the way, since little Mary has firepower, it stands to reason that there should be corresponding changes on going Mary's ship. Thinking of this, Nickpin took Marito the deck. Hey! Mary! Uncle Usopp is here. Nickpin picked up Mary and moved her feet. Soru. The next moment, he appeared next to Usopp with Mary. Hello. Usopp is making faces at Mary. But the little guy didn't seem to appreciate it, and buried his little head in Nickpin's chest. From here, you can see all of the going Mary. Nickpin looked at it for a while, but didn't find any signs of increased firepower. What's the situation? Thinking about it, Nickpin opened Mary's property interface again. Ha! Could it be here? He noticed that there is an extra sign behind the expansion point and the transformation point. Without thinking too much, Nickpin first clicked on the sign behind the expansion point. A new interface appears. Going Mary can expand capacity by 10, will it consume 10 million expansion points to complete? It turned out to be like this. Nickpin immediately confirmed it. Usopp suddenly exclaimed. He makes. Hey. Do you think the going Mary has gotten bigger? Yes, it did get bigger. Nickpin gave a dry laugh. He didn't expect this expansion to be so straightforward. Without any vigorous movement, it suddenly became bigger. Subsequently, the modification point was opened. Going Merry add and change content, the port cannon, it cost 6 million modification points to complete. Going Merry add and change content, starboard cannon, it cost 6 million modification points to complete. Seeing the two modifiable items, Nickpin almost understood. The items that can transform the hull are related to the ability that Merry has evolved. If there is no accident, it should be that the firepower configuration evolved by Merry, and the hull can be transformed. Without thinking too much, Nickpin chose OK again. Ah! Usopp, who was still in shock, suddenly screamed again. He widened his two eyeballs, and stared at the port and starboard cannons, which were about the same size as the main gun. A machine gun as big as the main gun. And there are two. Am I falling asleep, am I dreaming right now? Usopp scratched his face and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Well, yes, I just came to your dream, you sleep for a while, and I will take little Mary back to the cabin first. Nickpin smiled and left a sentence, and went back with Mary in his arms. Chapter 160. Time flies, a few days have passed. A small island near the Sabaody archipelago, there is a marine base. Zayhahaha. It's here. The big raft of the Blackbeard pirates slowly approached the port of Marine Base, and Teach the Blackbeard laughed. Beside him is the Fire Fist Ace caught by him. Yes. Now it's him that capture Ace. Originally, Teach thought he was going to be doomed in this wave, but what he never expected was Ace gets seasick. Although the symptoms of seasickness are not very serious, but in the state of seasickness, Ace cannot use the Fire Dragon magic. After recovering a bit, Blackbeard seized the opportunity to counter Ace. Ace can't use the Fire Dragon magic on the ship, and the ability of Maramara fruit is blocked by Blackbeard's dark fruit. In addition, Blackbeard Teach's physical skills are also quite powerful. As a result, Ace fell into the hands of Blackbeard Teach. Afterwards, Blackbeard Teach contacted Marine and wanted to hand over the big pirate who has a bounty of 550 million belly to Marine. It's really the Whitebeard Pirates commander of the 2nd Division. On the port, Vice Admiral, Enigmo, looked at the young man caught by Blackbeard Teach, with surprise in his eyes. Afterwards, he said, "The Fleet Admiral is waiting in the base, you can hand over Ace to me now, and I will report to the Fleet Admiral." Oh. Even Sengoku is here. Zayhahaha. Is it such an honor? Stop talking nonsense. We don't have nothing to do with it for the time being, let's hand over people first. Enigmo Vice Admiral said coldly. It's not that I don't want to hand over Ace, but once he leaves the ship or leaves me, Ace will recover. At that time, this is not a period you can handle. Blackbeard Teach spread his hands, then grinned and said, "Since Sengoku is here, I suggest you call out Sengoku and let him receive it." Blackbeard. Don't forget, this is Marine Base. If you are told to it, then do so. Don't talk so much nonsense. With a backer behind you, you have the confidence to speak. Vice Admiral, Enigmo, stared at Blackbeard coldly, his tone almost full of command. "Captain, why don't you give it to him?" Lafitte stood at the top of the raft, his cane twirled in his hand. "Ha ha ha, give it to him." Jesus Burgess raised his arms high and laughed. How could Blackbeard not know what the two of them were thinking? But since this Vice Admiral is so forceful, then give it. Blackbeard reminded, "Then I will follow your command. Ace will be handed over to you, and everything that happened is not my responsibility." Whoosh! Vice Admiral Enigmo threw a sea stone handcuff and said, "Use this to handcuff him, and you won't be responsible for anything." Teach glanced at Jesus Burgess beside him. Jesus Burgess picked up the sea stone handcuffs and handcuffed Ace. As soon as Teach tied Ace, he threw Ace over. "I got you, commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace." Vice Admiral Enigmo caught Ace, held him down with his backhand, and said in a cold voice, "I'll personally escort you to impel down." "I'm afraid I can't go there." A smile formed on the corner of Ace's mouth. Leaving the ship with his feet on the ground, Ace's seasickness disappeared in seconds. In this way, the Flame Dragon Slayer magic was naturally awakened again. You pirates really need to stop pretending to be strong. You can't use your devil fruit power now, so you should just accept the situation. Listening to Ace's words, Vice Admiral Enigmo didn't care at all. There is even some disdain on the face. But the next moment, his face suddenly became shocked. He saw a raging flame ignited on Ace's body with a bang. Nanny! Vice Admiral Enigmo has a heartfelt mention. Damn, did Blackbeard con him? Wrong. The sea stone handcuffs were given by him, they are not be fake. But why can Ace still able to use the fruit ability when he is handcuffed by sea stone? Certainly. It's just that he didn't have time to think about it, so he went to draw the sword and attack. The fire fist of the fire dragon. Ace's flaming fist slammed into the blade of Vice Admiral Enigmo. Boom! The terrifying power make Vice Admiral Enigmo's arm jerks. What? What's going on with this power? Vice Admiral Enigmo originally thought that his sword would pass through the elementalization of Ace, but at the moment of the strike, he realized that he was wrong. His sword was slammed away, and then Ace's fire fist landed hard on his chest. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, Vice Admiral Enigmo was directly blasted on the wall of the nearby fortress, smashing a lot of masonry. Zehaha! Seeing the miserable appearance of Vice Admiral Enigmo, Blackbeard is dying of laughter. He told the guy everything and he didn't listen. It's all right now. Shoot! Cover Vice Admiral. The surrounding Marine soldiers raised their guns one after another, and shot at Ace. Fire whip of the fire dragon. Ace's arm made a void sweep in the direction of the Marine soldiers. Boom! The billowing fire and scorching air waves overturned all these Marine soldiers at once. Afterwards, Ace went to Vice Admiral Enigmo, and took the key of the sea stone handcuffs from his waist. Insert, rotate. Boom! The sea stone handcuffs fell to the ground. Zehaha! Congratulations, Ace, you are free. Teach stood on the big raft and said jokingly, but this is Marine base, as you heard just now, Sengoku is also here, so, you can't escape. But I can try. As an outstanding representative of the new generation, although Ace looks like a silly big brother in front of Luffy, in fact he is very strong. What is the face of danger, unless he die in battle, he will never surrender. But the next moment, when three figures walked out of the building of the base, Ace's face suddenly changed. Stupid. Why don't you put sea stone handcuffs on this guy? As soon as Sengoku came out, he saw Ace in an unrestrained state and was furious. He didn't come out by chance, but he was attracted by the sound of Vice Admiral Enigmo hitting the base building just now. Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral has been defeated, it's really scary. On Sengoku's left, Kizaru said with a strange expression, pursed his thick lips, and laughed. On the other side, Sakazuki looked gloomy. It's a disgrace to Marine to let the pirates make a fuss here. When these three people appeared, not only Ace was shocked. Even Blackbeard too. What's the situation? Isn't it just to receive the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirate? They dispatch a fleet admiral and 2 admirals. Those who didn't know thought you were here to pick up Whitebeard. Teach. Is that what you call capture? At this time, behind Sengoku, another old woman appeared. It's Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great advisor. Blackbeard doesn't know what to say anymore. A fleet admiral, 2 admirals, and a marine chief of staff at this time. But since Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, Blackbeard Teach immediately grinned and said. Zehaha. Don't get me wrong, I originally put Ace on the ship and waited for you to come, but that Vice Admiral Enigmo insisted that I hand it over to him. I handed Ace over, and you should be able to guess what happened next, right? Forget it. Sakazuki, take the Ace. Too lazy to listen to Blackbeard's explanation, Sengoku ordered angrily. Sakazuki has always acted swiftly, and when he received Sengoku's order, he stepped on his feet immediately and appeared in front of Ace. He coldly ordered, just surrender. Do not make such jokes. Ace sneered, making the shape of 2 pistols with both hands at the same time. Puff puff puff. The flaming bullets shot out immediately. However, when these bullets fell on Sakazuki's body, they just splashed some ripples, and they couldn't even penetrate. Huh. Can't even break through elementalization. Ace is this brow, and it is the first time he has seen this kind of situation. Did you know? Fruits also have a restraint relationship. My lava fruit happens to be the better than your mara fruit. Gently brushing off the flame ripples on his body, like dusting off dust, Sakazuki's right arm turned into billowing magma. Great eruption. The terrible high temperature directly burned the air to give off a scorched smell. The magma exploded in front of Ace in an instant, and Sakazuki said disdainfully, "Don't die. Otherwise it will affect Sengoku's plan." But at this moment, Ace opened his mouth. He actually sucked this great eruption into it suddenly. Nanny? Did he swallow Sakazuki's magma? What kind of pervert is this? Sengoku frowned suddenly, and said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Zehaha. Blackbeard Teach laughed loudly. "Sure enough, not only the power of darkness can he eat, but also the magma power of a kainu." Van Augur complained strangely, "This guy, he really got the power of what he eats." Chapter 161. Huh. You ate my great eruption attack. Sakazuki's face is incredible, thinking that his eyes are blurred. He is very sure that lava fruit must be better than the mara fruit. The temperature of the magma can burn the temperature of the fire. In Marine's database, there are many records of the successive users of devil fruit, as well as the battle situation. There is no doubt that the magma is rolling and burning. But what is the situation right now? Ace is fine after eating his magma. Could it be that the records in the Marine database are wrong? Boom! At this moment, Ace's body suddenly burst out with more violent flame marks. What? This time, Sakazuki was even more shocked. Because he saw a lot of magma in the fire on Ace's body. Rather than saying it is a flame, it is better to say that it is the fusion of magma and flame. Magma Fire Dragon Mode. Ace's whole body vibrated, and then he held it with his right hand and blew it by his mouth. The roar of the Magma Fire Dragon. The overwhelming fire of magma exploded from Ace's mouth, instantly forming a pillar of magma that swallowed Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes suddenly condensed from that fire. Something is different. Kizaru curled his lips. If I'm not mistaken, the fire should be carrying Sakazuki's magma. Mara fruit is not better than lava fruit. It is absolutely impossible to do this. Sengoku's expression sank, then he turned to look at Blackbeard Teach, and scolded, "What the hell is going on?" Zehaha. Ace can not only use the ability of mara fruit, he can also use the ability of another kind of fruit, but as for what it is, then I don't know. Blackbeard Teach didn't intend to hide anything, and immediately told all the information he knew. Another fruit ability? Hearing this, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Kizaru all opened their mouths in astonishment. What kind of outrageous thing is this? Rumble. The Magma Fire Dragon's roaring crossing, a large area of the marine base has been burnt. And Sakazuki, who was hit head-on, was also braving scorched heat waves all over his body at this time. Bastard! Using elementalization to quickly come out of this messy and dirty look, Sakazuki roared angrily. He has a burn on his face. He also has a scar. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard Teach suddenly felt joy. Sakazuki. Your face. What's going on? Even if he can spray your lava back, but you are a magma man, why are you still being burned by magma? Damn. His ability is weird. After my magma was swallowed by him, it fused with its flame to form a new type of fire, and its power even surpassed my magma. Sakazuki was about to rage. Today was originally to follow Fleet Admiral Sengoku and take Ace to impel down. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to do what he was tasked for, but he was also injured. Even the scars on the face. Shame. It is simply a shame. Crimson Dog Bite. Furious, Sakazuki strikes again. His arm melted into lava higher than before, forming a bulldog with fangs. The red dog, which was covered in boiling magma, pounced on Ace while biting. Zehaha. Attacking again? You really don't have a long memory. Blackbeard Teach standing on the big raft laughed. As he expected, Ace opened his mouth and sucked the magma dog. Next moment. Crimson Fire Dragon Mode. On Ace's body, the color of the fusion flame becomes even more colorful. Roar of the Crimson Fire Dragon. Ace doesn't use any fancy moves, just this new one. Get out of the way. Kizaru kicked Sakazuki away, and he turned into a beam of light and retreated to the other side in an instant. He's a battle veteran. With the lessons learned from past experience, he would not be so foolish as to let such an attack fall on him. The moment Sakazuki was kicked away by Kizaru, he also used Marine 6 style Saruto speed up his dodge. Crimson Fire Dragon's roar instantly hit the opposite base building. Boom! Boom boom! A series of breakdown sounds sounded. When the roar of Crimson Fire Dragon came to an end, a series of walls in the building of Marine Base were directly penetrated. From here, you can directly see the hillside scenery behind the Marine Base. What a power, one person can make such a big destruction. On the big ship, Luffy was really amazed. Van Augur pouted, that's not, if he didn't just want to catch Teach, our Blackbeard pirate group might have been wiped out by him. Teach! How did you catch him before? Seeing Ace's ability, Sengoku realized that brute force cannot be used. It is better to grasp the information first. Zehahaha. Actually he caught me, and then he wanted to escort me to meet Whitebeard, but at sea, when he was seasick, he couldn't use the other devil fruit's ability, and then I took the opportunity to capture him. Blackbeard is not a man who cares about face, he bluntly said everything. Hearing this, Sengoku became even more angry. He angrily said, bastard. If this is the case, then why did you let him off the ship? And why didn't you put seastone handcuffs on him? Ah, you misunderstood. At this time, Lafitte took over the words. He twirled his cane and explained, Teach originally placed Ace on the ship and prepared to hand it over to you when you came, however, Vice Admiral Enigmo insisted on handing over Ace immediately. What? Hearing this, Sengoku looked again at Vice Admiral Enigmo who had woken up slowly, and saw Vice Admiral Enigmo lowered his head in shame. Sengoku immediately understood that Lafitte was not lying. He asked sternly, Enigmo, you are always careful in handling things, why don't you put seastone handcuffs on Ace this time? Seeing this, Lafitte simply continued, actually, there are seastone handcuffs on Ace, but the seastone handcuffs can only restrict Ace's Maramara Devil fruit ability, not the ability of this other fruit. A fruit ability that even seastone can't stop. Sengoku's puckered up. This is something that has never happened before. It's okay if this is just one-time deal, but if it can be mass-produced, then the Marine will be in big trouble. Once the seastone can't restrain some big pirates, then the only way for ordinary Marine soldiers to restrain capable people will be limit. It may even affect the current world. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately ordered, Sakazuki, Borsellino, you all take action together, take down Ace immediately. Sakazuki felt a burst of anger. He can't deal with Ace alone, he need Kizaru to fight with him. What a shame of shame. Woo, it's really scary to have to face Admiral teaming up. Kizaru is still the same kind of virtuous character that everything is scary. Sengoku looked at Blackbeard Teach again, and said, Teach, since you want to join 7 warlords of the sea, you should join us, and make sure to take down Ace as soon as possible. Zehahaha. I will follow order. With a greasy laugh, Blackbeard immediately joined the battle. The 3 strong generals made a move, and Ace was certainly no match. After a few rounds, he were at a disadvantage. He knew that if he continued to fight, he definitely had no chance of winning, so he released billowing fire from both arms, and rushed towards the big ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Fire Dragon's wing strike. The 2 fire immediately overturned the 4 people on the big ship. Ah! The 4 of them let out a scream, and all of them were thrown into the sea. Ace kicked his ship into the sea, and then jumped aboard. A slight dizziness followed. Although the fire dragon magic will make people motion sick and seasick, but the basic physique of people in pirate world is very strong, so the effect of motion sickness and seasickness is limited. But when receiving this debuff, the Dragon Slayer magic cannot be used. But that doesn't bother Ace either. Fire power. The ability of Maramara fruit is activated, and ships sail away. Whoosh! But the moment the ship rushed out, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared beside Ace. Have you ever tasted the feeling of being kicked at speed of light? The rather forceful words, spoken in an unbeatable tone, fell into Ace's ears. Ace turned his head subconsciously, and saw Kizaru kicking him in an extremely aggressive manner. Too late to hide. Ace enters elementalization immediately. 2. Kizaru followed with armament hockey. Boom. Ace's body was like a cannonball, crashing back to the ground. These guys are young, but they are very strong, it's scary, Kizaru pouted. Don't stand still, take him to the ship and handcuff him with sea stone handcuffs. No one is allowed to take him off the ship without my order. Yes. Vice Admiral, with a Nigimo with a bruised nose and swollen face, rushed over to handcuff Ace. Chapter 162. Somewhere in the sea from Sabaody Archipelago. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is eating barbecue on the deck. A messenger seagull flew high in the sky, Nami waved, and the messenger seagull flew down. Nami took a newspaper from the backpack around Seagull's neck and put another 100 belly in it. Show me, our bounty should increase a lot, right? Usopp immediately took one. His draw happened to be the first one on the reward page. Just one glance. Oh. Usopp opened his mouth into an O shape, and shouted in shock. He stood up suddenly and pointed to the newspaper. Luffy. What are you doing? Nami said something contemptuously, then picked up the newspaper. Nanny. Luffy. Your bounty has suddenly increased to 420 million. What? This time, everyone was not too busy eating, and they all gathered around. Wow, it's actually true. Luffy is worth more than 400 million. What a high bounty. Luffy's big brother is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the reward is only over 500 million, Luffy is almost catching up with his big brother. Wow huh. I'm so awesome. Nami continued to turn over the bounty order in his hand. This one belongs to Nick Pin, and the bounty is 370 million bellis. This is Zoro's, with a bounty of 320 million. This is mine, with a bounty of 250 million belly. This is Sister Robin's, and there is a bounty of 190 million belly. This is Sanji's, with a bounty of 70 million belly. This is for Usopp, and the bounty is also 7 million belly. Chopper's is also here, offering a bounty of 50 belly. Puff. When they saw Chopper's bounty order, everyone burst out laughing. Wow haha. Is Chopper's bounty order wrong? Are there no more zero? Hey. Even if you add it, it's only 500 bellis, right? Haha. Chopper's bounty is correct, please look carefully here, Nick Pin pointed to a place below Chopper's bounty. Everyone sees. Pet. Ha ha ha. They can't laugh anymore. Damn it, they gave me such a low bounty. They really have no sense. Although there was a bounty this time, it was much lower than he expected. It's okay, Zoro patted Sanji's shoulder. It just means that you are still weaker than me. Sanji was stunned for a moment, then threw away the cigarette in his mouth and fought with Zoro. Ha ha ha. In a burst of laughter, everyone continued to eat barbecue. In the evening, Nick Pin was painting in the studio when Robin walked in quickly. What's the matter? Nick Pin subconsciously put down the paintbrush in his hand. We may be being targeted. Without the usual provocative gestures, Robin said seriously. Targeted? Nick Pin looks confused. In this vast ocean, who has time to target them? Come out with me and take a look and you'll understand. Robin stepped forward, pulled Nick Pin and walked out. When they came to the deck, Luffy, Usopp, Nami and Mary were all there. And there is a big wooden barrel on the deck, and a flag is planted on the barrel, which reads, "The Sea God's Royal Treasure." Nick Pin immediately understood. He remembered that there was indeed such a large wooden barrel in the original plot, which was put in the sea by Gecko Moria. As long as someone picks up this big wooden barrel and touches the signal launcher on it, a signal flare will be launched immediately. Then Moria's people will follow the direction of the signal flare. Pop! Seeing Nick Pin coming, Mary immediately ran over from Nami's side. With a boost, she jumped directly to Nick Pin. Nick Pin caught her, and Mary hung on Nick Pin's chest. Luffy looked at Nick Pin, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, we thought it was wine that someone else dropped. Needless to say, he must have opened of the big wooden barrel. Maybe it's just someone else's prank, Usopp guessed. Robin still insisted, I think it is very likely that someone placed the bait. Well, Miss Robin is right, in such a deep sea, it's probably a trap. Nick Pin nodded, and then spread his hands, but don't worry, if you encounter a ferocious beast, you can only be a self-righteous hunter. Wow, huh. You are so right. Wait. Let's go back into the cabin, it looks like there will be a storm in 5 minutes. Quick, let's go in. Luffy waved his hand, but he slipped away first. Sure enough. After a while, the storm beat down. Going Merry bravely marched forward in the wind and rain, and when they broke out of the storm, everyone came to the deck again. It's so strange, the place is filled with thick fog, as if cutting off the sunlight. Zoro also came to the deck at this time and looked around. Beside him, Frankie is holding a comic Genos biography in his hand. Since he just got the comics, Frankie at this time is still in the hot period of comics, and he takes the comics everywhere he goes, and he can't put it down. Listening to Zoro's words, Frankie looked up, and suddenly said, "Could it be that we have entered that legendary sea area? I'm not ready yet." Ah! Have we arrived at the Fishmen Island so soon? But Luffy said, "No, there is Florian Triangle before that." That's right, don't be careless. Maybe this sea area is the famous Florian Triangle. What, trouble, haunted? Usopp's face was full of sweat, and he couldn't help shivering. Timidity has nothing to do with the improvement of strength. Yes. This sea area is haunted. Stop talking nonsense. Don't scare people, I haven't heard of it. Seeing Usopp's funny appearance, Sanji also improvised. Grandma Kokoro told us, and she also said that there are still ghosts in this sea. Listen, Usopp. It is said that more than 100 ships mysteriously disappear in this sea area every year, the ghost of the dead is cruising back and forth. Whoa. Why didn't you say it sooner? Luffy looked curious, so what if I said it earlier? Stupid, so I can prepare. I'm going to wear a magic weapon to exorcise ghosts. Share it me too, Usopp. Chopper pitifully hugged Usopp's leg. But at this moment. Yo ho ho. Suddenly, there was a burst of music in the mist. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was subconsciously surprised. At the same time looking forward to the fog of music. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho. As the sound of the music became clearer, in the mist, a huge ghost ship quietly appeared. Wow. For a while. Except for Nickpin and Robin, everyone has the same expression. That is, two eyes wide open, mouth wide open, entering a state of hysterical panic. Nickpin knew the spoiler, so he knew the ghost ship would appear. And Robin, compared to what she has experienced in these years, a mere ghost ship can't touch her nerves. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho. What song is he singing? This is the song of the ghost ship. Don't listen. Plug your ears and be damned. Don't listen to the ghost. If you do, you'll be dragged into the sea. Is there someone on that ship? Even though Robin has seen strong winds and waves, it can be seen from the strands of sweat on her face that she is actually a little nervous. As soon as this idea came into being, they saw a head popping up in front of the deck. Ah! Everyone exclaimed in unison. Because that head is a skull. It is also the next crewmate of the Straw Hat Pirates, Brook. Would you like to try? Holding a cup of steaming tea, Brook greeted everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Skeleton, speaking. Usopp rolled his eyes and passed out. What a clever way. I fainted too. As he said that, Chopper rolled his eyes and passed out on top of Usopp. The corner of Nami's mouth twitched slightly. I think we should stay away from that ship. No. I'm going on board to see. Did you make a mistake? That's a skeleton. Although Sanji just told the ghost story about the skeleton, he didn't really want to get in touch with the skeleton. But Luffy just insisted, I must go on an adventure on a ghost ship. I'll go with you. At this moment, Nickpin spoke. Good. Let's go. Nami grabbed Nickpin, I'll go with you too. Nickpin grabbed Nami's waist, then activated the rubber fruit ability, and got on the ghost ship with a whoosh. Hello everyone. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Speaking of which, I haven't met a living person for decades, it really scared me. Look. He's talking, the Afro-skeleton talk. Luffy pointed to Brook in amazement. Nickpin smiled, yeah, the talking skeleton is the best. Luffy's face brightened, then how about we invite him to join us? Nickpin rubbed his chin and nodded seriously, I think it will work. Hey. You two, don't be so casual please. Nami was shocked by the antic of these two. You two bastards, do you think that recruiting people into a group is just like pulling a flower from the side of the road? Moreover, even if you intend to recruit skeletons into the group, wouldn't other skeletons be willing to join our crew? Ah. Sure. Ah. Nami felt that his brain suddenly became dull. The world must be crazy. Chapter 163. Yo-ho-ho-ho hi hello everyone. Excuse me for interrupting, I am Brook with only bones left after my death. Please take care of me. On the deck of the Going Merry, Brook took off his hat and showed a gentleman's etiquette to everyone. Huh? What the hell are you doing, how did you bring back a skeleton? When they saw Brook appearing in front of them, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates widened their eyes in horror. Yo-ho-ho-ho, whoops, it seems that everyone is very unfriendly. Brook was blowing his habitual mantra, but he was very optimistic. It's a skeleton. Chopper held the cross tremblingly, his face dripping with sweat. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a skeleton talk and move, and still have an afro? Impossible. This must be a dream. Really? It turned out to be a dream, it's great. Chopper simply closed his eyes, imagining that everything would be back to normal when he opened them. Evil spirits be gone, Usopp shouted nervously. Hey! You guys! What the hell is going on with this guy? Isn't it fun? I recruit him into the crew. What? Recruitment? I don't agree. What did you do? You are the only one on board who can handle Nick Pin, and you followed him and didn't stop this matter. Nami explained with a face full of shame, but this is what Luffy wanted. Don't lie to me. The only one who can stop Luffy is Nick Pin. Nick Pin must agree to this matter. He may not looks like it, but he is actually a smart one. If Nick Pin didn't agree with this matter, he definitely wouldn't easily let this skeleton join the crew. Although Luffy is the captain, he is still very willing to refer to Nick Pin's opinion in many cases. Since the skeleton is already standing here, there can only be one situation. Both Nick Pin and Luffy think that there is no problem with the skeleton joining the team. Yeah. Nick Pin is more excited than me. Yo-ho-ho-ho, don't be so excited. At this time, Brook stood up and acted as a peacemaker, and said happily, let's all go to the cabin and have dinner together. Hey! Don't make up your own mind. They all sat together in the dining room. I really want to eat, I haven't eaten for decades, I have been living with the hunger on my front and back, but the skin on my front and back is gone, only the bones are left. Brook is simply a casual familiar, sitting at the head of the long dining table, with his hands raised up, as if giving a speech, and he didn't forget to joke, yo-ho-ho-ho. Everyone was expressionless and cold. Only Luffy clapped his hands excitedly, wow haha. However, Mary also seems to think that the skull is very interesting, sitting in Nick Pin's arms, giggling, hee hee haha dad, this guy is so fun. Compared with a few days ago, Mary has grown up a lot now. Physically, she is about 7 or 8 years old, but her intelligence has grown rapidly, and she can already communicate with everyone normally. Dad? You have such a big daughter at such a young age? Hey, what a man with a story. Puff. Everyone spat out their drink, and then looked at Nick Pin dumbfounded. Nick Pin shrugged, and didn't want to explain anything. This matter, anyway, after a while, Brook will understand in the future. It's exhausting to explain now. Simply, Nick Pin said very bachelorly, well, I accidentally made a mistake when I was young, so I got a kid. Puff. Everyone spat out again. You still acted. Ha 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 ha, dad is so humorous. Mary laughed out loud and hugged Nick Pin. Seeing this scene, Nami is very envious. Robin's beautiful eyes are also flowing, and she doesn't know what he is thinking. The meal is here. At this time, Sanji came with delicious food. Beautiful Robin-chan, lovely Nami-chan, gentle Kaya-chan, and the cutest Mary, this is your pre-dinner dessert. Sanji took the desserts from the tray and placed them one by one in front of the ladies. Yo-ho-ho-ho, where is mine, isn't this meal my welcome feast? Brook stared at the two eye sockets without eyeballs, expressing his incomprehension. Don't be so self-righteous. After this meal, we'll send you back. Seeing Brook's ignorant look, Sanji answered. By the way, we ate, and Laboon need to eat too. Nickpin suddenly thought of something, so he got up holding Mary, and said to her, Pop will take you to Laboon, okay? Of course, Nickpin said this on purpose to Brook. Yeah, that's great. Laboon is so cute. Hearing this name, Brook froze for a moment. But then, he shook his head again. How can that be possible? Nickpin hugged Mary with one hand, walked to the viewing platform of the meeting room, activated the rubber fruit ability with the other hand, and hugged Laboon's fish tank. When he saw that Laboon was a small fish living in a fish tank, Brook sighed suddenly, I thought. What are you saying? Zoro noticed Brook's tone alertly, and felt that something was wrong. In his opinion, this skeleton of unknown origin must have some ulterior secret. Hey, hey, hey. I heard that too. What did you mean by that just now? Usopp is holding a cross in one hand, looking at Brook seriously. Are you planning to find a chance to bring our souls? Yoho, you two are really rude. Brook curled his lips, and then explained, I just heard that little fish's name was Laboon, and I was a little emotional. What? What do you mean? Make it clear. Sanji also questioned with stern eyes. When I went out to sea, there was a whale with our pirate group. It was also called Laboon. I was so excited when I heard the name just now. But think about it carefully. It is impossible. My crewmate Laboon should be living at the entrance of the Grand Line, logically speaking. He should grow very big. Seeing everyone's doubts, Brook simply explained clearly. But as soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly froze. Especially Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Nami, Kaya from East Blue, they just froze. Wait. You just said that the whale Laboon left at the entrance of the Grand Line is your crewmate? Yes. What? You know it? It's more than just knowing. We still, Luffy shouted excitedly, and was about to reveal Laboon's life experience when Zoro tightly covered his mouth. On the other hand, Robin is extremely intelligent and immediately understood what Zoro meant. Although Robin is not from East Blue, she also knows about Laboon. So Robin asked, what was the name of your former pirate group? After all, just knowing about Laboon may be heard from Luffy, a fool, but about more secrets, Luffy should not say so much in detail. Brook spread his hands, oh, it's okay to tell you, my previous pirate group was called the Rumbar Pirates, from West Blue. Aha! Hearing this, the members of the East Blue gang all opened their mouths in surprise. Hey, hey, hey. Wait. Wait. Sanji immediately forcibly calmed down, thought of another detail, and asked, have you made any promise with Laboon? If so, please explain in detail. Sanji's words immediately satisfied the crewmates of the East Blue gang. If you can even answer this kind of thing, then it basically proves that Brook is not lying. This time, Brook was surprised, you guys even know this? Stop talking nonsense, talk quickly. Zoro scolded. Brook was not angry, and replied calmly, because we thought the Grand Line was too dangerous, we asked Laboon to wait a while in Reverse Mountain, and take him home after we finish sailing. Oh my god. So the pirate Laboon is looking for is you. Nami also covered her red lips with tears in her eyes, if Laboon finds out, he will be so happy. Hey, Green Moss Head, do you think this kind of thing is likely to happen? Sanji asked Zoro with his arm. Curly brow. Zoro grinned, although he also thought it was outrageous, but the facts were in front of him, he opened his mouth and said, it should be true. Wow. It turned out to be Laboon's crewmate. That's great. Now Laboon must be very happy. Usopp also temporarily forgot about the skeleton, and shouted excitedly. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what are you talking about? Brook looked at the crowd in bewilderment. Laboon. That one just now is your Laboon. What? The skeleton is stunned. Chapter 164. After a brief shock, Brook suddenly laughed. Stop joking. My Laboon can't be that small. No. That's just what the little cards do. Nami immediately explained, but suddenly thought about what else to explain, so he said, go out with us and have a look and you will understand. That's right. Come with me. Laboon misses you so much. Luffy grabbed Brook and ran outside. Seeing this, the others quickly followed out. When everyone is on deck, Brook was shocked. He saw a huge island whale that was many times bigger than the Going Merry in the sea. Laboon. The legs with only bones left trembled involuntarily, and Brook staggered to the edge of the railing, crying loudly. Even though there are no tears, the sadness cannot be faked. Laboon seemed to sense something, and blinked his huge eyes, looking at Brook. However, Chopper translated Laboon's words. Laboon says he doesn't know this person. Bastard. You liar. Zoro also put his hands on the handle of the sword. Fortunately, Laboon is here, otherwise I would have been fooled by you. Damn it. I was so moved that I was about to cry just now. It turned out to be a lie. Luffy, this skeleton must not be kept. Usopp was also immediately wary of holding the cross. Hey. Luffy also looked at Brook with a confused face. He tilted his head. Do you know Laboon? Ah. I understand. I'm dead, only the skeleton is left. Of course Laboon doesn't recognize me. When hearing this word, everyone around jumped 8 feet away. Hey. You finally admit that you are not human. Usopp held up the cross and shouted. No. I'm still human, just a little different. Brook quickly waved his hand, and then told what happened to the Rumbar pirates and his devil fruit Yomi no Mi. They all look at Brook. Although they couldn't find anything wrong with Brook's words, they didn't fully believe Brook's words either. At this moment, Nickpin jumped back onto the deck from Laboon's body. Nami took Nickpin's arm and said, he said he was Laboon's crewmate, but just now Chopper translated what Laboon said, and Laboon said he didn't recognize him. Nickpin, if this skeleton is lying, you must firmly persuade Luffy to drive him away. Zoro stared at Brook warily. That's right. He lied to all of us as soon as we boarded the ship. If he was allowed to stay for a few days, he wouldn't have stolen Mary. Hey, even though I'm a skeleton, I'm not lying. Brook protested. He looked at Nickpin and shouted, you must believe me. Of course Nickpin believed him. However, the crewmates must be convinced. A person's words may be able to deceive others, but the heart can't. Let Laboon feel your emotion. With that said, Nickpin communicated the magic power of Clow Card. The gigantic Laboon suddenly turned into a small whale that was only 1 meter long. As soon as Nickpin stretched out his hand, the rubber arm made a circle on Laboon's body, pulling it back from the sea. Ah! Laboon! Don't worry, I'll use my abilities to make it smaller temporarily. With that said, Nickpin threw Laboon directly at Brook. Use your own method to let him know that you are his former partner. Seeing that Laboon was thrown, Brook quickly caught it, fearing that Laboon would break. But after being hugged by Brook, Laboon swayed nervously to the left and right, desperately trying to break free from Brook's arms. Ah! Let go of Laboon. Nickpin, this is not fair to Laboon. His bones hurt Laboon. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates shouted. Don't be impatient, I think he should be given a chance. If he can't prove it, it's not too late to drive him away. Nickpin's words made the crewmates quiet for a while. Use my own method. Brook looked at Laboon who was struggling in his arms, and he also understood that his current appearance was too scary, so he didn't blame Laboon. After thinking for a while, Brook suddenly opened his mouth, and started singing. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. The moment this melody sounded from Brook's mouth, Laboon, who had been struggling wildly, suddenly settled down. Not good. Laboon was strangled by him. Usopp yelled. Idiot, can you stop talking nonsense? Laboon has obviously quieted down. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho oh. The melody continued. Laboon became restless again from being quiet. He rocked up again. It's just, this time it's not a struggle, but an excitement. Hey. Laboon is fighting again. No. That's not a struggle. Zoro's eyes were sharp. He watched Laboon state carefully, and didn't feel afraid from Laboon. At this time, Chopper translated and said, Laboon is very excited now, he feels a familiar feeling. So, is he really Laboon's partner? Frankie rubbed his chin, analyzing excitedly. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. The wind it blows, to where who knows. The waves will be our guide. O'er across the ocean's tide, rays of sunshine far and wide. The birds, they sing, of cheerful things in circles passing by. Bid farewell to Weaver's town. Say so long to port renowned. Sing a song, it won't be long before we're casting off. Cross the gold and silver waves, changin' into water sprays. Sailing out on our journey to the ends of the sea. Gather up all of the crew. Time to ship out Binks's brew. Pirates we, will divide and conquer all the seas. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our bed. Hoisted high up on the mast our Jolly Roger flies. Somewhere in the endless sky, a storm has started comin' by. Waves are dancing having fun, it's time to sound the drums. If we let blow winds of fear then the end of us is near. Even so, tomorrow the sun will rise again. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. 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 Gather up all of the crew. Time to ship out Binks's brew. Could be today, could be tomorrow. Twilight dreaming. No longer can we now see, shadow hands still waving free. Why worry, there's sure to be a moonlit night again. Gather up all of the crew. Time to ship out Binks's brew. Sing a song, a lively song for all the oceans wide. After all is said and done, we all end up skeletons. Endless aimless, this story on the uproarious seas. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. 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 When the familiar singing sounded in Laboon's ears, the tears of whales flowed out of those black pupils. Chopper yelled in surprise, Laboon is sure. It is Brook's famous song. This time. Even if they had doubts about Brook before, now they completely believe in Brook. Laboon called out Brook's name directly. Obviously, they knew each other before. At least, in Laboon's memory, there must be a crewmate named Brook. Laboon. Seeing that Laboon finally recognized him, Brook broke down in tears, hugged Laboon tightly, and pressed his bony cheeks that could no longer be warmed to Laboon's face. Woo. Laboon whined, and responded vigorously to Brook. OMG. This is amazing. When Nickpin decided to take Laboon away, none of us thought we could find Laboon's crewmate. Yes. I was actually against it at the time. I think the same way. Sanji took a deep breath of the cigarette, filled with emotion. Watching Laboon and Brook recognize each other at this time, Sanji's eyes are also flushed. Chopper cried and said. Woo, pitiful Laboon. Pitiful Brook. This is really, it's so touching. Super. Frankie burst into tears, still doing his signature moves. Wow haha. This is the meaning of adventure. Yo. Nickpin looked sideways. That's right. It is because of adventurers like our Straw Hat pirates that we are able to realize other people's dreams again and again. Etc. Suddenly, Nami shouted in horror, I seem to have discovered something terrible. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Nami. Nami pushed the mirror in his hand forward, and said in horror, look, there is no reflection of him in the mirror. Everyone subconsciously looked in the mirror. They saw Laboon suspended in the air upright. As for Brook holding him, the skeleton is not even visible. Look carefully, he doesn't even have a shadow. Usopp also found problems. There is really no shadow. Ghost, it must be a ghost. Although I was moved by the things about Brook and Laboon, it doesn't mean that everyone is not afraid of ghosts. Brook also heard everyone's terrified words, he sighed, and then said slowly, it's hard to say, I've been wandering in this sea for too long, being a skeleton and having no shadow are two different things. My shadow was taken away by a man a few years ago. Brook started to talk about the shadow. When he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he was not able to see the light, and suddenly felt sad. But he danced with a smile on his face. Today is really a good day, I met so many people. In this gloomy sea that knows no day and night, the decades of drifting with the wind alone on this ship that doesn't even work with the rudder. I'm really lonely and scared. Sometimes I really want to die. Life is long, but please be happy. To me, you are happiness. Saying so, Brook walked up to Luffy, said with a wry smile. "Thank you for inviting me to join you, it's really a pleasure. But I still have to decline." "Huh? Why?" Brook said helplessly, "As I said just now, my shadow was taken away, I have to stay in this Florian triangle to survive, I have to stay here to get my shadow back, waiting for the miracle one day." "Hey! What are you talking about? It's too strange. Who took your shadow? Let us help you get it back." Chapter 165. "You're such a nice guy. I'm grateful, but I can't tell you." Hearing that Luffy wanted to help him regain his shadow, Brook was very moved, but he shook his head and said, "I just met you, and you should not do this for me. Are you saying the enemy is too powerful? You just need to tell me the name." "No, I can't say it, it's useless to say it. I will fight to the death when I meet him myself." "Don't talk about that, let's sing, for today's encounter." Saying that, Brook took out his cane word, and put on a violin pose. But at this moment, boom! The Going Merry suddenly violently swayed. "Damn it! Someone hit me." On the surface of the sea, Merry stepped on the dory propeller with both feet, as if surfing, and quickly returned to the deck. "What's the situation? The front of the ship is moving so violently." Sanji immediately became alert and rushed to the deck to look into the mist. In everyone's horrified eyes, a ghost like a large doll appeared in front of everyone. "It's not good. This ship has been monitored by this ghost." Nick Pin was a little surprised. Because he found that although the ghost in front of him could be seen with eyes, he couldn't perceive it with observation haki. It seems that the ability of devil fruit should not be underestimated. However, when Nick Pin appeared in the hand of the god-killing star, he relied on Ryatsu to perceive everything about this ghost. Immediately, he raised his hand and swung around, shooting the fat ghost. "Huh? God-killing star can kill ghosts. Ah. That's right. My god-killing star is a soul-slaying weapon. It is specially designed to deal with all souls." Immediately, the god-killing star appeared in Usopp's hand. Immediately switch from the decadent Usopp to the great hero Usopp. So amazing. "Usopp. Look, the road ahead is blocked." Sanji pointed to a wall that looked like closed teeth emerging from the mist ahead. Brook quickly rushed to the front of the deck at this time, and looked around. "No. This is the back door of that ship." Brook made a judgment call immediately, and then he turned to look at Luffy. "Did you guys find a barrel floating in the sea?" "Ah. Yeah. That was a trap. That's when your ship was targeted." Brook said annoyedly, and then he pointed to the island slowly emerging from the mist in front of him. "Look, this is the ghost island wandering in the sea, the thriller bark." Nick Pin, Luffy and Zoro set their sights on one place at the same time. At the intersection of the three people's eyes, an invisible figure was approaching Nami. Nick Pin can't see it, and observation haki can't perceive them. But the continuous slight movement on the deck could not escape the ears of observation haki. It seems that observation haki cannot directly restrain the invisible fruit ability user, but relies on the movement caused by the invisible person to determine the direction of the invisible person. Nick Pin collected another piece of information. "What are you looking at?" Nami found that the eyes of the three were focused not far from her, and the woman's sixth sense told him that there was danger. Immediately, she leaned towards Nick Pin with some doubts. Nick Pin took Nami into his arms and said, "We are looking at an unexpected intruder who sneaked onto our ship. Remember in the original plot, this invisible man did many disgusting things to Nami and Robin. It is precisely because of that move that the status of the invisible man Absalom in the hearts of fans is second only to Momonosuke." Hearing what Nick Pin said suddenly, Absalom stopped immediately. Only then did he notice that there were three people looking at him. "No way, how can this be? He have done this kind of thing so many times, and have succeeded countless times, and he have never failed once. But the three people in front of him seem to have spotted him. Seriously?" Immediately, Absalom raised his hand and waved to Nick Pin. Nick Pin couldn't see his movements. So naturally there is no response. It turned out to be a mistake. Absalom breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his lust began to dominate his brain again, and he leaned towards Nami with a smile on his face. But at the moment when he was about to open his mouth, Nick Pin gently pulled Nami behind him, then activated the rubber fruit ability with his right hand, and grabbed the guy in front of him directly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and an invisible figure was smashed hard on the deck. Nickpin couldn't see where he had caught, but he was sure that it was Absalom. Later, he shouted Usopp, "Sea stone. Coming." Usopp took out a half-moon-shaped sea stone from his carry-on bag. This sea stone is from Skypiea. It was originally inlaid on the blade of the Shandia warrior Wiper. When the Straw Hat pirates left, Usopp and Wiper exchanged gifts. At that time, Usopp wanted this sea stone. Usopp pressed the sea stone to where Nickpin was holding. Crash! An ugly figure appeared impressively. Ah! Seeing the disgusting creature in front of him who was neither human nor beast, Nami couldn't help but screamed. Especially when she thought about Nickpin's actions just now, she immediately understood that this disgusting creature wanted to get close to her just now. Suddenly, Nami felt nauseated. It's Absalom. Brook looked shocked, and looked at Nickpin in disbelief. Hey, hey, hey. You are so strong. You can find the existence of Invisible Man directly. Didn't Luffy just say that he want to help you regain your shadow? Do you believe in the strength of your new crewmates now? But, you don't even know who you are going to face. Although Brook marveled at the strength of Nickpin and others, in his heart, he still felt that Moria was more terrifying. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, let's land on the island now and go to level this ghost island. Seeing that Brook still didn't want to say it, Nickpin didn't force it either. Anyway, it's all about defeating Moria, so why not do it directly? You ignorant guys dare to flatten Lord Moria's island, you are really ignorant and fearless. At this time, Absalom, who was suppressed by the sea stone, shouted angrily. Luffy picked his nostrils, so, the one who took Brook's shadow is called Moria? Ha ha ha. You probably don't know yet, Master Moria is a great pirate with a bounty of 320 million belly, and he is even the current 7 warlords of the sea. Although he was caught, Absalom didn't have any fear. He firmly believed that as long as the other party knew how powerful Moria was, they would gladly let him go. Usopp was slightly surprised, 7 warlords of the sea. That's right. Are you scared now? Let me go immediately. Sorry. There are already 2 7 warlords of the sea who lost to our pirate team. It seems that today the number will be changed to 3. Usopp crouched down and gave Absalom the head. What? Hearing this, Absalom was surprised at first. There must be a limit to bragging. There are 2 7 warlords of the sea who have lost to you guys, why didn't you say that the 4 emperors also lost to you? But it does sound like bragging. Too lazy to talk to Absalom, everyone quickly decided on the division of labor. Luffy, Nickpin, Nami, Sanji, Frankie and Brook landed on the island, and the others guarded the ship. Have Usopp on board to prevent ghosts from sneaking around. Of course, Zoro should be fine too. It's just, Nickpin hasn't seen Zoro use Zanpakuto until now, he don't know how Zoro Wado has evolved. Before landing on the island, Nickpin checked the system mail. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy's strength in the world of the manga Akame ga Kill has been improved, and observation haki has been upgraded to a high level. You get its observation haki ability simultaneously. You get points too. Your fan Kobe has improved his world strength in the comic Demon Slayer, Zenitsu, and learned the Breath of Thunder, 3rd form, Thunder Swarm. You get its Thunder Breath 3rd form simultaneously, you get points for. Your manga fan Nami conquered the fire card in the world of manga Cardcaptor Sakura. You get the fire card ability simultaneously. You get points for. Your manga fan Usopp has cultivated the god-killing star Shikai ability Frost Star in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunemea. You simultaneously get the god-killing star Shikai ability Frost Star. You get points 3. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the comic Uzumaki Naruto biography, and has cultivated A-level ninjutsu Shadow Imitation. You simultaneously obtain A-level ninjutsu Shadow Imitation. You get 4 points. Luffy's 2-type haki has reached the advanced level, which is very good news. It is estimated that the distance from the 5th gear is getting closer. Kobe have trained the Thunder's Breath to the 3rd form, obviously his talent is not low. The Cloud card that Nami conquered this time is quite awesome, it is one of the 4 elements, the Fire card. If you want to compare, then it is equivalent to a Marimara fruit without side effects. Usopp's abilities come from Hat 60, Frost Nova. Robin wasn't as aggressive this time around. Before it was opened, there were 2 or 3 ninjutsu, but this time there is only 1. But, having said that, the 10 ninjutsu kings this time are quite high. Especially getting this jutsu right before the fight with Moria. Originally, Nick Pin had a shadow card in his hand, and Nick Pin could already compete with Moria's shadow fruit in terms of shadow ability. Now with shadow mimicry. Nick Pin silently felt sorry for Moria for a second. Chapter 166. A group of 6 people went ashore. With Zoro and Usopp on board, Nick Pin is very relieved. What's more, the pervert Absalom has been soaked in a barrel filled with seawater, so there is no need to worry about anyone being disgusted. Nick Pin have to say that this island is really a barren and bleak scene. There is a feeling of ruins everywhere. Because of the dense fog, it gives people an extremely gloomy sense of fear. This island, it really makes people feel uncomfortable. Frankie looked around, looking around, feeling a sudden chill. Yeah, the atmosphere is a bit creepy. Hearing the unknown cries from time to time, Nami shrunk her neck, and then simply grabbed Nick Pin's arm and put it on her shoulder. Well, this is more reassuring. Ah! I can protect the beautiful Nami-chan. Yo-ho-ho-ho, if necessary, I can do it. Brook also offered himself. Wow, haha. You two are really making fun of yourself. Bastard. You damn pervert, why are you as annoying as a green moss idiot? Hearing this, Sanji was furious, and then looked at Brook again, and you just joined, I'll teach you how to respect your senior. Galulyalu. Woo. At this moment, a bandaged 3-headed wolf suddenly appeared in the alley ahead. But to be precise, this should be a fake 3-headed wolf composed of a wolf head, dog head, fox head. Hey! It's Cerberus. The moment he turned his head, Luffy burst into a smile. He is holding a net bag for catching dragonflies in his hand, and he is about to go catch it. Hey! Wait! That doesn't seem to be a living creature. Isn't this just a dog? Luffy scratched his head, not feeling the difference at all. Obviously not a normal dog. Okay, Nick Pin couldn't help but complain. Luffy's judgment is really confusing sometimes. And at this moment, Brooks said, it's the corpses of dogs, wolves, and foxes, but Moria's ability brought them back to life. Does Moria have such abilities? Isn't that better than your devil fruit? Yo ho ho. Brook whistled and shook his head. It's different, my resurrection is still my original consciousness, but Moria just stuffed the shadow of a living person into the corpse, giving the corpse the ability to move. Sanji suddenly understood, and he was surprised. So, your shadow was taken away and put in the body of the zombie? That's right, at the very beginning, the shadow will still maintain its own consciousness, but once it cannot return to the main body within a certain period of time, the memory belonging to the original owner will be slowly erased. Brook nodded, explaining. Damn bastard. Hearing that Moria's method was such a jerk, Nami couldn't help but clenched her little fist. While everyone is talking, Luffy has already tamed the wolf. Wahaha. Do you want to ride my new mount? Everyone refused without hesitation. That's a corpse. Only with a heart as big as yours can you sit so comfortably on top of a rotting corpse without any discomfort. By your account, what shadow use for this wolf? A human or a wolf? Ah. Nami opened his mouth, and suddenly felt that the 3 zombie wolves were more fascinating. It should be human. But in this sea, it is much more difficult to catch wolves than to catch people. Etc. Suddenly, Nami's eyes lit up, and she tilted her head to look at Nick Pin's profile. Could it be that you want to? There was no need for Nami to explain directly. Nick Pin knew that Nami understood what he meant, so he said with a smile, I want to try and see if I can get the shadow of this zombie wolf out of his body. It would be great if we could get it out. To put it bluntly, those shadows are equivalent to human souls. Who would want to be imprisoned in the bodies of these corpses? Although Sanji is a perverted cook, but the sense of justice in his heart is definitely there. Let me try. Nami volunteered, and suddenly shook her small hand, and the shadow card of Clow appeared. The next moment, magical energy instantly enveloped the 3 wolves. They saw the shadows of the 3 wolves stopped moving all of a sudden. Come out. Nami shouted, and forcibly controlled the shadows of the three wolves through magic energy, pulling them out. It was as if he was pulling a rather willful rubber band forcefully. After the shadow was stretched, it was trembling. Boo! Finally. With a clear sound, the shadows of the three wolves were suddenly pulled down. And it's not one shadow, it's three. They saw these three shadows, after a period of confusion, suddenly seemed to be attracted by some kind of natural attraction, and each of them drifted towards a certain direction. Without their shadows, the three wolves naturally turned into real corpses, collapsing with a crash. Ouch! Luffy didn't pay attention, and immediately rolled off the body of the three wolves. Yo-ho-ho-ho, this time I believe you guys really have the strength to compete with Moria. Seeing Nami's action, Brook can be said to be the most excited person. He took off his hat and bowed deeply to Nami. Beautiful Miss Nami, please allow me to beg you, help me find my shadow. Nami proudly raised her chin, no problem, count on me. Ah, Nami, you killed my new mount. Luffy got up from the ground with a very depressed expression on his face. Idiot. Nami-chan did something good, yet you still blame him. You have no heart. Sanji, the flower protector, was immediately angry with Luffy. Luffy sighed depressingly and had no choice but to continue walking forward with the net on his shoulders. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw a tree man drinking with a zombie horse unicorn, and exclaimed, "Wow! The old tree and the unicorn are drinking." He immediately rushed forward, grabbed the old man tree, and laughed loudly, "I got it." Frankie also picked up the unicorn zombie. "I caught it too, this is indeed a rarity." "Wow! Let me go." Luffy said excitedly, "Come and be a pirate with us." As soon as these words came out, everyone was furious. Stop recruiting random people. Luffy let go of the old master tree with a look of disappointment, and continued to explore the way forward. But suddenly... Negative. A strange hollow floated out from the woods ahead. Did you hear anything? Wow! The ghost is coming out. Ghost! Sanji and Frankie also stared wide-eyed. Nami subconsciously leaned against Nick Pin, the corners of her mouth trembling slightly. Brook is fine. Huh. They can still dance. And the number is still increasing. Luffy opened a mouthful of teeth, and suddenly felt that the ghost was not scary anymore. Wow, huh. I want to catch these big white ghosts and raise them. Immediately, he picked up the big net bag and went to catch the ghost. But the net bag passed through the ghosts, but couldn't reach them. It can't be touched. Coming to Frankie next to Luffy, he was surprised, and then he opened his mouth. Rumble. The fierce flame instantly enveloped the ghost. But the next moment, the ghosts emerged from the fire. No, it's useless. Frankie was about to step back when a ghost passed through his body. No, I can't do this, I can't do anything, I don't have the confidence to live, so let's just die. Frankie sighed dejectedly, lying on the ground, looking like he was going to die. Hey! Just because the ghost can't be touched, there is no need to be depressed to this level. Afterwards, Luffy also knelt on the ground with a dejected face. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can become a shell, I just want to die. What are you guys doing? Seeing this, Nami was immediately annoyed. At this point, you guys still messing around? Immediately, she rushed over and was about to knock the heads of the two of them. Whoosh! A ghost passed through her body. Ah! How can I be worthy of Nick Pin? He is so handsome, strong and perfect. Puff! Sanji spurted out a mouthful of blood. Click! Heartbroken. Nick Pin didn't expect that Nami would actually say these words after the negative ghost. He guessed she will die of embarrassment later. At this time, the negative ghost floated towards them again. Not good. It must be the ghosts of these ghosts. Get back. Sanji reacted immediately and quickly reminded everyone. However, Nick Pin holds the god-killing star in his hand, and his spiritual power is surging. Whoosh! 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 Several negative ghosts were immediately destroyed one by one. Ah! In the castle in the distance, there was an exclamation. Chapter 167. Ah! In the castle, a girl wearing a crown and pink twin ponytails uttered a scream. Her eyes are dark, her skin is fair and strange, holding a small red umbrella in her hand. She looks like a vampire in a medieval castle. Although she is only a girl, she is actually one of the 3 cadres under Moria's command. The ability user of the Horo Horo no Mi, Perona. The moment the negative ghosts were wiped out just now, Perona instantly became weak. Although the elimination of those ghosts will not hurt Perona, it will consume a lot of Perona's physical strength. The key is, the situation of these negative ghosts made Perona feel scared. On the Going Merry before, Nickpin eliminated a surveillance ghost. But since Perona isn't there, she only knows that one of her watch ghosts has disappeared, but doesn't know how. Now seeing with her own eyes that someone can easily destroy her ghost makes Perona terrified. Although she is a cadre under Moria, it is only a cooperative relationship. If there is an enemy too powerful that even Moria can't compete, Perona will not foolishly die. Let's hide for a while. If the power of these people threatens Moria, then I'll run away. Thinking of this, Perona hurriedly started packing up. The other side. Luffy, Franky and Nami are extremely awkward. Luffy grinned and roared, "If that ghost appears again next time, I will definitely destroy them. They must have weaknesses. See how I deal with them." Nami is the most embarrassing. Ah ha ha. Nickpin laughed and whispered in Nami's ear, "It's okay, I like your cute and shy girl very much." Hearing what Nickpin said, Nami's embarrassment suddenly became better. But, this place really stinks. Luffy regained his sanity at this time. He sniffed the air, and suddenly felt nauseous. This island is almost full of corpses, no wonder it stink. Fortunately, it's gloomy here all day long. If there is sunshine, the smell can easily be worse. Let me set it on fire. Franky's arm popped out, and a flamethrower appeared, dousing the ground all at once. Ah! Ah! It's hot! Where the fire burned, a large number of zombies crawled out of the ground. Their bodies were steaming. Instantly made the whole air even more stinky. You stupid! Sanji was furious. Ice Age. Nami immediately pressed down with her palm, and the magic power of the freeze card surged. The cold air rushed to the ground in an instant. Ka. The surrounding temperature dropped below 0 in an instant, and the ground froze into ice in an instant, spreading far into the past. Wherever they passed, the zombies that had just crawled out of the ground were all ice into ice cubes. This time, even the air has become much fresher. Wow! Still Nami-chan is amazing. Sanji had little red hearts in his eyes, and a flattering expression on his face. Let's also rescue the shadows in these zombies by the way. Nickpin reminded, and then began to use the power of the shadow card. Nami also immediately followed Nickpin's actions. One after another, shadows emerged from the bodies of these zombies, and then floated in other directions. Why does this shadow float towards that forest? Franky looked at the direction in which the shadow was flying, and looked around curiously. Yo-ho-ho-ho, that forest is a good place for shade. If I'm not mistaken, it must be because there are many victims hiding in that forest. Brooke said analytically. Wow! My shadow is back. Mine is back too. My God! A miracle really happened. I thought I was going to be stuck here for the rest of my life. It must be a miracle. At this moment, a lot of cheers were heard from the woods. Hey! Someone really is there. Luffy looked over in surprise, and then smiled happily. A group of people walked all the way toward the castle while freezing the environment. When they got to the front of the castle, there was already a world of ice behind them. Moria! Get out of here! Give Brook back his shadow! Luffy yelled at the castle without any bells and whistles. This is his style. With the addition of Haki's external sound, Luffy's roar was like thunder, directly waking up all the zombies in the castle. Moria, who was sleeping soundly, woke up suddenly. He rubbed his relaxed sleepy eyes and muttered to himself in a daze, am I dreaming? Yes, in Florian Triangle, how could someone break in here? What's more, he dared to shout at me in that tone. But his voice just fell. Moria! Get out! Luffy's roar was like thunder. Nanny! At this moment, Moria sat up suddenly, with a shocked expression on her face. Bastard! Someone really shouted at me. Moria immediately looked at the two picture scroll zombies on the wall, and ordered, "Go, tell Absalom and Perona to come see me." With Moria's order, two bat zombies flew out of the scroll and rushed out of the window. What a bastard. Someone broke into this place and disturbed my sweet dreams. I will never let them go lightly. Moria is very angry now. In his opinion, it must be the fault of Absalom and Perona for the enemy to break into here. With the devil fruit ability of those two people, no one should be able to break into the island. Taking a step back, even if someone really broke in, then at least he should be notified immediately. Why not let him be woken up by the shouts of the enemy? Boom! Boom! At this time, the glass on the window burst suddenly, and two stones flew in and landed at Moria's feet. But when Moria's eyes fell on these two stones, he suddenly turned pale with shock. Because this is not a stone at all, but the ice cubes of the two bat zombies that flew out just now. All the zombies connected to him were ice, and Moria's anger soared. But suddenly, etc. This ice? Moria's complexion suddenly changed. Akiji, what is he here for? Without any doubt, Moria was sure that Akiji was coming. Clatter. He turned into a wave of shadow bats and flew out. Outside the castle. Here we go. This is Moria. Seeing these shadow bats, Brook immediately reminded everyone to be careful. Aha! Moria is not human. Luffy tilted his head, his face full of question marks. Fool! You are not human. Angry roars came from the group of shadow bats, and when they landed, they turned into Moria. Hey! How did he become an onion again? Puff! Ha ha ha! The crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates were suddenly amused by Luffy's question. Ah! Moria felt her blood pressure soaring. This is the intruder that came out of nowhere. He decided to stop talking nonsense like this. Instead, he looked around and asked coldly, "Where is Akiji?" Ayo, what Akiji? Luffy's expression became serious again. He put one hand on his hip, pointed at Moria with the other hand, and asked, "Where is Brook's shadow?" Stop talking nonsense. Answer me first, where is he? Seeing that the entire island is a world of frost, Moria is really angry now. Although Akiji is a powerful marine admiral. But his current identity as Moria is 7 warlords of the sea, and he is united with Marine. He's going to really question Akiji why he's helping other people deal with him. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over Brook's shadow. Once Luffy's temper gets stubborn, no one can rein him. What Brook? I have no idea who you're talking about. Seeing that the little dwarf in front of him didn't know how to compliment, Moria scolded impatiently. Akiji! Come out to me. You turn my island into this, what do you want? Wow, ha! Ha ha! When they saw Moria, they recognized Akiji, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates burst into laughter. Actually, Nami was about to tell the truth, but was interrupted by Nickpin. Then, Nickpin simply added insult to injury and said flickeringly, "Akiji just left." Left? Hearing this, Moria didn't doubt it. After all, here is what Ice Fruit did. And he yelled several times just now, but Akiji didn't show up. Other than that Akiji was gone, it couldn't be any other reason. Moria asked coldly, "Why did he freeze my island?" How could I know? Nickpin spread his hands, and said disdainfully, "Maybe, he probably thinks you are ugly." Ah! Moria can't take it anymore. These guys. Say he is an onion, then say he is ugly. They keep mocking him. Die for me. A fierce look appeared on his large shoehorn-like face. He grabbed the void beside him, and a black shadow condensed from his hand. Multi-Shadow Horn Gun. Chapter 168. What is that? Frankie looked shocked, and immediately put on a defensive posture. Stop. Nami's magic power surged, and she pointed at the flying shadow horn guns. They saw those flying shadow horn guns instantly freeze in the air. Scatter. Nami whispered again. They saw that the shadow horn gun turned into a cloud of shadow energy and dissipated. Oh! Seeing this scene, Luffy was as happy as a child, clapping his hands and shouting. Nami is amazing. Yo ho ho! Brook also hummed happily. Nanny! Moria's eyeballs are about to pop out. He couldn't believe what he just saw. That is one of his most proud attack. Since he developed this ability, he will use the shadow horn gun in almost every battle. Although sometimes it will be blocked by others, but this situation of being cancelled by others is the first time in so many years. Damn it! You little girl, what did you do to my shadow gun? Realizing that these little guys in front of him were not as simple as they appeared on the surface, Moria became vigilant. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over Brook's shadow first. Nami didn't want to say anything more to him, so he immediately turned back. Moria is really upset today. These people. One or two talking arrogantly will die. You really don't care about me, Moria. You bastards. I'll show you my true skill, and teach you the meaning of fear. With that said, he released a large number of shadow bats. Shadow box. These shadow bats all flew towards Nami's direction. But before they came to Nami, Nami pointed again, scatter. Just like the sound of bubble gum bursting, these shadow bats suddenly exploded one by one. Then it turned into scattered shadow energy, matching. This is impossible. This time, Moria's mouth opened as big as a dipper. He looked at Nami in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. How? Stunningly patted her own face, Moria was a little suspicious of life's opening. Who are you? How come you have the same ability as mine? What devil fruit ability? She used hockey to clean up your shadow. Hey. Really? Luffy believed it first, and widened his eyes, teach me. Don't get in the way, Sanji directly dragged Luffy over. As soon as Nickpin spoke, Sanji knew that Nickpin was trying to fool Moria. But Luffy is not stupid. Sanji felt a headache. Yes. Isn't it just relying on hockey? It's such a simple thing, you just need to learn a little bit. Hey hee hee. Moria grinned. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? I don't know about hockey, although hockey can resist devil fruit to a certain extent, but to directly control my shadow power, that is absolutely impossible. As a guy with a non-low IQ, it is certainly impossible for Moria to believe such nonsense. You do not believe? Hearing this, Nickpin grinned, and then waved. Come on, use your shadow ability on me now, and I'll show you how our hockey can broken shadow too. Moria frowned. This guy. Seriously. With such a confident appearance, can hockey really be able to crack the shadow ability? No. Impossible. He must be bluffing. Thinking of this, Moria waved her hand, double shadow horn gun. 2 sharp shadow horn guns swished towards Nickpin. Stop. Nickpin pointed. In order to act more realistically, he wrapped hockey around his arm and released some hockey by the way. How can this be? Seeing that not only Nami can do it, but also Nickpin can do it, Moria really can't do it. Scatter. When Nickpin moved again, he saw the 2 shadow horn guns dissipate. Damn it. You guys are weird. I won't play with you guys today. Everything is so weird today. Want to run? Hand over Brook's shadow. Luffy rushed up with a stride, his fist stretched back. Gomu Gomu no elephant gun. A shot is a big move. The huge fist, wrapped in the jet black armament hockey, slammed into Moria's back like a speeding train. FK. Seeing Luffy's attack momentum, Moria murmured in her heart. These people. It seems that everything is so simple. But. Your attack seems scary, but it's useless to me. Moria ran for some distance and realized that he couldn't dodge Luffy's attack, so he stopped and turned to face Luffy's attack. Shadow. Boom. Luffy's fist hit him instantly. With a whoosh, Luffy's fist went straight through, and slammed heavily on the opposite castle wall. Rumble. This half of the castle just collapsed. Ah! Moria's roar erupted from a corner. And the Moria hit by Luffy just now turned into a black shadow without any entity. It's not elemental either, so armament hockey can't capture the solidity of the shadow either. Moria originally just wanted to get rid of the golden cicada by relying on the ability of the shadow fruit, and deal with Luffy. But he didn't expect that Luffy's punch directly blasted half of his castle, and he was so angry. But this also strengthened his idea of running away immediately. Without a second's hesitation, Moria turned and ran. But as soon as he took a step, his feet seemed to be firmly bound by something, and he couldn't lift his feet at all. What happened? He looked at his feet and couldn't see anything at all. But that powerful binding force is real. Damn! Guy with a straw hat, what did you do? Moria looked at Luffy and asked in shock. Huh? Luffy scratched his head and said with a confused face, I don't know, I didn't do nothing. Moria looked again at Sanji, Frankie and Brook. We didn't do it either, the three waved their hands quickly. It's you two. Moria's eyes fell on Nickpin and Nami. It shouldn't be me. Nami spread her hands, expressing her ignorance. It's me. Nickpin smiled, I've been waiting for your shadow to appear, and it's finally here. They saw that Nickpin was making a special seal gesture, and the shadow under his own feet was now connected to the shadow that Luffy missed just now. Others don't know, but Nickpin definitely knows that that shadow is Moria's own shadow. Moria can switch his body and shadow at will, so as to achieve a physical invincibility effect. This ability was defeated by Nickpin in front of the shadow imitation technique. If you use the shadow card of the Clow card, although it can also affect Moria's shadow, it can't achieve such a good effect. He was able to easily control Moria's shadow ability just now, that's because those are all shadow energy areas. And Moria, as a shadow fruit user, his control over his own shadow is strong. Nickpin tried it just now, and Moria's shadow couldn't be shaken by just using the shadow card. But when shadow mimicry is connected to Moria's shadow, the effect appears. Certainly. This effect cannot be fully controlled. After all, this is Moria, who also plays shadows. If it is someone else, then complete control can be achieved. Nickpin controls Moria's shadow, which is equivalent to controlling Moria's body. Luffy, knock him down now. Good. Luffy's fist stretched back again. Gomu Gomu no elephant gun. The huge fist was like a small hill, blasting towards Moria in front. Ah! Bastard! Moria was extremely anxious and fought desperately. But even though he was able to pull his heels slightly, he couldn't break free completely. Hateful! With an unwilling roar, Moria stared helplessly at Luffy's fist. Come with a bang. Chapter 169. Boom! Moria was punched into the ruins, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He struggled to get up, wanting to fight back, but his shadow was firmly restrained by Nickpin. As a result, he can only do some small auxiliary movements, basically a target. Luffy, keep attacking, as long as you knock him unconscious, all the shadows should be released. Nickpin said while controlling Moria. Good. Hearing this, Luffy blew on his right hand again, and attack again. Ah! Damn it! Moria's face was shocked. He had already felt the power of this punch just now. If he was to be punched again now, he felt that he should not be able to bear it. As a big pirate who once fought with Kaido in New World, Moria doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. With a movement of his palm, a pair of shiny scissors appeared in his hand. Shadow cut. Without any hesitation, Moria picked up his own shadow and could cut it off directly. Clatter. Moria turned into a bunch of bats and fled in all directions when Luffy's fists came crashing down. FK. Seeing Moria's actions, Nickpin admired Moria's decisiveness. This guy actually cut off his own shadow so simply, he is really worthy of the title of Big Pirate. You know, when Moria's shadow is on him, there is no way for Nickpin and Nami to control Moria's shadow with the power of the shadow card. But now, the shadow of Moria is cut off by himself. In this way, this shadow is temporarily unowned. Whether it is Nickpin or Nami, as long as they use the power of the shadow card a little, they can completely capture Moria's shadow. This is Moria's shadow, Nami, I'll give this to you. Nickpin used shadow imitation to control Moria's shadow and came to Nami. Shadow card. The magic power of the Clow card floated in Nami's hand, completely capturing Moria's shadow. Moria. Now your shadow is in our hands. We trade your shadow for Brook's, au pair. Luffy clenched his fists, looked at Moria who was already standing far away, and wanted to seek a deal. Hey hee hee. What are you thinking about? Mariah grinned, and looked at the Straw Hat pirates with a confident look on his face. You stupid rookie adventurers, don't you think that you have won the battle just now? You lost even your own shadow, so is there any chance of turning things around? Frankie pointed to the shadow of Moria controlled by Nami, and asked excitedly. Hey hee hee. Then let you guys really open your eyes. With a relaxed smile on his face, he spread his hands and shouted, Shadow Asgard. As soon as his voice fell, jet-black shadows suddenly appeared on the ground, like ghosts, frantically gathering towards Monia. What's this? When several shadows passed under his feet, Frankie jumped up with a cry. Where are there so many shadows? Sanji also raised his feet, and seemed to feel that those shadows were a bit penetrating. Hee 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 hee. These shadows are collected by me over the years, and I usually put them in the bodies of zombies to build my zombie army, but when I take all these shadows back into my body, these shadows it will become part of my strength. While speaking, as shadows continued to pour into Moria's body, his size also continued to enlarge. In the blink of an eye, Moria, who was originally about 7 meters tall, soared to a height of more than 10 meters in an instant. Of course, his figure is also several circles thicker than before. Now, I have gathered the power of 100 shadows, do you know how terrifying this is? With strength in hand, Moria is not busy now. He looked at the people of the Straw Hat Pirates, raised his arm, and showed them the power he had just gained. Oh! Wow! Luffy's eyes widened, interested in Moria's form of gaining power. Wahaha! Come on, let's fight again. Luffy ready to fight again. But Nick Pin smiled and pulled Luffy back, don't bother. To tell you the truth, I'm waiting for him to use this trick. Hey! Luffy tilted his head, and several question marks appeared. Stop being brave. You have worked so hard to control one of my shadows, and now I have 100 shadows, what can you do? Ahaha. Your shadow is difficult to control. That's because you are a person with the ability of the shadow fruit. But the shadows you absorb now are just the shadows of ordinary people. Nick Pin spread his shoulders and said with a smile, I believe you are a smart person, so I don't need to say anything. Click. Hearing what Nick Pin said, Moria was shocked. It seems it makes sense. Immediately, he planned to strike first. Shadow Asgard Fist. An arm that was 7 or 8 meters long slammed in the direction of Nick Pin and Nami. Moria is not an idiot. From the battle just now, he can understand that the two people who have the ability to restrain him are Nick Pin and Nami. If these two people are dealt with first, then this battle will be a sure win. Useless. Nick Pin curled his lips, then pointed to Moria's arm, stop. As soon as these words came out, Moria's arm stopped instantly as if a switch had been pressed. Bastard. Realizing that he was in serious trouble, Moria quickly swung his other arm, trying to attack Nick Pin. Then Nami pointed with a small finger, stop. Immediately, Moria's arm also stopped. Afterwards, Nick Pin looked at Luffy, Luffy, it's time for you to perform, give me all the shadows in his body. Ha! Good. This kind of thing is Luffy's favorite. Gomu Gomu no pistol. The arm stretched, and then slammed into Moria's stomach. Pfft. One punch made Moria squirt wildly. They saw black shadows spurting out of his mouth fiercely like gastric juice. Ha! Can you still do this? You are so funny. Sanji immediately opened the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates, and rushed up with one step. Leaf Whirlwing. The terrifying force kicked Moria's mouth. Pfft. Another large number of shadows were sprayed out. I want to try it too. Frankie's arm turned into a hammer, and when he caught Moria, he gave him a hard hammer attack. Pfft. Bastards. Moria's beaten shadow vomited blood together, almost collapsed. He is a majestic 7 warlords of the sea, a big pirate who once fought against Kaido, and now he has become the target of this group of rookies. What's more, when they beat Moria, they even exchanged experience with each other, talking about how to punch more shadows. Yo ho ho WW. Suddenly, a shadow floated out and made such a soft humming sound. My shadow. Brook rushed up quickly and grabbed the shadow of the combination. Yo ho ho. I can see the sun again. Here, Luffy punched more than 10 punches in a row, and saw that there was no shadow coming out. You nasty bastard, it's time to beat you up. Luffy stepped on his feet, and the black hockey soon covered his whole body. Rubber Rubber Super Great Ape King Gun. With a run-up sprint, the Ape King gun, which was as big as a castle, hit Moria's body. Boom! Moria's fat body is like a rocket, soaring straight into the sky. Chapter 170. Leaving the Moria ship island, the Going Merry sailed in the direction of the Sabaody archipelago. This trip didn't yield much, they just caught an Absalom worth tens of millions. Perona never showed up from start to finish. Moria gets punched by Luffy, flies away. But it's a pity, because Moria is still 7 warlords of the sea. Even if he is brought to the marine base, there is no way to exchange him for bounties. But Nickpin did manage to find Ryuma corpse that collapsed after Brook got his shadow back. He saved the sword and the corpse, maybe he can return it later to Wano. In the manga studio. Yo ho ho, Brook pushed the door open and bowed to Nickpin in a very gentlemanly manner. I heard that there is something good for me, what an exciting news. Well, take this manga and read it. Nickpin pushed forward a comic book on the table. Manga? Hearing this, Brook was a little surprised. Do all the people on our ship read this? On the way to the manga studio just now, Brook passed the reading room and found that several crewmates were holding the manga in the reading room and reading them. Pirates reading manga? This kind of thing is really unbelievable. Ouch! When Brook got the manga book, he saw a skull on a motorcycle on the cover. The skull's eyes, ears, and mouth are full of fire. Dear Mr. Nickpin, you are really good at picking. I am very interested in this manga book. Yahohoho. Although he didn't know why Nickpin gave him the manga book for, but when he saw that the protagonist of this manga was also a skeleton, Brook still had a strong interest. Obviously, this manga book was drawn by Nickpin specially for Brook, and it was just finished yesterday. After Brook left, Robin walked in with Mary. Dad hugs. The slender little heel twitched a few steps, and Mary jumped onto Nickpin's body. Oh, Nickpin subconsciously stood up and picked Mary up. Let me see if our Mary has grown beautiful again. Nickpin hugged Mary and walked to the mirror, and gave a baby shake. By the way, why did you bring Mary here all of a sudden? As if thinking of something, Nickpin turned to look at Robin. Dad, I'm hungry. Before Robin could speak, little Mary explained why they came. Hey. Hungry? This was the first time that Mary said she was hungry after eating Adam Tree last time. On weekdays, Mary also eats 3 meals a day, just like a normal person. Then let Sanji uncle cook you a big meal, okay? Nickpin supported Mary with one hand, and gently scratched Mary's nose with the other hand. Robin immediately said, no, she probably wants to eat wood. Eat wood, eat wood. Mary put her arms around Nickpin's neck, shaking tenderly. I want to eat wood again. Hearing this, he suddenly thought about the course at this time, so he said, well, wait a moment, Mary, when you reach the island ahead, there will be a lot of wood. Yeah. Dad is so nice. Time flies, and a few days have passed. Going Merry sailed away from the Florian Triangle completely. In the manga studio, Nickpin checked the system mail. Your manga fan Nami conquered the dream card in the world of manga cardcaptor Sakura. You get the dream card ability simultaneously. You get points too. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography, and armament hockey has been promoted to a high level. You gain its armament hockey ability simultaneously. You get points 5. Your manga fan Usopp has cultivated the ability of Shirkai, the god-killing star, Tentikra in the world of the manga Bleach Otsunemeya. You simultaneously get the god-killing star Shirkai ability Tentikra. You get points 5. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography, and he has cultivated A-level ninjutsu clone explosion jutsu. You simultaneously obtain A-level ninjutsu clone explosion jutsu. You get 4 points. Your manga fan Frankie has improved his world strength in the manga Genos biography, and gain high-voltage electric current fist. You get high-voltage current punches simultaneously. You get 4 points. Your fan Brook has improved his strength in the world of the manga Ghost Rider, and gain the Hellfire. You simultaneously gain Hellfire. You get 5 points. The Dream card is a Clow card that can predict dreams. The effect of this Clow card is remarkable. It can also come in handy at critical times. On Zoro's side, after Luffy, his 2-type hockey has finally reached the advanced level. Judging from the current situation, he and Luffy can reach the level above T1 in this world just by relying on their attainments on Haki. The ability Usopp got this time is a very good perception system Baikud ability. From the 77th of Baikud Tentikra Heavenly Charged Skynet. This ability uses Ryatsu to search for, capture, and transmit information on the locations of multiple targets. It can be said that if Usopp uses this ability well, it will be no less than the Advanced Observation Haki. The ability Robin got this time is Clone Explosion Jutsu, which is one of the A-level ninjutsu that Itachi is very good at using. Use Shadow Clone as bait to lure your enemies into the trap. If the enemy attacks his clone, the powerful explosion will blast the opponent. Especially for Robin, she can use a large number of arms to use Seal at the same time, create a terrifying number of Shadow Clone, and then make these Shadow Clone explode. About a week after Frankie got the Genos biography, he finally succeeded in obtaining the ability from the mangas. Brooks' report card surprised Nick Pin. Only a few days after he got Ghost Rider, he have already gained Hellfire. Then next, this skeleton style will be so cool. Rumble. At this moment, the Going Merry suddenly vibrated violently. Nick Pin saw the outside from the window, and there were no islands or waves around. What's the situation? Of course, he will understand the next moment. Because Going Merry floated straight up into the sky. Nick Pin, it's bad. Our ship is floating in the air. Don't worry, what are everyone else doing? Nick Pin already knew what was going on in his heart, so he didn't hesitate at all. Except for Usopp observing from the watchtower, everyone else is reading manga at this point in time. Mary walked up to Nick Pin and asked again, "Do you need me to wake everyone up?" "No need." Nick Pin shook his head and put down the paintbrush in his hand. "Just right, the enemy that will appear soon, Usopp, you and I happen to be the most suitable to deal with him." "Hey. Do you know who it is?" "Nick Pin is too good. Even without going out to have a look, you know who the enemy is?" Actually, it's not hard to guess, the ability of Devil Fruit that can float a pirate ship as big as ours is actually just one or two. And the one who can do this kind of thing in this sea area is basically the fruit ability user who escaped from the Impel Down 20 years ago Golden Lion Shiki. Nick Pin analyzed. "I see," Nami understood, walked to Nick Pin's side immediately, took his arm, and said with a happy face. "Then this time, the two of us will deal with the bad guys. And me, I want to fight bad guys with my dad too." Little Mary raised her little hand. "Okay. Let's join together, Mary." By the time they reached the deck, the Going Merry had already risen very high in the air. "Nick Pin, the situation is not good." Usopp spoke from the watchtower. "Chia ha ha." Suddenly, a wild laughter came from the sky. They saw a guy with disheveled hair, with two swords on his feet, floating in the air. Impressively official Golden Lion Shiki. "Hey hey hey. How did you manage to stand in the air?" "Chia ha 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 ha. I am a Fuwa no Mi user, and everything I touch will automatically fly." "Good guy." "Sure enough, as long as you are an ability user in the pirate world, if you like it, you can introduce your Devil Fruit ability." Outrageous. Seeing the three of them stunned below, Golden Lion laughed wildly. "You are under my control now. If I throw your pirate ship down, you will die." Then he went on to say, "Listen, as long as you listen to me and serve as my subordinates, you can live well." Looking at the confidence of Golden Lion Shiki, Nick Pin shrugged his shoulders, and then looked at Usopp. "Usopp, the safety of the Going Merry is entrusted to you, as for the fighting ahead, leave it to Nami and me." "Okay." Usopp does a confident look. "Chia ha ha." Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly. "Hey, you cute little rookies, where did you get your confidence?" He looked at Nick Pin with a mocking look. "If you knew who I am, you wouldn't be able to say such things. Now, I'm in the air, and you don't even have a chance to attack me. What are you using against me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a pair of small wings growing out of Nick Pin and Nami's backs and flew up. "Did someone ever tell you that your bounty is really attractive?" Although Golden Lion Shiki's current strength is not as good as before, but with his previous achievements, if he is handed over to Marine now, Nick Pin might be able to get more than 1,billion belly. Just came out of the Florian Triangle, did not earn any extra money, Nick Pin is depressed. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion Shiki will come to his door on its own initiative. Good man. Chapter 171. Nanny. Suddenly seeing Nickpin and Nami flying up at the same time, Golden Lion opened his mouth wide in shock. Hey, hey, hey. What's going on with you two? You obviously don't have the ability to use Fuwa no Mi on you, how did you fly? Fuwa no Mi ability? Isn't flying something many people can do? Bastard. Go to hell. Wave. They saw the sword under Shiki feet slashed forward, and a wave of sword energy slashed straight at Nickpin. Then Shiki attacked backwards with the other foot, and another wave of sword energy went straight to Nami. Shields. Shields. Nickpin and Nami having the same idea of using their shields card at the same time. Nami is so happy. This is probably the legendary tacit understanding. The two sword-slashing waves hit the energy barrier formed by the shield without causing any ripples. What? What is this devil fruit ability? Although his current strength has degraded, but compared to Rookie in Paradise, he should be the strongest one. Even for him now, the slashing wave of sword energy released by him is definitely not something that anyone can block. The two people in front of Shiki looked very young, and they didn't seem to be that strong at all. Ignoring Golden Lion's doubts, Nickpin looked directly at Nami. How about we give him a world of ice and fire? Okay. Nami is also very interested in Nickpin's proposal. Immediately, she flipped her small hand, and the fire card of the Clow card appeared in her hand. A large number of flame rushed towards the Golden Lion in an instant. What? Fire attack? Golden Lion was taken aback, and quickly used his armament haki fully. At the same time, he retreated quickly, trying to avoid the edge of the flame. Only. A cold chill suddenly struck from behind him. Golden Lion turned his head and looked. The air behind him froze into ice in an instant, and came towards him. Ice. Golden Lion Shiki was dumbfounded, he couldn't believe what he saw. The old man has been hiding for a while now. Has one of the Marine Admirals died already? If Marine Admiral Akiji hadn't died, his ice fruit would never have fallen into the hands of others. Lion Majesty Air Roll. Without any hesitation, Golden Lion hastened to activate his skill. The surrounding air seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, crushed to one place in an instant, and appeared at the feet of the Golden Lion. The air condensed into the shape of a lion, and it jumped up violently, pushing the Golden Lion up. Hulyulu. Ka. The ice and the flame collided together at this instant, and the terrifying energy ripples caused the surrounding air to emit terrible noises. What the hell? Golden Lion cursed angrily, didn't stop there, and immediately flew upwards. Originally, he wanted to catch a group of newbie pirate, but I didn't expect to find a monstrosity instead. Hey! Old man, you fly so high, be careful of thunder. Chia ha ha. Thunder? Where would thunder be in this sunny day? Boy, you are quite a joker. Anyway, the Going Merry has already been touched by him. As long as he does not remove his ability that is acting on the Going Merry, he can control the ship to float upwards. In his opinion, when the time comes, these two little bastards will come and beg him to let the crew on this ship go. Hack. In the clear sky, a bolt of lightning crashed down. Nanny. The whole body was covered in pitch-black scorched smoke. Golden Lion Shiki was almost stunned by thunder. Why did he was struck by thunder suddenly? Hack. Before he could think about it, the second bolt of lightning fell and hit him accurately. This time, no matter how stupid he is, he understands that these two lightning bolts were created by the two pirate below. He didn't have time to think about why the ability users of Maramara fruit and Ice fruit could release lightning. All he wanted now was to run away as soon as possible. Lion Majesty Release. Golden Lion immediately relieved the buoyancy acting on the Going Merry. You two bastards, you brought this on yourself. Keep chasing if you have the ability. Shiki can't believe you, those two don't care about the life and death of the rest of the crew. Immediately, the Golden Lion stopped escaping after gaining some distance, but looked down leisurely. But when he looked at it, he saw that Nickpin and Nami had already caught up. Hey, don't run away. Nickpin hugged Mary, and looked at Golden Lion playfully. Bastard. Your ship has fallen, can't you see it? Nami spread his hands. We are not blind, of course we saw it. Then you are not in a hurry at all? Golden Lion asked incredulously. What's the rush? There are trusty crewmates on board, they can handle it. Golden Lion frowned fiercely. Did they have some other monster to count on? It was also at this time that the Going Merry was about to hit the sea. Shiki saw a water blue energy net appear out of thin air. Duong. Dueng dueng dueng. The Going Merry landed on the net and bounced a few times before regaining its stability. The next moment, the net disappeared, and Going Merry fell less than a foot to the surface of the sea. The whole process was done in a moment, without any mistake. Golden Lion panicked even more. What kind of bad luck did he have, meeting such monstrosity pirate crew? Run away. Golden Lion desperately flew upwards, with the clouds above his head. As long as he entered the clouds, he could rely on the clouds to cover him. However, he hadn't been flying for long when he heard a voice coming from the clouds above. Gomu Gomu no elephant gun. Nickpin pushed through the clouds and mist, and a huge fist ascended to the sky. Boom! In a burst of violent noise, Golden Lion's body crashed like a cannonball. When Golden Lion was about to fall into the sea, Nickpin appeared beside him at a faster speed and picked its Shiki up. Back on the deck of the Going Merry, Nickpin threw the Golden Lion down. Hoochie hoochie. Wait. What do you want to do? Didn't we just said? We are interested with your bounty. At this time, Usopp skillfully brought a large bucket of seawater to make a cage. Wait. If my ability is blocked, then several islands in the sky will all fall down. You look like responsible young people, don't you care about the ordinary civilians on those islands? Seeing that the person in front of him was serious, Golden Lion hastily let out the last straw. Nickpin smiled slightly. Oh, since you said so, then you can put those islands down. Absolutely impossible. Unless you let me go first, I will consider whether to let the civilians on those islands go. As an old veteran, it is impossible for Golden Lion to hand over his advantage to the opponent first. Puff. Nickpin laughed. What are you laughing at? Golden Lion couldn't figure out what kind of ace Nickpin have in his hand to counter his advantage. I think you are very funny. We are pirates, you actually threatened me with the lives of some irrelevant people. A funny expression appeared on Nickpin's face. He raised his hand and gave Golden Lion a smack on the head. Tell me, are you stupid? Golden Lion couldn't refute. After thinking for a while, Nickpin said again, however, then again it's not our style to throw those civilians to death unjustly. I'll give you a chance to land those islands now. And I can guarantee that you will not be subjected to any torture before being handed over to Marine. Chia ha ha. Suddenly, Golden Lion laughed loudly. In the end, you still care about the lives of those people? Stupid little rookies, this is your weakness. Now I will give you a choice. One is to let me go immediately, or I will release all that island and make them fall to the sea. Killing all of them on that island. Boom. As soon as Golden Lion finished speaking, Nickpin grabbed the ship above his head. You like to give others choices, don't you? Then I will give you two choices now. One is to put these islands down safely immediately, and the other is to watch me unplug the steering wheel above your head. You bastard. Even as a veteran, Shiki still afraid to die, the steering wheel in his head was stuck there after the battle with Roger. The doctor said that if it was removed then he will die. Bastard. Come on, I dare you. Nickpin ignored Golden Lion's nonsense and started the countdown anyway. Nickpin skipped one and received it directly, then grabbed the steering wheel hard and pulled it up. FK. This little bastard is serious. Because the rudder is too tight, Nickpin pulls hard and directly lifts up the Golden Lion. Ah! Golden Lion let out a painful scream. Huh! The steering wheel still stuck. Nickpin pouted, stepped on Golden Lion's shoulder with one foot, and held the rudder with both hands at the same time. This time it should be free. With that said, he exerted his strength again. Stop! I yield, I yield. Still not wanting to die after all, Golden Lion could only compromise. With that said, Nickpin looked at the time. Within 1 minute, bring down all the islands, otherwise, you will give me have no choice. Damn! Golden Lion cursed in his heart. He really want to kill this guy. Soon, those islands landed in this sea area and took root. And Golden Lion also successfully lived in a seawater cage prepared for him by Usopp, and lived with Absalom in the prison cell at the bottom of the cabin. Chapter 172. A few days later, Going Merry came to Sabaody Archipelago. This can be said to be a paradise for the first half of the Grand Line. Now that they're here, it's time for everyone to have fun and relax. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Kaya's the Happy Four travel together. Sanji and Zoro are travel together. Frankie and the new Brook duo together. Robin travels alone, looking around. And Nickpin brought Nami and Mary to Grove 60. This is the marine base of the Sabaody Archipelago, where Nickpin intends to cash out the Golden Lion Shiki in Absalom. While the Golden Lion Shiki has a huge bounty, don't forget, this is the Sabaody Archipelago. A large number of bounty hunters gather here all year round, making a fortune by catching pirates who want to go to New World. You know, there are at least tens of millions of bounties for the pirates who can come here. If the marine base here does not maintain a money stack of more than 1 billion or 2 billion for a long time, it will definitely not be able to support such a large bounty reward. Stop! Seeing Nickpin and his party approaching, the marine guard immediately raised his hand, motioning to stop. Hello, we are bounty hunters, want to cash some bounties. Although the bounty order for Nickpin has already been announced, but the three wearing big sunglasses at this time, if they are not very familiar people, it is still not easy to distinguish. Exchanging bounty. Where are the pirates? Is it the two of them? Of course not, here they are. Nickpin smiled lightly, then passed his hand forward. The two Ryatsu energies were withdrawn, and the figures of Golden Lion and Absalom emerged. On the way here just now, in order to deceive people, Nickpin marked the Golden Lion and Absalom with the bent light star Bakudo 26, Kyako, making the two of them invisible. After all, no matter how bleak the Golden Lion's twilight years, its popularity is still very high. Huh. This person, wait. Ah. The Marine Guard suddenly recognized the Golden Lion, and immediately yelled in shock. His exclamation attracted a large number of Marine soldiers, thinking that someone was looking for trouble. What's wrong? What happened? Is someone here to make trouble? The Marine soldiers quickly surrounded Nickpin. No, that's Golden Lion Shiki. The Marine Guard just now pointed at the Golden Lion in horror and exclaimed. My God! It's really him. Since he escaped from Impel Down 20 years ago, there has been no news about him, almost everyone thinks he is dead. It's outrageous. It's amazing to be able to capture this legendary big pirate. After a while, the three of Nickpin finished the formalities and came out. Nami's two eyes have completely turned into the shape of belly, and she kept shouting, I got rich, I got rich. As expected of the marine base closest to Marineford, it's really rich. As soon as the two pirates exchanged, Nickpin's system space has an extra 1.5 billion belly. Although the Golden Lion's bounty has shrunk, Nickpin is already very satisfied. After all, Golden Lion Shiki is a gift from heaven. Dad, eat wood. Just after leaving the island where the marine base is located, Mary suddenly pointed to the mangrove tree and shouted. Do you actually want to eat the mangroves here? Nickpin was a little surprised. After subduing the Golden Lion Shiki before, Nickpin specially took Mary to board those islands. But what Nickpin didn't expect was that in those dense forests, there was not a single tree that caught Mary's eyes. And now, Mary actually asked to eat the mangrove. But the problem is, the entire Sabaody archipelago was born on the roots of the mangrove. If all the mangroves were eaten, the Sabaody archipelago would cease to exist. But it's rare for Mary to have a big appetite, can't she be disappointed? Nickpin thought for a while, and suddenly thought of something. You want to eat this kind of mangrove tree, right? Okay, be good, Mary, wait a little longer, and you will be able to collect a lot of mangrove in no time. Yeah. Dad is so nice. Hearing Nickpin's reassurance, Mary hugged Nickpin's side happily and kissed her. Let's go. Let's go to Grove 24 first, there is a gourmet restaurant there, let's satisfy Nami hunger first. I think it's you who want to satisfy your hunger, right? Nami walked up to Nickpin and took his arm. Don't you want to, you little greedy cat? Nickpin teased. Nami pinched Nickpin's big waist. Grove 34. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Kaya are already having fun in the amusement park here. Grove 24. After Zoro and Sanji came here to eat, Zoro still found himself lost on the way losing Sanji. He held a wine gourd in his hand, and walked forward while drinking, without realizing that the surrounding atmosphere was too silent. Obviously, there are people all over the street, but everyone is kneeling. Who is that guy? In the crowd, Scratchman Apu stared wide-eyed, looking at Zoro in disbelief. Captain, that is Zoro the pirate hunter from East Blue. Beside Apu, his crewmate informed him. He walked so swaggeringly in the middle of the road. Does he have any common sense? Beside him, Capone Beach frowned, damn, he's going to cause trouble. Next moment. Zoro had already gone face to face with the Tenryubito St. Charlos who was coming across. St. Charlos couldn't believe it, the guy in front of him walked up to him in such a swaggering way. What's the matter? Do you want to ask for directions? Nanny. The people kneeling on the ground around were all dumbfounded. They all opened their mouths wide open, like ghosts, all panicked and restless. Ask for directions. St. Charlos was blown away by this stupid critic, and he immediately drew his pistol. However, the moment he drew his gun, Zoro's aura suddenly changed. Chapter 173. Wanna shoot me? Then you can die. Zoro is too lazy to care who he is facing, as long as the other person want to make a move, then his sword will attack. But at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side, tackling Zoro to the side of the road. This figure can hit Zoro, obviously it is not an ordinary existence. It's one of the supernovas this time, Jewelry Bonnie. Big brother die. Did you offense the god? Then you can't blame anyone if you die. Don't forget to smear a handful of ketchup on Zoro's head. Thanks to Bonnie, otherwise it would have been miserable. That kid seems to be the pirate hunter Zoro of Straw Hat Pirate, Drake said with a sigh of relief. Capone Beach was smoking a cigar. I heard that those people are not normal, but who would have thought that they would have the audacity to kill Tenryubito? Hawkins looked over. He was rescued as fate intended, because there is no death on his fate right now. Scratchman Apu said with a shocked face, that kid just showed a murderous intention, he looks like a beast. Hey, that's not an ordinary monster. This kid seems to be the number 3 in their group, and the bounty is as high as 320 million bellis. The strange monk Urage grinned, and then said, his strength doesn't seem to be the 3rd place. Seeing Zoro being thrown to the ground by Bonnie, these supernovas were all relieved, thinking that the crisis was over. In the middle of the road. Did I hit him? St. Charlos looked at the gun in his hand with some differences, and asked in doubt. Why do I feel as if he has dodged it? Shaking his head in confusion, St. Charlos was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the front. Your feeling is not wrong, you really didn't hit him. That's what I though. It really seems to have missed. But why did this guy fall down after missing? St. Charlos looked at Zoro and Bonnie on the ground again, with anger in his tone. I guess, this is probably to show that your marksmanship is stink. Nickpin spread out his hands and said with a teasing smile. Ah! Bastard! He wiped the ketchup on his face and said angrily, what are you doing? This time. Everyone is stupid. FK. Bonnie has a skeptical attitude towards life. Originally, she just wanted to stop the incident that will cause Marine Admiral to appear. But you are not only ungrateful, but also implicated me. If it weren't for her ability that can change the appearance of her age at will, it would be really troublesome now. Damn. Look at that kid, won't he still want to attack the Tenryubito? Wait. Isn't the guy who exposed them the 2 guy on the Straw Hat crew? Pfft. It's him. A bounty of 370,000 belly is offered to the deputy captain, Nick Pin. What's the matter with their group? They actually exposed their accomplices to the Tenryubito when they were pretending? Why do I feel that he is more like wanting to see his accomplice attack the Tenryubito? Wow. Seems to be true. This pirate crew. Crazy. This pirate crew is a bunch of lunatics. When the surrounding pirates were shocked, St. Charlos found out that he had been fooled, and he was furious immediately. Damn bastard. How dare you lie to me? Go. Capture the 2 of them, I will turn them into my slaves. Yes. Several bodyguards in suits and leather shoes rushed up immediately. Trouble. Bonnie didn't think much, and immediately jumped into the crowd next to her. Ah. Seeing the existence that provoked the Tenryubito rushing towards them, all the pirates over there exclaimed in fright. But after exclaiming, they found that Bonnie had disappeared. Among the crowd, an old woman knelt tremblingly on the ground. Itoriu Lion Song. Zoro disappeared from the spot in an instant, and then appeared behind these bodyguards. Sanlong. Wado into the sheath. Puff. 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 Those bodyguards immediately splashed blood like a fountain. Then fell to the ground. Silence. The whole street suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Crazy. Killing Tenryubido's bodyguards in front of the Tenryubido is simply provoking the face of the Tenryubido. There is a saying that beating a dog depends on the owner. Ever since birth, St. Charlos has never met anyone who dares to disobey him. Not only did he see it today, but they even dared to kill his bodyguard. Bastard. Notify Marineford for me immediately, let them send Admiral here. Yes. The only remaining bodyguard beside him immediately took out the Den Den Mushi. But before he dialed it out, an arm was placed on his shoulder. What followed was that terrifying aura. Being able to become the bodyguard of the Tenryubido is obviously an ordinary person. Their perception of the two is still relatively keen. For example, the guy with his hand on his shoulder now is a terrifying existence. The bodyguard turned his head with a trembling face, and looked at the contented Nickpin. Nickpin unhurriedly took the Den Den Mushi from the bodyguard, and said to the bodyguard, "Open your mouth." Due to Nickpin's strong killing intent, the bodyguard didn't even dare to delay for a second, and obediently opened his mouth. Nickpin stuffed the Den Den Mushi into the bodyguard's mouth, and punched him in the chest. Boom. Grunt. The Den Den Mushi was swallowed by him. "You bastard, you are actually colluding with them. Go to hell for me." Good citizen, who helped him, but he was also a daring outlaw. He immediately raised the gun in his hand and shot Nickpin a few times. Nickpin turned a blind eye to this move, and walked directly towards the crowd beside him without even looking at the dead fat pig. A few bullets came chasing Nickpin, but were blocked by an invisible barrier, not even a single wave appeared. Nickpin walked to the side and grabbed a pirate on the ground. Ah! The pirate was guilty of being a thief, and suddenly yelled in shock. "Who are you? Someone attacked the Tenryubido, are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" Apparently, the voice of the Marine was on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. While the pirates don't necessarily know the Marineford Den Den Mushi number, the Sabaody Archipelago's marine base Den Den Mushi number is public. They only need to tell the marine base of Sabaody Archipelago about this matter, and it will naturally spread to Marineford. Oh. As a pirate, you actually report to Marine? You're really embarrassing us pirates. Nickpin stretched out his hand and slapped the pirate's face twice, his eyes showing contempt. However, the pirate insisted and shouted, "Marine already knows about this, if I were you, I run away quickly." "Hee, are you planning to use Marine Admiral as a backer?" Seeing the inexplicable self-confidence that suddenly emerged from this pirate, Nickpin couldn't help laughing. He turned his head, looked at Charlos, and activated the ability of Rubber Fruit. With a whoosh, the arm stretched out, and it punched Charlos directly on the head. Boom! The air cover that symbolized the identity of the Tenryubido was instantly smashed. The shattered glass pierced Charles Saint's face with blood. Hiss! When this scene appeared, everyone couldn't help but gasped. FK. That no. 3 kill the Tenryubido bodyguard. This no. 2-person directly punched the Tenryubido. Madman. Chapter 174. Under Nickpin's attack, Charlos himself was easily defeated. At this time, he was dragged to the front by Nickpin all of a sudden, and he regained consciousness from the bewilderment. "I am St. Charlos, and this pirate hit me. Send me an admiral here." After Charlos finished speaking, Nickpin said to the Den Den Mushi, "Just to add, we are now at Grove 24, Sabaody Archipelago, don't go to a wrong grove." Puff. Everyone is about to vomit blood. This guy. Are you afraid that the Marine Admiral will not be able to find the way? Ah. At this moment, St. Charlos suddenly let out another scream like killing a pig. Everyone wondered what happened, and they didn't see Nickpin beating him. However, when everyone's eyes shifted to the bottom, they realized that Nickpin had stepped heavily on Charlos St's feet. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Nickpin suddenly stuffed the Den Den Mushi into the mouth of St. Charlos. Immediately afterwards, Nickpin punched Charlos in the chest. Grunt. The Den Den Mushi went into the stomach of St. Charlos so smoothly. Everyone is deluded. This guy seems to be quite keen on feeding Den Den Mushi to others. St. Charlos almost lost his breath when he was punched by Nickpin, and immediately fell to the ground, clutching his mouth and twitching around. Nickpin looked back at the pirate who just made a small report, grabbed his head, and smashed it to the ground with a bang. I don't want to get my hands dirty, so you just lie here obediently and wait for the marine to take you away, but, if you dare to move, I'll let Zoro cut you. After saying this, Nickpin let go of his hand. Hey! It was obviously you who beat him, why did you let me guard him? I said, this incident was caused by you. It's just for you cut someone down, what a big deal. Zoro thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Captain, help me. The pirate who reported just now was lying on the ground and did not dare to move, but he still tried to ask for help. Hearing this, Nickpin's gaze immediately followed the pirate's gaze. Oh yo! It turned out to be a guy from the Hawkins Pirates. According to normal logic, when his crewmate was bullied, as the captain, he should intervene. But in the face of these two lunatics who dared to fight even the Tenryubito, Hawkins didn't want to intervene at all. If the crewmate dies, he will die, but don't get involved in matters related to Tenryubito. But at this time, when he heard his crewmate calling him, Hawkins' face turned livid. He has no choice but to stand up. Otherwise, he will lose his reputation. Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, you're a supernova anyway, so don't argue with a fool who doesn't know what's good. Hawkins faced Nickpin and confronted him. Oh! How can you say that you plan to stand up for him? Hawkins is not a fool, and he can clearly hear a hint of threat in this tone. But he is not afraid of threats. Instead, he chuckled and said, Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, you don't need to speak to me in such a threatening tone, the divination shows that I won't die today. Really? How about you do the calculation again now? What's your death rate? Nickpin raised his eyebrows and teased. Hearing this, Hawkins really counted. However, when the hexagram came out, his face was shocked. No. He must have miscalculated. He was so scared that he quickly counted again. This time the result is 0. FK. Hawkins suddenly realized something was wrong. He suddenly looked up at Nickpin. Do you understand now? Fortune-telling is all about predictions. Since it is a prediction of the future, it can be changed at any time, just like just now, whether you die or not depends only on whether I move or not. A burst of coldness instantly split from the back. In front of Nickpin, Hawkins felt deeply powerless. Horrible. This is absolutely crushing strength. As a supernova, Hawkins never dreamed that the gap between himself and another supernova would be so outrageous. Okay, I see. Hawkins nodded obediently, and he made a gesture of invitation, my subordinate is not sensible, so I let you clean it up. Ah! Captain! Hearing this, the pirate lying on the ground cried out in despair. Admiral is coming soon, so I won't accompany you crazy people, let's go first. With that said, Hawkins left with his other pirates' crew. That guy just took his people away like this. Even his own crew members are dying, such a waste is worthy of being the captain. Capone Beach took a puff on his cigar, and tea spit on the ground. Ah, blah, blah. It's impossible for that guy not to know this unspoken rule, right? But he still chose not to save him. What did he get out of his fortune-telling just now? Scratchman Apu looked puzzled. Afterwards, he suddenly realized that Admiral was coming soon, and hurriedly left with his people. The no, too suppressed the captain so much that he didn't dare to resist at all, he was so strong that he had nothing to say. The strange monk Urich smiled and left. Soon, all the pirates around realized that it was time to escape, and they all scattered. Only the slaves of St. Charlos stayed where they were. They also wanted to run, but the collars on their necks made them understand that if they ran, they would die. Nickpin looked at these slaves. To be precise, he was actually looking at the collars on their necks. An idea popped into his mind. So, he flipped his hand over, and the sword card was in his hand. A sharp sword appeared in his hand. Nickpin walked towards these slaves. You, what do you want to do? Don't kill us. We won't say anything. Seeing this, the slaves thought that Nick was going to kill him, and immediately begged for mercy. Shut up. With a scolding sound, Nick raised the sword and dropped it. Swipe swipe. After several sword strikes, the collars on these slaves' necks all fell off. Bang! Bang! The collar fell to the ground, and the crisp sound of the impact immediately awakened these slaves from the shock. Ah! Not exploded. The collar is gone. We are saved. Excited, these slaves ran away. If it was an ordinary sword, then cutting the collar directly like this would definitely explode. But the sword cards of Klau's cards are different. Conceptual cut. Nick took a look at these collars, then at Charlos's neck, and finally checked the size visually, and chose a suitable one for Charlos. Click. The moment the collar was put on Charlos's neck. Hiss. Those pirates who were watching while running away took a deep breath. Crazy. Crazy. And these surprised voices also made other people who were only concerned about running away look back curiously. Just one glance. They all opened their mouths wide and their eyes popped out. He put a collar on the Tenryubito, this world must be crazy. Chapter 175. Ah! You scumbag pirate! What have you done to me? St. Charlos was completely dumbfounded. He tugged on the collar around his neck and roared angrily. Nick raised his hand and slapped him a few times. Facts have proved that the arrogance of Tenryubito can only persist for a few seconds. Woo, father, my father will definitely kill you. St. Charlos covered his swollen face, wailing and threatening. Crackling. Another few slaps. Charlos, who now has a swollen face, suddenly didn't retaliate anymore. Nick ordered, "Get down on the ground like a slave." What? You. Crackling. Without giving Charlos a chance to jabber, Nick slap went up without hesitation. A few seconds later, St. Charlos fell obediently to the ground. By the way, aren't you with Sanji? Why are you here alone? Holding the chain of Charlos, Nick asked Zoro. Hearing this, Zoro suddenly complained, "That guy Sanji, he disappeared after walking, maybe he got lost." Puff. Needless to say, Zoro is the one that got lost. Why did you come here alone? Shouldn't be Nami and Mary with you? Yes. Little Mary couldn't see this, so I asked Nami to take her to Grove 32 to find Luffy and the others to play. Nick smirked his lips and St. Charlos who was lying on the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Nick looked at an old woman on the side of the road. I said, "Do you like to eavesdrop on other people's conversations so much?" "Ah yes, I'm sorry, it's just inconvenient for me to run, I'm sorry, young man, cough cough, I'm leaving now." The old woman showed a look of fear, and hurriedly staggered. "Hey! What are you doing?" "She just has bad legs and feet, she didn't mean to eavesdrop on anything." Zoro couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately questioned. "Yeah." A strange smile appeared on Nick face. "When she threw you to the ground just now, her leg were working just fine." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "The woman who threw me to the ground just now." Hey! You mean to say that this old woman is the woman just now? Isn't that her? Isn't that right? Jewelry Bonnie. Bonnie's devil fruit ability is able to change age, thus changing appearance. Not even observation hockey can tell. When Nick noticed the old woman just now, he guessed that she might be Bonnie. Although observation hockey couldn't identify it, Nick used the god-killing Stardian Tentikura, which is the 77th of Baikut. When Ryatsu in the past, it is quickly captured that the old woman's soul power is the same as Bonnie's. "Impossible, how do you know it's me?" Hearing that Nick had directly seen through her identity, Bonnie returned to her original appearance and looked at Nick in disbelief. "That's not the point, is it? The point is, why did you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Nick did not answer Bonnie, but asked rhetorically. "I'm just curious about what you guys want to do. You didn't just beat the Tenryubito, but you actually did this kind of thing to the Tenryubito." Bonnie pointed to St. Charlos lying on the ground. Even after seeing this incident with her own eyes, she still wondered if she was dreaming. "That's right. You should know that Marine Admiral is coming soon, why don't you run away quickly?" "I'm waiting for the Admiral to come, why would I go?" Nickpin spread his hands and said. What? With the strength of the two of you, if you want to escape now, there is a high probability that you can escape. Why do you give up resistance and choose to be captured without a fight? While talking, Bonnie nervously paid attention to the movement in the distance from time to time. As long as there is a figure of Marine Admiral, she runs away immediately. What are you talking about? What's being captured without a fight? What's giving up resistance? Zoro looked at Bonnie in bewilderment. Does this woman really seem to be out of her mind? Nickpin also felt speechless in the same way. He thought for a while, then said, I can't blame you. What do you mean? Blame me for what? Nickpin explained, it is really difficult for you to ask a rabbit to think about the lion's action, so, you can't blame you for asking the question just now. Damn it. Bonnie is also considered a smart person, and she immediately understood the meaning of Nickpin's words. Think of me as a rabbit. Okay. That auntie will be lurking around in a while. I want to see what you guys do to compete with Admiral. With that said, Bonnie turned around and hid into the alley. So we are preparing to fight Admiral. I don't know who he is. Could it be that Akiji from last time? No, I guess not. Because of the emergency, Marineford will definitely send Admiral to support at the fastest speed, and the fastest is naturally Admiral Kizaru. Nickpin analyzed it. Another Admiral. This is not bad. Just want to test my strength. Hearing this, Zoro's face was filled with fighting spirit. He likes to fight with the strong, especially the strong who has never been in contact with. It is even more exciting. However, Nickpin poured cold water on him. Don't think too much, we are waiting for Admiral Kizaru here, not to fight him to the death, but to use him and get some snacks for Mary. Nanny? What do you mean? Listen up, wait for Kizaru to come later, the two of us. Nickpin whispered to Zoro with a very small voice. Just when the two of them had just finished whispering, a golden light shone on the ground not far behind them. The golden light condensed into a human form, and it was Marine Admiral Kizaru. Chapter 176. Hello. I'm Admiral Kizaru, huh? Weird. Kizaru landed, did not immediately check the surrounding situation, but bring forth a black den mushi in his watch, and try talking to it. Strange, hello. This guy, Sentomaru, actually not answer. It's outrageous. Woo, you pirates who have a bounty of over 100 million are really cruel. You are also taking people as slave. Hey. Nickpin froze for a moment. You, a dignified Marine Admiral, don't even care that the Tenryubito was held as slaves. And even openly teased. Not only Nickpin was confused, Zoro also looked at Nickpin in surprise. The situation is different from what you expected. Nickpin spread his hands. This, I didn't understand. But at this moment, Charlos, who was lying at Nickpin's feet, met Kizaru's eyes, and his swollen face suddenly trembled with emotion. Quick, come and save me. Kizaru squinted at Charles Ross, and said with a look of shame, help you? Why, should I? Puff. This time, Nickpin couldn't hold back anymore. What's wrong with this world? Marine Admiral said no to the Tenryubito. Not only said no, but also mocked him. Nickpin would never have believed this if he hadn't experienced it himself. Huh? St. Charlos himself was stunned. It's okay to be killed by pirates, but even Marine dares to humiliate him. This can never be tolerated. Bastard. You open your dog eyes and take a good look at me. I am St. Charlos. If you don't come to save me, I will definitely tell my father about this. Whoops. Kizaru's forceful pose suddenly changed, he staggered, and then stared carefully at Charlos for a long time. Only then did he say in a horrified voice, You are a Tenryubito. Nickpin and Zoro looked at each other. Well, case solved. It's no wonder that this guy looks so easygoing, he didn't even know that the one lying on the ground was St. Charlos. But if you think about it carefully, Nickpin has slapped the face of Charlos into a pig's head, and there is no glass cover on his head, and he is tied to a dog chain like a slave. Ask any guy in such a situation, who can regard him as a Tenryubito. No one dared to think that way, and Kizaru naturally didn't think so either. Nonsense. I'm St. Charlos. These criminals beat me and humiliated me. You have to kill them immediately. Seeing that Kizaru realized his identity, Charlos Saint's roar became louder. Hearing the roar of Charlos, Kizaru suddenly realized that something was wrong. It can be said that such things as beating Tenryubito have been rare for hundreds of years. But, putting on a slave collar on a Tenryubito. This is almost something that he dare not even imagine in his dreams. However, the two guys in front of them not only did it, but also waited for Marine Admiral to come. This is clearly a provocation. Woo, it is indeed unforgivable to do such a thing to the Tenryubito. No longer thinking about anything, Kizaru raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Nickpin. With a whooping sound, an extremely thick beam of laser light headed straight for Nickpin. Ha, here it come. Nickpin pushed Zoro away, and then pulled the iron chain in his hand, and the wrecked Tenryubito on the ground was lifted up directly. Nickpin took advantage of the opportunity to push the fat pig-like body of Charlos forward. Tenryubito human shield. Puff. The laser beam pierced St. Charlos in an instant. Nickpin twisted his waist, and he easily dodged the laser beam penetrating from the back of Charlos. Ah! St. Charlos wailed. He looked at the wound hole on his body that had been burned black by the laser, and howled angrily, You want to kill me? Kizaru obviously didn't expect that Nickpin would use Charlos as a shield, and his expression changed immediately, and he quickly said, Oh, sorry, it's purely a coincidence because I fell into the other party's tricks. Save me before explaining. I'm going to find my father. St. Charlos was in so much pain that he yelled indiscriminately. No problem. Kizaru raised his finger again. But Nickpin picked up Charlos in an instant, and blocked him. Kizaru is going mad. With the weakened physique of St. Charlos, if he give him another shot with his ability, he will really die. But this Nickpin in front of him wants to use St. Charlos as a shield. Come on, you're going to attack, right? Nickpin also imitated Kizaru's appearance, and made a look that didn't want to be beaten. Immediately, Kizaru became angry. Since you use St. Charlos as a shield, I won't use ranged attacks. Whoosh, Kizaru appeared in front of Nickpin. Speed is power, Pirate Nickpin, have you ever tasted being kicked at the speed of light? The moment he spoke, Kizaru's foot had already been kicked. With a bang, Nickpin brought Charlos in front of him. Groove. The kick that was about to be kicked hard suddenly came to a sudden stop. Kizaru itself is coming at the speed of light, and at this time, he forcibly brakes, but his body still does not move forward. In this way, he staggered immediately, then leaned to the side, and fell to the ground. Hey, Mr. Admiral, why did you fall? Come on, Admiral. You almost touched me. Woo, you bastard. If you play like this, don't blame me for being serious. As he said that, Kizaru's figure transformed into streamers of light, soaring into the sky. Chapter 177. What is this for? Could it be that you want to use the Yasukani no Magatama? Seeing Kizaru turn into golden light and over the sky, Nickpin curled his lips, wondering what he was going to do. With the Tenryubito human shield in his hand, the possibility of Kizaru using such AoE attack is low. Whoosh! A stream of light suddenly landed behind Zoro. I'll take care of this one first, and then concentrate on cleaning up the other. Taste the feeling of being kicked at the speed of light. The moment the words fell, Kizaru kicked out. But just when he thought he had finished one, he felt that his kick was abruptly interrupted. You actually engaged in a sneak attack, what a bastard. At this time, Zoro was holding the sword Wado in his hand, blocking the foot of the yellow monkey. On the blade, the jet black armament haki is extremely powerful. Nanny actually blocked it. Kizaru was really taken aback, he really didn't expect his sneak attack to be blocked by Zoro. You know, he is the Pika Pika no Mi user, this kick has the speed of light. In addition, his own observation haki is not weak, almost locking Zoro firmly. This foot is the foot that is a one-shot kill. But this rookie pirate who just arrived at the Sabayati archipelago actually blocked it. Although Kizaru saw Zoro's bounty order, he knew that Zoro was the guy who has a bounty of 320 million belly. But the question is, in Kizaru's eyes, is there a difference between your bounty of 300 million and that of a pirate with a bounty of 100 million? Obviously, there is no difference. If you want to guard against this kick, armament haki is the foundation. Furthermore, observation haki must be very strong. Powerful enough to capture the trajectory of the speed of light. Kizaru wouldn't be surprised if the guy blocking his shot was someone like maybe Rayleigh. However, this is a rookie pirate. As for the sneak attack, Kizaru will not be ashamed of it. He wouldn't take it seriously at all. Since you like sneak attack, how about facing mine? Zoro bounced off Kizaru's kick with one blow, and slashed at Kizaru with a word in his hand. Itoryu, Great Dragon Shock. A soaring sword intent instantly emanated from Zoro's body. In addition, the release of high-level armament haki has formed a strong haki storm. This storm of haki merges with Zoro's sword momentum to form a new power force. With overwhelming force, this power suddenly pressed down on Kizaru. Hey. No way. Sensing the terrifying aura suddenly erupting from Zoro, Kizaru's face froze instantly. The contempt from the previous moment suddenly disappeared, replaced by a particularly cautious dignified. This rookie pirate are not the same as other rookies. Facing the shocking force, Kizaru passively raised his hands and crossed them above his head, forming a temporary defense. Boom! The energy force is like a nuclear explosion, immediately blurring Kizaru's figure. Next moment. The terrifying explosion completely engulfed Kizaru. Are you kidding? Jewelry Bonnie, who had been spying from a distance, looked at the scene in front of her, and was so shocked that she almost ate her own tongue. Is that green moss head strong enough to defeat an admiral? No wonder they are so brave to treat the Tenryubito like that. It turns out that people are really not afraid of admiral. The aftermath of the shocking explosion dissipated, and Kizaru's figure looked a little embarrassed. The flamboyant golden suit was riddled with damage. Although he was not injured, he was still in a state of embarrassment. Regarding the effect of this trick, Nickpin didn't see any difference at all. You know, even in the original plot, Zoro, who had just arrived in New World, once severely injured Monet, the Snow Fruit ability, with a single strike. Although Monet died because of her heart being pierced in the end, judging from her state before she died. Nickpin afraid that even if she wasn't accidentally killed by her own teammate, she wouldn't be able to survive. It can be seen that Zoro's move is quite powerful against Logia ability users. What's more, today's Zoro armament haki and observation haki have all reached the advanced level. When using this sword, its power is many times stronger than in the original plot. This is Kizaru. If it is replaced by other Logia ability users who are not Admiral, I am afraid that they will die directly under Zoro's blow. Hey! Zoro, I didn't ask you to duel with him. At this time, Nickpin suddenly reminded. Ah! Sorry, I forgot when I got excited. Remembering what he said earlier, Zoro scratched his head apologetically. You let your guard down. Kizaru stood on the body of the hand and pointed his index finger, laser. The moment this kind of attack burst out from his fingers, it actually magnified instantly. Like a laser cannon, it zooms in loudly. Here comes the opportunity. Observation haki caught Kizaru's attack from far away, and Zoro responded immediately, and his figure instantly adjusted a few steps to the left. At the same time, Kizaru's finger direction was adjusted slightly, and Zoro was locked immediately. The dreaded laser cannon went straight to Zoro. Just when the laser was about to hit him, Zoro made an extreme dodge and avoided the past. The laser cannon missed Zoro, but hit the huge mangrove tree behind Zoro. Boom! In the fiery explosion, the towering mangrove tree that represented the 24th grove fell miserably. Yes! Nickpin turned his head and saw this scene, excitedly clenched his fists. Nickpin had already brought Charlos to the side of the collapsed mangrove tree. He pressed the palm of his hand on the mangrove tree. Whoosh! This towering ancient tree was taken into the system space by Nickpin. These mangroves are very rare wood. It's a pity to throw away the blown-up mahogany, and it's just right to use it as a snack for Mary. The key is. It's not us who broke it, it's Marine Admirals. Chapter 178. Oh my god, this power is too terrifying. Seeing that damage, Zoro simply continued to act out and started the escape. Want to run? Seeing this, Kizaru raised his hand again, and another laser shot at Zoro. This angle, unbiased, happens to be on the line between Zoro and another mangrove tree. Zoro made a few lines of dodge, so that the thick laser beam accurately landed on the mangrove. Boom! In a burst of golden explosion light, the mangrove tree was not spared, and the mangrove tree collapsed. Coming. Nickpin came to this trophy in an instant and took it into his inventory. Zoro, good job, keep going. Nickpin immediately sent a signal to Zoro. Zoro immediately understood. Escape? That is of course impossible. Nickpin just got 2 snacks for Mary, how can this chance be miss? Nickpin and Zoro look like trying to run away, but in fact, Zoro fleeing went to the next grove. The two soon arrived at Grove 25. Put down the Tenryubito. Kizaru was really fooled, he turned into a golden streamer, blocking their way. As Marine Admiral, since he has come here, if these 2 pirates kidnap Tenryubito, then he will have no way to explain to Sengoku and the world government. KU, if you have the ability, come and grab it yourself. While talking, Nickpin blocked St. Charlos in front of him, patted the guy's fat pig's head hard, and said. Here. Actually, you just need to use your laser to avoid this fat pig, and then hit me again, isn't it done? Woo, you bastard, you are so provocative. If you have the ability, don't move, see if I can hit you. In the original plot it was proven that Kizaru has an amazing shooting accuracy. Don't you remember that when Luffy was on the execution platform, Kizaru directly hit the key in Luffy's hand with a laser? However, facing the situation before him, Kizaru was helpless. The main reason is that Nickpin's observation haki is stronger than Kizaru's, which causes Kizaru's laser beam to be accurately detected by Nickpin before it hits Nickpin. As long as Nickpin wants, he can move Charlos to be hit by the laser beam instead of him at any time. That's why Kizaru can't fire his laser when facing Nickpin. However, Nickpin doesn't want Kizaru to focus on him now, after all, what they want is the tree, not to fight with Kizaru. You run first, I have a hostage in my hand, he can't do anything to me. If you are caught by him, I will use this guy to blackmail him. Hey! Don't underestimate me. I'm not the kind person that can be caught casually. But Kizaru's heart fluttered slightly. Yes. Grab one and use it for a hostage exchange. You guys just give me an idea. You just wait there, and we are going to exchange your crewmate for the Tenryubito. Next. It is the yellow and green chase battle. Boom. A mangrove tree collapsed. Another tree destroyed. Groove 26. Groove 27. Groove 28. Groove 29. Unknowingly, the trio's chase has moved from Groove 24 to Groove 30. Hey hey hey. This is not right. Why am I always running, but you are playing around with Tenryubito as a shield? Obviously they agreed that the 2 of us would work together to get some snacks for Mary, but it turned out that he was doing all the work alone, and Nickpin were so leisurely by the side. No. Let me take the Tenryubito and you do the rest. Nickpin didn't refuse either, and directly gave Zoro the Tenryubito. Coincidentally, he also wants to exercise his muscles. Nickpin took Kizaru to a few more groove, and collected nearly 20 mangroves one after another. A huge figure appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the him, Nickpin recognized Bartholomew Kuma immediately. And this guy is holding a book in his hand, so there is no doubt that he is the real one. If you wanted to travel, where would you like to go? While Bartholomew Kuma was asking questions, his right palm had already been raised. Travel is expensive, how about you use this time to explore some maze instead? Nickpin is not stupid at all, he has communicated the magic power of Clow cards. The abilities of the shield and the maze are activated by him at the same time. Bartholomew Kuma's ball bounced directly onto the shield's defensive barrier. However, the shield barrier does not move at all. The ejection wave of the ball disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the maze card in Nickpin's left hand turned into invisible energy, which enveloped Bartholomew Kuma all at once. Whoosh! Bartholomew Kuma disappeared together with the energy light curtain of the maze card. In the maze space. This is a maze made of magic energy. It looks like a medieval garden maze. The partitions of the maze are formed by tall green grass. Bartholomew Kuma was standing here at this moment. He looked at the green grass barriers on the left and right. After the initial daze, his eyes regained their calmness. He raised his right hand, and shot out at the green grass barrier next to him with a bang. Pressure cannon. The moment his palm touched the air, an air wave in the shape of a bear's paw suddenly appeared in the originally invisible air. As soon as the bear's paw air fluctuation appeared, it was instantly magnified. Boom! The bear paw air cannon violently hit the green grass barrier beside it. In a violent explosion, the green grass barrier was directly blasted to pieces. Bartholomew Kuma raised his foot and stepped towards the gap. But as soon as he came to the front, the gap that was blown up was restored to its original state. Bartholomew Kuma was taken aback for a moment, then released the pressure cannon again. Boom! The green grass barrier was broken, and he immediately left and rushed out. It's just that. When he rushed to the outside the green grass barrier, he found that it was still the inside of the green grass barrier. Boom! 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 The green grass barrier of the maze was bombed in an instant. Before the energy of the maze cards is exhausted, a new maze will be formed at a faster speed. Bartholomew Kuma stopped bombing and looked up instead. The sky above the labyrinth has no cover. He stepped on his feet and jumped to the top. But, tick! When his figure was about to exceed the height of the green grass actually began to rise. Bartholomew Kuma flies a foot higher, and this green grass rise higher. And faster than Bartholomew Kuma's. Bartholomew Kuma stopped, lost in thought. Chapter 179. Sabayati Archipelago. Nanny. Bartholomew Kuma, where did that guy go? There's no need to look for him, he's already been killed by me, Nickpin said as he acted. Do you think I'm a child? Of course Kizaru would not believe such words. Nickpin spread his hands, believe it or not. Originally Kizaru didn't believe it, but seeing Nickpin's indifferent look, he suddenly became a little worried. If the other party is trying to prove that Bartholomew Kuma is dead, then he will not be worried. But it is such an indifferent appearance that makes people worry about the safety of Bartholomew Kuma. Hey! Moss Head! You are here. Didn't I tell you to wait in the restaurant? I just wanted to see a woman, but when I turned around, you disappeared. Puff! Nickpin curled his lips. This is worthy of being Sanji. But Sanji came at the right time. Nickpin has already collected more than 40 or 50 mangroves to use as snacks for Mary, which is enough. All they have to do now is retreat. He want to block and stall Kizaru while the other take St. Charlos. But when only Nickpin and Zoro were present, this matter could not be done. Because Zoro is a road idiot. If Nickpin let him take St. Charlos back to going Mary first, he can't guarantee that Zoro will send St. Charlos back to a marine base. Now with Sanji, this problem is solved. Sanji, you and Zoro will bring back the captives we captured, I'll stop Admiral here, after you go back, send a signal to everyone, and let them gather on the ship immediately. Nickpin said to Sanji. Okay. Although Sanji is bitter about Nickpin's capture of Nami's heart, he still have pride in his work. Quick. Moss Head idiot, follow me. Say you want to escape in front of Admiral, don't you take me seriously. Kizaru clasped his hands together, and a dazzling light condensed from where his two palms faced each other. The next moment, the golden light group emitted a ray of light. After bouncing back and forth between the buildings a few times, it caught up with Sanji and Zoro in no time. You can't e-space while I'm here. At the end of the beam ejection, Kizaru's figure quietly appeared, very angry. Don't forget about me, with a whoosh, Nickpin seemed to appear out of nowhere, and kicked towards Kizaru. The powerful observation hockey has already captured Kizaru's trajectory. Nickpin's own speed attribute is appear at this moment, the speed is almost as fast as teleportation. Even Kizaru's beam, Nickpin can catch up. Boom! Under the action of armament hockey, Nickpin easily blocked Kizaru's attack. For the appearance of Nickpin, Kizaru frowned suddenly. This is unreasonable. He is a Pika Pika no Mi user. How can this pirate be faster than him? Nickpin stepped on the ground. Boom! Boom boom! After several violent attacks in a row, his whole body's aura suddenly changed. Nickpin opened the fifth gate of the 8 inner gate. With such power and speed, Nickpin flew into the air. Leaf Great Whirlwind. This looks like a volley kick, but in Nickpin's use, the speed has reached a level that no one has ever seen before. Even Kizaru just felt a blur in front of his eyes at this time, and was hit by Nickpin's kick. Relying on his veteran fighting instinct, he crossed his arms above his head, just in time to meet Nickpin's kick. Boom! Kizaru's figure was like a cannonball, which smashed heavily into the concrete building beside him, and then smashed all the way through. After destroying more than a dozen houses in a row, Kizaru stood up from the ruins. What kind of power is this? What the hell? Originally he thought it was just a mission similar to a vacation, but he didn't expect to have so much bad thing happen when he first arrived here. And until now, not only he failed to save Tenryubito from the other party, but he was also hit by the other party. There are two options left for Kizaru now. One is to fight by himself. One is to ask the headquarters for help immediately. Rationally speaking, asking the headquarters for help is the best option. But in fact, Kizaru can't do that. Once he does this, it means that the dignified Marine Admiral can't deal with the supernova who just went to sea. This will spread, and Kizaru will really be mocked by other. Old man, what happened? Why haven't you contacted me until now? Just when Kizaru was feeling at a loss, Sentomaru appeared by his side in time carrying a battle axe. Sentomaru. You finally showed up. I have called you for so long, and you didn't even reply. Uncle, did you make a mistake? I haven't received any messages or calls from you from the beginning to the end. As Kizaru's no. One capable officer, Sentomaru knows Kizaru's living habits too well. He reminded, are you talking to the black Den Mushi again? The black Den Mushi is used for intercepting call, not for calling. Huh? Is that right? Kizaru looked at the black Den Mushi on his wrist, and blushed suddenly. However, this is not the time to pursue this issue. You must stop those two people from the Straw Hat crew, and you must save the Tenryubito from them. Kizaru immediately gave orders to Mamamoru. Don't worry, old man. Leave this matter to me. Sentomaru glanced at the direction Kizaru was pointing at, and immediately saw Zoro and Sanji running wildly with Charlos on their backs. I'm not familiar with the road conditions of this island, they'll need to find some shortcut. Sentomaru's speed is not slow, and he took a shortcut, and soon appeared in front of Zoro and Sanji. Give up. My defense is the strongest in the world. Anything can be defended. Sentomaru made a gesture of pushing palms forward with both hands, and said with a resolute face. Brush. One sword-style lion song. Zoro's figure appeared behind Senmomaru. Puff. Blood splashes. Sentomaru fell to the ground. It seems that you did not have the strongest defense in the world. Zoro complained, as he inserted Wado's sword back into the scabbard. Chapter 180. Hey. Boy. What are you doing this for? If you want to gain benefits by kidnapping the Tenryubito, I advise you to give up your plan as soon as possible. Tenryubito will not negotiate with pirates. Seeing that Charlos was taken away by Zoro and Sanji, Kizaru knew it was useless, so he simply wanted to reason with Nickpin. What if the other party just happens to be soft but not hard? What are you talking about? What are the advantages and disadvantages? The purpose of us taking Charlos away is actually very simple, just to kill him, that's all. Nickpin crossed his arms in front of him, showing a harmless expression. Nanny. Kizaru felt his blood pressure soar. This is the reason. So simple. Do you know what you're talking about? Killing the Tenryubito is a bigger crime than declaring war yo the world government. Kizaru was not in a hurry to attack Nickpin, but persuaded him persuasively. What? Don't tell me that if I don't kill this fat Tenryubito, the government of the world won't want to kill me. Come on, you are a Marine Admiral anyway. You should be able to understand with a little use of your brain, we are pirates. Why would we be afraid of doing crime? Nickpin walked to the ruins beside him, sat on a big rock, and twitched his lips slightly. I think you understand better than me, the only thing that has the right to speak in this world is this. Saying that, Nickpin raised his fist. Strength is the right to speak. Okay, my people should have successfully evacuated, and I should go too, we can meet later. Nickpin waved to Kizaru and left. I can't let you leave so easily. Kizaru's figure turned into a streamer of light, quickly blocking Nickpin's way. Why? It's almost done, do you get overtime pay for working so hard? Looking at Kizaru in front of him, Nickpin rubbed his chin. This little guy works so hard, could it be that Sengoku added money to him today? That can't be done. You took the Tenryubito away, I must capture you, so that I can give the other Tenryubito an explanation. Kizaru clasped his hands together and pulled to the sides. A golden light bursts out from between his palms that are slowly parting. Ama no Murakumo. Moments later, Kizaru was holding a golden light sword in. Marine Admiral. I received information that my big brother was taken away by the criminal. I order you to rescue my big brother immediately. Huh. Another one is here. Seeing this female Tenryubito with an air shield on her head, Nickpin's eyes lit up. Just thinking that fighting with Kizaru is boring, this new Tenryubito is here to join in the fun. Nickpin communicated the magic power of the Cloud card, and a fire card instantly appeared in his hand. Fireball. The fire card turned into an invisible energy, and then evolved into a huge fire, which suddenly hit St. Shaoria. Ah! St. Shaoria screamed in horror. Although the Tenryubito are noble, they are generally powerless. Once such a huge fire is hit her, St. Shaoria will definitely turn into a roast chicken at the speed of light in just 1 minute. Oops. Kizaru panicked immediately. Yasukani no Magatama. The path of golden light quickly shot out from between his palms, and landed in front of St. Shaoria. Whoosh! Just as St. Shaoria was howling in horror, Kizaru propped up a piece of golden light with both hands, completely sealing the raging fire out. After the fire outside disappeared, Kizaru removed the golden light curtain. That scum! He even wanted to burn me to death. Bastard, you must catch him, and I will treat him as my slave. Although she almost experienced death just now, St. Shaoria didn't know how to restrain herself, she kicked Kizaru's leg angrily and shouted. Kizaru frowned. An impulsive thought of, I should have let you be burned to death just now, came to his mind. Now the fire dissipated, and Nickpin's figure disappeared. There. Kizaru responded in a low voice, and then simply out of sight, with a whoosh, he found a random direction and chased Nickpin out. The other side. Going merry. Wohaha. We're back. The schoolboy quartet of Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Kaya happily arrived at the port and boarded Going Merry. Hey! That bubble Ferris wheel is so interesting. I really want to ride it again. Usopp said happily while recalling the experience just now. Kaya also took a small sip, if Isti in Syrup Village, I might never see such interesting things in my life. Let me tell you, Usopp almost wet his pants when he was on that roller coaster, ha ha ha. Luffy grinned wide, held his hands high, and smiled from ear to ear. Hey hey hey. You still have the nerve to talk about me. You looked no better than me at that time. Usopp retaliate, immediately start exposing each other. Chopper seemed to have noticed something was wrong, he tilted his head and looked at everyone with puzzled eyes. What's the matter? Did something happen? Where is Nickpin? Chopper glanced at the deck and saw that everyone was there except Nickpin. Nickpin is fighting an admiral, but he will be fine. Sanji took a deep breath, and then continued with some difficulty, what's going on is. Having said that, Sanji looked at Luffy. Hey. Luffy pointed to his own, a question appeared on his face. It's not, Luffy, it's. Sanji shook his head, hesitated to speak, then spread out the newspaper in his hand. Luffy brought the newspaper over and saw the headline on the front page, Fire Fist Ace, commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, will be executed at Marineford. Ah! When seeing such news, Luffy's whole body went numb, and let out a panic scream. Ace! He held the newspaper tightly in his hand, and the originally optimistic smiling face suddenly became dazed, hesitant, and at a loss. I want to save Ace. You guys, you go to the next island first, and after I rescue Ace, I will join you. Bastard, what are you talking about? Sanji picked up Luffy's skirt, who do you think we are? Yes. Luffy, you are going to rescue Ace, we will go with you. Frankie rubbed his fists together, Sapir I'm in, if it's saving people, I really like doing it. Yo ho ho. Marineford. Let's go and have a look. Hey. Don't do stupid things. Ace's affairs are my own affairs. I must not let everyone be implicated because of Ace's affairs. Listen to me, I will go alone to save Ace. Luffy snapped loudly. Duong. A punch landed on Luffy's head, and Nickpin's figure was on top of Going Merry. Stupid Luffy. Ace's affairs are your own affairs. But your affairs are everyone's affairs. So, if you dare to say stupid things again, don't blame us for being rude. Nickpin rubbed his fists. He was the one who punched just now. That's right. Luffy, stop being self-righteous. Your business is our business. If you want to go solo again, let's see if we don't beat you to death. Save your big brother, let's do this. You all, when seeing his crewmates supporting him so much, Luffy's eyes turned red, and he looked up and wailed, I won't talk anymore. Chapter 181. A deserted island about 70 nautical miles away from the Sabaody archipelago, the Going Merry is currently docked here. Judging from the current situation, Marineford will publicly execute Ace in a week's time. In the conference room, Nickpin analyzed the situation before him. To be honest, for Ace to be caught, it was completely beyond Nickpin's expectation. Although Blackbeard teaches Devil Fruit can restrain Logia ability users, but Ace has practiced Fire Dragon slaying magic, this ability is not affected by Dark Fruit ability. According to common sense, facing today's Blackbeard teach, even if Ace can't completely win, he can still escape if he wants to. Nickpin don't know how Ace got caught. But now is obviously not the time to pursue this issue, but to help Luffy save his brother. We have to rescue Ace from Impel Down before he is sent to Marineford. Luffy was burning with anxiety, expressing his opinion. That's a good idea, it's much easier to go to Impel Down than to go to the execution ground, Frankie agreed with both hands. Brook modeled his afro, Yahohoho, I also agree with Jailbreak. Nickpin, what do you think? At this time, Robin looked at Nickpin. Compared with everyone's opinions, Robin thinks that Nickpin's opinions are more reliable. The others also looked at Nickpin. After all, in terms of decision-making, the deputy captain is obviously much more reliable than the captain. If you want to go to prison, then you don't need to. Nickpin shook his head, he looked at Luffy, prison break is the worst strategy, and going the execution ground is the best strategy. Hearing this, the Straw Hat pirates all subconsciously looked at Nickpin. Hey. Nickpin, did you make a mistake? Is it easier to the execution ground than Impel Down? Frankie's eyes widened, expressing his incomprehension. The execution ground this time is at Marineford. If we go there to the execution ground, isn't it like throwing ourselves into a trap? As one of the representatives of the Calm faction, Sanji considers the issue more meticulously. Even he felt that Nickpin's idea was not wise. Nickpin, Marineford should be more difficult, right? Nami sipped the red wine, and said cautiously. It's the most difficult thing, impossible. Usopp yelled directly. Zoro pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice, if it's a prison breakal, then we can sneak in. But if it's the execution ground, it seems that we can only attack head-on. And the location of the execution scene is Marineford. In this case, robbing the execution ground will undoubtedly become a suicidal act. Please stay calm, everyone, let's talk about what Nickpin said. Robin raised his hand and pressed down, signaling everyone not to worry. Everyone is right, attacking the execution ground is indeed a difficult thing to achieve, but, this time is different. Sengoku placed the execution site of Ace in Marineford, not to target us. But to target the Whitebeard pirates. Target the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, Robin was thoughtful and seemed to understand something. Wait. You mean, the Whitebeard pirates will also be involved in the rescue of Ace? Usopp's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly. Nickpin shook his head, not to participate, but they will be the main force to rescue Ace, and choose to start an all-out war with Marine. What? Hearing this, Luffy was shocked. Nickpin, you mean, Ace's pirate group will start a war with Marine for Ace? As much as Luffy would love for this to happen, but this is too outrageous. For just Ace, the whole pirate will go to war with Marine. Is this a bit of a joke? Can this kind of thing really happen? Is Ace really important to that extent in Whitebeard's heart? Only more important than you think. Nickpin nodded, then he grabbed Luffy's hand and said seriously. This matter is very troublesome to explain, but you can trust me, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely arrive at Marineford on the day of Ace's execution, and Marine will open the fight. And we also appeared on that day. In this way, our strength plus the strength of the Whitebeard pirates can have a chance to save Ace. After all, it was Marineford. Even though Nickpin was already so powerful, he didn't dare to say anything outrageous. If they want to save Ace, they must rely on the power of the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to rely on these few members of the Straw Hat Pirates alone. If the Whitebeard pirates can really appear on the battlefield of Marineford, then this matter will be much easier. Robin analyzed it seriously, and then looked at Nickpin. How sure are you about the Whitebeard pirates joining the battle? Nickpin is categorical, 100. Sanji heard this, and said, in this case, then, Nickpin, let's follow your plan. Nickpin looked at Luffy. Luffy, are you listening to me? As long as I can save Ace, I'm willing to listen to anything. Luffy is weak in battle planning, but he knows that Nickpin is good at this kind of thing. All the way from East Blue, every time Nickpin's plan has been successful without exception. Therefore, he has full trust in Nickpin. Okay. Then I announce my plan for the next week. Everyone will practice with all their strength this week. As for how to make us appear in Marineford on the day of the execution, leave it to me. Good. Everyone has no objections. If it is another pirate group, it must be nonsense if they say something about training with all their strength within a week. But the Straw Hat Pirates are different, they can enter the mangas to practice. Just 1 week can be equivalent to several months, or even longer. Time flashed, and it was evening. Everyone has turned on the practice mode. And Going Merry, under the command of Nickpin, slowly sailed into the calm belt, approaching Amazon Lily. At this juncture, Nickpin did not come to Amazon Lily for fun. He's here to find a helping hand. If he want Going Merry to reach Marineford smoothly, he must either rely on brute force or rely on tricks. If possible, Nickpin of course wants to rely on tricks. Because it not only saves time and effort, but also is more secure. And the key to being able to approach Marineford smoothly is whether the woman is willing to cooperate. Chapter 182. Calm Belt, Amazon Lily. The Kuja pirate is slowly approaching the inland port. On the deck, the female fighters are counting the harvest this time. As soon as they enter the town, they will distribute the harvest to the people of Amazon Lily. Empress, it's not good. It seems that a pirate ship is docking at our port. A pirate ship broke in. The Empress Hancock didn't hear it, but Sandersonia heard it no doubt. Afterwards, Sandersonia walked to the front of the deck and looked towards the direction of the port. Ha! That ship is indeed not our Amazon Lily's ship. They saw that on the port, the female warriors of Amazon Lily had already stood around several times densely, and their bows and arrows were all fully drawn. Enemy attack. Immediately, Sandersonia gave a loud warning without hesitation. At this time, Boa Hancock, the captain of the Kuja pirates, also appeared. Is there someone who broke into this empress's territory recklessly? Walking with unrecognizable steps, Hancock tilted her head back in an exaggerated gesture. She pointed with her finger and ordered, "Go. Take down these invaders for me." Soon, the pirate ship of the Kuja pirate arrived at the port and blocked the invading pirate ship inside. The Empress is back. It is Her Majesty who has come. Her Majesty. The female warriors on the port saw the pirate ship of Kuja pirate, and all of them showed expressions of relief. What's going on? Who dare to attack? Your Majesty, it's him. It was done by that man. Many female warriors pointed at the deck of another pirate ship. And this pirate ship is naturally Going Merry. On the splint, Nickpin waved to Hancock, "Hello, I did it." Seeing Nickpin's calm appearance, the female fighters of the Kuja pirates couldn't believe it. Nasty man. You injured our people, and you still greet us with this attitude. You are committing suicide. Men are absolutely not allowed to enter Amazon Lily. And for you to appear here as a man, first of all, it is already a capital offense. Irreverent man. Accept this Empress punishment. Without saying a word, Hancock attacked at Nickpin directly. She made a heart shape with her hands in front of her, Mero Mero Mellow. Mero Mero no Mi ability activated. Pink light waves burst out from Hancock's fingertips, like ripples on the surface of a lake, enveloping the direction of Nickpin. Nickpin stood there without moving, holding on to the railing next to him with one hand, and posing in a comfortable pose. Let the pink light waves brush over his body. Like the wind, the light wave gently lifted the hair on Nickpin's forehead. Refreshing, Nickpin shrugged his shoulders and gave a slight comment. Facing devil fruits of this kind, Nickpin is the least worried. The immune effect brought by the protection of the goddess of holy light to Nickpin is enough to make all magic-like negative buffs immune. So. Not to mention Mellow, even a sweet hurricane is useless. But this scene fell in the eyes of everyone in the Kuja pirates, but all of them had question marks on their heads instantly. He is okay. What? What's going on? Why does the Empress attack have no effect on him? Is this man not at all attracted by Her Majesty beauty? This is impossible. How can there be a man in the world who doesn't covet Her Majesty's beauty? Everyone looked at Nickpin in shock, as if seeing a ghost. Hancock opened her red lips in astonishment, and she was stunned for a few seconds before she opened her mouth in astonishment. Why didn't you bow down under the pomegranate skirt of this Empress? I say, Hancock, is the play finish? When the play is over, let's get down to business. Nickpin didn't intend to sit here and wait for them all to be shocked, but came to handle business. Impossible. As if Hancock couldn't accept this setting, she stepped on her feet immediately, and the whole person jumped up lightly towards going merry. She was in the air, and Hancock immediately kicked Nickpin with a super kick. The slender legs, containing the ability of Mero Enimi, crashed towards Nickpin's head. Nickpin remained as still as a mountain, and with a light flick of his right hand, he immediately caught Hancock's ankle. This random catch instantly locked Hancock's ankle like a shackle. Ah hey, your angle, thank you for the view. Nickpin lightly raised his hand, and immediately made Hancock have nothing to hide. You turns out to be so frivolous to this Empress. This Empress orders you to let go immediately. Hancock never expected that not only did her attack not work, but the opponent's palm was like an indestructible iron clamp, which made it impossible for her to break free once she was caught. Immediately follow my orders. No matter what my orders, you will obey them. Yes. Because this queen is so beautiful. However, the next moment, Hancock didn't feel that the other party had any intention to let go of him. What are you still doing in a daze? Could it be that you didn't hear what this Empress said? Are you kidding me? You attacked me and now I've caught you, and you still speak to me in this commanding tone. Nickpin pouted. Although Hancock is beautiful, her personality is really stinky. Nickpin doesn't like it very much. Nickpin still likes Nami's kind. This Empress ordered you, you should be grateful. It is this Empress who gave you the opportunity to obey her order. That's right. My sister gave you the opportunity to obey her orders, you should be moved to tears. Shameless man, why don't you just have surrender? You actually grabbed the Empress's leg like that, men are bold. It's really vulgar. Let go of the Empress's feet, don't continue to grab the Empress's ankle with your dirty hands. Shameless man. Woman, don't be so self-righteous. I don't like a woman with a bad personality like you at all. As he spoke, Nickpin swung his right hand vigorously, throwing Hancock's heel away. Hancock suddenly found such a force and threw it out, and was immediately turned half a circle by the rotation force of his own leg under the action of inertia. Huh. Looking at Hancock's back, Nickpin's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he just wanted to throw Hancock out, but now seeing such a position in distance, his hands were itchy. No matter. Don't you think that men all over the world are your simp? Immediately, Nickpin raised his hand and threw it out with a palm. At this time, Hancock was thrown with his back facing Nickpin, and he staggered forward and bent over. Damn bastard, dare he be so rude to this Empress. This Empress will turn him into stone. Immediately, Hancock steadied herself. But just when she was about to stand upright, she heard a crisp sound. This voice. Etc. Almost at the same time, Hancock felt a burst of pain. Ugh. Tears of pain burst from Hancock's eyes almost uncontrollably. Chapter 183. Hiss. Whether it's the female warriors on the deck of Kuja Pirate, or the female warriors on the port. At this time, all of them stared fiercely and opened their mouths wide. Each mouth can even fit a big radish. We saw, what? Unexpectedly, someone actually gave Empress a spank. Really? Is there such a ruthless idiot in this world? That is the most beautiful woman in the world. Hancock's eyes were full of horror and disbelief. She covered the sore spot, moved her steps and turned her head, stared at Nick Pin with wide eyes, and said tremblingly at the corner of her mouth, You actually hit me. Why? You can hit me, but I can't hit you. Nick Pin spread his hands, showing no sign of guilt. The Empress is completely fascinated. She was furious. Are you a man? You ask this, how about I prove it to you now? As he said that, Nick Pin immediately grabbed his trouser waist and pulled it down. Ah! The female soldiers all exclaimed in unison. But the next moment. Only then did everyone realize that Nick Pin was just pretending to do an action. Ah, what an unreasonable stinky man. Hancock rubbed her forehead, and there was a gloomy air stuck in her mouth. Anyway, stinky man, you have touched the bottom line of Amazon Lily. And you have injured my people on Amazon Lily, I definitely can't let you go. While Hancock was speaking, her eyes fell on the disgraced female warriors on the port. Although they didn't seem to be seriously injured, they must have been dealt with by Nick Pin. Nick Pin took out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket, tore open the package, and put it in his mouth. You can't blame me for this, I told them as soon as I came, saying that I came to talk to you about something, they shot at me indiscriminately, I just taught them a little lesson, which is already very face-saving. Hancock could tell that those female warriors had indeed only been taught a little lesson. Otherwise, with Nick Pin's strength, it would be easy to kill them. You said you came to talk to this Empress. But this Empress doesn't want to talk to this stinky man. Having been refuted by Nick Pin just now, of course Hancock will not follow Nick Pin at this time. That's not necessarily the case. I'll let you see the person first. Then you can consider whether you want to talk to me. Nick Pin didn't have Cook to argue about anything, but opened the lid of the big wooden barrel beside him. He stretched out his hand to grab it in the wooden barrel, and picked it up again. A fat guy with big ears was just picked out of the big wooden barrel by Nick Pin. Boom! Nick Pin threw this guy casually, throwing him on the deck like a dead pig. Another stinky man. Looking at the guy with a swollen face, Hancock looked disgusted. No, take a closer look at this guy, he is not an ordinary person. Nick Pin smiled, grabbed Charlos by the hair, and lifted him up. Isn't he just an ugly, smelly man? What's the difference? Hey. Hearing this, Nick Pin was stunned. But then, he suddenly figured it out. He can recognize St. Charlos at a glance, that's because of his past life. And people in this world, not many people have seen Tenryubito. Even if you have seen a Tenryubito, if they don't wear an air mask on the head of the Tenryubito, it is difficult to recognize it. Just like Kizaru before, even as Admiral, didn't he not recognize Charlos? Then Hancock did not recognize it, and it is indeed reasonable. Okay. Let me introduce this pig. Shrugging his shoulders, Nick Pin then pointed to the head of St. Charlos. This guy's name is St. Charlos, from the Holy Land of Mariehua. As for his identity, I think, Hancock should have understand. Ah! When Nick Pin introduced the identity of Charlos, all the female warriors around screamed in horror. God, Tenryubito. Hey. You must be joking, right? Don't make such a joke. In this world, even a chill knows that you must never offend the Tenryubito. What's more, how can you treat the Tenryubito like this? This must be fake. The female soldiers all yelled in horror. However, the faces of the three Hancock sisters changed in a different way. Tenryubito. That is the indelible devil deep in the hearts of the three sisters. When hearing the identity of the Tenryubito, the three sisters' face turned pale from conditioned reflex. And when Hancock looked at Charlos again, she was almost sure that this guy was a Tenryubito. No way, as an existence who has stayed in the Holy Land for several years, Hancock still has a certain understanding of identifying Tenryubito. She just didn't think about the identity of Tenryubito just now, but after being told by Nick Pin about the identity of St. Charlos, Hancock looked at St. Charlos again. St. Charlos identity. Definitely a Tenryubito. You, what are you doing? Hancock subconsciously took 2 steps back. She was once enslaved by the Tenryubito, and she didn't want to mention that kind of thing again in her life. Moreover, although Hancock hated the Tenryubito, she still did not dare to offend the Tenryubito. Seeing Nick Pin bring a Tenryubito in front of her, Hancock's first thought was not revenge, but fear. She is afraid of getting burned. Snapped. Nickpin went up and gave Charlos a big ear melon seed, and slapped him, terrified and lying on the ground. What are you afraid of? Although he is a Tenryubito, he only has 2 eyes and 1 mouth, nothing more than us. Now I beat him like a dog. Nickpin kicked Charlos in front of Hancock, and then said, do you want to have fun? Ah. Don't let him get close to me. I originally thought that an invincible woman like Empress Hancock would be different. I didn't expect that she was as afraid of Tenryubito as those cowardly commoners. Listen, cowardly people. In this world, no one is more special than anyone else. The only difference there is in this world is strength. What a disappointment. Shaking his head heavily, Nickpin stretched out his hand and pointed at Kuja Pirate, go back to your own ship, I'm leaving. Hancock's psychology seemed to be caught by the door. That kind of discomfort. It's not the pain of being bullied or beaten by others. It's an uncomfortable feeling of being looked down upon but unable to refute. Yeah. The only difference in this world is strength. The man in front of her can beat Tenryubito without fear. And doesn't she even have the courage to face the Tenryubito? She raised her head slowly, and said with mixed feelings in her heart, can you tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Cowardly woman. It's okay to tell you. Listen, what I want to do is, live broadcast the execution of Tenryubito to the whole world. Click. Hancock was completely stunned. Broadcast the execution of Tenryubito to the whole world. This man must have courage to face the wrath of the world government and Marine at the same time. God. In this world, is there really such a brave person? Chapter 184. Yes. The reason why Nickpin keeps Charlos as a captive is that he intends to live broadcast the execution of the Tenryubito in front of the whole world. Don't you, Marine, want to have the broadcast of executing the Pirate King bloodline all over the world? Don't you want to completely cut off the blood of evil? Then Nickpin will dot his world live broadcast at that time to let everyone understand one thing. Even the Tenryubito who look like gods in people's eyes can be executed. When hearing what Nickpin said, Hancock pondered for a moment, then shouted out. She pursed her red lips lightly, and asked slowly, you said you were going to live broadcast the execution of Tenryubito in front of the whole world, so where do you plan to execute it? Nickpin said lightly, Marine Ford. Ah. When she heard Nickpin mentioning this matter just now, Hancock had a guess in his heart, and now hearing Nickpin confirming it personally, Hancock can no longer hold back. Not long ago, she had received a notice from Marineford that Marine was going to perform a public execution on Fire Fist Ace in Marineford in a week. As the 7 warlords of the sea, she was also ordered to gather at Marineford a week later to deal with the possible Whitebeard pirate group. But now, this guy in front of me keeps saying that he will carry out a public execution of the Tenryubito in Marineford. Such an outrageous thing. If it was normal, Hancock would definitely laugh without hesitation. But facing Nickpin at this time, Hancock looked at those firm eyes like stars, but she couldn't raise any doubts. There is a feeling somewhere. This man in front of her will really do what he says. But what I don't understand is, why do you dare to say such arrogant words? That is Marineford. It is very difficult to get there. Sengoku and Marine will not just watch you take the Tenryubito there and execute him in front of them. Although Hancock vaguely feels that the man in front of him is very determined, but the problem facing the reality is very real. I believe you have also received the notice from Marineford. A week later, Marineford and the Whitebeard pirates will have to a full-scale battle, and my crewmates and I will appear on the scene at that time. Hearing this, Hancock frowned slightly. How can you be sure that the Whitebeard pirates will dare to come? Ha ha ha. Hearing Hancock's question, Nickpin burst out laughing. Hancock frowned. What are you laughing at? I just said, you are a cowardly woman. Nickpin shook his head slightly, then walked towards the edge of the railing, looking at the beautiful scenery of Amazon Lily. How can a cowardly woman understand the courage of the strongest man in the world? Shut up. Don't humiliate the Empress. Snake Princess dignity is up to us to protect. If you dare to be disrespectful the Empress, we will fight you. The female fighters of the Kuja pirates looked at Nickpin with righteous indignation, as if they wanted to strip him alive. It's not insulting at all, I'm just stating a fact. You women, how can you understand what the name Whitebeard stands for? Whitebeard will go in a week. And my crewmates and I will also bring the Tenryubito to that execution ground. Listening to Nickpin's decisive words, Hancock's heart skipped a beat. He obviously doesn't know Whitebeard well. Does he trust Whitebeard that much? Wrong. He, like Whitebeard, is crazy. Since you have already decided to go, why do you still come to me? What do you want to talk to me? Because I don't want to waste too much energy on getting close to Marineford, so, what I want is for you to help me and my crewmates easily enter Marineford. In this way, we can put all our energy into fighting Marine. Nickpin explained. Of course, the most important thing is, if they mix in with Hancock, Marine's main attention will be on the Whitebeard pirates. Then your wishful thinking has been miscalculated. This time, this Empress has no plan to go to Marineford at all. No. You will go. Nickpin didn't argue, and said in a positive tone. Hancock frowned. Hancock was very displeased with Nickpin's attitude of controlling everything. It's a joke. Can this Empress not know whether she will go or not? Nickpin said resolutely, if you don't go, Marine will threaten you with the lives of the female warriors on Amazon Lily, so you have to go. Hancock looked speechless. She only needs to think a little bit, and she can figure out that things will definitely develop as Nickpin said. At that time, she still has to go. After thinking for a while, Hancock said in a deep voice, but even if I go, I will definitely go by myself. You and your crewmates are many, there is no way for me to bring you in. It's not a big problem. Nickpin smiled and then flipped his palms, communicating the magic power of the small cards of Clow. She saw that the huge Going Merry pirate ship turned into a very miniature ship at this moment. Nickpin held Going Merry in his hand, then looked at Hancock. Now, is it all right? Ah, this. The eyes of everyone in the Kuja pirates suddenly widened. Oh my god. Is this a devil fruit's ability? You can actually make a pirate ship so small. If it is used to launch a surprise attack, it is impossible to defend against. It's actually possible to do this. Hancock opened his mouth, then asked again, what about you? Nickpin replied, I can also become smaller. At that time, I will take the pirate ship, you put me in your pocket and bring me into Marineford, and then find a corner and throw me there. If that's the case, then I will agree to your request. Although he was spanked by Nickpin just now, when he thought of what Nickpin was about to do, Hancock immediately didn't care. He planned to become an enemy of the world, but she just got spanked in the ass, so why bother? Okay. It seems that you are not completely cowardly. Nodding his head, Nickpin then said, I will dock the ship to the forest side of Amazon Lily, and I will come to you again when Marineford came to pick you up. As he said that, Nickpin stepped on his feet. Holding the Going Merry, he instantly soared into the air and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 185. Time flies, and a week has passed. Going Merry. In the manga studio, Nickpin checked the system mail. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his world strength in the manga Akame ga Kill, and the development of the fruit has reached Gear 5. You simultaneously obtain the Gear 5 ability of its fruit. You get points 10. Your fan Kobe has improved his world strength in the manga Demon Slayer, Zenitsu, and learned the Breath of Thunder, 4th form, and Distant Thunder. You simultaneously gain its Thunder Breathing ability. You get point 6. Your manga fan Nami conquered the Wind card in the world of manga Cardcaptor Sakura. You get the Wind card ability simultaneously. You get points 5. Your manga Roronoa Zoro has improved his world power in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography and master his Bankai ability. You get points 10. Your manga fan Usopp has cultivated the ability of the god-killing star Shirkai Black Coffin Star in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunemea. You simultaneously get the god-killing star Shirkai ability Black Coffin Star. You get points 8. Your fan Sanji trained the 7th gate of 8 inner gates in the manga book Might Guy biography, and successfully opened the 7th gate. You simultaneously acquire the 7th gate ability. You get points 7. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world power in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography and practiced A-level ninjutsu Rasengan. You get A-level ninjutsu Rasengan at the same time. You get points 4. Your manga fan Nico Robin has improved his world power in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography and practiced A-level ninjutsu Wind Blade, and you simultaneously obtain A-level ninjutsu Wind Blade. You get points 4. Your manga fan Chopper developed the Alrescaglacies Rumble Ball in the world of the manga Strike the Blook. You simultaneously acquired the Alrescaglacies Rumble Ball. You earn points 3. Your manga fan Frankie has improved his world strength in the manga Genos biography, and he has gained an incinerator. You get the incinerator simultaneously. You get 4 points. Your fan Brook has improved his strength in the world of the manga Ghost Rider, and gained the Hellfire Chain technique. You gain Hellfire Chains simultaneously. You get 5 points. Your fan Kaya has improved his strength in the world of the manga Tsunade biography and practiced Healing Jutsu. You get Healing Jutsu simultaneously. You get 1 points. Good guy. Just as Nickpin expected, the harvest this time is quite rich. After accumulating system emails for a week, almost everyone has improved a lot. Luffy's fruit ability finally hits 5th gear before Summit War. Don't underestimate this little progress. There is a world of difference between the Luffy in 5th gear and the Luffy before 5th gear. Zoro's Wado sword completed Bankai. In this regard, Nickpin can't get anything. In addition, this time, Kaya also practiced medical ninjutsu by reading Tsunade biography. She, who is not good at fighting, finally has a place to use her skills. Amazon Lily. Nickpin came here with Going Merry in hand. On the deck of Kuja Pirate, Hancock has been waiting here for a long time. Looking at the figure of Nickpin falling on the deck, Hancock looked arrogant. I thought you were not going to came. Ignoring this sentence, Nickpin looked around and said, has Marine's warship come yet? Seeing that Nickpin still had no intention of licking her, Hancock curled his lips. They have called just now, and it should arrive soon. Now you can get smaller. Good. Nickpin put the Going Merry into his pocket, and then communicated the magic power of the small card. His figure quickly became the size of a palm. Nickpin jumped lightly and landed in Hancock's flat palm. Wani-sama. A warship is coming. These bastards. Seeing the warship, Hancock gritted his teeth. Just 3 days ago, the Marine warship came. As Nickpin expected, when Hancock refused, Marine Vice Admiral Momonga reminded Hancock with a buster call and threatened to attack Amazon Lily. Hancock had to compromise. Alright, didn't you tell me that I have to go? Then I will bring you a big surprise. Nickpin only felt refreshing for a while, and was immediately stunned. FK. Where's the pocket? Then he suddenly realized that Hancock is wearing a dress. She has no pockets. Worry. This buoyancy is quite sudden. When the warship approached, Vice Admiral Momonga stood in front of the deck and said in a deep voice, let's go. Hancock stepped onto the bridge with slender legs. With every step she took, the Marine soldiers on the deck all grinned at the corners of their mouths. Nickpin looked at the situation outside from the seam of her clothes, and couldn't help but find it interesting. It is the first time to see the world from here. After the warship arrived at Marineford, Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was arranged to live alone. However, because of the state of combat readiness, Hancock's residence is not big, just a separate dormitory for female officers. On the second day, Hancock, led by a Marine female soldier, joined the 4 remaining 7 warlords of the sea, and then came to the battle platform of Marineford. Why 4 people? Because Crocodile is in jail. Jinbei was also imprisoned in the Impel Down because he was unwilling to fight against Whitebeard. Then there's Gecko Moria, who got punched by Luffy not long ago, and Marine lost contact with him. And now, 7 warlords of the sea is down to 4 people. Mihawk. Heavenly Yiksha Doflamingo. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Empress Hancock. When the 4 of them came to the battle platform, Doflamingo walked with unrecognizable steps, shaking his head and looking around. But when his eyes swept over the execution platform, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Furfur. Isn't it? What kind of treatment is this? He looked at Ace on the execution platform and couldn't stop laughing. Mihawk followed Doflamingo's gaze, and suddenly 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Bartholomew Kuma didn't turn his head, like a war machine without any emotion. Hancock looked up, and immediately sprayed. She was surprised. What is this? On the execution platform as far as they could see, Ace was ready to be charged here at this time. But the problem is, Normally, the prisoner should be escorted to kneel on the execution platform. But at this time, Ace was sitting in an open chariot chair. Two Marine soldiers were carrying the chariot chair, walking back and forth non-stop. Ace in the chariot chair is locked by seastone shackles, with a look of sickness. Nick Pin looked out of Hancock's heart, saw Ace's scene, and was speechless. Others didn't know what was going on, but Nick Pin guessed it all at once. The chariot chair is a means of transportation, used to limit the magic of the fire dragon. And seastone is limited to Maramara fruit. If the two are combined, Ace's ability will be completely blocked. When the 7 warlords of the sea arrived at the designated location, another Marine soldier moved 3 chairs directly under the execution platform. Soon, Marine 3 Admiral came from the aisle and sat on 3 chairs respectively. These bastards, don't even talk about getting us some chairs, fur. Doflamingo rubbed his chin, dissatisfied in his tone. This Empress doesn't need it. Under Hancock's body, the boa constrictor Salome coiled up into a lump, which happened to serve as a chair for Hancock. Ah, what a convenient little pet. Doflamingo curled his lips, then moved his fingers. They saw a Marine soldier walking past him, as if being led by a string, and walked backwards. He walked behind Doflamingo with a terrified expression and lay down on the ground. This chair is nice, fur. Doflamingo sat on the Marine soldier's back. At this moment, on the scaffold above, Sengoku stepped out. Holding a radio den mushi, he announced loudly, "This matter is to be announced to everyone, it is related to the great significance of Porges Dia's execution today." Hearing Sengoku suddenly and inexplicably said such a sentence, everyone was a little confused. Those who were watching the live broadcast in front of the big screens of various island news agencies were even more stunned. What's the situation? Fire Fist Ace will be executed, isn't it because he is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Yeah, what's the big deal? Does his death piss off Whitebeard? Are you guys stupid? Can't you just listen to Sengoku go on? I just said that this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. The execution of Ace in Marineford, and a live broadcast around the world, there must be some secret here. Sengoku's words immediately ignited the interest of all the people who watch. Ace. Say your father's name. Sengoku's voice spread throughout Marineford through the broadcast system, and spread throughout the live broadcast venues on various islands. Father? Even the Marine soldiers who were at the scene in Marineford couldn't help complaining. But Ace didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with this question, and he answered directly, "My father is Whitebeard." Wrong. Sengoku interrupted Ace immediately. No. My father can only be Whitebeard. However, Sengoku continued on his own, according to the information collected by the world government, we finally found out your real identity. In South Blue, there is an island called Batarilla. There, a woman named Portgas D, Rogue who gave birth to you. 1 year and 3 months after your father's death, the child who inherited the world's most evil blood was born. That is you. It's impossible for you not to know your father. Speaking of this, Sengoku's face suddenly became extremely angry, and he shouted hoarsely at the radio den mushi, "Portgas D Ace father is the Pirate King Gold Roger." Chapter 186. What? When Sengoku called out the man's name, the whole world froze for a moment. The commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates turned out to be the son of Gold Roger the Pirate King. Anyone who utters such outrageous words will be laughed at as a fool. But the one who said this is the Fleet Admiral of Marineford. Then it must be true. It turned out to be Roger's son. That man's son is still alive. This is really big news. His biological son survived, that's a miracle. Whether it's the people at Marineford, or the melon eaters in front of the big screens, their brains are buzzing at this time. Sengoku continued. About 2 years ago, when we found that he sailed across the sea as the captain of the Spades Pirates, we realized that Roger's bloodline has not been cut off. However, Whitebeard, who discovered this at the same time as us, did not hesitate to bring the son of his former rival to his ship in order to train him to become the next generation Pirate King. That's not true. I boarded the Moby Dick to make Pop the Pirate King. I'm afraid you're the only one who thinks so. In fact, the reason why we haven't dared to act rashly is because Whitebeard protects you. But if you keep your training, your talent will eventually help you stand at the pinnacle of the next era of pirates. So, taking your head here today means a lot. Even if it turns into an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's statement sets the tone for the situation at hand. That is. Today you Ace must die. Fleet Admiral. Report. The gate of justice was opened without anyone's order. And the control room can't be contacted. What? Sengoku frowned, showing a bad look. Directly above the sea, the huge gate slowly separated to both sides under the force of the tide. When the two doors were completely opened, densely packed pirate warships quietly appeared on the sea surface. It's the large fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Wild Knight Doma. Thunder Lord Megui. The Dekalvan brother. Vortex Spider Squad. A terrifying group, all of them captain who have made a name for themselves in the new world. Where is Whitebeard? Quickly check the location. A total of 43 large pirate ships. Only Whitebeard and the division commander are missing. Damn! Where did they come from? Sengoku's face changed slightly, and he frowned and ordered loudly, "All Marines, enter the battle state." "Fleet Admiral, should we attack?" the orderly asked nervously. "Wait a minute. Whitebeard must be nearby. He must have something to do with this. Keep a close watch on the sea for me." Pfufferfer. So much fun. I can't hold back. Come on, Whitebeard. If it was normal, even if Doflamingo was killed, he would not dare to say such arrogant words. But today is different. With the entire Marineford in the background, Doflamingo is ready to witness the fall of the four emperors. Galulyalu. At this moment, in the crescent harbor of Marineford, a large number of bubbles suddenly surged on the water surface. Under the high platform, Marine and Admiral's eyes narrowed almost at the same time, and they cast their eyes on the water surface in the bay. It really came out of an unexpected place. Garp raised his brows and looked at the water in surprise. Shadows appear beneath the surface of the water in the bay. It turns out that it is like this, all their ships are coated. Just as Marine was exclaiming, a ship directly smashed open the sea water. Wow! A huge pirate ship shaped like a white whale rushed out from under the sea. It's appeared. It's the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. Immediately afterwards, on the sea surface around the Moby Dick, the sea broke through again, and 3 other frigates broke through the water. These 3 frigates have almost the same shape as the Moby Dick, only a few circles smaller. On the whale's mouth on the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stands there with his commanding figure. Holding the Naginata Murakumajiri in one hand, the corner of his mouth slightly raised a confident arc, and he looked at Sengoku. "Gururara, Sengoku, I haven't seen you in decades." Afterwards, Whitebeard looked at Ace on the execution platform, and was taken aback. "What kind of his treatment is this?" he said in a deep voice, "My beloved son, are you okay?" Pop. Even though Ace felt sick from being shaken by the chariot chair, he still yelled hysterically the moment he saw Whitebeard. "Ace! Just be patient for a while." Looking at the pale Ace, Whitebeard put the Murakumajiri in his hand on the ground, and then clenched his hands into fists. He bent down slightly, crossed his arms in front of him, and then swung to the side suddenly. Crack crack. They saw that in the atmosphere, cracks suddenly appeared one after another, like spider webs, densely covered out of thin air. What? The atmosphere is cracked. Hey hey hey. What's the matter with that explosion sound? It's not good. The movement of the sea is not right. Rumble. As Whitebeard swung his fists down, the sea surface on the left and right sides of Marineford seemed to be a prehistoric beast suddenly awakened, and the terrifying sea water instantly rose and bulged upwards. A seawater bulge and a tsunami was formed. And this tsunami keeps going up. Just watched this scene, Ace was heartbroken. Pop. Everyone. Obviously I ignored everyone's advice and ran out by myself. It was my own actions that brought me to this end. Why don't you let me fend for myself? Seeing so many comrades marching to Marineford for rescue, Ace's heart is touched and warm. But he is not a fool, he knows that so many crewmates here today, a large part will die in this sea forever. If possible, he would never want to see these people die to save him. Wrong. But at this moment, Whitebeard said calmly, "Son, you didn't act on your own, I told you to go. Don't lie. You were trying to stop me." "No, I told you to go." Whitebeard's voice was still calm. He turned his head to look at Marco beside him, and asked, "I remember right, Marco?" "Oh yes, I heard that too." Marco clasped his arms and raised the corner of his mouth lightly, looking at Ace. "Ace, you have suffered a lot. Everyone in this sea knows. What will happen to when they cross the Whitebeard pirate? No one who hurt you will live, Ace. You wait, we will save you by ourselves. Brother Ace, we are here, we will definitely take you away. Marineford, die." A series of sonorous and powerful voices came from the Moby Dick. "That's the manifesto of the Whitebeard pirates. That's a manifesto to fight for the family." At this moment, Nick Pin, who was in Hancock's boobs, looked at this scene, and suddenly the pores of his whole body opened up, and his blood boiled. This kind of Whitebeard's attitude that he personally felt when he read this scene in his previous life. And hockey feeling from the strongest of four emperors. That's something you can't feel just by watching manga and anime. Boom! The tsunami on both sides soared into the sky, forming two seawater canopies, which crashed down towards Marineford. War. Here we go. Chapter 187. It's a tsunami. What kind of power is this? What a monster. Fur. Ah. It's over. The entire Marineford was shocked in the face of this force of nature, which is almost irresistible to human beings. Sengoku suddenly shouted. Trouble. Rubbing his head, Akiji drove away the lazy expression on his face, then he stepped on his feet and appeared in the sky instantly. His hands pointed towards the tsunami on both sides. Ice Age. The biting cold air spewed out towards both sides crazily. Ka. Accompanied by a clear and audible freezing sound, the monstrous tsunami suddenly stopped and turned into two icebergs towering high in the sky. Akiji, you boy. The corners of his mouth grinned slightly, and Whitebeard showed his displeasure. Although he also knew that Marineford could not be wiped out at once, but he was still very upset to see the tsunami ice. Ice Spear. The moment he fell from the sky, Akiji condensed two ice spears out of thin air and shot at Whitebeard. Whitebeard punched in the air and shattered the atmosphere with a bang. Even the two ice spears that hadn't flown to the front were shattered together. The ship is frozen. The bay is also full of ice. Hey. The sea seems to have a foothold now. Ha. Come on. Seeing the situation in the harbor, the pirates immediately jumped off the deck one by one and rushed forward. Quick! Destroy the Moby Dick. The commander are showing up too. Don't stop the attacking. One order after another was issued continuously, and the marine side also responded with war materials. The two sides will soon fight it out. Sanglong. Below the high platform, Dracul Mihawk drew out the black sword Yoru behind him. Fufurfur. What? Are you going to do it? Feeling the leak of hockey from the man beside him, Doflamingo smiled arrogantly. I just want to measure the real gap between the strongest man and I. The moment the voice fell, Yoru swished out. Boom. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air and ground exploded instantly. Whoosh. The sword energy is like a flying shadow that kills people, and it flew out of the air in an instant. Wherever it passes along the way, all ice surfaces will explode. But just when this sword energy was about to approach Whitebeard, a burly figure suddenly jumped down. It's the commander of the 3rd Division Diamond Jozu. In front of the big screen, someone exclaimed. After all, for many ordinary people, they don't necessarily know these celebrities. At this time, some well-informed people exclaimed from time to time, allowing these people who watched to understand the scene. Jozu landed on the ice, his whole body shining with the luster of diamonds. At the same time, the armed color covered the surface of the diamond. Double defense. Boom. The sword energy hit him in an instant, setting off a shocking explosion. The moment the first explosion exploded, two terrible bangs erupted immediately afterwards. Originally there was only one sword slash, but when it hit Jozu, it turned into three inexplicably. Jozu blocked one, but failed to defend the other two. With a bang, his burly figure was sent flying, and then fell heavily on the deck of the Moby Dick. Jozu. The two commander hurried up to check Jozu's injuries. What the hell? In Hancock's chest, Nick Pin watched this scene with a dazed expression. Didn't Jozu be able to block Mihawk's slash? What happened? Oh. As expected of you. The commander of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates can't even block your slash across half of the bay. Too strong. One must know that the farther the slash travels, the more its power will dissipate. It is an extremely exaggerated phenomenon in itself to slash the sword energy so far away like Mihawk. Because for ordinary great swordsmen, their sword energy slashing waves simply cannot fly such a long distance. But Mihawk's sword slashing wave not only flies so far, but also has such terrifying power. I'm ashamed that attack just now, I used someone else's attack move. Shaking his head slightly, there was an incomprehensible light in his eagle eyes. And at this time, in the sky, suddenly golden light filled the sky. A large amount of golden light condensed directly above the Moby Dick. A human figure appeared in the golden light, it was Marine Admiral Kizaru. The saw Kizaru made a gesture with both hands, and a lot of golden light condensed on it. Yasukani no Magatama. With Kizaru swaying his hands, golden beams of light rained down. Yell. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a blue flame soared into the sky. Facing the laser beam directly, it turned into a flame-round shield made of blue fire. Whoosh whoosh. When those laser beams hit the blue flame-round shield, they disappeared like entering the sea. I can't let you hit us all at once. Among the blue fire, Marco's figure appeared. Oh. It's so scary, Whitebeard pirates. Kizaru also appeared in the golden light, showing a beating expression. Below. The pirates are aggressively attacking, and the Marines are also fully engaged. Hancock, the 7 warlords of the sea, finally met the enemy. Hancock, just throw us on the battlefield. Nick Pin shouted in Hancock's heart. Shall we start? Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Killing the Tenryubito live. Once this kind of drama starts, everything that happened today will be eclipsed. Immediately, she reached into her chest and grabbed Nick Pin. Perfume femur. When Hancock smashed a pirate with one blow, he instantly threw Nick Pin out. The moment Nick Pin fell to the ground, Nick Pin immediately returned to its original size. He quickly found a position, and then removed the magic of the small card on Going Merry. After all, he didn't want the Going Merry to be harmed in this battle. Wow! Going Merry turned into a normal size. What's going on? Another pirate ship has appeared. The Marine on the scene suddenly exclaimed. Ah, hello. What happened to that pirate ship? Why did it appear suddenly? It seems to have appeared out of thin air. Is it a helper invited by the Whitebeard pirates? The people who were eating melons in front of the big screen were all stunned. However, when Ace saw the pirate flag of this pirate ship, the whole person was dumbfounded. He saw at a glance that this pirate flag was officially the pirate flag of his younger brother's pirate group. How can he be here? He did not only worry Pop and the others, but also worry his younger brother. I'm such a useless big brother. Tears of regret overflowed from Ace's eyes. Pop, there seems to be something wrong. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Vista said calmly. The Whitebeard smiled. Gururara, don't worry about them. Don't worry about it. We are still not sure if they are friends or foes. Whitebeard laughed again, certainly not the enemy, otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared in this way. And this time. A voice suddenly jumped to the top of Going Merry's mast. He is wearing a small vest, shorts, and big slippers. He also wears a straw hat on top of his head. Puff. In front of the big screen, the supernovas who were watching this scene all sprayed out their drink. FK. Isn't this the guy with the highest bounty in the current supernova? Why are we both supernovas? We can only watch the live broadcast here, while others appear in the live broadcast. That's Marine Ford. That's total war on Marine and Whitebeard pirates. What a bunch of lunatics. On the mast, Luffy clenched his fists and shouted to the sky, Ace, I'm here to save you. The sound is like thunder in the clear sky. Instantly caused the entire Marine Ford to stagnate for a short time. Luffy. Ace burst into tears and roared loudly. He knew that what he said at this time was useless, the only thing he could do was to cry out for his incompetence. When seeing this face clearly, Sengoku was furious. Bastard Garp. That's your good grandson. Garp's old face is flushed of embarrassment. Chapter 188. That kid is Ace's younger brother. Looking at the situation in front of him, Marco immediately guessed Luffy's identity. He heard from Ace before that he has a younger brother. In this situation, who else but his brother would rush to Marineford to save Ace? The kid wearing the straw hat, he is Ace's brother, Vista also analyzed. I didn't expect that Ace's younger brother to be so brave. Sure enough, with such a big brother, how could the little brother be an ordinary person? The two brothers really have the same energy. The members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted excitedly. Gururara. Whitebeard smiled happily too. Garp. Look what you've done. Garp pretended not to hear. What did he do? He have worked very hard to train him into the marine, but he wants to be a pirate himself, don't blame this on me. Hey hey hey. Here comes some amazing guys. Having fought against the Straw Hat pirates on Long Island before, Akiji knows that these people are not ordinary rookie pirate. Many people failed to show their real strength that day, but even so, Robin defeated him, the Marine Admiral, in name. Woo, yes. Kizaru's eyes widened, and he frowned as he watched the figures appearing on the deck of Going Merry. In the Sabaody Archipelago battle, he still remembers Nickpin and Zoro. That's an existence that even Marine Admiral can't do anything about. What are you two doing? It's just a group of rookie pirates who just went out to sea. What are you worried about, you guys? What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing the exclamation words of Akiji and Kizaru, Sakazuki frowned suddenly, his face was full of disdain. Not to mention that he has never fought against the Straw Hat pirates, even if he had, he would not be afraid of pirates. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy yelled, jumped off the mast with a whoosh, and headed straight for the execution platform. Stop him. Don't let him near the execution platform. Wind slash. Holding a sharp long sword in his hand, with the black armament haki covering the blade, Momonga took a step forward and slashed horizontally. Stay out of the way, I'm going to save Ace. Facing Momonga-slash, Luffy not only did not avoid it, but threw a punch in front of it. The moment the fist goes out it is magnified dozens of times in an instant. Gomu Gomu no elephant gun. Under Luffy's sprint, the strength of this punch is above the third gear. And with the high-level armament haki entanglement, the power of this punch is far more terrifying than previous third gear. Under the lock of the advanced observation haki, Momonga attack trajectory was clearly seen by Luffy. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, Vice Admiral Momonga didn't even have time to see what happened, he seemed to be hit by a speeding train, and flew back with a bang. Boom! Below the execution platform, the reinforced concrete battle platform was smashed out of a human-shaped crater in an instant. What? One punch. That's Vice Admiral Momonga. Even among Vice Admirals, the strength of Vice Admiral Momonga definitely belongs to the upper rank. Are you kidding? Is this guy so strong? Kizaru's eyes were filled with surprise, and he shook his head. Damn! Is that guy Garp's grandson? Isn't that the son of a dragon? Sakazuki's eyes glowed blue, and he was furious, just in time, today I can get rid of two evil bloodline. Akiji, who was not far away, opened his mouth in shock. Sabaody Archipelago. Is that the #1 supernova? It's too strong. Wow! One punch to take out a veteran vice admiral. What an exaggeration. As a supernova, why do I feel that his strength is not on the same level as mine? With such a strong supernova joining the battle, this is a good show. The Melon Eaters were all shocked by Luffy's strength. Crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates, escort the captain. Nickpin appeared at the front of the deck, stepped on the railing with one foot, and pointed forward with his hand, quite a kind of high-spirited pointing gesture. Nickpin, are you guys here too? Ace gritted his teeth, feeling deeply powerless. Originally thought that Luffy's appearance was only due to his own willfulness, but he didn't expect the entire Straw Hat Pirates to come. For the first time, Ace has expectations for his younger brother to become the Pirate King. Ace, long time no see. Nickpin shouted loudly. Nickpin. I already asked you to take care of my idiot brother. Now I have to involve you to save me, I am really sorry. Even though he felt dizzy and nauseous after being in the chariot chair, Ace still forcibly knocked his head on the floor of the chariot chair at this time. He is ashamed to have involved so many people. If you want to repay me, wait until you are saved. Now, Ace, cheer me up. The people who appear here today all here to save you. Don't let what they have done for you be in vain. As he said that, Nick Pin jumped forward and jumped to the battlefield. Don't let what they did for him be in vain. Hearing this, Ace was startled suddenly. Yes. They're all here. If he's still undecided at this time, then what qualifications do he have to be worthy of this? I get it, I won't be indecisive anymore. Ace straightened his back and shouted, Luffy. Pop. I won't be confused anymore. Come and save me. Gururara. Hearing Ace's yell, Whitebeard grinned happily. That's the way it is. If even you, Ace, doesn't have the will to survive, then don't those of us who came to save you look like idiots. Watching Ace's change, Whitebeard subconsciously cast his eyes on Nickpin's back. What an amazing kid. Whitebeard pirates obey orders. Protect Ace's younger brother with all your strength. Chapter 189. Woo, Straw Hat Boy. I can't let you pass. It's Admiral Kizaru. Seeing Kizaru appear, all marine soldiers shouted excitedly. Kizaru raised his right foot and aimed it in the direction Luffy was running from. A golden ball of light condenses and forms at the bottom of Kizaru's feet. It seems that the energy of the shaped cannon has accumulated to a critical level, and then it is released suddenly. It was an extremely thick golden beam. For a moment it was as if the sun in the sky fell into the ground. The people around were all stabbed so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. The next moment, the golden laser bombarded Luffy. Woo, now you have to retreat, Kizaru smiles smugly. The other party is Garp's grandson after all, and as Marine Admiral, Kizaru doesn't want to make a fuss. So it's enough to stop it symbolically, and act hard in front of Sengoku. As for the kind of thing that can't be done, let's leave it to Sakazuki's steel head. But just when he thought his laser cannon would push Luffy back, the laser cannon exploded less than 3 meters away from him. There is an invisible barrier forming an absolute block. Damn, it's that guy. Although Kizaru couldn't see the invisible barrier, he immediately guessed what it was. When he was in the Sabaody archipelago before, Nick Pin used this invisible barrier to block his attack. And now it's showing up again. Sure enough, as Kizaru expected, Nick Pin's figure descended from the sky. Hey! Kizaru, our previous battle in Sabaody archipelago is not over yet, don't interfere with our captain. Without any nonsense, Luffy rushed past Kizaru with firm eyes. Kizaru thought about it, but still didn't make a move to stop Luffy. After all, the man in front of him is even more evil. What did you do to St. Charlos? Thinking of the deeds Nick Pin has done, he is far from angry. Because of this incident, all his bonuses for half a year were deducted. Relax, he is still alive, and you will see him later. The corners of Nick Pin's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile. Nick Pin brought St. Charlos here. Kizaru vaguely felt a bad premonition. It's just that there is no evidence to support this premonition, so Kizaru can only stop thinking about it. If you beat me, I will give him back to you, Nick Pin said provocatively. Woo, how arrogant. Hearing this, Kizaru's figure instantly disappeared in place. Almost at the same time, he appeared behind Nick Pin. How about you taste being kicked at the speed of light? With the sound of Kizaru's voice, a golden kick kicked Nick Pin fiercely. Whoosh! One kick fell, and the ape didn't hit any real feeling. Nanny! What the? Before the battle between Nick Pin and Sabaody archipelago, Nick Pin basically used Charlos as a shield, and the whole fighting style was wretched. But Kizaru never imagined that Nick Pin could dodge his light speed kick. This guy, is this normal? Don't underestimate me. My speed is not slower than the speed of light. Kizaru's heart skipped a beat. FK. It was supposed to be him sneak attack on Nick Pin, but how did Nick Pin sneak attack him? But Kizaru didn't have time to think about it at this time, and his observation hockey didn't have time to judge whether he could dodge. He used the safest method. Defense. Kizaru instantly raised his right arm, and armament haki was wrapped around it. The moment Kizaru's arm raised to defend, Nickpin's kick has arrived. Countless days and nights of manga accumulation, yes, Nickpin's defense and speed have reached unimaginable levels. Even though he doesn't have those fancy skills, just relying on his speed and defense, he is definitely a top-level powerhouse in this world. Boom! With one foot down, Kizaru's figure is like a cannonball. With a bang, a building in the distance was reduced to ruins. Oh! What did I see? The co-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates kicked Kizaru away. Are you kidding me? Just now, the Straw Hat boy punched Marineford Vice Admiral away, it's already off the mark. Now their deputy head actually kicked an admiral away. What kind of monsters are these people? In Sabaody Archipelago, the pirates who were watching this battle were all dumbfounded. Pop, that deputy captain seems to be no less powerful than our commander. Beside Whitebeard, Marco commented seriously. Gururarara. The commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Don't get compared by the younger generations. Show me your strength. Whitebeard waved Murakumajiri in his hand, and swept across with the sword. The marine soldiers in front of him flew away like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Admiral Kizaru. Not far from where Kizaru fell, marine soldiers exclaimed. But before they were worried, they saw Kizaru popping up from the ruins, saying solemnly, "Artillery unit, pay attention to the opponent's attack." The surrounding marine soldiers suddenly had black lines on their faces. What the hell is he trying to change the subject, so that they can forget how embarrassed he was when he was kicked away just now? And for Luffy current situation. As soon as he shot a group of marines away, he saw a man carrying a black sword in front of him. Fate, will the proud son of the next era die here or will he escape the sword smoothly? The owner holding the black sword stared at Luffy coming in front of him with eyes as sharp as an eagle. That's the world's #1 swordsman. It's really strong people appearing one after another. My heart is about to jump out. Is this Summit War? It's scary. The Straw Hat boy is a rubber man, and he will be at a disadvantage against the great swordsman. Amidst the exclamation of the people, Luffy has already approached by Mihawk. The gaze like a sword glow burst out from the eagle's eyes. The black sword in his hand has not moved yet, but the soaring sword intent has already climbed. Where other people are there, it becomes a world of its own. Even the rampant Luffy had to stop. Because his observation haki strongly perceives. If he continues to rush forward without thinking, then the only thing waiting for him is injury. Damn! What a strong wind! Where did it come from? Idiot, that's not the wind. It's the aura created by Mihawk's sword intent. It's outrageous. Just the sword intent is so scary. Protect yourself. Don't be hurt by sword intent. The marines and pirates who were relatively close to each other subconsciously scatter outside the range of Mihawk's sword intent. No one dared to confront them head-on. Don't stop me. I'm here to save Ace, not to duel with guy like you. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, staring firmly at Mihawk with a pair of firm eyes. He hoped that the other party would get out of the way. If not, he can only fight one more time. Only in that way, it will slow down his pace of saving Ace. Just when he was about to do it, a voice that made him feel extremely at ease appeared. Luffy, leave this to me. When the voice fell, a figure with a green hair appeared. There are 3 swords on the waist. Roronoa Zoro. When seeing this person, Mihawk's eyes suddenly lit up. He glanced at Zoro, and then showed affirmation, you have become stronger again. You have also become stronger, #1 swordman in the world. The strongest. Come and fight me. Let's decide this battle of the world's #1 swordsman. Sure. Almost the moment Zoro uttered these words, Mihawk responded loudly with emotion. His "okay" accompanied by his sword intent instantly spread to the surroundings, attacking the entire battle platform of Marineford. Hey! What did I see? That young man actually challenged Mihawk to become the #1 swordsman in the world. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted the position of the world's #1 swordsman. The strange thing is Mihawk's attitude, right? Have you ever seen Mihawk accept someone's challenge with such enthusiasm? Ah. Yes, Mihawk seems to be looking forward to it. Excited too. Is there anything special about this young swordsman? In front of the big screen of Sabaody Archipelago, those pirates who are not bad in strength are also stunned at this time. It's hard to imagine that a young swordsman was taken so seriously by Mihawk. Ah! It's him. It's the guy who used to fight Mihawk in East Blue. Damn it. I remembered it too. Mihawk admitted that he had lost a move. This is the guy. Roronoa Zoro. A pirate hunter from East Blue, a combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates. No mistake, he is the existence that even Mihawk admits defeat. Damn it. Are these guys in the Straw Hat Pirates so strong? The captain and the deputy captain are terrifyingly amazing. I didn't expect the number 3 in the team to be so strong. Terrible. Mihawk raised his arm and held the hilt of the sword behind his back. The next moment, the black sword Yoru unsheathed. In an instant, the world changed color. That man actually takes this battle so seriously. Feeling the soaring sword intent emanating from Mihawk, Marine Vice Admiral Guion immediately stopped attacking, and the whole group couldn't help looking at Mihawk. This sword intent. It's too serious. Vice Admiral Enigimo's eyes were slightly condensed, and his mouth was shocked. Vice Admiral Strawberry said in a deep voice, "It's just to deal with that kid, is it really necessary?" Phew. This guy is so good, I can't wait to see the strength of this green moss-headed swordsman. Vista cut back several marine soldiers with a sword, and instead of continuing to move forward, he stopped. I'm really envious. This young man. Not only these people, but anyone with a sword in their hand. Even those swordsmen in front of the big screens. In this sea, as long as you are a swordsman, you will challenge this man in front of you. And when they saw the man in front of them treat another swordsman with unprecedented attention, even the great swordsmen have a kind of jealousy. And at this time, Zoro holds Wado in his hand. Unsheath slowly. Chapter 190. Zoro holds the scabbard of Wado Ikemonji in his left hand and lays it in front of him. Slowly pull out the blade with his right hand. The moment the blade was unsheathed, it seemed as if something had been liberated from the seal. A soul-shaking momentum spread quietly. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be something that does not belong to this world, floating. As the blade is unsheathed more and more, the heart-shattering soul coercion can no longer be restrained. At first it was like the wind in March, it just made people feel the wind pressure. But at this moment, the terrifying coercion swept across the entire Marineford battlefield in an instant like a sudden storm. Ka. On the ground. On the ice. In front of this absolutely powerful sword intent, countless gaps appeared. The marine soldiers and pirates who were closer were directly swept away by this sword intent, like fallen leaves in the autumn wind, and they were all swept aside. Between heaven and earth, two sword intents collided violently. Although the sword intent is invisible, at this time, no matter who it is, even those who don't know how to use swords, they can clearly feel the existence of the two sword intents. Oh my God! What kind of strength the two of them have! I didn't see anything, but they were so scary. Why are the two of them standing there motionless? Stupid. They are already fighting. The battle between the real great swordsmen is the way of the sword. On the battlefield, those great swordsmen are all crazy now. They completely forgot about the fight, and they all tacitly stopped their attacks. They are greedy to feel these two top-level sword intents. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime feast. The entire sky, under the condensed momentum, gives people the feeling that. In a corner of the battlefield, Tashigi looked at this scene with a pale face. She still remembered that when she saw Zoro in Alabasta, she once boasted that she wanted to take away the swords in Zoro's hand. But at that time, she did not only fail to take away the sword, and was deeply reprimanded by Nickpin. Now it seems. In the hands of this guy, Wado Ikemonji have already surpassed the scope of 21 great-grade blades. It's really like what Nickpin said. If the sword has wisdom, the sword will choose its owner. Any sword wants to be famous in the world. Wado was unsheathed, but the other two swords on Zoro's waist fell to the ground. Mihawk frowned, and his eyes fell on the two swords on the ground. I shouldn't remember this kind of thing wrongly, you are a three-sword style swordman. That's right. Zoro's eyes were determined. Then why? Eagle eyes fixed on the two swords on the ground. According to common sense, Zoro should have bitten the sword in his mouth at this time, while the other two swords were in his hands. Zoro replied calmly, when she appeared, every time I hold other sword, she threatened to kill me. Zoro's eyes suddenly showed calm face, he stroked the sword surface of Wado's sword, didn't say much, just murmured, she is one and only. Talking room. Zoro pointed Wado Ikemonji to the sky, let's go to the top of the world, come back, Kuina. Nanny. When hearing Zoro's speech, Nickpin was shocked. FK. Are you kidding? Could it be that, Zoro's Zanpakuto is actually Kuina? If this is the case, then Nickpin seems to understand why Zoro's Zanpakuto ability was not copied to him. It is very possible that the main reason why this Wado evolved into Zanpakuto is not because of the manga, but because Zoro's obsession with Kuina has formed a response in the Shinigami world. As the Shikai liberation speech-off was shouted by Zoro, the incomparable Ryatsu surged out of the sword in an instant. These Ryatsu wrapped Zoro in an instant, behind Zoro formed a phantom of a girl slightly taller than Zoro by 2 centimeters. Ah! What's going on with Zoro? Why is he calling Kuina's name? Sanji had just jumped off the deck when he saw such a scene that surprised him. Chopper shouted excitedly, look at the phantom behind Zoro, is that the girl Zoro has always been thinking about? Death. I can feel it, that's the power of Shinigami. As a person who also possesses the Zanpakuto weapon, Usopp has the strongest feeling for Zoro at this time. He could clearly feel that in the phantom behind Zoro, it was definitely not the shell of his soul, but an existence with a real soul. Is it someone else's way of the sword? Mihawk stared at the phantom behind Zoro, and said slightly, although the way of the sword is a little immature, the will of the way of the sword is terrifyingly strong. That's right, she is what I'm carrying. With hard work, I'm going to be #1 in the world. Zoro flipped his right hand, holding the handle of the sword with both hands at the same time. At the same time, the phantom behind Zoro seemed to merge with Zoro, and the phantom's hands also held Wado. The moment Kuina held the sword, Zoro felt infinite power. He has been working hard. His powers have grown to this point. I see. Seeing that the little swordsman in East Blue has grown to this level, Mihawk is very pleased. He grabbed the handle of the sword with one hand and the sword pavilion with the other. Here I come. Roranoa Zoro. Mihawk waved it seemingly casually, but it was actually not simple. With one move of the sword intent behind Mihawk moves accordingly. It's like a wooden stick mixed into the cloth, bringing all the cloth it passes to the front. At this moment, Mihawk's sword intent moved with the eagle's eyes and turned into an invisible blade. With infinite pressure, crashed down. Well done. Zoro's eyes were deep, and he felt the bursts of responses from Wado, and whispered in his mouth, Kuina, we're going. While speaking, Zoro held up the sword in his hand. Very common move. But the way he raises his hand is as if he is pulling the mountain away. It seemed that what he lifted up was not a sword, but a towering mountain. A peak of sword power. One-shot style, four-handed slash. At this moment, the hands of Phantom and Zoro tightly held Wado Ikemonji at the same time. The majestic Ryatsu is like a dam that suddenly burst, and it is violently injected with the sword. With one blow, the sky and the earth changed color, as if a star was falling. The wind of Ryatsu that was blown up, the moment it touched the people around, made them all look terrified, transparent. God! What kind of terrifying sword intent is this? Boom! Before the two swords touched each other, the swords collided with each other. Chapter 191. The two energy swords exploded in an instant with monstrous momentum. The ripples caused by the sword's momentum were extremely sharp, and when they swept around, even the air was cut into cracks. In a form that is almost visible to the naked eye, pieces of sword energy slashing waves formed by the explosion of sword intent are like thousands of years of snow falling, splashing all over the sky. Whoa! Back up quickly. It's so far away, and it's still splashing over. It's too scary. Ah! My hand was cut off. Call the medic. Damn it, it's so sharp, my low-level armament hockey is useless in front of such a wave of sword energy. All of a sudden, those pirates and marines who watched from a close distance because of the pressure were all damaged by this fierce sword energy. The two figures retreated at the touch of a touch, and then fought together again in less than 0.01 seconds. Bang bang. On the battlefield, the clashing sound of two swords resounded into a dense storm. God knows how many times the two of them have attacked each other at this moment. Sabayati Archipelago. It's too exaggerated. Is this really the level that people can achieve? I can't see the attack of the two of them at all. You just can't see the attack of the two of them clearly. I can't even see the F. King people. Is this how Mihawk when he is attacking with all his strength? This attack speed is too fast. What's even more frightening is that Zoro, the pirate hunter, is actually on par in such a high-intensity battle. Mad. This guy shouldn't be measured as a supernova at all. The pirates in front of the big screen were all shocked by Zoro's strength. Especially those supernovas, they don't feel like they are the same kind of supernova as Zoro anymore. On the battlefield, the black sword Yoru is flying left and right in the hands of Mihawk. Wado on the opposite side did not give in, it was overbearing. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the ice field. Wherever it went, everything was destroyed. Damn. Watching this scene, Sengoku felt for the first time that it was a wrong decision to choose Marineford as the battlefield of this war. Not to mention whether this war will be won or lost in the end, just looking at the recent destruction, Marineford's future may not be guaranteed. Such a young swordsman can fight head-to-head with Mihawk, what a monstrous talent. Watching the battle between the two swordsmen, Vice Admiral Gion murmured in her heart, deeply shocked. Don't be dazed. Stop the Straw Hat Boy. At this time, Sengoku's roar instantly spread throughout Marineford from the radio Den Mushi. Under his roar, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Luffy. Good guy. While everyone was attracted by the fight of the world's #1 swordsman, this guy was about to go to the execution platform. Too cunning. Doflamingo stepped on the sky's path line, and appeared in midair in front of Luffy as if flying, although I like you, kid, but your good luck ends here. While speaking, he flexed his fingers upwards, and several invisible transparent threads were thrown up, and then landed on Luffy's body. Furfurfur, turn your head and attack your crewmate. With a characteristic smirk, Doflamingo flicked his fingers, as if conducting a symphony. But the next moment, Doflamingo frowned. Huh? Why didn't he move? On Luffy's body, the jet black armament hockey instantly covered his whole body. He scratched his body with his hand, and tore off a handful of invisible threads at once. It turned out to be you, clown, who tried to block my way me. Throwing the string on the ground casually, Luffy continued to rush forward. It's surprising that he saw through my parasite string. But, let's try the next move. Doflamingo throws one hand into the air. A large number of thin lines erupt violently like a fountain. These thin threads quickly gather together to form a very thick bundle. Overheat. Like swinging a sledgehammer, Doflamingo threw the entangled wires backwards, and then slammed towards Luffy in front again. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from above his head. Didn't you hear what our captain said? Don't get in his way. You little clown. The speaker is none other than Sanji. With the power of opening the sixth gate, he jumped into the sky in an instant, and then attacked from the top of Doflamingo's head with the great momentum. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Nanny. Sensing a dangerous aura coming from above, Doflamingo raised his head, only to see a leg had already landed on his face. There was no time to dodge, Doflamingo immediately raised his hand to block. It's a pity that he is not a Logia ability user and cannot be elementalized. Boom. Sanji kicked down, Doflamingo's arm was kicked hard on his own face, and then dented. Boom. Doflamingo, who was originally in midair, blasted into the ground in an instant. Luffy. Leave this to me. Sanji landed on the ground, took a puff on his cigarette, and shook his head. Thank you, Sanji. Luffy readily accepts the help of his crewmates. In front of the big screen of Sabayati Archipelago. What's the matter with this guy? He's just an unknown guy, right? Why can someone like Doflamingo be kicked away? Supernova Apu had an unbelievable expression on his face. Capone Beej nodded, yes, he is not one of the supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million, he should be just an ordinary fighter in the Straw Hats. You call this kind of guy who kicks Doflamingo away an ordinary character? Supernova Urich has question marks written on his face. Kid said, compared to other people in the Straw Hat Pirates, he is indeed an ordinary fighter in the Straw Hats. How can you say something so heartbreaking? An ordinary fighter in the group are no less powerful than the Supernova. Drake curled his lips and said depressedly. The Supernovas looked at each other in blank dismay. Huh? You see that? Doflamingo is fine. At this time, a pirate pointed at the big screen and exclaimed. Everyone immediately looked at the big screen. Sure enough. Doflamingo can't be that weak. That's right. As a big pirate group with a bounty of more than 300 million, and the bounty was before he became 7 warlords of the sea, how could he be placed in the hands of a small pirate with a bounty of only tens of millions? Just now Doflamingo was just teasing him. Ha! Look, Doflamingo is about to beat the shit out of him. In the battlefield. Fufurfur. What strength, I almost fell into your attack. Doflamingo appeared in the ruins not far from Sanji, sitting on a pile of rubble with a happy smile on his face. And under Sanji's feet, Doflamingo, who was kicked by Sanji just now, has turned into a bunch of scattered thin wires. This is Doflamingo's forte, Black Knight. Coil it round and round with thin wire to make a clone that can move freely and use part of the main body's ability. Looking at Doflamingo, Sanji was not too surprised, but said lightly, it's okay, I can easily defeat 100 of this kind of guy. Hearing this word out of Sanji's mouth. Doflamingo can't stand it. What a naive guy. Anyone who dares to look down on me, Doflamingo, hasn't been born yet. He moved his feet, and his figure instantly came in front of Sanji. Leg saw string. Lifting the foot and hitting it, a sharp steel wire was drawn from the foot. Sanji kicked him up. With the degree to which he opened the sixth scene gate, the basic attributes of his body were stimulated dozens of times. The speed is so fast, there is no need to say more. Before Doflamingo's kick came, Sanji's kick had already kicked Doflamingo's stomach. Boom! Doflamingo is like a cannonball, directly blasted into the ruins. In front of the big screen, those people who were still waiting to see Doflamingo's big comeback, all stood there in a daze. FK. Didn't you say you were going to kill that guy? It's been said that you are just a small character, know your place. Sanji is very upset right now. He always thought he was on par with Zoro. But now Zoro is already in a peak battle with the world's #1 swordsman. But he didn't even offer a bounty of over 100 million. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Sanji had no choice but to vent his anger on Doflamingo. Boom! The ruins exploded, and Doflamingo rushed out from inside with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Bastard! Being looked down upon again and again, Doflamingo was so angry that he was about to explode. But he was kicked away by the opponent like garbage again and again. This is really trying to prove yourself but can't do anything. Originally he planned to keep his strength a secret, but if he keeps it now, he will really be nailed to the pillar of shame. Damn! You asked for it. Doflamingo pressed both hands to the ground. String fruit awakening. With the effect of the fruit ability, the ground and buildings around Doflamingo all become string. Lines rushed up to the sky, like an ocean of lines. That bastard, what a fool. Sengoku looked this way, suddenly furious. Idiot. Limit your area of attack, if it affects too many marines, I will kill you myself. Doflamingo feels aggrieved. Even if you want to stand up, you can't make a move unscrupulously. However, a small range is a small range, anyway, it does not affect the power of the move. A large number of white string swayed like waves, and under the mobilization of Doflamingo, they formed the shape of 2 wings around Doflamingo. The jet black armament hockey is wrapped all over the thin threads woven into wings. Just looking at it from the hair, there are flamingos soaring into the sky, which is quite scary. Senbon no ya, flap thread. Doflamingo flies to Sanji and cross with both hands. The large-scale wings suddenly attacked Sanji's direction. What power! An attack of this scale, there is no way to completely defend it. This is an attack with countless string, as long as one of them hit, the opponent will be seriously injured. What's even more frightening is that once he is attacked by this string, more string bundles will be shot into his body one after another. The guy who can become 7 warlords of the sea, as expected, all of them all powerful. That guy is finished. Just when most people thought that Sanji will die. They saw Sanji lightly squeeze the cigarette in his mouth, and then flicked it to the ground. It seems, I need to become serious. Shaking his head slightly, sighed, Sanji stepped on his feet, and his body burst into the air in an instant. He goes in the direction of Doflamingo and kicks it out. No. Not a kick. This looks like a kick. In fact, countless kicks were kicked in an instant. But because it is so fast, it looks like there is only one foot. Every foot had a violent friction with the air because of the speed too fast, forming a blazing flame. In an instant, countless feet blasted out. Countless fire erupted like a scattered flowers. The fire dyed the sky red. It is as bright as a sunrise, and more dazzling like a peacock's tail feathers. This is Morning Peacock. Chapter 192. Morning Peacock. The moment the flame flower blooms, the entire sky is red. Just like a peacock spreading its tail, it is so beautiful. What happens when a flamingo meets a peacock? The thin lines all over the sky burned and melted instantly under the high temperature of the flame. Then turned to ashes. Zizizi. When the Doflamingo's wings were burnt clean, the next flame immediately engulfed Doflamingo. Balls of fire fell on Doflamingo's body one after another, as if he had been hit by a heavy machine gun. His body kept sifting through the air. As the last flame fell, Doflamingo's body fell from the sky like a rag bag. The ground was splashed with rubble and smoke. It's fake. Doflamingo is weak in front of him. Is this chef really just a guy with a bounty of tens of millions? What was that move just now? Does Devil Fruit have this ability? It doesn't look like it. Whatever his ability is, it's a terrifying ability anyway. This guy is a monster. I feel that after this battle, if this guy survived Marineford, his bounty would definitely skyrocket. Does this still need to be said? Seeing that Doflamingo was suppressed the whole time, the melon eaters were all shocked and dumbfounded. No doubt. From this moment on, the name Sanji will resound in this sea. Boom. Sanji landed with a crash, standing next to Doflamingo's head. He took out a cigarette and lit it leisurely. He took a sip, showing the expression that a smoker should have on his face, then looked down at Doflamingo. Just a small character, what else do you have to say? Doflamingo's body was in severe pain at this time, and he was seriously injured. Hearing Sanji's face-to-face world, he almost died of anger. Bastard! I just lost to a move, why are you acting so tough? Cough cough cough. The anger was overwhelming, making Doflamingo cough violently. A move? Stop being sentimental. I haven't put in my best effort yet. You are far behind. Saying that, Sanji kicked out. Boom. Doflamingo's body is like a broken sandbag, he was kicked into the ruins with a bang. Woo, another scary guy has appeared. While circling with Nick Pin, Kizaru looked at Sanji and muttered in his mouth. I didn't expect this guy to have such strength. Akiji recalled that time on Long Island, the moment Sanji fought against him, he was easily frozen by him. It stands to reason that he should be a rookie. But judging from the fight between Sanji and Doflamingo just now, his strength is obviously very strong. And after defeating Doflamingo, it is clear that there is still room to grow. Sakazuki's face was gloomy. The guys in the Straw Hat Pirates are indeed dangerous, and they must be eliminated. At this time, he has already made up his mind to try to eliminate this pirate group and kill these dangerous seeds in the bud. On the other side, Luffy continued to sprint forward. But suddenly, his face changed, and the momentum of the whole person stopped abruptly. Jump back suddenly. An air cannon like a bear's paw landed on where Luffy was just now. Boom. The air cannon exploded, and the entire ground was instantly dazzled. Straw Hat Boy, we will escort you. A group of pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates caught up at this time, shouting and rushing towards Bartholomew Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma is expressionless, like a blunt war machine. They saw him open his mouth. Whoosh! A beam of laser beam blasted out, and the pirates in front of him were instantly burnt out. Don't waste your strength, buy time for Ace's brother. With the cover of a few pirates just now, the rest of the pirates rushed to Bartholomew Kuma, and they waved their weapons and attacked Bartholomew Kuma fiercely. Boom boom. When their weapons, swords and guns fell on Bartholomew Kuma's body, they seemed to hit the iron wall, and they couldn't break through the defense at all. What? What a freak this guy is. Why is his body made of steel? No, it won't work. Just when these pirates were confused, Bartholomew Kuma moved. His palm directly patted a pirate's body. Whoosh! The pirate actually disappeared. Pen! The big-eyed pirate on the side yelled in panic. But the next moment. Whoosh! Under the palm of Bartholomew Kuma, he also disappeared in place. Then. Whoosh! Whoosh! These pirates all seemed to disappear in an instant one after another. Ah! Damn bastard! Luffy's anger was instantly ignited. Although it was only the first meeting, these pirates helped Luffy, which was recognized by Luffy. Without any hesitation, Luffy rushed forward to avenge the pirates. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy punched Bartholomew Kuma. And Bartholomew Kuma slapped Luffy with the same palm. At the moment when the attacks of the two were about to come into contact, an invisible barrier blocked the critical surface of the attack of the two. However, nothing happened. Luffy, don't touch him. His fruit ability can bounce you away in an instant. Nami rode a small wand and flew to Luffy's side. After the Sabaody archipelago last time, Nickpin realized this after meeting Bartholomew Kuma. So he talked to Nami alone. If she meet Bartholomew Kuma in Summit War, remember not to have any physical contact with him and rely on the roll of the shield card to stop him. After all, this type fruit ability is sometimes too buggy, and it cannot be dealt with by the strong or weak. He touches you and then you flies away. Even if you are not injured, but when you come back, this battle is over. Luffy, get around him, I'll deal with this tricky guy. Nami flipped his hand, and the wind card appeared in his hand. The magic power surged, and a gust of wind condensed into a fierce offensive. Rumble. The wind was like a torrent, and it hit Bartholomew Kuma violently. The huge body was instantly rolled around by the strong wind. In a hurry, he slapped the gale with his palm. Whoosh! The strong wind impact bounced off in an instant, rushing to the sky. Nami, I leave it to you. Without hesitation, Luffy left the battlefield on this side and continued to rush forward. Seeing that Luffy was about to run, Bartholomew Kuma slapped forward with both hands, and immediately formed a huge bear paw-shaped air cannon. At this moment, the surrounding air seemed to be compressed in an instant. Although he can't speak, his intentions are obvious. Just stop Luffy. Boom. The moment the huge bear's paw shock wave was released, all the surrounding pirates and marines showed terrified eyes. Just from the feeling of this momentum, you can know how terrifying the explosion of this palm is. But at this moment, the maze card in Nami's hand flashed. Go in. The magical energy of the maze card immediately formed a dimensional labyrinth, including Bartholomew Kuma and the bear's paw shock wave. Rumble. Violent explosions raged wildly in the maze. They saw that the edge of the maze kept jumping back and forth between destruction and recovery. Stay there till Luffy rescues his big brother. Nami's figure also appeared in the maze. With a wave of her little magic wand, a fireball shot past. Bartholomew Kuma bounced the fireball away with a palm, and then slammed the shock wave at the border of the maze next to it. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions are continuously generated, but no matter how many times the edge of the maze is destroyed, it will recover in an instant. The magic power of the maze is consumed so quickly, it seems that I have to stop him from destroying the maze, otherwise the maze won't last long. Thinking of this, Nami used wind, fire and thunder cards at the same time. Fire, wind blades, lightning. It was like a local rich man, constantly throwing all kinds of life-saving props at Bartholomew Kuma. Chapter 193. Ace. I'm coming. Finally, Luffy is less than 100 meters away from the platform of the execution platform. Here, he can clearly see Ace's facial expression. Ace also saw the excitement on Luffy's face clearly. Luffy. Ace didn't know what to say except calling Luffy's name. Ice Age. Suddenly, a biting cold air suddenly appeared, rolling in from the right side. Wherever you go along the way, everything is ice. Luffy, be careful, get out of the way. Seeing this scene, Ace is shouted. But Luffy's expression was fixed and he didn't dodge. Instead, the right fist instantly enlarged, wrapping around the black armament haki. Gomu Gomu no spread. With a fierce bang, he smashed directly on the incoming cold wave. Boom! The billowing cold air was like water bubbles hitting the wall, bursting and splashing in all directions. Anger burst out of Luffy's eyes, he stared fiercely at Akiji, and growled, "Don't bother me. I just want to save my big brother." The moment Luffy's eyes fell on Akiji's face, Akiji couldn't help but feel intimidated. Such a firm gaze. The genes of the monkey family are really scary. Only Akiji is not weak-willed. Although it is very touching, but the position is different, I have no reason to let you pass. Akiji's right arm turned into icy ice, which is like water waves and has strong plasticity. In the blink of an eye, it became a water giant. Pheasant beak. Without holding back, Akiji pushed forward with his right hand, and the cold, ice bird immediately flapped its wings and flew towards Luffy. "Get away from me." Luffy's arms were wrapped around armament haki, and when the big ice bird flew in front of him, the two fists slammed onto the big ice bird's head from left and right, like closing a door. Boom! This ice big bird was instantly smashed into shattered ice. This violent freezing shock wave also caused Luffy to be shocked back several steps. Akiji was full of fighting spirit and continued to press forward, trying to take the opportunity to chase Luffy fiercely. But at this moment, the surrounding air seemed to be ignited, and the temperature suddenly soared. You can even clearly see the white smoke coming out of the air. And the scorched smell permeated the air. What's happening here? Akiji subconsciously looked, and immediately saw a chain bursting with blazing fire. Boom! The moment the fire chain hit Akiji, his body was smashed to pieces. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, a motorcycle with burning fire came quickly. The motorcycle braked suddenly beside Luffy and stopped steadily. This is where people discover. Not only the motorcycle burning, but this rider is burning too. Ah! What is that? Oh my god, I must be dreaming. It's a burning skeleton. That's a human or a ghost. Why did I see a living skeleton with fire all over it? Fake. It must be fake. WW. Those Marine soldiers at close range, after witnessing Marine Admiral being crushed by a burning skeleton, all went crazy. Can't believe things. Sabayati Archipelago. What is this? Apu, who was eating bananas, was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fall out, and his mouth was full of bananas spraying all over the floor. "Captain, I think I saw a skeleton attacking Marine Admiral." The corner of Capone Beach's mouth twitched. "You seem to have seen." "Didn't I see it? That is really a living skeleton. And it is strong. Crazy. The world must be crazy." Hawkins was horrified, and murmured, "Don't tell me, this guy is also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates." Kid said, "He is helping the Straw Hat, even if he is not a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, he is definitely an accomplice of the Straw Hat. Another guy I haven't heard of before. He doesn't even have a bounty, but he has the strength to fight and on par with Marine Admiral, even more outrageous than that chef." Urich was dumbfounded, and stammered, "I feel that the Straw Hat Pirates group is on par for Emperor's group. Perhaps even more." Trafalgar Law's complexion is also distorted, completely chilled by the electric shock. On the battlefield. When Brook made his debut as a Ghost Rider, he immediately became the focus of the audience. Facing the spotlight that everyone was looking at, Brook's nature suddenly changed. He stood on the seat of the motorcycle and bowed deeply to everyone. "In this battlefield of fighting and killing, I want to bring everyone a song to alleviate the hatred in everyone's heart." As he said, Brook took his cane and sword and went out. Then the blade rested on the cane, and pulled it up like playing a violin. There is actually a melody. Yo ho ho. KH. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. The wind it blows, to where who knows. The waves will be our guide. O'er across the ocean's tide, rays of sunshine far and wide. The birds, they sing, of cheerful things in circles passing by. FK. Everyone is dumbfounded. A skeleton who can play the violin and sing. On today's battlefield, outrageous things happened one after another. Now even the skeletons can sing. It's outrageous. Open the door for outrageous, outrageous. It's home. However, when the song spread, the two sides in the war were really listening. Especially the pirates. This song literally sang right into their hearts. Yeah. As pirates, what we are after is that freedom. Just like the waves, do whatever you want. If Sengoku didn't use Ace as a pawn, we would still be drinking wine, eating meat, and having banquets in the sea. Many Marine soldiers even heard the singing, and couldn't help but agree with the purpose of the lyrics from the bottom of their hearts. Yes. Life is too short, why be so tired? Shut up. All of a sudden, a loud shout spread throughout Marineford through the PA system. Also interrupted Brook's singing. Akiji. Stop him, he is disturbing the morale of the Marine. Here. Akiji had just condensed from a pile of crushed ice, and he looked at Brook, frowning. Are you from the Straw Hat Pirates too? Yo ho ho, that's right. Brook politely responded to the blue box. Hearing this, Akiji frowned. About a month ago, when I met the Straw Hat Pirates, I didn't see you. Ah, that's right. Brook nodded, because I was invited to join the Straw Hat Pirates about 2 weeks ago. Suddenly thought of something, Brook added, by the way, everyone in this team is friendly, and they speak nicely, I really like this place. Akiji looks dumbfounded. What is this? But there is one thing he can be sure of. That is, Brook has only just joined the Straw Hat Pirates. He immediately said with emotion, such a strong man has been recruited in such a short period of time, what magical power does the Straw Hat Boy have? Of course, what he doesn't know is that. It is precisely because Brook joined the Straw Hat Pirates that he can have such strength. Outsiders will not understand the cause and effect of this. In that case, let's catch you first, and then deal with the Straw Hat Boy. Akiji leaps lightly, and jumps halfway up. Ice spears continuously condensed from his hands, and he threw them violently at Brook. Whoosh whoosh. A large number of ice spears flew towards them like a rain of swords all over the sky. Yo-ho-ho-ho. I love dealing with ice ones. Brook put the cane sword into the scabbard without any haste. With a pull of his hands, the soul chains appeared automatically, and fire filled them. He grabbed chain end with one hand, and suddenly shook the soul chain with the other hand. Soul chain windmill. With an attack from Brook, the soul chains burning with the fire of hell were suddenly shaken into an impenetrable wall of fire and chains. When those ice spears approached this cross-section, they were all crushed to pieces. Seeing that the attack didn't work, Akiji looked a little stunned. But at the moment when he was dazed, he saw Brook pull out the soul chain with a whoosh. Hey! As soon as Akiji was about to swear, he was directly captured by the soul chain. The chain clattered around his body more than a dozen times, and then Brook pulled it hard. Boom! Akiji exploded again. Chapter 194. Yo ho ho, this hellfire is really easy to use. Brook is in a great mood right now. He has lived for so many years, and he never dared to think that he could face Marine Admiral head-on. And now, not only did this happen, but he also exploded an admiral. It's so cool. Are you distracted? Suddenly, Akiji's voice appeared in his ear. Brook woke up from the racing thoughts. But Akiji has already rushed forward. Ice Age. The moment the cold air appeared, the temperature continued to plummet like a rocket flying downwards. Ka. Brook didn't have time to react, he was frozen into a big lump of ice. Good. Admiral 1. That skeleton is frozen. Logia ability users are really hard to beat. Seeing that Akiji was not only fine, but captured Brook with ease, the Marine soldiers cheered up again. But it didn't take long for them to be happy, when they saw a terrible flame bursting out from the frozen big ice block. The flame dissipates the chill, melts the ice. The burning skeleton appeared in front of everyone again. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I was frozen by you inadvertently. Brook made a funny expression, then touched the chain with his palm, and attacked it towards Akiji again. Ice burst. As expected of Admiral, Akiji has rich combat experience. Drawing on the experience of the previous 2 times, this time he did not touch the soul chains directly, but used the extremely cold ice blast to intercept the attack route of the soul chains. This method really worked. When the ice blast appeared out of thin air on the attack route of the soul chain, the extreme freezing instantly interrupted the attack of the soul chain. It seems that Admiral can't be killed in one shot. Brook looked at the soul chain's ice in midair, and the hellfire on his arm quickly passed through, melting the extreme freezing, thus retracting the soul chains, and launched an attack again. Sakazuki. I leave the straw hat to you. Although Akiji temporarily controlled the situation, he couldn't get rid of Brook's entanglement in a short time and remind Sakazuki. Just in time. Sakazuki has been waiting. He doesn't have any scruples like Kizaru or Akiji, he is deadly when he makes a move. Infernal Dog. The magma attack, blasted towards Luffy with an incomparable force. Even Luffy with armament haki turned on, he don't want to suffer this damage. Seeing that the execution platform was already in front of him, Luffy was forced to jump backwards, avoiding the devastating magma. With one move to force Luffy back, Sakazuki suddenly shouted, "Unless you pay the necessary price, you can't save anyone." This seems to be a bit confusing. But in the battlefield, there was a person who gritted his teeth and was angry when he heard this. Really? They have reached an agreement already. Only by paying a certain price can Ace be saved. Maelstrom Spider Squad. Before this fight even started, he received a call from Marine Admiral Akainu. On the Den Den Mushi, Akainu told him that Marine and the Whitebeard pirate group had reached an agreement. As long as Whitebeard was willing to kill and let the 43 pirate groups under his command into Marine's encirclement, Marine would let Ace go. This word. Of course, the Maelstrom Spider Squad can't believe it easily. But until he learned that Ace's true identity is the son of Gold Roger, Squad's heart was finally shaken. His crewmates were all killed by Roger pirates, and Whitebeard knows about this. But instead of avenging him, Whitebeard took Roger's son as his son. As long as you are a normal person, it is impossible not to have grudges in your heart. What's more, a pirate like Squad who is full of hatred. Hearing Sakazuki say that again now, Squad is even more sure that there must be some kind of shady affair between Marine and Whitebeard. Activate the surrounding wall. At this time, Sengoku's order suddenly resounded. Following Sengoku's order, there was a huge roar around the circle of Crescent Harbor. Immediately afterwards, they saw that the ice surface was smashed through with a bang, and pieces of iron walls like city walls revealed their ferocious faces from the sea water. They rose from the sea in perfect fit, completely blocking the Crescent Harbor into a deep giant iron barrel. At this time, Marine on the battle platform looked at the pirates in the iron barrel harbor as if he was looking at a turtle in a jar. Damn it! Whitebeard, you really betrayed us. With a roar of anger in his heart, Squad though. He forced himself to calmly walk to Whitebeard at the front of the deck. Whitebeard also noticed someone coming behind him, and turned his head slightly to look over. Squad, are you okay? I couldn't contact you just now. It was predicted just now that Marine had a conspiracy, and Whitebeard had already issued an order to disperse the large fleet under his command in advance. Ah, I'm sorry, Pop. Squad walked forward with a long sword and stopped in front of Whitebeard. From this angle, he completely left his back to Whitebeard, showing great trust in Whitebeard. Pop, the pirate group under our command has suffered heavy losses. All combat power is put on the line, but the enemy surrounds us. As Squad said, the Whitebeard pirates were indeed surrounded when the pacifists appeared behind the harbor. I'm going to go out too. We need to break through the enemy's formation, otherwise it will be very bad for us. Indeed. We are all grateful to you. We would do anything for the Whitebeard pirates. When the last word, came out of Squad's mouth, he turned around abruptly, and stabbed the long sword in Whitebeard's body behind him hard. Wow! When this scene appeared, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into deathly silence instantly. All eyes turned to the deck of the Moby Dick. Looking at the body pierced by the long sword, it is like a painting. Whitebeard was impaled by. The culprit is Squad of the Whitebeard pirates. What's going on here? How could this happen? Crazy. Crazy. In front of all the live cameras, all the audience. Whether it is pirates, marines or civilians, all of them are dumbfounded. Chapter 195. Even Whitebeard himself was dumbfounded. The moment Squad turned around just now, he did notice a trace of malice. But he insisted that his son would not hurt him, and he didn't even use observation hockey to detect Squard's next move. Because of this, Squard was able to stab Whitebeard with his sword. It can be said. It was Whitebeard's fatherly love that Squard exploded to hurt Whitebeard. Squard. Like a sharp sword, Marco descended from the sky, pinned Squard's head, and pressed him directly to the ground of the deck. He yelled full of anger and incomprehension, "Why are you doing this?" Pop. The captains all looked at Whitebeard worriedly. Brush. Squard slashed at Marco and shouted, "Aren't you the ones who forced me to do this?" Marco was about to continue to subdue Squard, but Whitebeard blocked it with his hand. "Stop acting, Whitebeard. You've colluded with Marine, right? They'll make sure you Whitebeard pirates and Ace are safe." "Hey, hello. Squard, what are you talking about? What happened?" "Squard, why did you say that? Did you hear something?" The pirates looked at Squard with puzzled faces. "We've been tricked. For Whitebeard, among all the sons, Ace is the most special one. In order to save him, Whitebeard betrayed us 43 pirates. The Whitebeard pirates and Ace will be saved. Sengoku already promised you, am I right? But all of us are still in the dark. For Ace, for Whitebeard, we're here. But now let's take a good look at the situation in the harbor. Isn't it us who are the living targets? We're trapped in the ice and there's no way out." Squard's words spread nearly throughout Marineford, and throughout the world via the live Den Den Mushi. But at this time, Sengoku got angry. What the hell? Why is there still a live Den Den Mushi working? Sengoku doesn't want the world to see this kind of situation. What happened before can be seen by the world. All people need to know is that this war is marine and that's enough. As for any nasty behavior in the process, that should never be seen. So at the moment when Squard said that Whitebeard had betrayed the 43 pirates under his command, Sengoku ordered to shut down the live broadcast. But the problem is, why would there still be a live Den Den Mushi at work? Sengoku is entirely conceivable, as Whitebeard will surely explain later. In this way, the dirty water splashed on Whitebeard may be washed away. This is definitely not what Sengoku wants to see. He quickly scanned the battlefield, and through the live broadcast of the footage on the big screen, he quickly locked the position of the video Den Den Mushi on the scene. It was on the mast of the Going Merry, and a young girl dressed in a raincoat was sitting on the mast, and she seemed to be carrying high-tech weapons. In the girl's hand, she was holding a large live Den Den Mushi, which was broadcasting live to the entire battlefield. Akiji. There. Sengoku pointed at the top of the mast of the Going Merry with his hand, and ordered loudly. Clear. Akiji has been the admiral for so many years, and he already knows Sengoku's orders like the back of his hand, so he doesn't need Sengoku to speak clearly. He stepped on the air, and the Marine 6 Styles body technique instantly rushed it in the opposite direction. Hey. Brook looked bewildered. He has been guarding against Akiji to chase Luffy, but he didn't expect Akiji to turn back at this time. By the time he realized it, Akiji was already approaching Going Merry. Mini Ice Age. Akiji pressed forward with both hands, and the extremely cold billowed out. Ka ka. Those ice surfaces that were originally ice were ice hard again. And this ice is like a gust of wind, blowing towards Going Merry in an instant. No. That girl is in danger. Marine is so anxious to turn off the live broadcast, there must be some ulterior motive. Yeah. I see something wrong with the Whitebeard thing. Damn it. All the live broadcast signals are suddenly interrupted, and this is the only one left. No chance. The combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates should all go out to fight, and no one will protect this girl. Just when the Melaneaters were sighing that they would no longer be able to continue watching, a raging flame suddenly appeared out of thin air. Rumble. Hundreds of fireballs that were bigger than buildings appeared almost at the same time, forming an incomparable flame storm. This flame storm instantly collided with the extremely cold breath coming from it. Zzzz. The flame and the cold have reached a tacit blend. Cancel each other, dissolve each other. It's you. When Akiji saw clearly the person standing in front of the deck of the Going Merry blocking him, his face was slightly startled. He remembered that during the last battle on Long Island, Nico Robin can't make such a large-scale flame. Akiji. The relationship between us has been settled, so I will not show mercy to you. Nico Robin folded her hands in front of her body, ready to strike at any time. Her face was frosty, and she continued coldly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In our team, even if you beat our captain, we will not necessarily mad at you, but, if you dare to touch a single hair of this girl, I swear to you, you will die miserably. What a really terrible threat. Akiji stamped his head. Obviously, he didn't take this kind of word seriously. Your flame seems to have become stronger, but I remember that your physical strength is very problematic. If you use it too much, you can't stop me. And that live den mushy, I must turn it off. Saying that, Akiji released the chilling air again. Rumble. The extreme cold atmosphere is layered on top of each other and intertwined with each other, forming an even colder extremely cold air field. The results of many years of experience are reflected at this moment. With the earlier big move, Robin must be exhausted. But Akiji doesn't seem to have even a trace of disorder in her breath. When the majestic extremely cold air field is stacked together, it is like 10 large rivers erupting torrents at the same time, rushing towards going merry with the momentum of destroying everything. Let me. Seeing that Robin might not be able to resist, Frankie rushed forward at once. He opened his arms, and a swarthy muzzle appeared. Incineration cannon. Boom! Dazzling fire exploded from his muzzle. The light cannon condensed by the orange fire blasted into the extremely cold air field without any hesitation. In an instant, the advancing momentum of the extremely cold aura was suppressed. After a while, the momentum of the incineration cannon decreased, but the momentum of the extremely cold aura continued to replenish. Akiji is like an iceman at this time, driving the terrible deep cold behind the extremely cold aura. Bastard! This guy is too strong. Frankie looked at his shrunken flame with a dazed expression. Go and tell Nick Pin, I'll fight him for a while. Robin said anxiously. Frankie also understands that the situation is very critical now, so he has to go. But at this moment, a terrible coldness suddenly appeared behind them. He had an illusion that the icy cold coming from behind was even more terrifying than the extremely cold aura created by Akiji in front of him. He can't help shivering from the cold. And Frankie could sense that the chill behind him wasn't aimed at him. Otherwise, when he was unprepared just now, he should have been frozen instantly. Subconsciously, both Frankie and Robin turned their heads to look behind them, and suddenly saw a green-skinned beast looking angrily at Akiji ahead. It seems that this beast has the characteristics of a mermaid, a bird, and even a monster. Probably a combination of these things. Chopper. But Robin recognized the monster immediately. Because no matter how Chopper changes, his pair of antlers remain the same. What happened to Chopper is that he consumed the Alresca rum ball, turning him into Akatsuki 12 familiar Pisces Dodecados. If you want to hurt Mary, I will never allow it. Chopper jumped straight down. His body hit Akiji's extremely cold aura directly. Chopper. Robin and Frankie exclaimed anxiously at the same time. Akiji was also taken aback. Did you take the initiative to commit suicide? Although he doesn't know the ability of the monster in front of him, he is very clear about the power of his extremely cold aura. Let alone a monster more than 10 meters tall, even sea kings, in front of his extremely cold aura, will end up the same. Wow! A strange howling sound suddenly appeared in the extremely cold air field. The next moment, he saw Chopper, who had transformed, shoot out red eyes. With overwhelming momentum, it rushed towards the front of Going Merry. This coldness directly swept Akiji's extremely cold aura, rolling forward together. Ka. The ground. The sea. That sky. At this moment, everything freezes and freezes. And this icy momentum pushed back toward the marine combat platform at an ever-increasing speed. When passing by Akiji, Akiji seems to feel a cold shiver. Feeling the chill, Akiji is not feeling well. Previously at Long Island, he had seen Nick Pin, Nami, ice hockey, although he was shocked, but that was within his acceptable range. But the chill he feel right now. It let Akiji feel that this is even beyond the level of devil fruit. It's too cold to be exaggerated. Wherever the cold passes. Not only the ice surface and the ground were frozen twice, but even the sea and the sky were forced to flow out of pillars. And As the chill continues to hit the battle platform, these icicles are still being produced. It seems that the Marineford has created countless pillars at once. Yo ho ho. Brook finally caught up. He rode the Ghost Rider and slammed into Akiji's body. The fire of hell erupted with a bang. Akiji's body exploded again. The burning motorcycle drew a perfect arc on the ice. Brook came to a sudden break. He looked at the broken Akiji and spread his hands. Ah, it seems like there was a traffic accident. Both Frankie and Robin curled their lips. You obviously did it on purpose. Chapter 196. With Chopper's strong attack and Brook's return aid, Akiji obviously can't get any advantage. After all, the restraining effect of Hellfire on Ice Fruit is quite obvious. On the mast, Mary turned the video Den Mushi around, and made a gesture of scissors to herself. Hi everyone, I'm the little reporter of the Straw Hat Pirates, and I'm giving you an exclusive live broadcast now. Pouting her mouth playfully, Mary cast the camera of the live Den Mushi on the battlefield. Wow! Who is that cute little girl? It's so cute. My heart disease has been activated. The Straw Hat Pirates actually have such a cute and invincible girl. It's so happy to be a pirate in this pirate group. I declare that starting today, I am a fan of the Straw Hat Pirates. Little beauty, you must continue the live broadcast. Whether we can continue to watch this war today depends entirely on you. In front of the big screens, the crowd was boiling. Although what they said could not be conveyed to the scene, but the irresistible cute girl style of Mary made 99 of the men become fans. Of course, the old ants are no exception, they are all think Mary is cute. At this time. In the live camera. Bastard, Squard, you were tricked by Marine. How can you not trust Pop? Marco grabbed Squard's clothes and angrily reprimanded him. Squard laughed. Marco, are you even pretending to be stupid? At this time, Whitebeard sighed. The fact that Ace is Roger's son is indeed an indisputable fact, and they took advantage of this to successfully deceive a person who is most easily swayed by it. Their schemes are better than ours. Whitebeard's face was deep, and he looked down at Squard in front of him. What a stupid son. Ugh. Seeing Whitebeard's reaction at this time, Squard also came to his senses a little. Immediately I felt conflicted and ashamed. Mad, this Squard seems to realize that he was cheated by Marine. It was only at this time that I realized that there is something wrong. His pop was stabbed by him. Look, his pop is going to be angry. It's the last few seconds of his life. Yeah, what's the use of keeping such an idiot son? It's best to kill him. There is no doubt that Whitebeard's sword will behead him. That's for sure. Such a guy, don't kill G. Everyone firmly believed that Squard would die at the hands of Whitebeard in the next moment. Even Squard himself thought his time had come. However, under everyone's unbelievable eyes, Whitebeard squatted down and hugged Squard in his arms. Although you are a stupid son, I still love you. This move caused an uproar all over the world. Damn it. This man really deserves his pop status. What are you kidding? You obviously want to use our lives. But Squard still wanted to stick to his prejudice at all. He roared vigorously. Whitebeard said in a deep voice, you are so honest and loyal, who led you astray? Marine Admiral Akainu said he was against this war. So, as long as I can kill you, he will help us pirates and let us go. These words spread throughout the world through Mary's live broadcast. People are not fools, they naturally have their own idea. Hearing this, people are outraged. Ah! This idiot. He actually believed the enemy's words, but not his captain. What a disgrace to the pirate world. How stupid is this guy believe someone like Akainu? The most ridiculous thing is that Akainu said that as long as he plots against Whitebeard, he can let them go. Is this logical? Damn logic. This silly little spider was tricked by Akainu because of his hatred for Roger. Oh, Marine's tricks are really beautiful. But anyone who is not a fool can immediately hear that something is wrong. If Whitebeard is dead, can Marine let you off the Maelstrom Spider Pirates? Even if a fool becomes the Marine Fleet Admiral, he should know how to take advantage of the situation and wipe them all out. Is that what Akainu said? Listening to Squard's answer, Whitebeard sighed heavily, and he looked at Squard. How much you hate Roger, I know very well. But, Squard, how ridiculous is this kind of thing? Did Ace ever do you anything wrong? You are all my family. Standing up slowly, Whitebeard stood up straight. His back is as solid as a mountain. You are so smart, Sengoku. You actually said that I betrayed my son, you did a great job. Thinking of Sengoku's move to shut down the live Den Den Mushi just now, Whitebeard understood everything. If it hadn't been for the fact that Mary has been live broadcasting all the time, then he, Whitebeard, will be blamed for betraying his sons now. Immediately, Whitebeard raised his arms. Clenched fists slammed fiercely to both sides. Boom! The terrible air shock spread to the icebergs on both sides in an instant. Ka. The icebergs on both sides, which were originally ice by the tsunami, directly turned into ice blocks and rocks in the sky under the eruption of Whitebeard, and crashed down. The passages on both sides have been opened. The ships over there are also able to pass. In this way, we can withdraw at any time. Looking at Whitebeard's actions at this time, those pirates who were still a little shaken by Whitebeard at this time no longer have any doubts about Whitebeard. Akainu said Pop betrayed them. But isn't he the one who opened the way for them now? Moreover, it's not the first day we know what kind of person Pop is. Stupid, squared. As a pirate, you have to decide for yourself what to believe. Whitebeard looked forward firmly, and he shouted, if you are not afraid of death, come with me. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard ignored the still bleeding chest, stepped on his feet, and jumped off the deck of the Moby Dick. Come on. Open the way for Pop. It is unforgivable for Marine to use such despicable means to hurt Pop. For Whitebeard. Fight. The entire Whitebeard pirates, from top to bottom, are all excited at this time. Like berserkers who have been injected with adrenaline, they swarmed and rushed while roaring. Chapter 197. Akainu, do it. At this time, Sengoku shouted an order to Akainu. Understood. Sakazuki, the only one among the three admirals who was still guarding under the execution platform, moved at this moment. Behind him, thick smoke billowed into the sky. It was countless lavas emerging out of thin air, turning into a sea of burning. Meteor volcano. The burning ocean behind Akainu is like a bottomless crater, endless lava forming countless magma fists, shooting into the sky. Then, these magma fists traced billowing smoke in the air and fell towards the pirates in Crescent Harbor. Ah! This is what Akainu did. Made. He wants to burn us. No. His purpose is even more ruthless. He wants to melt the ice and make us completely lose our foothold. Such a vicious approach. After understanding what Sengoku and Akainu did, the pirates roared into the sky. Yo ho ho, it seems that we have to do it. Watching the lava falling from the sky, Brook swung the soul chain in his hand, and exploded a fist of lava with one blow. Boom! The lava fist exploded, turning into a large amount of magma rain and splashing down. Ah! It's hot. Wow, it's so hot. Although the magma was punch, it splashed down, causing a larger area of damage instead. Hey. Brook's skull face turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Frost fog. Chopper on the side happened to be in the transformation. He raised his head and screamed to the sky. A cold air burst out from his mouth. As he kept shaking his head, the cold air spread to the sky like water. Wherever they passed, those lava fists were all ice into ice. Although these big ice cubes are still powerful when they fall down, they are much better than falling down such a big pile of lava. Looks like I have to do something. At this time, Nickpin and Kizaru has been fighting. As long as Kizaru doesn't move, Nickpin will be happy. Coincidentally, Kizaru thought so too. The two of them stood there, as if they were masters confronting each other with their minds, but they were all playing chicken. Nickpin communicated with the wind card of the Claw card. Immediately, the magic power of the wind card was released by Nickpin. The strong wind rises from the ground, and the lava is blown by the wind. The scalding magma that was originally falling to the ground was swept backwards into the sky under the raging gust of wind. Not only Nickpin is making a move, but Nami is also doing the same thing. The two strong winds directly contracted all the areas hit by Meteor Volcano. The magma was re-rolled back into the sky. Wahahaha. Saved. Where does this wind come from? God help us. Look, the magma seems to be blown back by the wind. Amidst the excited cheers of the pirates, I saw the magma flying to the sky above Marine with the strong wind, and it was scattered down. Not good. Seeing the magma falling down, Sengoku's face changed drastically. He shouted in shock, "Akiji." At this moment, the first thing he thought of was Akiji's ice fruit. Only ice fruit is capable of handling such a large-scale magma fall. Otherwise, many marine soldiers will die under Akainu's lava in this wave. That's too late. Without Sengoku saying much, Akiji also wants to make a move. But the problem is, in order to fulfill Sengoku's order, Akiji rushed from the opposite side of the execution platform to Going Merry. Now he is asked to rescue the battlefield on the other side of the execution platform. Unless he can teleport, otherwise, it's over. Looking at the concentrated falling magma, the marine soldiers fell into deep despair. Although the magma was cooled a lot by the 2 gusts of wind in the air, its power is still not to be underestimated. If it falls down, they will still die. Just when Marines seem to be powerless, a silver-haired grandmother among the Marine high-rank sighed. Fortunately, these magmas fell in a concentrated way, otherwise, it would be really troublesome. While speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru made a slow-motion move with her left hand, and repeated the slow motion with her right hand. She saw 2 swirling waves drawn out of thin air by her. The moment these 2 fluctuations appeared, they seemed to form the same reflection in the midair. Clatter. The magma that was about to fall was all twisted into a strange energy vortex at this moment. It was as if there was a huge drum washing machine in the sky, spinning rapidly. At this moment, those fiery magmas were like helpless rock trapped in whirlpool, unable to control themselves at all, and were violently stirred up. It's Vice Admiral Tsuru. Great, that's the ability to wash fruits. Our lives are given by Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru gave us a second life, she will be my benefactor from now on. In the rejoicing of the rest of their lives, many Marines even joked. It has to be said that these Marines who can be invited to the headquarters to participate in the Summit War are indeed all at the elite level. Even in the face of life and death, they performed much better than those rookies. Clatter. When the drum washing machine churned, the magma had already cooled completely, and was stirred into a pot of magma ash, which floated away from the sky. Can wash fruit be used like this? A strange look appeared on Nickpin's face. Gururara. Taking advantage of the situation at this time, Whitebeard advanced rapidly. Wherever he passed along the way, whether it was a marine officer or an ordinary soldier, they were all swept away by his Murakumajiri. Whitebeard. You can't get on the execution platform. A voice roared loudly, and the 10-meter-tall giant Vice Admiral John Giant appeared, and he slashed at Whitebeard's head from top to bottom. Boom! Whitebeard raised his Naginata to welcome. The 2 forces collided, and Whitebeard's arm trembled visible to the naked eye. No doubt. Whitebeard is old and seriously ill, and was stabbed in the chest again. Now he is really not as powerful as before. Don't even think about passing here. Sensing Whitebeard's seemingly inexhaustible strength, Giant Vice Admiral John Giant grew more confident. But the next moment, Whitebeard jerked his arms loose, grabbing empty hands. Bang bang. The shattering fluctuations of the basic vibration appeared out of thin air on John Giant's body. As Whitebeard pulled down hard, the body of the giant, which was more than 10 meters high, suddenly fell down. Whitebeard jumped up and punched the giant Vice Admiral in the chest. Puff! Hot blood spurted out of John Giant's mouth like a water tank burst, and then passed out. Little oars, there is a change in the plan. Knocking down the giant Vice Admiral, Whitebeard immediately issued an order to Little Oars Jr. At this time, all the warships of the Whitebeard pirates appeared. But in fact, there is also a larger pirate ship lurking in the water of Crescent Harbor. According to Whitebeard's original plan, when they all rushed into the Crescent Harbor, it was time for this pirate ship to show up. And this pirate ship is still a paddle steamer, which can travel on the ground. If the plan goes well, the paddle steamer should show up at this time, and then Little Oars Jr. will pick up the paddle steamer and rush to the battle platform of Marine, allowing the pirate army to attack in one fell swoop. However, something unexpected happened. At this time, Crescent Harbor Bay was completely ice. Even the opportunity that might have been broken by Akainu's meteor volcano just now was blocked by the Straw Hat pirates. In this way, the paddle steamer lurking at the bottom of Crescent Harbor will not be able to come on board. He have no choice but to temporarily change the plan. Okay, Pop, just watch me. Little Oars strode over, hugged the ice edge with both hands, and lifted up with all his strength. Boom boom. With the force of Little Oars, the ice surroundings snapped one after another. Then, in the astonishment of everyone, the ice layer in the middle of Crescent Harbor was lifted up abruptly by Little Oars. Almost exerting all his strength, Little Oars lifted one end of the ice layer onto the marine combat platform, and then lifted it hard. Everyone on the ice layer slid down towards the battle platform of Marineford like they were making slides. Even the pirate ships and warships on the ice are the same. Wahaha. There is no obstacle ahead. Those Marines were slid back too. Come on. Break into the marine platform. Then the landslide charge of the ice, the pirate army almost all passed the battle platform of Marineford in a short moment. Get out of here. Facing a group of marine soldiers rushing over, Whitebeard slashed. Wow. These marine soldiers suddenly fell like withered snowflakes. But at this moment, the temperature in front of Whitebeard suddenly. The sulfurous smell emitted by the burning magma rushed to the face. A hot figure suddenly appeared. It was Admiral Akainu. Just when Whitebeard was about to make a second swing at several marine rear admirals, Akainu stepped on Murakumajiri's sword. Rumble. Billows of lava exploded at Akainu's feet, sending out terrifying temperatures and force zones. Whitebeard. Don't think you can run amok on this island. Akainu crossed his arms in front of him, looking very intimidating. Gururara. Then you just keep watch. Whitebeard kicked hard and lifted Akainu's foot. A hint of arrogance appeared at the corner of his bleeding mouth. The next moment, he punched out. Ka. The sea was violently shaken, and the atmosphere shattered. Akainu also punched out. The tumbling magma burst out like a thunderclap. Boom. This moment. The devil fruit with the strongest destructive power and the devil fruit with the strongest attack power. Collide. Chapter 198. Boom. For a time, the magma and the power of the vibration exploded at the same time. The surrounding pirates and marines were all blown away. Meanwhile, at the scaffold, Luffy had already rushed directly under the execution platform. CN Fleur Earth-style wall. Robin in the distance has been paying attention to the situation on Luffy's side. Seeing that Luffy is close to the site, she immediately makes a move. The Earth-style wall that had just been trained just before arriving at Marineford came in handy at this time. On the ground, countless arms protruded densely like a jungle. Those palms quickly formed seals, and they were pressed to the ground in an instant. Boom! The ground seemed to be alive, violently lifted. Layer by layer, forming an Earth-style staircase leading directly to the execution platform. Thank you, Robin. With so many arms, Luffy knew it was Robin's move. Without any extra hesitation, he rushed forward directly. However, execute him. Sengoku suddenly called out. This shout shocked the world immediately. What? Marine is going to execute early? I really didn't expect it. The execution time set by Sengoku himself was overturned by himself. Is that shameless? I can understand it too. The people who trying to rescue Ace is already in front. Execution at this time can instantly damage the morale of the opponent. Sengoku is smart. Nonsense. This is still live. If he did this, it will damage Marine reputation. That's right. If Marine was in control of the situation, Sengoku would definitely not have issued such an order. This move is more like retreating. However, this is final outcome of this war. Marine is completely ashamed this time. All over the world, all the people watching this war were stunned by Sengoku's sudden shout. Even the two executioners with execution swords were stunned for a moment. Afterwards, they reacted and raised the execution swords in their hands without hesitation. The two long swords fell fiercely towards Ace's neck from the left and right sides. Don't. Seeing this scene, Luffy roared anxiously. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, two sonic booms appeared. In the blink of an eye, two Marine soldiers holding execution swords burst out with blood instantly. Their bodies were like kites with a broken string, and they were ruthlessly killed on the execution platform. What? Sengoku's eyes widened, looking in the direction of the Going Merry. There are two attacks that strike instantly. After crossing such a long sea and air distance, it precisely landed on the bodies of the two executioners. That kind of attack cannot be seen, but it can be felt with observation haki. There is no doubt that this was shot by a sniper. To be able to accurately shot at such a long distance, this sniper is very strong. What shocked Sengoku even more is the two attack just now not only revealed a trace of shockwave that frightened the soul, but the most important thing was those two attack appeared at the same time. There is no delay in between. What does that mean? This means that the two shot just now are the two shot fired by the sniper at the same time. The two shot hitting a different target at the same time. This obviously cannot be caused by firearms. When Sengoku locked onto Going Merry's mast with observation haki, he was in shock. Why? How can it be a slingshot? Sengoku couldn't believe his eyes. Can a slingshot shoot this far? And so accurate? Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy let out a long sigh of relief, and rushed to the execution platform quickly. Only 20 meters away. He can touch Ace. But at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed heavily on the steps of the earth wall. Boom! The huge impact directly caused the ladder to burst. It's Marine Hero Garp. OMG. Vice Admiral Garp joins the defense. That kid can't make it through. The sudden figure immediately reversed the situation of the battlefield. Even Luffy himself had a sudden heart attack. The childhood shadows of being thrown off a cliff, tied to a balloon, and left in the jungle after starving for days and nights came to his mind again. Grandpa. Grandpa. Get out of there. How is that possible? Luffy, I am Marine Vice Admiral. Garp rushed out, fists clenched. He grinned ferociously and roared, I was already fighting pirates before you were born. If you want to pass, kill me first. Straw Hats, Luffy. When Garp changed his name from Luffy to Straw Hat Luffy, it showed that he was firming up his position. No doubt. At this moment, Garp only thinks of himself as a Marine. Only think of Luffy as the pirate with the title of Straw Hat Luffy. Listening to Garp addressing him, Luffy was taken aback. Although he was often abused by his grandfather since he was a child, he will never be unaware of his grandfather's love and expectations for him. When Garp shouted, Straw Hat Luffy, Luffy felt scared for the first time. It was a heavy feeling to choose between Grandpa and Ace. But Grandpa can coax later, but Ace is going to die soon. How should he choose here? Anyone who is not a fool knows what to do. Grandpa, I can't do it. Get out of the way. Near. Closer. Kill Grandpa first. Luffy said he couldn't do it. Certainly. He never considered whether he has the strength to kill Garp. Garp roared fiercely, if you can't do it, Ace will only die. This sounds harsh, but if you think about it carefully. Isn't this irritating Luffy? Garp knew how much Luffy cared about Ace, so he deliberately brought up the matter of Ace's death at this time, which immediately strengthened Luffy's determination. No. I never allow this to happen. Luffy gritted his teeth, full of strength. There are so many things you don't agree with. I won't show mercy. From now on, Luffy. You are my enemy. Luffy's whole body suddenly turned white and his muscles swelled. The huge fist was suddenly inflated and enlarged. The fists of the two hit each other almost at the same time. Looking at Luffy in front of him, Garp's eyes were blurred. For a moment, he closed his eyes. Luffy's fist landed heavily on Garp's chin. Boom! Garp plunged headlong into the rubble below. Chapter 199. When this scene appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into a moment of silence. Marine Vice Admiral Garp gets punched by Straw Hat Luffy. The man who could push Roger into corners several times was actually beaten away by a young pirate. Many people who don't know the relationship between Garp and Luffy are dumbfounded at this time. But those who know the inside story are filled with emotion. You can't escape the love of your family, Garp, Sengoku murmured. He looked at Luffy who was rushing up, and realized that he had to do it himself. Luffy stepped onto the execution platform at this time, and rushed towards Ace excitedly. Straw Hat Boy. Don't be too proud. The figure of the whole person is instantly magnified several times. It suddenly turned into a golden Buddha. Sengoku. Luffy raised his head and looked up, his price suddenly changed. Look. That's Fleet Admiral Sengoku's ability. This is the first time I've seen it. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has been in the background for so long that many people have forgotten that he was once a pirate's nightmare. Yes, although Fleet Admiral Sengoku is known as the resourceful general, don't forget that he is also very strong. That's right, if you don't have the strength of Admiral, it is impossible to become Admiral first and then Fleet Admiral. Sengoku's attack immediately aroused everyone's shock. Especially many watchers who saw Sengoku's ability for the first time, were completely stunned by this golden Buddha. This golden Buddha looks amazing. Stop. Straw Hat. Don't think I'll let you go. I won't show mercy either. Luffy gritted his teeth and glared at Sengoku and his body suddenly shook. Boom. Bang bang. Boom boom. As Luffy's momentum changed, bursts of drums with a special rhythm suddenly reached everyone's ears. What is that? Where's the sound of the drums? This drum sounds, why does it have a feeling of freedom? It's such an intoxicating sound. If it's not on the battlefield, I really want to dance to the sound of the drum. On the battlefield, whether it is a pirate or a marine, listening to the drums full of special rhythms, they all fell into a feeling of longing for freedom and liberation. Especially pirates. They won't be pirates because they have a longing for freedom in their hearts. But at this time, listening to the sound of the drums, the longing for freedom was strongly stimulated. Not only that, the audience who watched the live broadcast in front of the big screens also heard the drums of freedom from the big screens. Hey, where is the sound of the drum coming from? It's so exciting. I thought I was hallucinating. So you heard it too? Drums indeed. It seems to be coming from Marineford. What the hell is this drum sound? Why does it make my blood boil, and I have a feeling of wanting to pursue freedom? People are starting to boil. Many people couldn't sit still and stood up. They stared at the big screen intently, wanting to find the source of the drum sound. Marineford. What? When Sengoku also heard the drumbeat, his face suddenly changed. Others don't know, but he is the Marine Fleet Admiral. He knows more things than others. Like Luffy's devil fruit. 5 elders knows, Sengoku naturally knows. Although this devil fruit is called rubber fruit, it is only a name modified by the world government. The real name of this devil fruit should be called mythical Zoan human fruit model sun god Nika. And now, the drum. Sengoku, who is so close, can hear that it's Luffy's heartbeat. Heartbeat sounds like free drums. Sengoku's mind suddenly realized something. Drums of freedom, fighters of liberation. That's rubber fruit awakening. At the same time. Above the red line, Mariewa, known as the Holy Land. There is a castle here, named Pangaea Castle. In Pangaea Castle, in the meeting hall of the 5 elders are watching the battle scene of the Marineford through the live broadcast at this time. What? The moment he heard the drumbeat of freedom, one of the elder, who was originally sitting on the sofa, suddenly jumped up. Snow-white hair and beard. His 2 eyeballs widened suddenly, almost falling to the ground. This is. He rushed to the front of the big screen with a brisk walk, stared at Luffy, and exclaimed. This kid, Joy Boy. Damn. How could this happen? Isn't this devil fruit completely dead? The devil fruit, he said, is dead, of course not the traditional concept of death. But this devil fruit has not been awakened for nearly 800 years. It's like a volcano that has always had the possibility of erupting. It can last for hundreds of years without incident, and others will subjectively think that it is an inactive volcano. For so many years, the world government has been trying to take back this devil fruit, but this devil fruit seems to have a self-awareness, and slipped away from the world government. And now, it has awakened. It's not a good phenomenon. Joy Boy has awakened in this era, could it be that? Shut up. Lord Emu doesn't like to hear such words. Whether he is Joy Boy or not, we must nip this fire of freedom in the bud. That's right, the top priority is to kill this Straw Hat Boy. 5 elders made a decision quickly after you spoke to me. Elder. Soon, a CP0 wearing a yin and yang eye mask walks in. Lead your team immediately and go to Marineford as quickly as possible. If you can arrive before the end of this war, remember, no matter what means you use, you must kill the Straw Hat Boy. The elder issued a firm order. The Straw Hat. Yin Yang Mask CP0 frowned slightly. Who is that? Hearing this, the elder realized that the Straw Hat Boy just entered the public eye scene. It's perfectly normal for someone at the CP0 to not know. Then, he pointed to the big screen. That's the kid in the straw hat. Understood? The CP0 with the yin and yang eye mask just confirmed the appearance of the Straw Hat Boy, but suddenly he was taken aback. Because in the picture, the appearance of the Straw Hat Boy suddenly changed. Ahahaha. Ahahahami. This heartbeat sound is so funny. So happy. Luffy grinned wide and laughed happily. At the same time, his clothes suddenly turned white. The hair turned into a white flame, constantly beating. Around his neck, underarms and other places, there are white steam horses. Luffy. Seeing the big change of Luffy in front of him, Ace was dumbfounded. His shocked eyeballs popped out of their sockets. This time it's not exaggeration, it's real. Ace's eyeballs really jumped out of the eye sockets, like 2 living beads, dancing outside the eye sockets. Nanny. Sengoku accidentally caught a glimpse of this scene, and was so frightened that his mouth grew wide. Eyeballs flying out of their sockets. What is this scene? But he opened his mouth in surprise, and his chin dropped to the ground. No exaggeration, it was really dragged to the ground. Damn! What's wrong with Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Can he open his mouth so wide? Scared me to death. I thought something was wrong with him. Hey, hello. Isn't this all right? Why do I feel like I'm watching a cartoon? Can a person's mouth really open enough to pull his chin to the ground? And that Ace, the eyeballs are flying out, it's too ridiculous. Those people around the execution platform saw the situation of Ace and Sengoku at this time, and they all had some doubts about life. Maid. Is this just a dream? I am afraid that the only person in the audience who is not confused is Nick Pin. As a spoiler, he knows that this is all because of the sun god Nika. When rubber fruit awakens Nika, it will have an impact on everything around it. Not only can it assimilate the objects it touches into rubber, but it can also make the people around it have a cartoonish effect. So, after awakening, this devil fruit will be regarded as the most overpowered devil fruit in the world. It seems that this time I really can't let you go. Sengoku's heart speeded up at this moment. He knew that things were beyond the scope of his prediction. At this moment, he is afraid killing Ace is no longer an important matter. The important thing is to solve this Joy Boy in front of him. Sorry, old man. Even if he is your grandson, I can't no longer held back. In the original plot, when Sengoku faced Luffy, he actually held back. With Luffy's mediocre strength at that time, facing an admiral with mythical Zoan strength in the transformation state, how can Luffy survive? Is that reasonable? In that case, if Sengoku didn't show mercy, it would only make sense for Sengoku to knock Luffy out. But now, when the identity of Luffy's Joy Boy appeared, Sengoku's original hidden intention disappeared instantly. What he is determined to do now is to kill Joy Boy. Thinking of this, Sengoku no longer kept his strength, and immediately mobilized the power of devil fruit in his body. Mythical beast human fruit great Buddha form. Awaken. Chapter 200. With the awakening of the Buddha, the back of Sengoku's head suddenly shone with golden light, extremely dazzling. Ah! What blinded my eyes? What is this golden light? Oh my god, what is Sengoku's ability? Isn't that too exaggerated? This is the real Buddha. As the back of Sengoku's head blooms, oh no, consecration. A big golden sun appeared behind Sengoku's head. There are auspicious floats around which is spectacular. The entire Marineford battlefield is now illuminated by golden Buddha light, as if a true Buddha came to the world. Hey! Luffy's head was tilted 90 degrees to the left, with a super wow expression on his face. This is so much fun. Ahahaha. Straw Hat Boy, can you still laugh? Get ready to accept justice. Sengoku clenched his right fist and retracted it. The golden Buddha's light condenses on this fist, shining countless golden stars. Buddha fist. As Sengoku uttered words like the sound of Buddha's voice, his voice was like a multidirectional stereo reverberation effect, shocking the audience. Then, he punched out. In addition to the arms wrapped in the jet-black armament haki, there is a layer of golden Buddha light. Around the Buddha's light, there are countless Buddhist symbols of life beating crazily. Luffy. Careful. Almost at the same time, Ace and Garp both cried out anxiously. They are anxious, and there is no way to rescue Luffy at this time. Boom. Sengoku's Buddha fist landed on Luffy's chest with a bang, and punched through directly. What? Sanji looked terrified and froze in place. Luffy. Nami turned pale with fright and was stunned. Luffy? Zoro also stopped fighting with Mihawk, and his expression changed drastically, and he stared in Luffy's direction. Mihawk didn't continue to do anything, but squinted his eyes slightly, looked towards the direction of the execution platform, and murmured, "No way, that kid just died like this? Ah! Impossible! Luffy! How can this be?" Usopp looked crazy, standing on the mast, helpless. Chopper, Robin, Kaya, Brook, Frankie and others also showed expressions of disbelief at this time. Only Nick Pin took a look, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Luffy's ability is really scary. Sabaody Archipelago. Ah! The Straw Hat Kid died. At this time, a pull mouth was opened like a ladle, and he stood up abruptly. His face was full of astonishment. It's too sudden. That's right. Those guys in the Straw Hat Pirates are all so exaggerated in strength, they fight Vice Admiral, and those who fight Admiral. I didn't expect the captain to be so weak, give me a second. Capone Beach took a deep breath of the cigarette, and couldn't believe what he saw. The crew members hung up one by one, but when they arrived at the captain's place, the live broadcast was interrupted. Is this so reasonable? What an exaggeration. But, that person is Sengoku after all. Don't make him an ordinary marine. Drake nodded, that's right, if anyone dares to underestimate Sengoku, he will definitely end up like a Straw Hat Kid. It's a pity, the Straw Hat. Trafalgar Law gently tugged on the brim of his hat, with a regretful expression on his face. Not far from them, Hawkins' two hands were quickly flipping the cards in front of him. After a while, his expression came to a sudden, that's not right, the hexagram shows that the death rate of the Straw Hat Boy is 0. Marine Ford. Good job. With an excited look on Sakazuki's face, he shouted excitedly. Woo, I really didn't expect it, it's too scary. Kizaru curled his lips, still looking like he deserved a beating. Is he dead? Akiji drew a distance from Brook, with surprise in his eyes. That's Garp's grandson. But was punched to death by Sengoku. No matter how good your relationship with Garp is, I'm afraid Mr. Garp won't let it go, right? Damn. Ace's brother. Marco fell from mid-air and stepped heavily on the ground, extremely angry. Ahem. That kid can't just die like this. Whitebeard coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face became more and more ugly. Then why not? Whitebeard, you are also a fellow of the same era as Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Do you know the strength of Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Do you really think that a young pirates can be the opponent of Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Hearing this, Whitebeard's heart sank. Although he is unwilling to accept this kind of thing, but in all fairness. What Sakazuki said is not wrong. Although Sengoku is old, it would be a terrible thing to underestimate a veteran. But just when everyone thought Luffy was finished. Boom. Bang bang. Bang bang. Boom boom. The sound of the drums, like the battle song of freedom, once again shook people's hearts. Hey hey. This is. All eyes turned towards Luffy at almost the same time. Ahaha. Ahaha. Luffy covered his forehead and laughed happily. He didn't care that there was still Sengoku's fist in the middle of his chest. On Sengoku's big face, there was an incomparable shock in an instant. Are you kidding me? He looked at his fist that pierced Luffy's chest, and then saw that Luffy looked like a normal person. This is a big joke. Not only does he think so, but the pirates and marines on the battlefield, and the melon-eaters in front of the live broadcast screens. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Ahaha. Luffy smiled for a while, clenched his hands into fists, elongated instantly, and launched toward Sengoku. Don't think I'm letting my guard down. Seeing Luffy attacking, Sengoku didn't think about why this strange situation happened anymore. He swung his left arm horizontally and blocked Luffy's fists directly. Not only that, but he also used observation haki to lock the trajectory of Luffy's two punches. Without any calculation errors, this can completely block Luffy's attack. Boom! Boom! As Sengoku expected, both of Luffy's fists landed on his crossed arm. Poof! Poof! After two strange sounds sounded, these two fists of Luffy actually drilled directly into Sengoku's arm, and then penetrated through. Sengoku was taken aback. He didn't feel any pain at all, but saw that Luffy's fist had come out of the side of his arm. Boom! Boom! Before Sengoku could react, these two fists landed on Sengoku's eyes. This is the legendary eye-sealing fist. Yes, first seal your vision. Poof! Poof! Another two strange voices. Then he saw that when Luffy's fists landed on Sengoku's eyes, it also directly penetrated through. All this sounds like a cumbersome process, but it actually happens in a flash. At this moment when everyone is still immersed in the matter of Luffy was killed by Sengoku with one punch, Luffy's fist has directly penetrated Sengoku's arm and eyes. Luffy's fist came out from the back of Sengoku's head. No doubt. Sengoku's arms, face, and the back of his head were all blown up. Hiss. This sudden big turning point scared almost everyone silly. On the entire marine-filled battlefield, it is strangely quiet at this time. But everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but gasped. Chapter 201. No way. Sengoku got headshot. Is this a dream? The Straw Hat Kid was punched through the chest by Sengoku, and he can still fight back and kill Sengoku? It's terrible. This is the battle between the strong. As long as one negligence, he will lose his life. Another negligence, you can counter the opponent back before dying. Isn't Fleet Admiral Sengoku's death too sudden? Where is the wrong? Do you really think that Straw Hat Kid is made of mud? Look at the strength of his crew. He is the captain of such monster crew, of course he would have the strength to fight Fleet Admiral. Sure enough, the old saying, the battle of the strong is often over in an instant. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru's old face was terrified, staring at Sengoku's face. Is it over? When she saw the situation of Sengoku thoroughly, Vice Admiral Tsuru's heart suddenly became cold. How can it be? Vice Admiral Gion is also numb. No one could have imagined that the progress of the matter would be so abrupt. But the next moment. Ah! Sengoku in the form of the Golden Buddha grabbed Luffy's arm with both hands and roared in pain. Nanny? How come he is still alive? Hey, hello. Do you really want the Fleet Admiral to die? Ah! No, I mean, it's not outrageous that he is fine with his head blown off. This, outrageous, really outrageous. The marine soldiers around looked at Sengoku who was still able to operate, and all of them felt that their brain power was not enough. From this angle, Luffy's arms have already muddied your brain, right? With paste in the head, can people still move autonomously? Take your hand out of my eyes. Sengoku howled in pain, and then resorted to the power of a Buddha, struggling to pull out Luffy's two arms. Boo! Boo! Finally, under Sengoku's desperate efforts, Luffy's two elongated arms were pulled out of the hole like two water snakes. And Sengoku's two eyeballs also fell out together. Sengoku almost subconsciously reached out to catch his eyeballs, and then hastily stuffed them back. Whew! Sengoku let out a long sigh of relief when he found that he could still see. However, this scene. The people at the scene were frightened and stupid. Absolutely hell today. First, they saw that the person whose head was blown off can still move. Now they see this guy's eyeballs falling out, can they be put back? And looking at him, it seems that he has not lost his eyesight. I understand. This must be the ability of the mythical Zoan fruit, the Buddha form, right? It's too strong, as expected of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The recovery ability is too heaven-defying. As soon as he shouted, some people who suddenly realized it immediately shouted. I know. After the awakening of the Zoan ability user, the life recovery ability will increase to another level. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is a mythical Zoan and he is also in a great Buddha form, his recovery ability must be stronger. Case solved. Fleet Admiral Sengoku is too strong. As expected of being the one who dominated the old days, talk about one of the several powerhouses. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's recovery ability is so strong, but the Straw Hat Boy is not sure. His chest has been punched through by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, although he didn't die immediately, he should be soon, right? That's right. The battle is over. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Luffy withdrew his hands, still laughing cheerfully. And when Sengoku grabbed his own fist, Sengoku's arm is pulled out from Luffy's chest is like rubber, instantly refilling. Se. Hey. Damn it. Am I dazzled? Why is the penetrating wound on the chest of the Straw Hat Boy completely healed? This is too shocking. Damn it. Straw Hat Luffy, what exactly are your abilities? How are you doing this? Sengoku rubbed his own eyeballs. Although he wasn't blind, the foreign body sensation from being punched in his eyes was extremely clear. Let's put it this way. Except that the eyes are not blind, the other feelings are exactly the same as being directly punched through the eyes by someone. Who would be uncomfortable by this? Ah-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha. I'm not here to talk to you about this, I'm going to save Ace. While speaking, Luffy extended his hands again. This time, instead of heading towards Sengoku, he turned a corner, bypassed Sengoku, and ran towards Ace next to him. Woo, I can't let you succeed. In the distance, Kizaru saw this scene and raised his hand. A laser beam shot precisely at Luffy. Boom. But the laser beam exploded less than a meter away from Kizaru. That was an invisible energy barrier, directly cutting off the laser beam's route. Kizaru curled his lips, turned to look at Nick Pin. Ah, you are really a reliable crewmate. Don't underestimate me. If I let you intervene in our captain's battle while I'm here, then I'm too incompetent as a deputy captain, right? Can one person be sure to completely contain me? Kizaru pouted his thick lips. You young man, you are really arrogant. The other side. Sengoku saw that Luffy started to rescue Ace, so it was impossible for him to succeed as long as he is here. Don't try to succeed. Sengoku was suspended in the air with a loud sound. Rushing to bottom is a punch. This punch, with resentment towards Luffy, and hatred towards Ace's bloodline. The golden Buddha light exploded from his fist. Rumble. Terrible fluctuations appeared out of thin air, causing the sky above the execution platform to suddenly fall into a boundless coercion. The space then oscillated, and there were layers of ripples. Luffy suddenly frowned. He realized that the shock wave of Sengoku's punch was going to smash the execution platform together. Ace can't use his ability at this time, it's like falling from such a high place, it's absolutely terrible. What's more, there are so many marine soldiers waiting below, once Ace falls and has no strength to fight back, wouldn't he become a living target? Luffy doesn't care so much anymore, even if he take on Sengoku's Buddha light shock wave, he must immediately save Ace. Both hands grabbed Ace's shoulders instantly. Whoosh! With Luffy's arm retracted, Ace was pulled to Luffy's side. And at this time. Boom! The shock wave of the Buddha's light above crashed down. No, jumped Luffy. Ace looked at this scene. If the shock wave that fills the sky is blasted down, even if Luffy don't die, he will be heavily damaged. At this moment, he stepped on the ground, and the side effects from the Dragon Slayer magic had disappeared. Although the Sea Stone handcuffs are still in hand, the Fire Dragon magic can already be used. He was about to pull Luffy to jump down, but found that he couldn't pull Luffy. Luffy? Ace is fascinated. What's the situation? He saved me, why don't he leave? Then he heard Luffy's voice in his ears, wait, Ace, I still have to save the execution platform. Nanny. For a moment, Ace was really stupid. Rescue the execution platform? Is he still out of his mind? Why, Heplin to keep it as a souvenir for Ace. Without time to explain to Ace, the awakening ability of Luffy's Nika form instantly extended to the execution platform. Boom! When the powerful energy of the Buddha light shock wave hit the execution platform was like a piece of extremely tough rubber, which was immediately compressed downward. Then bang! The incomparably majestic shock wave of the Buddha's light directly hit the sky in the rebound of the execution platform. Ah! Sengoku was caught off guard. He didn't expect that the Buddha light shock wave he sent could return the same way. Suddenly, he couldn't dodge it in time, and was overturned by the Buddha light shock wave. Duong! Dong! Dong! After the execution platform bounced back, it shook a few more times before it completely calmed down. Ahaha! Fortunately, the execution platform was not destroyed, otherwise Nick Pin would blame me. After saving the execution platform and finding that there was no major problem, Luffy smiled honestly. Before this battle came, Nick Pin specially warned Luffy. On the basis of ensuring the safety of Ace, it is best to keep the execution platform, it has a great use. Although Luffy didn't know what Nick Pin wanted the execution platform for, but he knew that since Nick Pin proposed it, it must have a special meaning. For Luffy, he promised Nick Pin that he would definitely keep the execution platform. Now that the execution platform was saved, Luffy also smiled happily. Ace is self-reliant here, he pickpocketed the pants of the two executioners, and finally found the key to the sea-stone handcuffs. Click! Sea-stone handcuffs fell to the ground, free. Luffy, let's go. As soon as Ace grabbed Luffy, he jumped down. Rumble. Fire. It's like a firestorm rising from the ground, sweeping around, forming a fire channel. The two followed the fire channel to the ground. Boom! The fire exploded in the crowd of marine soldiers. This scene immediately pushed the war to the top. Rescued. Okay. Ace, quickly retreat this way. Let's back up. Attack with full strength, escorted Ace and Luffy of Straw Hats. For Ace. For Pop. Everyone, let's do this. For a moment, all the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates were high on adrenaline. Chapter 202. Don't let them go. Seeing this, Sengoku shouted loudly. Stop the Straw Hat Luffy at all costs. What? Listening to what Sengoku is targeting at this time, many people are all stunned. Isn't the bloodline of the Pirate King Roger to be executed? Why is it now the Straw Hat Luffy? Huh, is Sengoku out of his head? Shouldn't he stop Fire Fist Ace at all costs? That's right, this Straw Hat boy is not the blood of Pirate King, why did he want to catch him again? And from Sengoku's point of view, it seems that this Straw Hat boy must die. Seeing the changing situation on the battlefield, the people who watch can't hold back anymore. What the hell is this? What happened? Why did Sengoku order you to be arrested at all costs? Why is he targeting me, brother, all of a sudden? Is my Pirate King heritage not good enough? Huh? Catch me? I saved you, of course he wants to catch me. Ace rolled his eyes. How did he forget, his brother is an idiot. Ace resolutely gave up the idea of finding answers from Luffy, and he was keenly aware that things had changed. Although he don't know what caused it, but one thing Ace is sure about at the moment is that at this time, Luffy is the one who needs to be protected the most. Luffy, go. Without too much hesitation, Ace immediately pulled Luffy and ran towards Crescent Harbor. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru folded his hands up and down, emitting a golden path of light. This light path scrambles and bounces everywhere on the ground, rocks, ice, ruins, etc. of the battlefield. After many times in a row, they suddenly went straight in front of Luffy and Ace. But the light path just shot out for a moment, and it directly hit an invisible barrier, and was bounced back after a swipe. Woo, it's really airtight defense. With a surprised grin at the corner of his mouth, Kizaru looked at Nick Pin and scratched his head. Nick Pin pouted at Kizaru, the fluctuation of the shield in his hand was faintly visible, and then said, even if you risk your life, Sengoku won't give you money, what are you doing? Kizaru grinned. What Nick Pin said makes sense. But he can't just stare at him like this, can he? He have to move his hands, meaning. For sure, Kizaru couldn't say it out of his mouth, he had to think about it in his heart. Stop talking nonsense. I am Marine Admiral, and I represent justice and will destroy you pirates. Smiling in his heart, but speaking with righteous words, Kizaru turned into a stream of light when he moved, and approached Nickpin. Hee hee. Nickpin secretly laughed inwardly. Boom. Bang bang. The two figures scurried around like rays of light, hitting each other from time to time, but bouncing away tacitly. After counting the seconds in their hearts several times, repeat the above steps. What the hell is Sengoku doing? Whitebeard punched Akainu away, his old face was full of bewilderment. My ace is not popular in his eyes anymore. Old man, you don't have time to care about others. Sakazuki leaned forward again, his arms turned into magma and blasted towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard throws up his hands. Boom. Vibration and fierce collision of magma. Taking advantage of the collision in their respective rebounds, Whitebeard turned his attention to Ace and Luffy again. In fact, with the strength of Ace and Luffy, it is completely enough to protect themselves. But Whitebeard, as Ace's father, can't help but care about Ace's safety. However, dog-biting Crimson Lotus. Accompanied by Sakazuki's low cry, the lava that billowed and exploded suddenly transformed twice. From the power of the explosion, a lava dog head suddenly drilled out. This lava dog head is different from the Fang Red Lotus. Compared to the fierceness of the Fang Red Lotus, this lava dog head is much smaller. It's just that, although the dog's head is small, it is full of sinister aura. The dog's mouth was open, and the sharp dog teeth stretched out in a foul posture, as if they were two wild boar's tusks. Although the fangs are small in scale, they are better to be as surprise attacks. And it is hidden in the aftermath of the attack to carry out a second sneak attack. Just as Whitebeard shifted his attention to Ace at this time, he suddenly felt his mouth stagnate, the injury flared up, and a mouthful blood rushed towards his mouth. This is the moment. Observation Hockey Strong warning. Danger. Danger. He quickly turned his attention back to Akainu, but was a bit late. Boom. The fangs bit Whitebeard's face directly. Even though Whitebeard did the fastest evasion, he still got a damage. After all, he is really old. And seriously injured. Dog bite tore through Whitebeard's left cheek, taking a chunk of charred flesh, and an entire ear. Although half of the face was not directly destroyed like in the original plot, the injury should not be underestimated. Definitely has a big impact on Whitebeard's combat effectiveness. Ah! Akainu, you boy! Because of a momentary negligence, Whitebeard was seriously injured, and he is furious. He raged and hit Sakazuki directly on the head. Boom! The powerful shock exploded on Sakazuki's head, directly giving Sakazuki's brain damage. With a snap, blood flowed from Akainu's head, and after the power of Whitebeard's punch, he was directly blasted to the ground. Not only that. When Whitebeard's punch, including Akainu's head, fell to the ground, the solid ground also exploded. Rumble. Marineford collapsed in an instant, and Sakazuki was punched directly into the abyss. Chapter 203. Sabaody Archipelago. Hiss. Marineford was datery by Whitebeard's punch. Admiral Akainu was also punched down into the abyss by Whitebeard. Is this the most powerful man in the world? I have already paid so much attention to it, I didn't expect him to beat Admiral Akainu so violently. Don't brag. Didn't you see Whitebeard's head was cut off in half by Akainu? Don't underestimate Marine Admiral, let alone 4 emperors. Not to mention the most powerful man in the world. Yes. Even though Whitebeard is old and seriously injured, if anyone dares to underestimate him, they will end up like Akainu. Watching the scene of Whitebeard fighting Akainu, many people were filled with emotion. Marineford. Pop. Pop, are you okay? Seeing the situation on Whitebeard's side, several commanders shouted anxiously. However, they were all fighting at this time, so they couldn't come in time. Gururarara. I can't die from this little injury. Whitebeard swung his naginata and chopped off all the marine in front of him. On the other side, Akiji returned to the defense extremely fast. Pheasant Beak. With his charge, his arm turned into a big ice bird, and he threw himself at Ace and Luffy violently. Ice burst, instantly soaring into the sky. Fire wall. Ace stood directly in front of Luffy, his arms were like two fire throwers, releasing a huge fire in an instant, blocking Akiji's attack. Boom! The ice burst and hot explosion instantly formed billowing white mist, soaring into the sky. Yo ho ho WW. I'm chasing you again. Just when the two had just met each other, Brook's humming tune suddenly appeared in Akiji's ears. Next moment, the soul chain hit Akiji with a bang. The power of the hellfire has an extremely restrained effect on Akiji, and Akiji will explode with a single chain. Ace, Luffy, you two block Kizaru and Sengoku respectively, buy me a little time, can you do it? At this time, Nickpin looked at Ace and Luffy who were about to escape, and said. No problem. Luffy agreed without hesitation. As his most reliable crewmate, Luffy has no reason not to trust Nickpin in all his actions. As for Ace, although he wanted to escape here earlier so as to save the Whitebeard pirates from dying, but since it was Nickpin's request, Ace has no reason to refuse. After all, his life was saved by others. Okay. I'll deal with Kizaru. Ace rushed to the front of Nickpin in an instant and confronted Kizaru. Kizaru's face was stunned, and he suddenly had the idea of scolding his mother. Didn't we agree to do our own thing? How the hell did you send this guy to him? How can he act like this? Hey! Don't say I didn't think about you. After paddling for such a long time, you should show some effort to Sengoku, so that you can show that you are trying. After Nickpin said that, he rushed towards the execution platform. Letting Roger's son be Kizaru's opponent, isn't it a little too much for him? Woo, you look very confident, but that guy named Nickpin seems to have made a mistake. Kizaru raised his eyebrows lightly, showing a playful smile. He will underestimate Luffy, but it doesn't mean he will underestimate Ace. There is still a difference in essence. You seem to have no idea about me. Ace also imitated Kizaru's way of speaking, and smiled. On land, I am the strongest Logia. This word. Although what he said is arrogant, as long as the premise is, on land, not on a vehicle, then what Ace said is really true. Strongest Logia. Kizaru didn't want to listen now. How crazy. Kizaru's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his voice rang in Ace's ear. Have you ever tasted the feeling of being kicked at the speed of light? Although Ace has the ability of Logia, his two-type haki is not very strong, and his speed and reaction are only quite satisfactory. When he meets Kizaru, who is good at speed, he really has nothing to show off. Ace was like a cannonball, instantly blasting into the pile of rocks behind. Seeing that Ace was blown away, Luffy's anger level instantly soared. Boom! Boom boom! The heartbeat beats fast, forming a burst of free war drums. Snake whip. His arms stretched tens of meters, like a swimming python, it attacked Kizaru viciously. Woo, I don't want to see that kind of weird ability. Without hesitation, Kizaru immediately turned into a beam of light and shot to another place. Luffy's high-level observation haki has already locked him tightly, even locked his landing point. When one arm attacked the position before Kizaru's evasion, the other arm also turned into a swimming black python. With the momentum, it was drawn to the position after Kizaru's evasion with a swipe. As soon as Kizaru landed, he saw a light and shadow coming. Not good. Kizaru's heart skipped a beat, and his observation haki immediately sensed the danger. However, it was too late to hide. Boom! This seems to be a weak arm whip, but it is as powerful as it is hit. There was no cartoon scene like Sengoku. Kizaru just felt as if his body was hit by a meteorite falling from the sky. Although he has turned on elementalization, Luffy has also turned on advanced armament haki. Because Ace was beaten up by Kizaru, Luffy was furious at this time, and directly used up the two-type haki. Kizaru's figure also turned into a cannonball, and like Ace, it directly blasted into the ruins and disappeared. Boom! On the other side, fire exploded, and Ace jumped out of the rubble. Damn it! It's really stupid to use body skills to attack. Ace's face was full of anger, and he looked around for Kizaru angrily. Originally he thought that Kizaru would attack him with a laser beam. He was ready to show Kizaru a light fire dragon mode. He didn't expect that Kizaru didn't use laser beam, but he actually fought melee. Thinking of himself bragging in front of Nick Pin that he can handle Kizaru and being kicked away by Kizaru the next moment, this is really embarrassing. Huh? Where is the person? As soon as the voice fell, he heard movement in the ruins on the other side. Woo, Straw Hat Luffy, your fist really hurts. Kizaru condensed from the ruins, he rubbed his belly, and a constipated expression appeared on his face. Hey! Luffy, did you do it? Although Luffy is very powerful now, but Ace has not been seen much. Even just now, Luffy ran all the way to the execution platform, barely fighting. That is, when he was on the execution platform, he only got attacked once. He won't talk about the punch to Garp, it has no reference significance. The battle against Sengoku was amazing, but Ace thought it was the effect of devil fruit. But now Luffy kicked Kizaru away with a punch. It's definitely not easy. You know, the yellow ape is light. When his speed is pulled up, he is already invincible. To fight with Kizaru, you must first have the advanced observation haki. If this necessary condition is not met, no matter how strong your devil fruit ability is, no matter how strong your armament haki is, you still won't touch a single hair of Kizaru. Such is the case. Maramara fruit fire dragon slaying magic is enough to make Ace rank among the high level in this world. But because of the missing observation haki, as long as Kizaru is determined to use his speed, Ace has no chance of winning. Yes, Luffy nodded. Didn't he just hit him with a punch? Is there any doubt about that? Ace didn't know what to say. Kizaru kicked Ace away, and then Luffy knocked him away with one punch before Ace got up. This makes Ace seem like a rookie. Is this still the weak brother who never beat him in fights? Chapter 204. Straw Hat Luffy. Don't try to escape. Sengoku adjusted his posture in the air, and approached Luffy again. I don't want to run away at all. I want to hold you back for Nick Pin. Luffy is also upright, and the truth is out of a basket. Only then did Sengoku recall that what Nick Pin seemed to say to Luffy and Ace just now. What is that kid up to? Subconsciously, Sengoku turned his head to look in Nick Pin's direction, only to find that Nick Pin had already stood on the execution platform. Are you about to start? In the distance, the Empress Hancock, who was fighting, saw this scene at this moment, and suddenly became excited with a thumping heart. The reason why she agreed to help Nick Pin is to witness the next scene with her own eyes. In fact, even if Nick Pin and his gang were successfully brought in, Hancock still didn't fully believe that Nick Pin really dared to do that. However, even if the chance of Nick Pin doing this is only one, Hancock is willing to take a gamble. There is always a dream. What if it really happened? Here, Mary, point the camera at me. Nick Pin raised his hands high and waved in the direction of the going Mary. Mary heard her dad's call, and immediately shot the camera of the video Den Mushi. Sabayati Archipelago. Huh? Why give this person want a big close-up? What is this for? Put the camera on Whitebeard. I want to see Whitebeard. Yeah. Whitebeard might die soon, I wants to witness the end of the world's strongest man. Cut back to him quickly. We want to see Whitebeard. Grandma. What happened to the little beauty on the live broadcast? Does she want us to miss the end of Whitebeard? A group of melon-eating crowd saw that there was only a young man and the execution platform left in the camera, and they became anxious immediately. The deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Apu frowned, curious on his face. I heard that this guy is a mangaka. The guy who offered a bounty of 370 million is actually a mangaka, can you believe it? Ace has already been rescued, why did this guy return to the execution platform? What is he going to do? Drake stared at the big screen in bewilderment. As Marine's undercover agent, he is very concerned about this battle. Especially seeing the intensity of the Marineford battle at this moment. If it wasn't because his identity as an undercover agent was very important, he really wanted to participate in this battle. Ha ha ha. Although I don't know what he is going to do, but judging by his posture, there may be some great surprise. Trafalgar Law rested his hands behind his head and said lightly, although I haven't met him, I know a little bit about Nick Pin, who is in charge. He is not a guy who is good at mindless things. As far as the execution platform is concerned, that must be the place where prisoners are executed. Could it be that he wants to execute someone? Hawkins sat there manipulating the cards for a while, and said with a confused face. Those guys are nuts. Who knows what they can do? Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie said in dissatisfaction while stuffing sausages into her mouth. After all, when she was in Sabaody Archipelago, she was so angry by Zoro and Nick Pin that her back hurt. Marineford. Hey! Everybody, look over here. His voice was broadcast through the advanced armament hockeys, and it spread throughout the area in an instant. It was also transmitted to the ears of all the people who watched through the live broadcast on the big screen. With his roar, it seemed as if the war had been paused in an instant. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and reflexively turned their gazes to the top of the execution platform. Hello? Why are there still people there? What is that pirate going to do? Everyone who was fighting looked at Nick Pin in bewilderment. Hey! Listen to me. Originally the Marine wants to execute the only blood left by the former Pirate King Gold Roger. This can be said to be a big event that shakes the times. Nick Pin spoke to everyone in an unhurried manner, as if giving a speech. Boy, what do you want to do? Seeing this, Sengoku was furious. Nick Pin ignored Sengoku, but continued, but, we have rescued Ace, the execution of Ace has been cancelled, but the problem is, the execution scene that everyone was looking forward to is gone, don't you feel disappointed? For this reason, I decided to execute a person here on this once-in-a-lifetime stage. I will continue the excitement that everyone just lost. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the interest of the people who were watching the war was immediately aroused. Another execution? And this scene was chosen on purpose? Hey. It seems interesting. He actually wants to execute people at this time, he is really an incomprehensible guy. Kid grinned slightly, showing great interest on his face. Ah, blah blah. Apu is also laughing maniacally. In his opinion, at this time, of course, retreat should be the main priority. To actually think of killing one's own enemy on the execution platform of Marineford, what an enmity it must be. By doing this, isn't it clear that you want to throw dirt on the Marine reputation? The person Marine wanted to execute was rescued by you, and then you occupied the magpie's nest and used other people's place to execute your own enemies. Capone Beach shook his head. I don't think it's necessarily an enemy. I think, if it's just an enemy, there's no need for him to mobilize so many people, it doesn't feel reasonable. Etc. Suddenly, Jewelry Bonnie exclaimed. Hey! You big stomach girl, what the hell are you doing? That's right. I'm watching the live broadcast, stop with the distraction. Bonnie, what's on your mind? Trafalgar Law looked at Jewelry Bonnie suspiciously. He felt that a well-informed person like Jewelry Bonnie would not do this because of some so-called big event. Since she can exclaim in such a gaffe, it is probably a really big event beyond everyone's expectations. I said, you big stomach girl, do you know something? Kid also looked at Jewelry Bonnie. Jewelry Bonnie's face changed for a while, and he murmured, I remember when I was in Sabaody Archipelago that day, this Nick Pin capture a person. Although the scene of Nick Pin beating the Tenryubito was seen by many pirates, but not many people saw the scene where Nick Pin captured St. Charlos. And Jewelry Bonnie happened to be one of the witnesses. Afterwards, although it became a fact that St. Charlos was captured by Nick Pin, Marine and the world government did not make a big report on this matter. After all, this kind of thing can be said to be a shameful thing for the government of the world, of course it has to be covered. What's more, once you open your mouth about some things, you will follow suit later. If the world knows that someone dares to capture Tenryubito, who can guarantee that no one will follow suit? You know, there are many lunatics who are not afraid of death. Who was taken away? How could you make such a big-stomached woman show such an expression? Seeing the panic on Jewelry Bonnie's face, Capone Beach frowned. Ha ha ha. I'm curious too. Drake's face was solemn, and he thought to himself, no way. As an undercover Marine, of course he knows some inside information. After Tenryubito was captured, he received a secret order from Marineford, asking him to pay attention to the movements of the Straw Hat pirates, and to rescue Tenryubito St. Charlos if he had the opportunity. He was shocked by the news at that time. Someone really dares to attack the Tenryubito. But seeing this scene now, he finally understood. It turned out that the other party was much more courageous than he imagined. Marine has prepared for the worst, waiting for news of the death of St. Charlos. But never expected. Maybe. It would be the best news ever to hear that Charlos Saint's body was found somewhere. This madman. He wouldn't really dare to do that. Thinking of that terrible possibility, Drake subconsciously gritted his back molars, his heart was shocked. Chapter 205. Hey! Tell me quickly. Who did he capture? Girls, why are you so anxious to talk? Seeing Jewelry Bonnie hesitate to speak, Urge urged impatiently. Be careful, I will tear your mouth apart. Jewelry Bonnie was not easy to mess with, and said angrily. However, she hesitated for a while and said, that day in the Sabayati archipelago, Nickpin capture a Tenryubito. Hiss. As soon as this word came out, the people around all gasped suddenly. The air conditioning poured in, and even the back was frightened to be cold. Capture, who? Ah, hello. Am I suddenly deaf? Catch a Tenryubito? Are you kidding me? This kind of joke is not allowed. This is the Sabayati archipelago, a marine admiral will come if you try anything toward them. Hey, it can't be true, right? For a moment, everyone around looked at Jewelry Bonnie with horror. Even the supernovas were all stunned by shock at this time. Captured a Tenryubito? FK. Ah no. It's not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is. The next thing this guy wants to do may be to execute a Tenryubito on the execution platform of Marineford in front of the whole world live broadcast. Is this crazy? Calling him a lunatic is too flattering for a lunatic. Marineford. I am going to execute a person here today to continue the excitement that everyone lost just now. As Nickpin spoke, he reached into his pocket. Everyone is fascinated. You say you want to execute someone, but what are you doing in your pocket? Seeing Nickpin's actions, many people had such absurd thoughts. But the next moment. FK. Almost everyone's reaction is the same. While everyone was stunned, Nickpin actually took out a man from his pocket. The moment that person was taken out, like an inflated balloon, it suddenly enlarged to the size of a normal person. Who is this? A dead fat pig? I thought some big person was going to be executed. I didn't expect it to be a little-known little character. Who can tell me who this bastard is? I haven't seen it, and I haven't heard of it. At least it is certain that it is not a famous person. When St. Charlos appeared on the execution platform, everyone's first reaction was, who the hell is this? Originally thought that Nickpin was about to execute a big figure, at least a well-known figure. But he brings such a fat man, and the fat man seemed to be very weak, and everyone was immediately confused. Certainly. There are still people who know the man. Sabayati Archipelago. Oh. It turns out, it's true. Apo looked at the guy who was picked up by Nickpin with a shocked face, and the whole person was frightened into a fool. Capone Beach smoked his cigar violently, breathed out, I always thought that I was the craziest pirate, but I never thought that in front of Nickpin, I would be like a good boy. Ha ha ha. Kid laughed. You're laughing. If you dare to do what Nickpin did, you can laugh at me again. Ha ha ha. If you say that, then I really don't have the right to laugh at you for the time being. Beating up the Tenryubito? He dared to do it if he went all out. Kill the Tenryubito, kid is not crazy to that point. Execution of Tenryubito on Marineford execution platform. Kid thought about it 10,000 times, and finally came to a conclusion that Nickpin is well beyond mad. Jewelry Bonnie gritted his teeth, damn, they are really so bold. Apart from those people who are knowledgeable, the most knowledgeable people are those big names in Marineford. Although it is impossible for Fleet Admiral Marine and Admiral to remember the appearance of the Tenryubito. As the only Tenryubito who has been kidnapped for hundreds of years, Fleet Admiral Marine and Admiral naturally have a deep impression on the appearance of this guy. Borsellino's pupils widened, and his scalp felt numb. He remembered that when Nickpin captured Charlos, he asked Nickpin why he kidnapped Tenryubito. At that time, Nickpin told Kizaru that he just wanted to kill Charlos. But Kizaru never dreamed that what Nickpin said about killing him, turned out to be like this. This is simply slapping on the face of the world's government. Hey. Akiji had just condensed into a solid body at this time, seeing such absurd scene, he opened his mouth wide in shock. What a bunch of lawless guys. Vice Admiral Tsuru's old face was full of unbelievable horror. Bastard. Stop him. Sengoku shouted anxiously when he saw the big face of St. Charlos clearly. Woo, this must be stopped. Kizaru pursed his lips in a low voice, and then fired laser beams at the same time with both hands. But when these laser beams reached the execution platform, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! It's that ability again. Shaking his head annoyed, Kizaru gritted his teeth depressedly. I did my best, Kizaru though. Double ice time capsule. Akiji shot without hesitation. But just as he threw the extremely cold ice ball in his hands, a ball of hellfire appeared in front of him. Yo-ho-ho-ho, don't try to mess with what our vice captain. The soul chain spun into a circular wall of fire in Brook's hands, immediately blocking the two ice spacetime capsules. Buddha Blaster. Seeing that Admiral was restrained, Sengoku could only do it himself. He stepped into the void and appeared above Nick Pin, his right fist condensed a dazzling golden Buddha light. Ahahaha. Ahaha. But at this moment, laughter like free drumming appeared behind his head. Sengoku suddenly felt bad. Boom. Boom. Sengoku felt as if he had been hit hard by two hammers on the back of his head. And then Luffy's two fists burst out of Sengoku's eye sockets. Ah! Sengoku only felt that his eyes went dark, and he couldn't see anything again immediately. Even the shock wave of the Buddha's light in his hand dissipated. Ah, this. Ace looked at the side with a confused face. He exclaimed, Luffy, this is also the ability of rubber fruit. Ahahaha. This is the highest state I have developed so far, the Gear 5. Boom. Boom. Two punches hit Sengoku in the stomach. No doubt. Sengoku's stomach was also pierced instantly. In this way, it is equivalent to Luffy connecting Sengoku's eyes and belly with two arms. More like two big locks, locked by Sengoku. Ahahaha. Invincible windmill. In this way, locking the victory with his arms, Luffy swung his two arms clockwise. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, Luffy's arm turned into a helicopter propeller. Sengoku was also forced to play the big turntable. On the execution stand. Nick Pin took a look at the reactions of everyone at the scene. Except for some people in Sengoku and Marine Admiral who reacted strongly, others seemed to have little reaction. No. They didn't respond at all. Where is the problem? Nick Pin frowned. Ah. I remembered. Normal people can't recognize that St. Charlos is a Tenryubito. Knowing what the problem was, Nick Pin immediately took out an air cover in his pocket. The moment the air cover leaves the pocket, it also becomes a model that fits the size of Charlos's head. Come on, wear this thing that symbolizes your identity. As he said, Nick Pin put the air cover on the head of St. Charlos. As the saying goes, people depend on clothes. The moment the good air cover clicked on the head of St. Charlos, the aggressiveness of the Tenryubito was revealed immediately. Ah! This. My God. He's world noble. Yaosho, I said that he is so inspiring, it is impossible to execute an ordinary person. I thought he was going to execute some well-known strong man, but I didn't expect him to be so bold that he wanted to execute the Tenryubito. Crazy. He must be crazy. Oh my God. There are people in this world who dare to attack the Tenryubito, and want to kill the Tenryubito. I must be dreaming. Where is this killing the Tenryubito? This is the execution of the Tenryubito in front of the whole world. This is of great significance. When people learned that the person who was about to be executed on the execution platform was Tenryubito, everyone immediately understood what the execution meant. Tenryubito. In this world, even 3-year-old children know that they cannot disobey any will of the heaven-defying Tenryubito. Even if that decree is for you to gnaw on your own body, you can't disobey it. This is the status of Tenryubito in this world. After hundreds of years of brainwashing and deterrence, no one has doubted this iron law. No one will have the idea of wanting to attack the Tenryubito. Even if it was the lawless revolutionary army, they didn't have the audacity to kill the Tenryubito. But now, if a Tenryubito is executed in front of the whole world, what does that mean? This means that, the position of the high and irreversible God of the Tenryubito will collapse in an instant. Everyone will realize that. Ah. It turns out that Tenryubito can also be killed. It turns out that the so-called gods are actually the same as them, they will die if they lose their heads. It turns out that killing the Tenryubito is not difficult in itself, the difficulty is that no one dares to take that step. In the midst of such a shock that shocked the world. On the execution stand. Nickpin kicked St. Charlos on the heel, kicking him to his knees on the ground. The cold air dissipated and condensed into an ice blade in Nickpin's hands. Nickpin put the ice blade on St. Charlos's neck, and asked loudly, "St. Charlos, tell me your father's name." As soon as this word came out, the whole world is in an uproar. Is this guy so dark? Everyone remembers that before the Summit War started, Sengoku questioned Ace loudly and shouted, "Ace, say your father's name." To Ace. And now, Nickpin is shouting the same words to St. Charlos. They have to say, this Nickpin. It's really a slap in the face. Chapter 206. Holy Land, Mariehua. St. Roswald Mansion. Son. St. Roswald jumped up from the sofa at once. Ever since his son was kidnapped, he's been having a party. In his opinion, his son has been killed by those criminal with a high probability, and now he is waiting for when to catch this murderer and let him vent his anger. Although the Summit War can be said to have attracted worldwide attention, few Tenryubito cared about this war at all. Human life is not even as important to them. At least, when the number represents the number of boutique slaves, it can make them feel happy. And human life. They don't care at all. St. Roswald actually didn't care about Summit War either, but he was watching the real-time situation of Summit War through the big screen in front of him. The reason is very simple, because when the war was in full swing, someone called St. Roswald, telling him that the murderer who took his son also appeared in the Marineford. As a Tenryubito, St. Roswald Mansion has a live den mushi on the scale of a home theater. Immediately, he asked someone to switch over the live broadcast signal. But what he never expected was that he actually saw this lawless criminal going to execute his son live on the execution platform of Marineford. No, don't. Come quickly. Call Fleet Admiral Marine immediately and ask him to protect my son's life no matter what. St. Roswald couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately yelled at the servant. The servant was so scared that he hurried to find the den mushi. Pangaea Castle. Office of the Five Elders. Bastard. St. Jupiter slammed the table and stood up in a jerk. Clatter. The solid marble tabletop was full of cracks for a moment, and exploded with a bang. The expressions of the other veteran stars also changed drastically. This guy is crazy. Damn, this is definitely a lunatic who is more ferocious than rocks and monkey D dragons. Don't let him succeed. Otherwise, the status of Tenryubito will be shaken. Notify the CPO immediately. The primary target is still Monkey D, Luffy, and the second is this, Nickpin. Both of them must die. With the wrath of the Five Elders, the order was passed to the CPO, who was on his way to Marineford. Marineford. Ah. You scumbag. I am St. Charlos. My father is St. Roswald. Come and save me, I can give him 500 million, oh no, 1 billion bellas. Under Nickpin's stern shout, Charlos howled hysterically towards the front. After being captured by Nickpin for so many days, he has been kept in the dark ship bilge of cricket. He thought that he would never have the chance to see the sun again, but now he saw that he was actually at the scene of Marineford, and his hope to survive was activated at once. Everyone was stunned when Charlos reported himself at home. He, really a Tenryubito. St. Charlos, St. Roswald, the names of these two Tenryubito, I remember. Their family often goes to the auction in Sabaody Islands. Oh my god. This pirate, he actually wants to execute a Tenryubito. This lunatic, how dare he? It's over, this heaven is about to collapse. I'm afraid there will be no peace on the sea for a long time. Damn bastard. If he does this, we other pirates will also be affected. All over the world, people in front of the big screen are dumbfounded. No one can imagine that someone dares to attack the Tenryubito. New World, Baltigo Island. In front of a temporary large live broadcast screen, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was standing here. He looked at Nick Pin in the picture, and his heart was shocked. When he first saw Nick Pin in Logue Town, he knew that Nick Pin is different from other pirate. But looking at the scene in front of him now, he admits that his vision was still short-sighted. This is definitely not just different. This is simply an existence that doesn't even care taking on the world. Boss, this guy is too bold. Karasu exclaimed with a face full of brazenness. It's amazing. He is so young, and have already stood on the world stage and tried and beheaded Tenryubito. Sabo, it was the Tenryubito's ship that fired at you, and you fell into the water and lost your memory. Now that I see the Tenryubito beheaded, I'm happy for you. The smaller koala stood behind Sabo and said in a low voice. Wow, to think East Blue have someone like that. Bello Betty pulled down her sunglasses, and carefully looked at the figure of Nick Pin on the big screen with eyes whose eyelashes were brushed like steel needles. As the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty has been stationed in East Blue, leading the uprising of the suffering people. This time, she happened to have something to discuss with Monkey D. Dragon, and she did not expect to witness the live broadcast at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Hey, Bello Betty, don't try to flirt with him, he's a young man. Look at what you said, isn't it appropriate for our Eastern Army commander to be this young man's big sister? Ah ha ha. Behind Bello Betty, several important figures of the Revolutionary Army suddenly started joking. Bello Betty is not angry either, her character is carefree, otherwise her subordinates would not dare to make such jokes. Among the red pies, the toothpick was lightly bitten, and the corner of Bello Betty's mouth curled up. If there is a chance, I should meet him. Marine Ford. Where's Marine Admiral? Where's Marine Admiral? Come and save me. St. Charlos is like a happy pig staying there, fighting and howling non-stop. He looked at the Marines below and yelled, if I lose a single hair, my father will not forgive you. Hearing this, Nick Pin murmured, if you lose a single hair, your father won't let Marine go. That's great. Immediately, Nick Pin grabbed Charlos's hair and pulled it hard. Brush. A lock of hair was torn off immediately, and blood dripped from the scalp. FK. This man is so brave. This time, he completely offended the Tenryubito to death. Here. The Tenryubito should be watching too, right? The dead fat pig just said that as long as he lose a hair, his father will not let Marine go. He only has one last wish, how about it? Saint Roswald, don't disappoint your son's last wish. Nick Pin looked in the direction of little Mary's live broadcast camera, and threw a lock of St. Charlos's hair off the execution platform. Puff. As soon as these words came out, Marine present at the scene spurted a mouthful of blood. What hatred, what resentment. Okay, everyone has heard that this dead fat pig, St. Charlos, is undoubtedly a Tenryubito, so after verifying his identity, he will be officially executed now. As he spoke, Nick Pin twitched his fingers. The ice blade in his hand was automatically suspended above the neck of St. Charlos. Stop. Nick Pin. Don't kill him, I can let you all escape. Seeing that he couldn't pass Luffy's blocking, Sengoku shouted anxiously to Nick Pin. Boy, if you really do it, the consequences will be more serious than you imagined. Vice Admiral Tsuru also hurriedly warned with embellishments. Hey, little brother Nick Pin, you have to think carefully. Kizaru, as the one who watched Nick Pin take St. Charlos away from him in Sabaody Archipelago, hurriedly persuaded him at this time. What are you thinking? You are all people with superior IQs, do you think I am joking? Faced with the pressure from all sides, Nick Pin just smiled lightly. Do you want to know why I want to kill him? Why? Sengoku quickly answered. After all, talking can delay time. Even if it's just stalling for time, it's better than seeing St. Charlos killed immediately. Nick Pin said, that day, in the Sabaody Archipelago. Two people were carrying a stretcher to take a seriously injured person to the hospital, and they happened to meet this fat pig. The fat pig felt that someone was blocking his way, so he went to the patient and he shot the injured person. Killing him. Sengoku frowned, is there a problem with this? Yes. Anyone knows that when you see a Tenryubito, you should immediately kneel beside them, since these people are in the way, it's okay for the Tenryubito to kill him. Although I sympathize with the wounded person, it is not a problem for the Tenryubito to kill a civilian, Vice Admiral Tsuru said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of these marine executives, Nick Pin immediately angrily interrupted their high-spirited talk. He pointed at Sengoku. You don't think there is a problem, it's just because you volunteered to be the dog for the Tenryubito, you let your common sense go. Sengoku's old face flushed suddenly, and his breathing accelerated. He almost passed out in one breath. Presumptuous. Bastard, what are you talking about? I really don't know what to do. The Marine executives were furious. Nickpin sneered, and then said, let me ask you again, do the civilians think this is all right? Nonsense. Common people dare to complain. Vice Admiral Enigmo roared. Well said. How dare common people complain? Nickpin smiled coldly, he looked Enigmo with cold eyes. Civilians don't dare to complain, that's because they are suppressed by you dogs of the Tenryubito. Whoever dares to complain, the Tenryubito will send you obedient dogs to kill those civilians. In the long run, which commoner dares to complain? Nickpin's words directly angered all the hawkish Marines. It also stabs the heart of the passive Marine. Damn it! This person. Why tell the truth? At this time, the people in front of the big screen were deeply shocked by Nickpin's words. Yeah. Have we no complaints? We dare not complain. If we have the strength not to be afraid of Marine, see if we dare to complain. For a while. Whether it is a commoner or a pirate, a fire ignited in their hearts instantly. Kill him. Kill him. Kill this Tenryubito. Chapter 207. Nickpin. Stop all of this. Sengoku yelled anxiously, he accused angrily, Tenryubito are the descendants of the creator of this world. Their current power and status are what they deserve. No one can disobey the heaven-defying Tenryubito. 3 years old, even kids know it. Oh. Really? How about, let's hear what the person has to say. Nickpin curled his lips, then stretched out his hand, grabbed the other half of Charlos's hair, lifted him up suddenly, and asked in a cold voice, Fat pig, tell me, you killed someone, shouldn't you pay for it with your life? Life for a life? Hearing this, Charlos is full of question marks. He Issa Tenryubito, this criminal dared to ask him this kind of question. How is that possible? You scum. I'm Saint Charlos, a Tenryubito. Snapped. As soon as his words fell, Nickpin slapped him in the face with a big fight. Suddenly, he was slapped with shock in his eyes, dazzled. The entire battlefield resounded with the sound of gasping for air. Live broadcasting torture the Tenryubito, this is more than killing the Tenryubito. Give you another chance, do you want to pay for your life if you kill someone? Nickpin was as indifferent as iron, holding the head of St. Charlos, and asked coldly. Charlos was very stubborn in his heart and wanted to reply, but the fat pig face that was torn in pain made him dare not disobey Nickpin's questioning. He is not a fool, of course he knows that if his next answer dares to disobey Nickpin's intentions, Nickpin's will hurt him again. After hesitating for a while, he could only speak timidly, yes. Snapped. Nickpin went up again with a big push, and asked fiercely, say it clearly. With another slap, Charlos felt that his head was about to explode, and the severe pain shook his brain instantly, making him dizzy and nauseous, extremely uncomfortable. Ah! A life for a life. A life for a life. Nickpin casually let go of Charlos's hair, and then looked at Sengoku, did you hear that? Even your master understands the simple truth of a life for a life. But you old dog is still shameless. Listening to Nickpin mocking him, Sengoku is so angry. Blood pressure soars. Shut up. That's what he said because of your torture. Hee hee. A disdainful laugh came from Nickpin, and he looked at the camera of the live Den Mushi. Could it be that the civilians who are watching the live broadcast are afraid of the Tenryubito because they are threatened by you big dogs called Marines? The expression of Marine who was present suddenly changed. Especially some young Marine soldiers, listening to Nickpin's questions at this time. Yes. Why do even 3-year-olds know that they cannot disobey the will of the Tenryubito? Was it also like this when the Tenryubito first appeared? Obviously, anyone with a little intelligence should understand, no. But why is everyone afraid to disobey Tenryubito now? As long as Tenryubito order it, the Marine will come and finish it. If things go on like this, where can there be stupid who dare to disobey Tenryubito? You. Sengoku directly turned back from the Buddha form to the appearance of an ordinary human being. He covered his heart with his hands and was panting. He wanted to say something, but Nickpin cut it off. Shut up. Sengoku, you old dog. 20 years ago. The scholars of O'Hara were detained by the world government because they accidentally learned something about the dirty and ugly side of the world government 800 years ago during the archaeological process. With the order of the world government, you, an old dog who was still Marine Admiral at the time, issued a buster call to O'Hara without hesitation. What's wrong with those scholars? They just want to study. Take a step back. Even if those scholars endanger the rule of the world government, then the world government has a reason to kill them, whether this reason is correct or not, at least there is a reason. But, you old dog, please tell me. Ordinary residents of O'Hara, what's wrong with them? Just because you were afraid that an archaeologist would get mixed up among them, you kill all the hundreds of thousands of people in O'Hara. Speaking of deterring by force. You, an old dog, deserves to say this in front of me. Perhaps out of emotion, Nickpin almost roared and questioned Sengoku fiercely. It's not questioning, it's contempt. Yes. Rebuke. On the deck of the Going Merry, Nico Robin was trembling. The slender palm covered the red lips, and the tears poured out of the eyes uncontrollably. This stinky man. Is he trying to stand up for her? Well, yes, it must be. O'Hara is Robin's heartknot and the indelible pain in Robin's life. However, at this moment, Nickpin clarified the demon theory for O'Hara in front of the live broadcast all over the world, and even exposed what Marine did. It also exposed all the smearing behaviors of the government of the world. It can be said. All the resentment and hatred of Nico Robin are completely released at this moment with Nickpin's words. You do this for me, what should she do to repay him? And at this time, Nickpin seemed to have a telepathy, and turned his attention to Robin. And then went on. There's a little girl. At the age of 8, she witnessed the total destruction of her hometown under Buster Call. She obviously doesn't know anything, and she hasn't done anything bad. Maybe God favored her and let her survive. But what did the government of the world do? What did Marine do? The government of the world accused her of being a devil child. Marine is hunting her endlessly. You know, she is just a little girl who is only 8 years old. She is pure white like a piece of paper, she should have lived a carefree childhood. But who is going to tell her, who knows everything about her? Who the hell ruined the lives of hundreds of thousands of innocent O'Hara people? Nickpin's words directly shocked everyone present. Not only the pirates, even many Marines are clenching their fists at this time. Damn it! That girl is innocent. Those O'Hara residents who were wiped out by Buster Call are also innocent. Mad. Damn Marine. They are the lackeys of the Tenryubito and the cold-faced executioners. Another pirate yelled, it's the goddamn world government that ruined everything for them. Ha ha ha. Still representing justice. KF. King Justice. Bah. Looking at the word justice on Marine's cloak now, it's really disgusting. The pirates cursed angrily. Some Marines who were fighting against the pirates just now, because they were relatively close to the pirates, heard the pirates cursing and taunting, and they were all ashamed and their faces were hot. They get scolded. But it seems that there is nothing wrong with others scolding. Ah. In front of the big screens of each live broadcast. Ugly Marine. Disgusting world government. Killing so many innocent civilians, you still have to slander them as a demon that endangers the world, you are as shameless as you are. It's really vicious. They don't even want to let go of the only 8-year-old girl. Yeah, what can an 8-year-old girl know? It's not human to be chasing endlessly. Thanks to this warrior, let me see the ugly side of the world government and Marine. Marine Ford, on the scaffold. As soon as Nickpin raised his head, he turned his gaze to the camera on the live call. Those who are watching this battle. If you still have a little conscience, please tell me. This Tenryubito who killed innocent civilians, shouldn't they be punished? Ah. Sengoku's face turned pale immediately. The 5 elders of Mariehua are also shocked. They looked at Nickpin at this time, full of fear. This young man is horrible. In just a short time, he may change the whole world's perception. Really. Just like Sengoku and 5 elders worried about. Kill. On the deck of Going Merry, Nico Robin seemed to melt the hatred accumulated for so many years into one breath, screaming with all his strength. This sound is like the beginning of a symphony. It's like a pebble thrown into the lake. There was an uproar in an instant. Kill. A bearded pirate gritted his teeth and roared. Kill. Another pirate with a red turban also trembled with anger. Kill. 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 When one pirate after another shouted out the anger in their hearts, finally these voices turned into a uniform kill. Some conscientious Marines clenched their fists and muttered softly, "Kill." Certainly. This is just a small scene. The real big scene is in front of the big screens all over the world. At this time, those Marine intelligence personnel were all pale with fright, sweating profusely. Because in front of every big screen, everyone watching this were all to be doing the same thing. That is shouting in unison, "Kill." I heard the voice of the people. Nickpin looks at the camera and Vivi smiles, and points to the camera with his left hand to show that it is helpful. Afterwards, he picked up the ice blade and held it up high. "You dare. Stop. Don't do anything stupid." Almost all the high-rank executives of Marine screamed sharply as if they had been stepped on their tails. However, Nickpin doesn't like them at all. The icy ice blade crashed down. A big head flew out from Charlos Saint's neck. Blood dripped down the ice blade. Wow! This sword goes down. The whole world exploded. Chapter 208. Just when St. Charlos' head flew out, the blood of all the people in the world was ignited at this moment. Almost all the civilians clenched their fists vigorously at this moment, moved forward, and roared. It's so exciting. That head is the head of a Tenryubito. It's a Tenryubito. Before this, no one had ever imagined this kind of scene. But the moment Nickpin just swung the sword, the intensity of people's desire to see the Tenryubito beheaded was raised to an unprecedented level. Now, when all this becomes a reality. When they really saw a Tenryubito being beheaded with their own eyes, the barrier above their head seemed to be smashed instantly. Tenryubito are not impossible to kill. As long as you are strong enough, Tenryubito are nothing the so-called descendant of God. Look at the appearance of St. Charlos just now feeling scared, he will cry and beg for mercy. If he is hurt, he will flatter them. Tenryubito, it's just an ordinary person wearing luxurious clothes. This kind of passionate and boiling emotion, like a prairie fire, quickly burned all over the island. Sabayadi Archipelago. He just changed the world. Urij dropped the huge pencil on the ground and raised his finger to the big screen. Ha 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 ha. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm going to become the Pirate King. If I'm not even as good as someone else's vice captain, what qualifications do I have to pursue the throne of the Pirate King? Listen to me. Suddenly, his whole body was shaken, and his ferocious aura radiated, his eyes swept around fiercely, and then he pointed his thumb inward, and he could only point to himself. Eustace Kid. I want to kill the Tenryubito. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all turned pale with fright. Although someone has already done this thing just now, but the meaning is on the big screen. But now, there is a person in front of them brazenly saying that he wants to kill the Tenryubito. Some timid pirates and civilians immediately sneaked away. They are afraid of being implicated. Apu's pupils widened slightly, and then he showed a strange expression. You are so brave. I am looking forward to seeing your death in the newspaper. Capone Beach twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally held back. He admits he doesn't have the guts to touch the Tenryubito, and he can't even announce such a thing. The impact of Nickpin's sword is really too great. It seems that the world is really going to be chaotic. Jewelry Bonnie gritted her teeth and said solemnly. For a pirate like her, she still prefers a relatively relaxed sea situation. Once the government of the world turns its anger on the pirates because of the execution of the Tenryubito, then the future life of the pirates will definitely not be so easy. You girl with a big stomach, don't be so stupid. It's fun to see the chaos. Ha ha ha. Hey. You there. It looks like you're being cowardly. Kid and Trafalgar Law met in the auction house before. The two even fight on each other. Now Kid uttered wild words, of course, don't forget to provoke this opponent. What's the use of speaking loudly? Trafalgar Law gave Kid a middle finger, slightly twitching the corner of his mouth, and said with a sneer. Why don't we make a bet, let's see who kills the next Tenryubito first. Ha ha ha. Kid looked up to the sky and laughed. Okay. Not only will I kill the Tenryubito before you, but I will kill more than you. It's weird. No matter how you calculate it, this Nickpin's death rate is. Baltigo Island. Really did it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely think that this person is a lunatic. But seeing this scene with my own eyes, not only is he not a lunatic, but a monster. Yes. What he said just now has a profound meaning. I have only heard similar words from the mouth of the leader before. It would be great if he was not a pirate, but a revolutionary army. In that case, our revolutionary army would have an extra monster. This man, his thinking is comparable way beyond us. A group of cadres of the Revolutionary Army praised and flattered Nick Pin without hesitation, but Dragon was shaking his head seeing this. Haku quickly smoothed things over and said, You idiots, that Nick Pin is just a pirate after all, how can he compare with the leader? No. I mean, this person is more like a savior than me. Although Dragon has saved many people, when he saw the shock that Nick Pin's execution just now brought to the world, he had to admit now if C is like a terminally ill body. And Dragon's method is only to treat this remnant body step by step. However, a serious illness should be treated with strong medicine. Nickpin's behavior just now is undoubtedly a strong medicine. When this strong medicine is applied, the remnant body will be stimulated. Just by feeling the reactions of the people around him, Dragon can clearly realize how strong this guy's influence on the world is. Holy Land, Mariehua. Ah. 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 Damn. Damn. This man must die. Chapter 209. Marine Ford. The figure that fascinated the world, her beautiful eyes trembled at this time, and crystal tears rolled in her eye sockets. He really did it. Even when she saw Nick Pin beheading the Tenryubito with her own eyes, Hancock still couldn't believe it. Thought she was dreaming. The slender fingers pinched her face hard. Hiss. The real pain tells Hancock that all this is definitely not fake. The exhilaration of the sword just now directly stimulated Hancock's heart. It was a thrill like never before. She wished that the execution was done by herself. But anyway. There is the whole Amazon lily behind her, she can't be as bold as Nick Pin. But what she wanted to do but could never do, Nick Pin did it in front of her. And currently there is only Nick Pin who can do this. Others dare not even mention it. Hancock looked at the figure standing on the execution platform, as if she was gently grasped by an invisible hand in the depths of her heart. Make her heart pound. At this time, Hancock looked at Nick Pin with a special feeling. It's not called love, but it's something like. It is more like an autonomous feeling of being moved and conquered. This may sound a little out of place. But don't forget, for a person like Hancock, there is absolutely no such thing as step by step emotionally. Her emotion is cold and arrogant. If there is a singularity, it will only be a sudden intrusion. This moment. There is a man who broke in and conquered. Hancock's fear of Tenryubito in his heart was also melted a lot at this moment. She even fantasized in her mind, the scene where she personally killed the Tenryubito who had enslaved her. Can this wish come true? If he will help me. Thinking of this, Hancock's breathing became heavy. The other side. Sengoku looked at the head that rolled down from the execution platform, he was dumbfounded. His face full of horror. Since he became the Fleet Admiral of Marine, he has dealt with countless, wonderful, incidents. But he has never touched this kind of thing before. He doesn't know what to do. There must be a limit to lawlessness. Vice Admiral Tsuru's old face is serious, and her face, like a dead tree branch, is full of anger. Not far behind her, Vice Admiral Gion opened her mouth wide, and still said, This is really. Woo, is it true that nothing can scare him? Kizaru looked at the figure standing proudly on the execution platform, holding an ice blade, and suddenly realized that this guy who had fought against him twice might be the guy who would change the world. Akiji looked cold and lost in thought. Nico Robin's crewmate, can do this for her. No wonder she can swear so definitely that she will never betray this time. But, such a crewmate is too crazy. As the only existence that can translate historical texts, coupled with such a crewmate, Nico Robin and the others may disrupt the world in the future. That Nick Pin guy. On another battlefield, Smoker gritted his teeth and shouted. But his hands are tightly held. It doesn't look like anger, but it seems to be the same reaction as those civilians. Hey! Smoker, don't be so obvious, it will get you in trouble. Hina appeared next to Smoker and reminded in a low voice. I'm too lazy to care so much. I just say it's a good job. Who knows what I'm talking about? Hina was speechless. She turned her gaze to Nick Pin on the execution platform. This guy. But since she grew up, the only man who has ever teased her. Speaking of which, Hina thought in her heart that she must catch Nick Pin with her own hands. But Hina did not want to kill Nick Pin or imprison him. No. Whether Hina wants to admit it or not, she never had such a thought. What she wanted was to catch Nick Pin with her own hands. As for how to deal with Nick Pin in the future, Hina hasn't figured it out yet. Whitebeard immediately slashed his Naginata, looking at the smashed Tenryubito's head when it fell from the execution platform to the ground. He suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Gururara. Nick Pin boy, I have never seen a brat as brave as you in my life. This trip today is really worthwhile. It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. On the side, Marco was also shocked from ear to ear. All Marines obey orders. Kill the pirate Nick Pin at all costs. This time 5 elders will definitely blame him severely. If Nick Pin can be killed now, the anger of 5 elders will be much smaller. Saying that, Sengoku was about to rush towards Nick Pin immediately. But Luffy punched him in the stomach and pulled him back. Both Kizaru and Akiji were pinned down and couldn't make a move on Nick Pin. A total of 4 Shichibukai came. Doflamingo is lying on the ground now. The battle between Mihawk and Zoro is inextricably linked. Bartholomew Kuma had just escaped from Nami's maze and was sniped by Usopp from a distance. Not only that, Nami also used thunder, wind and fire cards to attack Bartholomew Kuma. As for Hancock. Now who dares to let her deal with Nick Pin, whose mouth can she tear? The heavy task of attacking Nick Pin naturally fell on the Marineford Vice Admiral team. I'm going to the right. Vice Admiral Momonga leaped to the high platform. I'm going to the left. Vice Admiral Strawberry followed suit. I'm attacking the front. Another Vice Admiral took up the heavy responsibility in the middle. All 3 are veteran Vice Admirals of Marineford, and they all have the strength of great swordsmen. The 3 of them attack at the same time. When they combined their strength, they were enough to defeat Admiral. It's just that what they met was Nick Pin. The number of people has no effect on Nick Pin. With one step, Nick Pin disappeared instantly. Where did he go? Vice Admiral Momonga, who was in charge of attacking the front, immediately turned pale. Although his observation haki is also very strong, but it is still not enough to capture the trajectory of Nick Pin. No, watch out behind you. The Vice Admiral Enigmo also failed to capture Nick Pin's trajectory, but when he looked at Vice Admiral Momonga, he saw that Nick Pin had already appeared there. Ever taste what it's like to be kicked at the speed of light? For some reason, Nick Pin couldn't help saying such lines as soon as he raised his leg. As soon as he finished speaking, his kick landed on Vice Admiral Momonga. Vice Admiral Momonga seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. It was gone. Boom! Almost at the same time, a violent roar erupted from the ground below the execution platform. Gravel flies up, smoke and dust disperse. When all the dust settled, they saw Vice Admiral Momonga lying down in a deep pit full of rubble. Damn! How could he be so fast? Vice Admiral Strawberry suddenly shrank his eyes and said in horror. But as soon as he finished speaking, his heart was suddenly shocked. Because Nick Pin's figure has disappeared. As soon as he felt such vigilance in his heart, Nick Pin kicked him one by one. Boom! Vice Admiral Strawberry also disappeared in place, and then saw a hole exploded in the wall of the Marine base building far behind the execution platform. In the cave, Vice Admiral Strawberry is inlaid in it. Coincidentally, this location is exactly the location of the word justice on the wall of the Marineford building. Huh. It's a coincidence. Nick muttered, and his figure disappeared again. The Vice Admiral Enigmo found that Nick disappeared, and his hairs stood on end. He desperately used observation hockey to search for Nick position, but couldn't find Nick track anyway. Boom! Nick kick appeared, and Enigmo kicked to the inside the wall of the headquarters building. Undoubtedly, the position of his inlay is the official word in the word marine. This time it's not a coincidence, but from Nick sudden playfulness. Sengoku, it seems you can't catch me today. After finishing the 3 vice admirals, Nick did not forget to provoke Sengoku. Afterwards, he stepped down and jumped off the execution platform, looked at Luffy and Ace, and said, "Let's go." Good. Luffy didn't talk nonsense, cancelled the 5th gear, fell directly to the ground, and greeted Ace, "Let's go first." What? Ace was taken aback. FK. As the captain, he left the deputy captain and ran first. Luffy. How can you leave Nick and run away alone? Huh? Hearing this, Luffy was stunned. Ace, what are you thinking? We just need to cooperate with Nick decision, you need to absolutely trust Nick. Saying that, Luffy pulled Ace and ran away. Ace was stunned again, and he immediately looked in Nick direction. But he saw Nick smiled at him and gave him a reassuring expression. Ace looked at Sanji, Robin, Nami, Chopper and others. However, these guys have no doubts about Nick decision at all. And they are all retreating. Damn. What kind of trust is this? Thinking of this, Ace no longer hesitated. Since everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates trusts Nick so much, he can't hold everyone back. Fire Fist. The arms turned into billowing fire, blasting away a group of marine soldiers. Ace and Luffy quickly retreated. As the battlefield situation has completely turned to the pirates, Marines' morale has dropped. Since the pirates were about to retreat, most of the marine soldiers simply followed suit in trying to stop them. Nick is fighting and retreating, throwing all kinds of abilities out like money, forming various barriers to marine. On the other side, Whitebeard is also covering the retreat of the pirates. Because of the condition of the battlefield, Whitebeard and Nick retreated form a Y-shaped route on both sides. When the retreat was halfway through, the two met in the middle. Gururara, boy, I finally see you. Whitebeard slashed a marine soldier, grinning. Are you waiting for me? Hearing this, Nick frowned. Wipe. You don't want to say that to me, do you? Gururara. It's okay, I just want to get to know a famous person like you before I finish my trip. Although Whitebeard really wanted to say that to Nick, he still held back. Partly because he was about to end his trip. On the other hand, he feels that someone like Nick who can do the work of killing the Tenryubito in the live broadcast. Such a courageous person. Celebrity. You can put it down, I'm just a normal pirate. Nick spread out his hands, and swept out a high-level tempest kick, blasting several chasing marine soldiers into the air. Gururara. Whitebeard was amused, he carefully looked at Nick profile. He really want to chat with this guy a little more. However, there is no time. He can clearly feel his vitality is passing. Of course, that wasn't the main reason he wanted to end his trip. The main reason is that in today's war, if there is no super powerful person left to stop the enemy, by the way, and give Marine an account, then Marine will definitely not allow the pirates to evacuate easily. In that case, he is afraid that during the evacuation process, he don't know how many pirates will die. Whitebeard is now covered in bruises, and his wish to rescue Ace is gone, he has no more demands. Boy! You retreat quickly. Although he really wanted to chat with Nick for a few more words, but Whitebeard saw Marine pressing on behind him, and knew that the time for chatting was over. Rumble. At this moment, a huge roar came from behind. Everyone looked over and saw a pirate ship with the same shape as Moby Dick coming directly from the ground. This is a paddle steamer that can travel on land. On that deck, the Maelstrom Spider Pirates was leading his subordinates to hold weapons. Pop! Everyone, run away. We are responsible for breaking the rear and covering the battlefield. Squard held up his sword and yelled towards the bottom. Those belong to the Maelstrom Spider Pirates. Squard, don't do anything stupid. Do you want to die? The pirates shouted suddenly. That's right. Who told me to do that to my pop? Even if I can't atone for my crime with death, this is the only way I can feel at ease. Everyone, give me a chance to feel at ease, run away. The huge paddle steamer stopped abruptly. At the bow, Whitebeard held the bow with one hand, the strength is terrifying. Obviously, he was the one who stopped the ship. Hoo-hoo. Whitebeard took 2 deep breaths, and then said emphatically. It's unfilial for Aeson to die before his father, don't you understand? Squard. Don't be so self-righteous. You can't kill me with that sword, my death has nothing to do with your sword. Our purpose of coming here has been achieved, you don't need to stay here anymore. Listen up, Whitebeard pirates. I am issuing the final captain's order. Chapter 210. What's the last? Wait a minute, Pop, don't say such inauspicious words. Let's not listen to this. Didn't we agree to go back to New World together? Pop. When the members of the Whitebeard pirates heard what Whitebeard said, their hearts all thumped hard. A wave of fear strikes. It's a fear of losing someone close to you. At this time, Whitebeard said boldly, listen up, Whitebeard pirates. You are bidding me farewell here. Everyone must stay alive. Return to the New World without incident. As soon as these words came out, all the pirates present were deserted. I'm really afraid of something coming. Didn't Ace be rescued already? Why are you saying goodbye to your Pop all of a sudden? Pop, Pop. Do you want to die here? No, Pop. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates are crying and howling. I am a remnant of the old era. Go. Boys. As he said that, Whitebeard's energy surged. In line with the idea of do not use it when it is expired, it will become useless when it expires, Whitebeard frantically overdraws his vitality and uses the power of shock fruit with all his strength. Caw. The atmosphere instantly cracked into a spider web. 2 powerful vibrating forces, like supersonic waves, swept along the air and quickly swept towards the Marineford building. The Marineford building, which was already dilapidated, finally couldn't support it anymore. Boom! Gunpowder smoke was everywhere, and the Marineford building, which had stood for hundreds of years, completely collapsed in a burst of smoke and dust. Then, Whitebeard slammed his fists down on the ground behind him. Rumble! The ground exploded instantly. Rumble. A dull cracking sound quickly spread across the ground. Boom! The entire earth was split into 2 sections in an instant. An unfathomable chasm suddenly lay behind Whitebeard, separating him from the pirates. At the same time, it also blocked most of the chasing Marines. Ah! Be careful. Marineford is going to be destroyed. Damn it! He wants to sink Marineford with the idea of dying together. Stop, Whitebeard. Marine's side was deserted all of a sudden, yelling in horror. Once Marineford sinks to the bottom of the sea, no matter how powerful it is, without a ship, it will be a dead end. We can't leave Pop alone. Let's go back together. Pop, let's go together. None of the pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group wanted to leave Whitebeard behind, and they all shouted with flushed faces. Do you want to disobey the captain's order? Foolish boys, go away. When seeing Whitebeard's stern face. Only then did the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates realize that the most powerful man in the world is not only their father, but also a super pirate who makes the whole new world fearful. It's their captain. On a ship, the captain's order is the biggest order. As long as you are a crew member, you have to follow the captain's orders unconditionally. And now, it is the captain's last order. If they don't even carry out this last order, Whitebeard will undoubtedly be the most humiliated. As sons, they don't want their father to lose face, and they don't want their father to be ridiculed. They actually know Whitebeard. Knowing that Whitebeard has embraced death today. Now that Pop has already made up his mind, if they continue to drag Whitebeard back, then what right do they have to keep calling Whitebeard Papa? Thinking of this, many pirates held back tears, gritted their teeth and turned around. Everyone follow the captain's order. Don't embarrass Pop. Do what my Pop said. Hurry up. Retreat. Protect Pop's last dignity. Obey and listen to Pop. This is the last time we can be obedient sons. The strong pirates dragged the hesitant pirates and dragged them back. Ace looked dull at this moment, looking at the figure of Whitebeard who was fighting alone. Ace. Don't disappoint Uncle's last wish. Luffy yelled loudly at the back of the motionless Ace. Commander Marco. Let's go. On the other side, other pirates were also shouting at the captains. In front of the big screen, the people who were watching this war were all shocked and speechless. The most powerful man in the world. Whitebeard actually chose to die with the headquarters, but he wanted to protect his sons. Thinking back to the previous scene where Marine slandered Whitebeard for betraying his family, everyone couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. Such Whitebeard, you think he will betray the seller? Dogs don't believe it. Whitebeard, you really deserve to be the strongest man. He is a real pop, he is a real pop. That's right. Even many biological fathers can't do this, right? Be confident, it's not a lot, it's a lot. Using your own life to protect the life of a child is easy to say, but it's very difficult when you actually do it. Ah. It's really scary. If it wasn't for the cute live broadcast girl who continued the live broadcast, we wouldn't be able to watch the follow-up when we saw Whitebeard being slandered as a seller. Damn it. Marine's trick is really insidious and vicious. If we hadn't seen this scene, then Whitebeard would be dead, and he would still bear the stigma. That's right, it's really wicked and smoldering to let a real master who is so righteous, bear the stigma of being a traitor. Bah. Marine, dogs don't want to be seen. People all over the world are venting their displeasure with Marine. Marineford. Sengoku frowned and the veins twitched, he's going to sink Marineford. Do you want to bring an end to the era? It is indeed time. Vice Admiral Garp emerged from the ruins, with blood on his head, and said seriously. Gururara. Kid, why don't you leave? Are you pitying me, an old fellow? Don't get me wrong. Nickpin shrugged his shoulders, a person like you has nothing to do with pity. Hearing Nickpin's words, Whitebeard appreciated Nickpin even more, so, what are you still doing here? Nickpin replied, I just want to tell you, you'd better take another look at your sons. No need, I have already said goodbye to them. Looking back, it would be too hypocritical. I don't want to see their sad looks anymore, gurgling. Whitebeard smiled and chopped off a group of Marines with his sword. Ah, you seem to have misunderstood again. Nickpin spread his hands and said, I mean, you should take a good look at them, because it won't be long, they will almost all be killed. What? Boy. What do you mean? Ignoring Whitebeard's attitude, Nickpin continued, you think you saved them with your own life and protected them. But, once the Whitebeard pirates loses their leader, they will immediately challenged by the Emperor of the Sea, they like a sweet bun in the eyes of other overlords. I believe with your head, it should be easy to understand what kind of disaster the Whitebeard pirates will face without you. Blackbeard Teach, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Lin, even Ms. Barkin and Edward Weevil. Nickpin looked up and looked at the tall Whitebeard, without your protection, how many do you think your sons can survive under the covetousness of these werewolves? Hearing this, Whitebeard's expression changed again. He only thought about saving his sons just now, but he didn't have the strength to think about the further future. But at this time, Nickpin gave him an analysis, and Whitebeard immediately realized the horror of the follow-up. If you really want to protect your sons, then you should make sure you are alive. As long as you are alive, even if you are only disabled, other forces will not dare to touch the Whitebeard pirates. As long as you live long enough, when the next generation can stand up, and then you can die, you will have no worries. Listen, Whitebeard. I admire you for your determination to die. But I think you just chose the most stupid decision. Whitebeard looks generous. There is a smile on his face, but he feels lonely. Shaking his head, he sighed, although I admit that what you said is right, but, I have been traveling for too long, as I said just now, in the new era, there is no longer a ship that can carry me. Simple words. Calm lines. But it is full of nostalgia and reluctance for this era, as well as, a deep sense of helplessness. Well said. Nickpin clapped his hands, and the ability to freeze cards was activated. Click. Caw. A ice bridge immediately spanned both sides of the abyss. Nickpin stepped onto the ice bridge and walked towards the other side. Edward Newgate. You said that there is no ship to carry you in the new era. Yes, it is true that there is no ship to carry you in the new era, but, there is your home. I have no other meaning, I just want to say something for those pirates, that home still needs you to protect it. Edward Newgate, those sons of yours can't hold up the castle. If you don't want to regret your actions today in hell, just follow along. Listen, to the Whitebeard pirates, your life is more important than anything else. Chapter 211. In the new era, no ship can carry Whitebeard, but there is his home. When these words fell into Whitebeard's ears, Whitebeard trembled violently. It was a tremor from the soul. His gaze was almost reflexively looking at everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. That's his family. If he dies, the various forces on the sea will quickly carve up his territory as if they are vying for a cake. And his stupid sons, one by one, will fight for the territory left by their father. By then, how many members of the Whitebeard pirates will survive? Although Ace, whom he placed high hopes on, is now saved, he hasn't fully grown up yet. Just like what Nickpin said, this family still needs him to protect it now. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's determination to die was shaken. Pop, let's go together. Yes, without you, what happiness do we have? Pop, we still have to take care of your retirement. Don't you want to see Ace's future son grow up? Don't you want to see if Marco's son has a pineapple head? Hey! I think Pop should want to see if Izu's son is more beautiful than Hancock. Ha. Pop! Let's go together. When the people realized that Whitebeard's determination to die was shaken, they frantically launched a psychological offensive one by one. Seeing the atmosphere of his sons, Whitebeard's heart was even more shaken. But just when he was about to set foot on the bridge, he suddenly stopped. Nickpin boy, thank you. It's just, this war has to end. If it has to be between me and my sons, it should still be me. Marine. Your opponent is only me. Nickpin smiled. If you're only thinking about ending the war, then you don't have to think about it, I have a plan for this. You have a plan? Whitebeard asked in surprise. He looked at Nickpin. What can you guys do in this chaotic scene? When you're looking at people through the cracks of the door, sometimes, fewer people are not necessarily a disadvantage, but too many people may become a hindrance. As he spoke, Nickpin looked in the direction of the Going Merry, and said, Robin, it's time to use that move. Nico Robin was standing outside the front of Going Merry's deck, in Luffy's state seat. She crossed her hands and flexed her fingers. Cien Fleur, Field of Flowers. With the activation of her fruit ability, countless arms popped out on the ground crazily. These arms are combined in pairs, palms facing each other. Rasengan. When Robin shouted again, they saw that all these palms had created an energy ball. A large amount of chakra is released crazily at this moment. Buzz buzz. The bright and dazzling azure blue light balls are like a bunch of bright treasures. Rise up on the battlefields of Marineford. What is that? Aqua blue, what a beautiful ball of light. Dangerous. My mother told me that the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. Hey! Isn't that about women? Damn it! There's a terrible atmosphere in the air. No matter if it is a marine or a pirate, when they see the countless azure blue energy light clusters condensed on the arm like a jungle flower sea, they are all fearful in their hearts. Bastard! What is that? Sengoku's eyes widened suddenly, and his entire face was covered with seriousness. Next moment, those countless palms pushed out the azure blue light sphere condensed into max at the same time. The speed is not too slow, probably slower than the speed of a bullet. But the power of these things seems to be much greater than bullets. Akiji! Sengoku suddenly yelled. There are 3 black lines running down Akiji's forehead. Sengoku yelled. Whenever there is something that can't be dealt with, Sengoku will definitely shout Akiji. Akiji didn't speak, and jumped up high, with both palms facing forward. The icy cold air spewed out crazily. The cold air met the Rasengan in the blink of an eye. However, the Rasengan that came all over the sky actually intersected with the cold air. It doesn't seem to work. Akiji frowned and murmured. Yasukani no Magatama. Immediately Kizaru jumped into the air too. He transformed into a large number of light element particles, as his hands opened. Countless laser beams rained down. Whoosh whoosh. The laser beam went straight through these Rasengan, shooting the ground 100 times. Trouble. Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed his old eyes and said solemnly, "This seems to be an energy attack, but it cannot be offset by elemental energies. Wait. These energy light spheres follow a parabolic trajectory, and it seems that the landing point is a bit forward." Hearing this, Sengoku also saw it. He immediately ordered loudly, "Stop chasing, retreat immediately, and avoid the impact of those energy attack." The marine soldiers are not stupid either. When they saw Rasengan flying over just now, they were ready to evade. Now with Sengoku's order, they don't think too much, just run away. After a while, the sky-filled Rasengan crashed to the ground. Boom! When the first Rasengan hit the ground, a small mushroom cloud suddenly set off. Hiss! Seeing this scene, those marine soldiers who were still on the front line of the chase just now gasped hard. Scared. Because this is only the first one that came and it exploded. And in that sky, the densely packed Rasengan also landed. Boom! 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 When the spiral falls on the ground on a large scale, mushroom clouds burst up one after another. The terrible explosion power caused the entire marine fort to fall into violent shaking. Those who didn't know thought it was Whitebeard who activated the power of shock fruit. 10 meters in front of Whitebeard and Nick Pin is the concentration area of the explosion. Countless mushroom clouds, carrying raging energy storms, completely sealed off the entire area. This scene made the faces of the marine soldiers chasing the front line extremely pale. They can imagine it, if they don't withdraw in time. Then at this time, they may even be dusted. It's terrible. Fortunately, that woman's aim is not very accurate. Yes. If his control is more precise, it can completely cover our retreat route. It's really a blessing from the gods. We don't deserve to die. Are you stupid? What kind of God's blessing? What's the lack of accuracy? The person who can make such a large-scale group attack, she is not accurate enough. I can see it too. This Nico Robin clearly deliberately moved the impact point of these terrible energy bombs forward. She's being merciful. It's not that she's not accurate enough, idiots. Ah. Why did she show mercy to us? There's no reason. Yeah, it stands to reason that everyone in her hometown died under Marine's Buster Call, so she should hate Marines so much. Hey. In fact, no one is a fool. Can't you see that this Nico Robin is not a child of the devil at all, but a pure and kind person? Hey, that's right, but if her heart was a little bit more vicious, at least a few hundred of us would have been blown to ashes. Amidst the sighs of the marine soldiers, Rasengan's explosion slowly quieted down. When energy ripples and gunpowder storms spread. Hiss. Everyone sucked their hearts into their throats again. They saw that the bombed area has become completely dilapidated at this time. Bastards. They destroyed Marine Ford to such an extent. Sengoku punched hard and flew into a rage. It's dangerous. We almost lost hundreds of elites. Seeing that there were no casualties, Vice Admiral Tsuru breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Admiral Gion sighed slightly. I believe you can also see it, that is Nico Robin's mercy. Hush. Hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately stared at Gion, and said in a deep voice, don't say anything that will affect the moral. Stop chasing, Marine. With my strength I can do it again. Her words. A warning to Marine without a doubt. If they let it go, then they don't have to die anymore. If they still want to pursue, then she will not show mercy. When Robin's words spread throughout Marineford, Marine fell into a brief silence. A large number of Marine soldiers all set their sights in the direction of Sengoku at this time, waiting for the command of the Marine Fleet Admiral. Sengoku looks ugly. This battle so far. Marine can be said to have lost a lot. If forced to compromise now, Marine will probably become a big joke. Moreover, the order from the Mary Geos. He did not even complete one. Retreat? Totally impossible. But facing the threat of Nico Robin, Sengoku also knew that once he continued to pursue, the number of casualties of Marine soldiers will skyrocket in a terrifying amount. This is also a scene that Sengoku does not want to see. Just when he was caught in a dilemma, a burly figure wearing a Marine Justice cloak climbed up from the abyss. Admiral. Admiral Akainu. Seeing that Sakazuki was not dead, many Hawk faction officers and soldiers shouted excitedly. Sakazuki was full of anger, he was covered in billowing smoke, like a diesel engine. He looked at Whitebeard and Nickpin in front of him, and shouted coldly, "I can't spare such evil existences as pirates soon. Admiral is right. Destroy the pirates. Chase and kill the pirates, we will kill them all. Follow Admiral, go." All of a sudden, the officers and soldiers of the Hawk faction rushed up. Chapter 212. As Akainu raised his arms and shouted, the Hawk Marine rushed forward screaming like they had been injected with adrenaline. Even many Marine soldiers who were originally ambiguous rushed towards the pirates in this passionate atmosphere. "It looks like someone doesn't want me to leave." Seeing the Marine rushing up, Whitebeard sighed and murmured, "Boy Nickpin, go, let me take care of them." Saying that, Whitebeard held his Murakumajiri, facing the Marine who came like a tide. Just when he was about to fight to the death. "Let's stop here." A slightly youthful cry suddenly resounded through Marineford. This sound directly let everyone's eyes turn to the source of the sound. Everyone looked over in unison, and saw an ordinary Marine soldier blocking Admiral Akainu's attack. Sakazuki is over 3 meters tall. And this Marine soldier is less than 1.7 meters tall. Such a disparity in height makes this Marine soldier look so tiny in front of Admiral Akainu. The camera of Mary also caught up in time, and immediately gave a close-up shot of the Marine soldier and Akainu in the same frame. This is Marine. Nanny? Am I blind? I saw a Marine soldier stopping Marine Admiral. The melon-eating crowd in front of the big screens looked at the scene in front of them, and they were all shocked seeing what happened. This scene. Even if it is placed in the Lifetime series, it is definitely a top scene. That's Marine soldier. Kizaru's eyes widened, and he looked at the tiny figure standing in front of Akainu from a distance, showing an expression of disbelief. No way, it's Marine soldier. Marco also murmured in shock. As the person involved, Sakazuki's face was even more horrified. Looking at the Marine soldier in front of him, he even short-circuited his mind for a while. This Marine is the wrong person. Kobe. In the crowd of Marine soldiers, a Marine soldier who joined the Marine with Kobe was terrified at this time. He is Helmeppo, and he is the son of Captain Morgan, the former base captain of Shell Town. At this time, when he saw Kobe deflecting an admiral attack, the first reaction in Helmeppo's mind is, it's over. Kobe is over. Ah hey. It's Kobe. Get out of there. You're going to die. Damn. This idiot. Stop. Stop fighting, stop it. At this moment, Kobe opened his arms and stopped Akainu. He seemed to shout with all his strength, "Don't trample on life anymore. Why? Why are you still chasing pirates? They already shown mercy, attacking in such large area without killing any of us. Do we have to keep sacrificing our brethren? The outcome of this war is already doomed, chasing and killing them at this time will only increase the sacrifices. Every soldier here has someone waiting for him to go home. Many soldier injured can be saved at this moment, but attacking and leaving them all to die, why do we have to sacrifice so much?" Speaking of this, Kobe burst into tears. Overcoming the fear in his heart, he yelled at Akainu, like a fool. When Garp saw this scene, he felt bad in his heart. He knows Akainu too well. What saves people? What sacrifice? Totally worthless in Akainu's eyes. All he wants is absolute justice. As long as he can kill the pirates and all the forces that are against the world government, it is right for Akainu. No amount of sacrifice matters. And now Kobe has said something that seems to make sense, but for Akainu, these will undoubtedly have the opposite effect. Moreover, according to military law, even if Akainu killed Kobe, it would be reasonable. In fact, just as Garp thought. Akainu listened to Kobe's nonsense, and felt so angry. His bold words inspired the morale of the Marine soldiers. And this soldier actually forcibly interrupted the momentum of Marine's pursuit. Simply unforgivable. What's more, you are so naughty, you are f***ing me, aren't you slapping me in the face? In front of all the Marines and pirates, and live broadcast all over the world, attack me Marine Admiral Sakazuki. You waste me a few seconds. Marine doesn't need someone like you. Saying that, Sakazuki swung his right fist. Rolling lava surged out of his arms, and scorching air waves rushed towards his face. Traitor. After talking a lot of nonsense, you can only die a miserable death in the end, go to hell. There was anger in Sakazuki's voice. But just as he was about to launch a fatal blow to Kobe, he saw Kobe pull out his own sword. Clutching the handle of the sword with both hands, pointing the sword point at Sakazuki, Kobe panted heavily and shouted nervously and bravely, "Although you are Marine Admiral, I will not sit still. Stop. Don't let more people die in this senseless pursuit. Stop. Let those comrades who can still be saved have a chance to live. Stop. If you are Marine Admiral, please cherish the lives of your subordinates." Zizizi. The moment he spoke, following Kobe's breathing, his whole body and the blade were immediately entwined with dense electric arcs. What? Nanny. That Marine, he has the courage to confront Admiral head-on. Crazy. Confronting Admiral, isn't that suicide? Damn. Although he must die, I think what he said is very reasonable. Yes, this war is over. If the war ceases at this time, the pirates will not attack again, and the injured Marine soldiers can also be treated in time. What's more, even if we continue to pursue, our Marine may not necessarily be the one that won. As he said, Nico Robin has shown mercy just now, but now, if Nico Robin is provoked, she will do the same energy bomb wash just now to large area of our comrades, and they all will be wiped out. Hey, he is such a warrior. Kobe's behavior touched the hearts of a large number of Marine soldiers. Especially when Kobe faced Akainu's magma attack, instead of having any idea of dodging, he held the sword and faced Admiral's attack directly. This boldness. If he don't fall today, he will definitely be a strong person in the future. Kobe. Luffy yelled and was about to rush over. Idiot. Don't die for nothing. However, Nick Pin did not worry about Kobe, but felt his blood boil. The charm of this damned courage. It is impossible to ignore. He looked at Kobe's back. Facing the highest combat power of Marine, yet fearless attitude. As if a line of words floated from the sky. I got this. Chapter 213. Looking at Kobe who spoke boldly in front of him, Akainu wondered if he was hallucinating. Did the Marine soldier in front of him suddenly become an idiot? Rumble. The blazing magma fist burned towards Kobe with an unbearably high temperature. Thunder breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. Salala. With the sound of a rapid electric current, Kobe's body disappeared instantly like lightning. Boom. The blazing magma mercilessly hit the ground, instantly melting the solid granite into stone water. Then, the power of the explosion made these rocks that were burned into a hot solution splash up. On the ground, a deep pit as big as a house appeared. In the deep pit, lava is rolling, a sea of fire. Admiral's casual strike shows the power. Only. Kobe's figure appeared on the right side of Sakazuki, on his blade, there was still magma dripping. What? He cut Admiral's body. No way. He's just a soldier. Can he survive Admiral's wrath? Don't get me wrong. He didn't just survive Admiral's attack, but he was fighting against Admiral. On the battlefield of Marineford, whether it was pirates or Marine soldiers, they were all shocked by Kobe's counterattack. Fighting against Admiral. Isn't that something only the four emperors can do? Even the commander of the Whitebeard pirates can only fight Admiral for a short period of time. Why can a Marine soldier fight with an Admiral? Damn thing. Looking at his cut waist, Sakazuki's face suddenly became extremely angry. Although this blow did not cause any harm to him, it is a great shame that the dignified Admiral was cut open by an unknown Marine soldier. Goryulu. The lava flowed back, and Sakazuki's wounds were reconnected. Traitor. I will kill you. Taking a step forward, Sakazuki punched Kobe. Thunderclap and flash. Without thinking too much, Kobe activated the thunder breathing again. Don't think that the breath of thunder is weak just because Demon Slayer's combat power is low. In fact, they can improve the physique of ordinary people enough to kill demon. It is conceivable whether this method of breathing is powerful or not. And the physique of the people in One Piece is recognized as ridiculously strong. In terms of basic physique, the world of pirates even beats the world of Naruto. With such a physical foundation, and then practicing thunder breathing, the effect is definitely far greater. Kobe attacked again, and wanted to slash Sakazuki. But this time, just when his figure rushed to Sakazuki's side, an irresistible heat swept over. Sakazuki is Admiral after all. Possesses an extremely powerful observation haki. He was hit by Kobe just now. In fact, there is a lot of reason because he was careless and didn't dodge. After all, who would have thought that a mere soldier would possess such powerful swordsmanship? Now, under the lock of the powerful observation haki, even though Kobe's speed is very fast, it has not yet reached the level enough to break through Sakazuki's observation haki. Boom! Magma attacked Kobe. Ah! Kobe let out a cry of pain and was immediately knocked to the ground. If he hadn't tried his best to block it with a blade full of lightning, he would be burned to charcoal by the magma now. Ah! Feeling the burn of the magma blast on his skin, Kobe cried out in pain. Sure enough, it was just a luck. In front of Admiral, a marine soldier has no chance at all. This is the fate of daring to speak against Admiral. He's done. Seeing Kobe being approached step by Sakazuki, the marine soldiers all thought that Kobe was finished. Even Nickpin felt that Kobe had no chance to make a comeback. When Kobe fought Sakazuki just now, Nickpin originally wanted to see how Kobe's breath of thunder performed in the battle, but he didn't expect to be instantly suppressed by Sakazuki. Suddenly, the magic power in his hand surged, and the shield of Clow appeared. In any case, he couldn't have watched Kobe die at the hands of Sakazuki without saving him. But at this moment, Kobe still roared loudly. Ah! This shout stunned Sakazuki for a moment. Kobe yelled, his face turned as red as a fire. He breathed heavily. His complexion didn't look very good, but his heart was beating fast. No way. Seeing this scene, Nickpin's face suddenly changed. Others don't know what happened to Kobe. But Nickpin know. Judging from Kobe's situation, his face was on fire, so his body temperature must be rising. And he was breathing heavily, and his chest was constantly rising and falling. Apparently, his heart is racing. No doubt. This is what happens when you practice the method of breathing, that is, Kisatsu Aza or the Demon Slayer mark. After awakening the Kisatsu Aza, it can greatly improve one's own combat ability. But there is also a big flaw. That is, once you awaken Kisatsu Aza, you will not live to be 25 years old. Although the physique of people in Pirate World is different from that of Demon Slayer, Nickpin can't guarantee whether Kobe can live beyond the age of 25 once he awakened Kisatsu Aza. Thinking of this, Nickpin immediately went to stop Kobe. Only. After all, it was too late. Ah! Kobe, who was originally lying on the ground, stood up straight. The aura of the whole person seems to be completely new. Especially in the center of his forehead, a cloud of fire like sunset is extraordinarily dazzling. Woo, what's going on? Why does it feel like a different person? What happened? Kobe. Whitebeard said in a deep voice, this kid's aura is obviously not as good as it was just now. Nickpin also noticed that Kobe's strength had increased dramatically. However, his heart is very heavy. Nickpin don't know if the Kisatsu Aza will have any effect in this world. How about giving Kobe a chance to eat a devil fruit? If the side effects of the two curse exist at the same time, will the negative be positive? Just when Nickpin was thinking about it, Sakazuki showed a ferocious face. Traitor, go to hell. With a roar, Sakazuki's right arm turned into billowing lava. This melting rock condenses into a terrifying hound in an instant. Opening its bloody mouth wide, the lava dog bit Kobe fiercely. Crimson Dog Bite. This time, Akainu's treatment of Kobe was the same as Whitebeard's treatment. This shows how much Akainu wants to kill Kobe. Admiral. I still say that. Stop. And, I will not sit still. Kobe's eye sockets are slightly condensed, and the Kisatsu Aza lines on his forehead are like fire. At this time, under the sunshine, the Kisatsu Aza seems to be able to breathe, and the color keeps beating, as if it is crazily absorbing the energy of the sun. Thunder's breathing third form, Thunder Swarm. Under the strengthening of the Madara pattern, Kobe's whole body burst out like a tide of lightning in an instant. It's not the usual lightning like before. It's wave lightning. Swish. Kobe disappeared in place. Chapter 214. Buzz Buzz. The air in Marineford was suddenly filled with a strange sound. It's like there are countless mosquitoes flying in the ear. Swipe swipe. Kobe's figure is like a black lightning, spinning around Sakazuki at high speed. In an instant, Sakazuki's body was covered with wounds. Waves of thunder and lightning sizzled in these wounds. Kobe took a deep breath and stopped 5 meters in front of Sakazuki. His physical stamina itself is very average, and he has already consumed a lot after experiencing such a large-scale battle just now. Now fighting Admiral again, and awakening Kisatsu Aza, the consumption is even more crazy. He knelt on the ground on one knee, with the tip of a sword sticking to the ground, sweat dripping down his face. Ah! Sakazuki howled in pain, shaking violently all over. Those wavy lightnings danced in his wound, making Sakazuki's body bright. Looking at this situation, it looks like Sakazuki is about to explode from the body. No way! What kind of sword technique is this? It's so terrifying. He didn't use haki and still hurt Admiral Akainu in elemental state. Is he really just a marine soldier? Are marine soldiers' standards already this high? Seeing Kobe who can rival Sakazuki, the people present were shocked. Clatter. The magma on Sakazuki's body dripped like plasma. But after a while, the magma reorganized, and Sakazuki recondensed the entity. Damn, it's a shame to be wounded by a traitor like you. Sakazuki bared his teeth, although there were no major scars left on his body, the damage caused by those wave lightning was indelible. Even if things go wrong on the scene, fighting is not a show after all. The one who can stand to the end is the only winner. Compared with the weak rookie Kobe, Sakazuki has been fighting in this sea for decades. He is the pinnacle of fighting power. Even after fighting till now, he is still full of energy. On the other hand, Kobe was sitting on the ground paralyzed while taking a deep breath. Sakazuki's arm turned into billowing lava, facing Kobe was a lava-shot great eruption. Die! Filled with Akainu's angry blow, the entire sky was dyed red by this terrifying magma. Facing the lava great eruption that was about to harvest his life, Kobe's face was full of fear. He was thinking indiscriminately in his mind, it's over, I'm going to die, but I've already expressed my ideas, and I can die without regrets. Rumble. The lava was flying across the sky, full of aura of destruction. A shield floated in the palm of Nick Pin in the distance. He was about to make a move when he got annoyed. Nick Pin's observation haki suddenly noticed a figure shooting towards him instantly. It's him. Here comes the man who feeds the fish with his left arm. Since he's here, we can't let people make a trip in vain. What should be shown has to be shown by others. Boom. Watching the lava great eruption about to fall on Kobe's face. Bang. A sword lay in front of Kobe like a fairy flying from the sky. Why? What? The moment Shanks appeared the entire battlefield was in shock. Well done. Young Marine. You risked your life to stop this short half-minute, and successfully extinguished the sign that this war was about to reignite. Shanks holds a sword in one arm, but is as calm as a mountain, making Sakazuki's lava unable to take an inch of strength. Ah! That's Redhead Shank of the Four Emperor. No way. Another 4 emperors in this war. What's going on? Isn't it the war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine? Why is the red-haired Shanks here too? Red-haired Shanks and Admiral Akainu fought. Does this mean that the all-out war between pirates and Marines is about to begin? It's not just Red Hair Shanks. Look, it's the Red Hair Pirates ship, Red Force. The entire crew of Red Hair Pirates is here. Are we going to witness the demise of Marine? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't underestimate Marine's strength. Even if 4 emperors want to destroy Marine, I'm afraid they have to fight with their lives. 4 emperors. You are an idiot. Take a good look, the Straw Hat Pirates are not a decoration. In my opinion, their strength is enough to match the main combat power of 4 emperors. Yeah, if it's an all-out war, Marine's crisis will be even greater. Sabaody Archipelago, the people who were watching this battle turned into a group of keyboard warriors, constantly analyzing the situation on the battlefield. Marineford. Redhead. The guy who led Luffy into the pirate way. Garp watched Shanks from a distance, his 2 rows of big teeth rattling. Sengoku looked at this situation, and his face was dark. It turned out to be the Red Hair Pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru's face was serious and she felt a little dizzy. Vice Admiral Kamal, you just had a conflict with Kaido yesterday, and you're here in the blink of an eye. Damn it. How did he appear here? At this time, Shanks looked in the direction of Marine. I'm here to end this war. If this battle continues, neither side will benefit, and it will only increase the casualties of the two armies. Having said this, Shanks' complexion sank, and he said in a serious tone, everyone present, please do me a favor. Listening to Shanks yelling such a sentence, Nick Pin raised his eyebrows. Now that this sentence has been shouted, it seems that this war is really over. In the entire One Piece, as long as Shanks yells this sentence, no matter how strong or powerful the other party is, it seems to give him face. Of course, except Buggy. Tsung Clang. Mihawk put his sword back. He looked at Zoro, Roronoa Zoro, today's battle has no results, but this is not a suitable battlefield for us to continue fighting. I agree with your view, then, let's suspend this battle for now, when we meet next time, I will challenge you again, Zoro nodded. His spiritual power converged, and the phantom of Kuina on his body also dissipated. Watos were put into the sheath in response. In today's battle, Zoro always has regrets in his heart. Because even though he has practiced Bankai, when he tried to use Bankai, there was still something missing, something that haven't been put to its limit. But as long as he is given some more time, he believes that he will be able to find the reason. Roronoa Zoro. Will your pirate group go to New World? I'll be waiting for you to challenge. With that said, Mihawk turned and walked towards the shore. Mihawk. Where are you going? A Marine Vice Admiral saw it and immediately shouted. I only agreed to fight the Whitebeard pirates, but the Red Hair pirates are out of the deal. Looking back coldly, leaving behind these cold words, Mihawk left. Vice Admiral Doberman was furious, he yelled angrily, we can't just let the Whitebeard pirates go away easily like this. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Sengoku's voice in his ear, it's okay. Fleet Admiral. Doberman was shocked. This war, it's time to end. I will bear the responsibility. The next moment, he immediately shouted, hurry up and treat the wounded. It's over. Although there was no shouting like this on the battlefield, the hearts of those ordinary pirates and soldiers shouted more and more excitedly. Chapter 215. Seeing the marine soldiers getting busy, Nick Pin shrugged his shoulders and joked. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed too. There is no alliance between the four emperors, at least not yet. They all belong to mutually independent and hostile camps. But this time, the Whitebeard pirates undoubtedly accepted a favor from the Red Hair pirates. Not only the scene of war that happened in front of him, but also the incident when Shanks met with Whitebeard alone and persuaded him to recall Ace immediately. At this time, Whitebeard connected the two things together. Obviously, Shanks did not want the Whitebeard pirates to have major turmoil. Of course, Whitebeard wouldn't be so naive as to think this was Shanks' courtship. He is one of the four emperors, even the youngest of the four emperors, he still is a major powerhouse. But no matter what Shanks's purpose is, if he intervenes successfully, the Whitebeard pirates will save hundreds or even thousands of people from dying. Whitebeard, as a man of great righteousness, would never ignore this great kindness. Okay, let's go back to the ship first. Nick Pin made a reminder and headed towards Going Merry. On the deck of the Going Merry. When Nick Pin boarded the deck, the crew had almost returned. Robin, remove those blooming arms, your stamina exertion is too serious. Coming to Robin, Nick Pin spoke. The ninjutsu that Robin knows, Nick Pin also knows. Nick Pin could understand how much these ninjutsu consume chakra. It can also be said that Nick Pin is the only one who understands how big Robin's overdraft is at this time. Seeing that Nick Pin had returned, Robin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She believes that as long as Nick Pin is there, no one can harm the Straw Hat pirates. With a light exhortation, Robin's face suddenly paled sharply, and the sweat was like washing down. Clatter. The multiple arms that blocked the marine soldiers, like the grass that had been mown, all disappeared in an instant. When Robin retracted her arms, Robin's whole body was like a deflated ball, which lost its support all of a sudden, and directly collapsed on Nick Pin's body. Nick Pin was about to tease Robin for taking advantage of him, but he found that Robin fell asleep on his shoulder. Robin. Robin-chan. Beautiful Miss Robin. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates surrounded them nervously. Don't worry, Robin is exhausted and overdrawn, and she just collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing this, Nickpin hugged Robin horizontally. Everyone continue to maintain vigilance. When Luffy arrives, we will retreat with the other two pirate groups. I will send Robin to rest now. Coming to Robin's room, Nickpin put Robin on the soft mattress. He looked at Robin's slightly pale cheeks, and whispered with some love, "It's really hard for you today, take a good rest." After covering Robin with the sheet, Nickpin is ready to go to the deck. Outside, Luffy dragged Ace and ran all the way, and finally came to Going Merry. Ace. Get on my ship first. Luffy pulls Ace and is about to jump onto the ship. No, Luffy, I have to see Pop. Although Ace wanted to be with Luffy badly, Whitebeard was very much on his mind right now. He had seen Whitebeard's wounds on the battlefield just now. Especially when Whitebeard was going to sacrifice himself to cover for the whole Whitebeard pirates. At that time Ace really thought it was the last time to see Whitebeard. Now that the road has turned around, Ace can't wait to run to Pop's side immediately. Of course, the younger brother is also very important. Otherwise, Ace wouldn't have followed Luffy all the way to Going Merry. Regardless of Luffy's strength, Ace, as the big brother, subconsciously escorted his younger brother to Going Merry. Now that his brother has arrived safely, Ace of course wants to get back to Whitebeard quickly. Okay. See you at Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy is not willing to part with Ace at this time. But he was educated by Nickpin before. As a captain, he must unite with the crew at critical times. So at this time, even if Ace is a big brother, Luffy must stay on his ship. As the pirates began to board their own pirate ship on a large scale, the Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Straw Hat Pirates began to retreat slowly. This is such a simple action. But in fact, it is a process that make all of them to not dare to relax at all. Because at this time, it is the time when the fighting spirit is at its lowest. If the enemy launches a counterattack, the consequences will be unimaginable. It only took half a day to retreat from Crescent Harbor to the distance beyond the Gate of Justice. Of course, the subsequent retreat route will be smooth. Not long after the withdrawal of the three big pirate groups, several warships of the world government arrived at Marineford from a special route. Fleet Admiral. Vice Admiral Tsuru yelled Sengoku before setting his sights on the safe harbor behind Marineford. The ship of the government of the world. Seeing the flag on the ship, Sengoku frowned. Although the distance from Mariehua to Marineford is not far, if you arrive at Marineford now, at least you set off a few hours ago. Sengoku thought about it. Probably when the Tenryubito were taken out by Nickpin, these warships from the world government set off from Mariehua. As Sengoku expected, several CP-0 agents appeared on the warship, followed by a large number of CP-8 and CP-7 fighters and killers. Where are Thect-0 people? The CPO with the yin and yang eye mask asked as soon as he stepped on the ruins of Marineford. Watch your attitude. Who do you think you're talking to? Vice Admiral Tokikake stood beside Sengoku, staring coldly at the CPO with the yin and yang eye mask. Heh, a mere fleet admiral dare to question us. The CPO with the yin and yang eye mask sneered, and he glanced at Vice Admiral Tokikake contemptuously, then looked at Sengoku, and asked again, where's the person? Sengoku is very upset about CP-0's attitude. However, Marine and CP-0 are parallel organizations under the World Government Council, and there is no hierarchy between them. It can be said that no one can control anyone. But there is one exception. That is, when there is a special order from the government of the world, the party with the order can hold authority to the other party. And the CP-0 in front of him speaks so arrogantly, obviously given the authority. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku adjusted his mentality and said coldly, they are retreating. What? How long has it been since such a large-scale war? The other party has been completely wiped out. Hee. Sengoku. In other words, when the pirates evacuated, your marines are scared to do anything, huh? Hearing this, Sengoku is angry. Damn it. Immediately, Sengoku was furious. It's not your place to talk about our marine affairs. Hee. Tell 5 elders what you said. The CPO with the yin and yang eye mask sneered, and stared at Sengoku with mocking eyes. It's really a group of coward. Watching the murderers who killed the Tenryubito retreat safely without stopping them, it's really a waste of feeding you dogs. As soon as his words fell, the ground shook for a while. The CPO with the yin and yang eye area was embedded in the ground, the mask exploded, and the head swelled into a square. Garp didn't know when he appeared here. He rolled up his sleeves and cast his eyes on several other CPOs. Although each CPO is a loyal dog of the government of the world, it does not mean that they will not be afraid. Facing Garp, who was showing such a cruel gaze at this time, these people's throats were dry for a while, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. The guys who were so arrogant just a moment ago, but now they dare not say a word of bullshit. Seeing this scene, many Marines immediately thought of what Nick Pin said when he executed the Tenryubito on the execution platform. Chapter 216. Sabayati Archipelago. Here they come. They're coming this way. My God. It's really the Four Emperors' Grand Fleet. Not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also the Red Hair pirates appeared from the ship. Hey, hey, hey. The ship between the Moby Dick and the Red Force is the Going Merry of the Straw Hat pirates. Hey. The flagships of the two Four Emperors groups are escorted in the middle, and the Straw Hat pirates are definitely the strongest among the supernovas this year. What? Supernova? Please. Are you comparing Supernova to the Straw Hat pirates? Are you out of your mind? Pfft. It seems to be true. Although the Straw Hat pirates have several supernovas this year, but after this battle, if anyone still treats them as a supernova, then they are pure fools. They're coming in the direction of the groove 50 to 59, they should be preparing for coating, right? Oops. Let's go to another island immediately. Those people are all famous big pirates in New World. If we accidentally offend them, we will die. Whoa. Run. The pirates and melon eaters who were watching on the shore reacted suddenly and ran away in fright. Not long. When the pirate ships that dominate the New World arrive one after another, there is no ship on the coast of the 10 Groove 50 to 59. These 10 Groove are mainly engaged in shipbuilding, ship repairing and coating business. At this time, this is exactly what the three big pirate groups need. Red Force pirate ship. Shanks and the others were about to disembark when they heard an overjoyed voice, Shanks. Whoosh. There seems to be the sound of rubber bands stretching in the air. Then they saw a figure landed on the deck of the Red Force, and it was Luffy. Hey. Luffy. Lucky Roo gnawed on a big meat stick, his face was full of fat, and his small eyes were full of excitement. It's Luffy, Yasop also spoke. Wow, look who this is. Isn't this the little brat crying and clamoring to go to sea with us? Ha ha ha. They are all old acquaintances. After meeting, the cadres of Red Hair pirates did not save face for Luffy, and directly started to talk about Luffy's dark history. I didn't expect it, Luffy, we agreed to meet in New World, but unexpectedly we met earlier. Shanks showed a wry smile. At East Blue, he bet his future on Luffy for an arm. They made a promise with Luffy that when he becomes a strong pirate, that they will meet in New World. But Shanks never imagined that they would meet today, when Luffy has only been out at sea for about half a year. And the meeting place is Marineford and Sabayati Archipelago. Although it is a little different from what was agreed at the beginning, the time and place are not the key. The key to the agreement lies in Luffy's strength, and can the fruit of Luffy be awakened? Regarding the awakening of rubber fruit, very few people know the inside story. And Shanks is one of them. It was no accident that he snatched this devil fruit from the secret escort ship of the world government. The secret to the importance of this devil fruit comes from Raftel. Before Roger turned himself in, he entrusted Shanks with his straw hat, and at the same time told Shanks what he had seen and heard in Raftel. Why do you say Roger pirates went to Raftel early? The reason is that Joy Boy has not yet appeared. And what Roger entrusted to Shanks was mainly to find Joy Boy. After getting the rubber fruit, Shanks still has no clue about this matter. But Roger told him that rubber fruit is completely different from other fruits. This fruit will choose his user. Before he surrendered, he told Shanks not to force him, but to follow fate. When the devil fruit was accidentally eaten by Luffy, Shanks was shocked. After careful consideration, Shanks thinks that Luffy is very likely to be the chosen one. So, in order to lead Luffy into the pirate guidance, he gambled his left arm. But he never imagined that Luffy, who has been at sea for less than a year, would awaken rubber fruit. At this moment, Shanks was secretly happy. Captain Roger, I seem to bet right. However, Shanks also understands that Luffy's fruit awakening must have attracted the attention of the world government. It's not a good thing for Luffy. No matter how powerful the lion is, he must be careful when being targeted by hyenas. What's more, the government of the world is not a hyena, it is a hyena organization composed of densely packed hyenas. Then, should he protect Luffy now? Rubbing his chin slightly, Shanks thought. After thinking about it for a while, Shanks immediately dismissed the idea. Not to mention that Luffy would not agree with this proposal. What's more, Captain Roger once told him that rubber fruit is very spiritual, and he should follow the fate. Luffy hasn't arrived at Raftel yet, and if he, Shanks, forces his way in, it could be counterproductive. That's all. It's better to wait and see what happens. Thinking of this, Shanks looked at Luffy. Luffy, do you have a Viver card? Ah. I have it. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then took out his Viver card from his small satchel. This is what Nick Pin helped him make. Shanks didn't talk nonsense, directly tore off a corner, then took out his Viver card, tore off a piece, and handed it to Luffy. Good. Luffy stuffed it into the small satchel like a baby. Luffy. At this time, Ace's voice came from the Moby Dick next door. Ace. Seeing Ace going over to him, Luffy excitedly gave Ace a bear hug. Shanks, let me introduce you, this is Shank. Luffy pulled Ace and introduced him enthusiastically. Hey, Ace, how are you? Shanks greeted Ace warmly. It's great to be able to see you again. In the past you had been taking care of my little brother, and this time Summit War I have received your great favor again, thank you so much. Ace came in front of Shanks, and bowed at 90 degrees to Shanks. Ha ha ha. Old friends, don't be a stranger. Hey. Hearing this, Luffy was stunned. Old friend? He immediately asked, you have known each other for a long time. Shanks was non-committal, then smiled and said, Luffy, you have a big brother who really cares about you. Ace scratched his head and smiled. Before I joined the Whitebeard Pirates, I paid a special visit to Shanks. It turned out to be like this. Luffy understood, and suddenly felt a burst of warmth. How's Whitebeard's injury? At this time, Shanks asked a more serious topic. Ace's complexion also became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Pop was seriously injured in the Summit War, and he was already seriously ill, and the illness and injury damaged him at the same time, which made the situation worse, very bad. Speaking of this, Ace couldn't hide the sadness on his face, but then he took a deep breath. But the only good news is that Pop's life is not in danger for the time being. As soon as Ace said this, there was a noise on the deck of the Moby Dick. Everyone looked over, and it turned out that Nick Pin went to the deck of the Moby Dick. Luffy, is that your crewmate? Shanks looked at Nick Pin's profile. This was the first time he noticed Nick Pin, and a surprised expression appeared in his eyes. The strong have a very keen sense of smell. With just one glance, he concluded that Nick Pin is a very powerful person. So, he whispered, a man like him is willing to be your first officer. Luffy, you are so lucky. Do you think so too? Wow, huh? Me too. Hearing Shanks praise Nick Pin, Luffy's back molars were all exposed. Yeah, Nick Pin is the strongest among the Straw Hat Pirates. He had been helping Luffy to grow stronger. He even helped me too. If not, then it might be harder for me to escape. Ace followed suit. Oh. You know him too? He just judged by his first impression and the sense of smell of the strong. But Ace seems to be very familiar with Nick Pin, and his evaluation is so high. Ace nodded. Yes, it's a long story. In short, he is a very miraculous person, a man with manga fruit ability, and the fruit ability developed by him is beyond miracles. Oh. Shanks looked interested. The other side. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Nick Pin came, accompanied by Kaya. It's you, the deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Marco is treating Whitebeard's injury. He is a mythical Zoan Phoenix user, and he has a very great recovery ability. However, when this recovery ability is used on others, the effect will be greatly reduced. Because the Straw Hat Pirates had just joined forces with the Whitebeard Pirates, everyone's attitude was relatively friendly. But at this moment, Nick Pin walked straight towards the seriously injured Whitebeard, immediately alerting several commanders. Someone even consciously stood on the road in front of Nick Pin. "Gururara. You are here. To see if my old bones can hold on." Whitebeard forced a smile and wanted to make a joke, but the serious injury immediately caused a severe cough. "Why don't you say that you are lucky? Your injuries happen to be what Kaya is good at." "Huh. Wait." Hearing Nickpin's words, Marco's eyes lit up. He said emotionally, "You mean, the ship doctor on your ship can treat the old man's damage?" Suddenly, he looked at Kaya in surprise. Could this weak-looking girl be the ship's doctor? "Gururara," Whitebeard grinned, "I am aware of my own injury. Even with surgery, it is difficult to be effective. People say that older people are more stubborn, I think it's true." Nickpin spread his hands and said with a smile, "Captain Whitebeard, you have come home so hard, do you really not want to try Kaya's medical skills?" Whitebeard almost died in Marineford. Now that he can go home, if he die like this, what is the point of going home? For the sake of this family, he should actively go to treatment. Thinking of this, Whitebeard leaned on the handle of the chair, propped himself up, and gurgled. "Then I will thank you." But Nickpin showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Don't rush to thank me, I plan to charge you." "Gururara. There is a fee, then you are looking for the wrong person, I have no money." He's not talking nonsense, but he really has no money. As long as he has money, he will send it all to his hometown. Therefore, although it is the Four Emperors group, Whitebeard himself is really poor. Nickpin smiled, "It doesn't matter, your sons are rich. With so many Whitebeard sons, it would be a lot of money for one person to scrape together." How much? How much?" At this time, Jozu asked in a low voice. Nickpin raised 2 finger. 2 million. Seeing this number, Jozu was a little surprised, but it was still acceptable. "Nanny? Look at your father, he is going to die, you sons, you only pay 2 million in total. If I were Whitebeard, I would beat you to death, these unfilial sons." All the commander suddenly turned black. But there seems to be nothing to refute. "Okay. 20 million is 20 million. We are not stingy people, Nickpin, as long as you can make Pop's injury better, 20 million bellis will be yours." Marco said proudly. At this time, Shanks, Luffy and Ace also walked over the string bridge at this time. "With Whitebeard's injury, 20 million is really not expensive," Shanks commented honestly. "Wow, huh? Don't worry, Nickpin is very reliable." "Well, yes," hearing that Pop's injury was saved, Ace said excitedly. "As long as Pop's injury can get better, don't say 20 million, even 30 million, we must also give him." But at this moment, Nickpin frowned. Are you all the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates so stingy? Nanny?" Hearing this, the captains gritted their back molars at once. "What do you mean? Did you mean 200 million? Hey. Are you stealing money? Even for the most unscrupulous doctor, it is impossible to charge more than 10 million bellis, right? We are willing to give 20 million bellis. This is not nonsense." Basically, the commander and pirates on Whitebeard Pirates exploded. When they thought they had seen the biggest unscrupulous guy in the world, Nickpin shook his head, and then said unhurriedly, 2 billion belly and all of Whitebeard injuries will be cured. Puff. Shanks had just arrived at the Moby Dick, hearing this suddenly spit out. Chapter 217. Nanny. Marco's sleepy eyes, which he couldn't wake up for 10,000 years, are now staring round like 2 eggs. Jozu's eyes widened even further. An expression as if he had seen a ghost appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of disbelief. "Boy! What nonsense are you talking about? What disease needs 2 billion berries? Damn it! You're here to mock us. 2 billion. Don't even think about it. Are you trying to scam us? Outrageous price." Upon hearing the outrageous price, all the commander jumped up. If it weren't for the fact that Nickpin was their ally who fought side by side, these guys would probably have already fight Nickpin. "Nickpin, the price is outrageous." Ace walked quickly to Nickpin's side, he has always been very grateful to Nickpin. Not only did Nickpin give him manga books and let him practice fire dragon magic. And this summit war, the participation of the Straw Hat Pirates, on the surface they are fighting for Luffy, but in fact, they are also his Ace's savior. The most important thing is that the Straw Hat Pirates have the brain of Nickpin, so Ace doesn't have to worry about Luffy. Just hearing this price, Ace doesn't want to blame Nickpin for anything. Really expensive. I know that your pirate group has just been established for less than a year, so it must be very short of money. You are our friends, and we will definitely not be stingy. Nickpin, if you can really make Pop's injury better, the entire Whitebeard Pirates will raise money for you. I dare not say too much, but a few billion bellies can still be raised. Do you think this will work? Ace said that, on the one hand, he was bargaining for Nickpin. On the other hand, it is actually speaking for Nickpin. After all, the price of 2 billion bellis has obviously made everyone's impression of Nickpin drop sharply. Ace now wants to quickly ease the atmosphere. Luffy also came over. Nickpin, this uncle is a good man, why don't we avoid, Before he finished speaking, Nickpin covered his mouth. Wipe. You idiot. If you are not in charge of your home, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. Originally, Nickpin didn't care about money, but after raising Mary, the money was seriously not enough. Little Mary's ration is too expensive. Not to mention anything else, the trunk of the precious tree Atom, worth 2 to 300 million belly, was dried up by Mary in one meal. When we got to the Fishmen Island, Nickpin was still thinking about the Sunlight Tree Eve. Considering Sunlight Tree Eve particularity to the Fishmen Island, Nickpin definitely cannot steal Sunlight Tree Eve directly. His idea is to go to Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island, to buy some branches of the Sun Tree Eve. Of course, even if this is the case, it is estimated that it is impossible for others to agree. But Nickpin has some plans in mind, and it shouldn't be a big problem by then. Luffy, don't worry about this matter, the price I gave is very conscientious. Maybe you didn't hear clearly. I'm not talking about making Whitebeard's injury better, but completely curing all of Whitebeard's injuries and diseases. Return you a healthy Whitebeard. I don't need to explain how valuable this is to you Whitebeard pirates. When Nickpin reiterated the point of his speech again, everyone shifted their attention from 2 billion to complete cure. Wait. You're saying, Pop's body can fully recover? Ace grabbed Nickpin's hand excitedly and asked nervously. Nickpin nodded. Is it really possible? Marco also got excited at this time, and his palms were trembling. Hey. Pop's injuries are serious. Are you sure you can completely heal these injuries? There's also Pop's disease, it's been a chronic illness for more than 10 years, and Pop's body is constantly being eaten away, can this also be cured? Boy Nickpin, even if you make up a story, you have to make it closer to the truth. The commander obviously have reservations about this complete cure. After all, this kind of thing is completely beyond their imagination. If Pop's injuries can be completely cured, then for the past 10 years, Pop has been hanging water, giving injections, and taking medicine day and night, isn't he just like a fool? Hearing the commander's questions, Nickpin pouted, Luffy, tell them, what is my occupation? Aha. Occupation. Luffy was taken aback for a moment, and then said, oh, you are the mangaka of our Straw Hat Pirates. Did you hear that? Nickpin looked at the captains again and spread his hands, so, I can only draw mangas, not make up stories. The captains were dumbfounded. Good guy. Is this the point? Everyone, calm down. Ace quickly blocked Nickpin and the captain's vice-admiral. Nickpin. Don't mind, they just don't understand you, so they question you. I believe you, since you said that you can completely cure Pop's injuries, then you can definitely do it. Afterwards, he patted his chest and said to the captains. Everyone. I can guarantee it with my life, Nickpin is really a person who can do what he says, since he said it, then he can really do it, heal Pop's injury. This 2 billion bellis, in exchange for a healthy father. Isn't it worth it? With it. Marco immediately patted his thigh in response. If we say, who in the entire Whitebeard pirate group cares about Pop the most? Definitely Marco. Even if it is Ace, you have to move back a little bit. Vista also gritted his teeth and said, if it can really cure Pop completely, 2 billion it is. Josu said seriously, if Pop can be cured, I will take out all my savings for so many years. I took all my money too. That's right. Everyone has the money to pay, but they don't have the money to borrow. No matter what, the 2 billion must be given to him. The commander may not believe Nickpin's words, but they will not disbelieve Ace's words. Now that Ace has said so, they believe that Nickpin can really completely heal Whitebeard's injury. They are willing to do anything for their father. I disagree. Just when everyone's opinions reached a consensus, a discordant voice was heard. It was Whitebeard himself. Pop. Pop. The commander had surprised looks on their faces. Gururara. How can I spend all his son's savings to treat my illness? Whitebeard smiled, and then looked at Nickpin. Nickpin boy, you can ask your ship doctor to treat me casually, the old man can still hold on with this body. Pop. We took the money voluntarily. Yes. Pop, this injury must be healed. In the past, even if we had money, we couldn't find a doctor to treat it, now we finally have the opportunity, so we can't miss it. Ah. Pop, just listen to us this time. Vista said earnestly. Stop talking, the old man has made up his mind. Whitebeard picked up a bowl of wine and downed it. But because of the injury, he coughed violently again. Captain, you must take good care of your body. Captain, you are getting a treatment this time, you have to cooperate at this time. Several leopard nurses persuaded with concern. Is this what you said you could hold on to? Nickpin rubbed his forehead, looked like he was having a headache, and joked, I said Whitebeard, you are so selfish. Nanny. As soon as these words came out, Whitebeard put down the wine bowl in his hand, his eyes widened. Boy. Be careful what you say. Pop is not a selfish person. The reason why he has no money is because he spends money. Pop is so kind to us, he is not a selfish person at all. The commanders were not happy either. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Don't feel wronged, I'm telling the truth, in this summit war, everyone in the world has seen your love for your sons and your father's love like a mountain. As if not seeing the faces of the Whitebeard pirates, Nickpin continued, but now, when your children want to show filial piety to you, you go and decline it. What does it mean? Only allow your father to love. Don't allow your sons to be filial. Well, when you die, the world will know that there was such an opportunity in front of you, but the Whitebeard pirates are unwilling to take the money. Think about it, at that time, your sons will be scolded for being unfilial. If you want me to say, during the summit war, you were like a mountain of fatherly love. But when it comes to dealing with the current matter, your fatherly love is like a mountain falling apart. Listen, Whitebeard, a loving father and a loving son, that's perfect. Be a truly loving father and give your sons a chance to be filial. Also let your sons enjoy the praise of being called. Nickpin said such a big deal in a long-winded manner, but in fact, to put it bluntly, it is just to make money. Originally, the commander were willing to pay, but the person involved was not happy. It seems that it is not easy to make money by crafting, not only craftsmanship, but also eloquence. In contrast, catching pirates and exchanging bounties is much easier. Pop. Just give us a chance to be filial. We have been taken care of by you for many years, we also want to be a dutiful son. If your injury worsens because we didn't get money for your treatment today, our conscience will be disturbed. Yeah, in the years to come, we will all spend it in self-blame. Pop. Don't hesitate anymore. The commanders also prayed earnestly. They have to say, Nickpin's words really put Whitebeard on the line. As for his own affairs, Whitebeard could care less. But if his own child bears the notoriety of being unfilial, because of this, Whitebeard would rather die than have such a thing happen. He fell into deep thought. Gururara. You kid said it so nicely, I don't even think about it, who asked for these 2 billion bellis? Damn it. Can't it be cheaper? When Nickpin heard this, he immediately felt happy. With Whitebeard's character, since he wants to bargain, it means that he has agreed in his heart. But Nickpin sighed suddenly, hey, every family has its own hard-to-read scriptures. Whitebeard. I am actually the same kind of person as you. You care about your son, and I also care about mine. Do you think I want 2 billion for myself? Actually I don't need any of this money myself. It's all for my daughter's food expenses. Pfft. You're lying to a ghost. Whitebeard rolled his eyes and said, 2 billion for food expenses. No, it's just a daughter, but she has a big appetite. She ate nearly 300 million belly in one meal. Nickpin said, and then pointed to Luffy, if you don't believe me, you can ask him, he won't lie. Luffy nodded, yes, the food that Mary ate last time did cost more than 200 million bellis. More than 200 million bellis. Vista opened his mouth wide. I can't save so much money for this meal in my life. So, if the price is concerned, don't cut it down, it's really conscientious. Nickpin spread his hands, grinning slightly, however, I can offer you a special, buy one get one free. Buy one get one free. 2 such opportunities for treatment. In this way, on average, it is equivalent to 1 billion times. Whitebeard thought to himself, this seems to be okay. But the next moment, he almost burped out a mouthful of old blood. I only heard Nickpin say, buy a treatment, get a manga book as a gift. All the commander were dumbfounded. Mangas? What the hell are you talking about? But the moment Nickpin said this, Ace hastily shouted, Pop, promise him. Chapter 218. Pop, promise him quickly. When he heard that Nickpin could present a manga book to Whitebeard, Ace jumped up excitedly. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 billion funds hadn't been raised yet, he would have put the 2 billion directly into Nickpin's hands immediately, and the deal was done. What? Jozu looked at Ace with a confused face, and said incredulously, Ace, didn't you hear clearly this guy said that buy one get one free, but it's not medical treatment that is free but a manga, what's the use of that thing? Atmos, the captain of the 13th squad, also said, yes, what can a manga book do? Our Pop doesn't read mangas. Speed Jiru, the captain of the 14th squad, curled his lips, obviously thinking that the gift of a manga book is just a joke. No. Stop talking. Pop, believe me, this deal is definitely profitable for us. I guarantee it with my life. Ace, are you sure you're serious now? Marco stared at Ace, and with his familiarity with Ace, he concluded that the Ace in front of him was indeed Ace. But the problem is, why is Ace so determined to give 2 billion bellis to Nickpin? After thinking about it, Marco couldn't figure it out. Just don't think about it. Let Pop decide for himself. Whitebeard studied Ace carefully for a while. He took a deep breath, okay, son, I believe you. Boy Nickpin, do you charge first and then treat, or treat first and then charge? As for the money, it may take some time to raise. What are you talking about? With your reputation as Whitebeard, I won't worry about your debt. Nickpin spread his hands, and then he looked like Belly, and said with a smile, then let's start the treatment right away. Goo. I can do it anytime. Okay. For the convenience of treatment, let me change the size for you first. Now that Whitebeard had agreed, Nickpin didn't think about money anymore, and just turned his palm over, and the small card of Clow appeared. Magical energy enveloped Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly felt as if some external force enveloped him. The jet-black substance immediately appeared on his body surface. Only. Due to serious injuries and illnesses, Whitebeard is in poor condition at this time, those armament hockey are trembling violently, as if they are like candles that may go out at any time. Nickpin reminded, don't resist, or there will be no cure. Hearing Nickpin's words, Whitebeard immediately understood that Nickpin used the external force just now. Generally speaking, an emperor of the sea with the identity of the strongest man would definitely not let the power of outsiders act on him easily. In the previous battle at Marineford, he had already decided to die, but it was Nickpin's words that brought him back from the emotion of death. If Nickpin wants to harm him, then there is no need to discourage his will to sacrifice himself in the war, just watch Whitebeard go to die. With this in mind, Whitebeard removed armament hockey. The magical energy formed a halo around the surface of Whitebeard's body. Then this layer of halo shrunk rapidly, making Whitebeard's height and size shrink along with it. In a blink of an eye, Whitebeard became a 1.8-meter tall existence. Puff! Looking at Whitebeard in front of him, Shanks didn't hold back immediately, and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to see you from such a perspective. Shanks walked up to Whitebeard, looked down slightly, and grinned. You know, Shanks is 1.99 meters tall, and Whitebeard's real height is 6.66 meters. Every time I saw Whitebeard in the past, Shanks had to look up to Whitebeard. But now, looking at Whitebeard, who is a head shorter than him, he feels so much better. You boy. You can really take advantage. It was the first time for him to experience so many, tall and strong, from the perspective of a dwarf. Ha! This kind of experience will never come across once in a lifetime. Don't take it for nothing. Don't you think? Shanks smiled and deliberately adjusted his perspective to the best overlooking state. Afterwards, Nickpin called Kaya over. He urged, I will take care of the front injuries, and you will take care of the back injuries. In theory, Nickpin can handle it all by himself. But although Kaya has learned medical ninjutsu, she has never practiced it. With Whitebeard in front of me, a clinical patient with suitable conditions, isn't it just suitable for Kaya to practice? Certainly. It was also for Nickpin to practice. Kaya nodded, tension and joy appearing on her little face. In the past, she felt like a waste on the Straw Hat pirate ship. Since Nickpin gave him a manga book, the number of medical method Kaya practiced, she seems to have found the goal of life at once. And, with a craft at hand, Kaya is finally confident. Otherwise, no matter how well everyone treats her, she will always feel inferior because of her incompetence. Whitebeard got into position and Nickpin and Kaya touch Whitebeard back and forth. The next moment, the energy brilliance of chakra emerged on the palms of Nickpin and Kaya at the same time. This is the healing jutsu. What is this? Devil Fruit's ability? No. If it's Devil Fruit's ability, only one of them can use it. The problem is how to treat it. Is it enough to put your hands on the Pop's body? No. They didn't touch on Pop, there is a distance between Pop body and their arm, it really looks like Devil Fruit's ability. It looks like Wanakuni's ninjutsu. Aizu came over, as a warrior of Wanakuni, he also had a lot of understanding of the ninja lineage. Finally someone who understands, Nickpin smiled and didn't explain much. If you want this kind of confusion, let the other party guess. Is it really ninjutsu? Have you ever been to Wanakuni? Nickpin smiled, Wanakuni is not the only one who has ninjutsu. As the chakra energy in their hands penetrated into Whitebeard's wound, the cells in Whitebeard's wound immediately activated visibly with the naked eye. OMG! Look at Pop's wounds. My god! This is really an exaggeration. The speed and effect of this self-healing can at least catch up to 1/10 of Marco's Phoenix Fire. Absolutely. But Marco's Phoenix Fire only have a huge effect on himself, and the effect on others is less than 1/1,000,000th of his own. The captains gathered around at once, watching in shock the rapid healing of Whitebeard's wound. Soon, within a few minutes, an unfathomable sword wound on Whitebeard's body was healed, as was a single hole in his back. Nickpin and Kaya each treat a wound and continued treatment. Where is ninjutsu learn? Aizu continued to ask. This is a secret. Nickpin pouted, not wanting to say anything more. Especially in the face of big bosses who wear women's clothing, they don't want to talk to each other. Time flies, 3 hours have passed. Whitebeard's injuries are finally fully healed. Gururara. Whitebeard clenched his fists tightly, and let out a deep drink with a red face. Really healed from the injury, you really have real skills. It's just that, Whitebeard's tone of voice was obviously lacking when he spoke. Wait, Pop just healed from the damage, right? The serious illness that has tortured Pop for many years is still not healed, I can hear it from Pop's voice. Don't worry, I just checked Whitebeard when he was treating him, his condition is advanced pulmonary fibrosis, and 2/3 of his lungs are white, such a situation, he can continue to live, I really admire his perseverance. Examining it himself, Nickpin determined the cause of Whitebeard. Then, how about treatment now? The captains all looked at Nickpin eagerly, they couldn't wait to have a healthy Pop. Nickpin shook his head, his lungs cannot be treated. For a lung that has been completely fibrotic, no matter how powerful the healing jutsu is, it will not be able to wake up the completely dead cells. Ah! Hey! You could have said just now that the treatment of injuries and patients will be included. Aren't you lying like this? When the commanders who were full of expectations suddenly heard such an answer, they immediately went into a riot. But Whitebeard grinned and said, calm down everyone. Then, he looked at Nickpin, boy, since the treatment did not meet expectations, then I will only pay you 10 off the treatment fee, is that okay? Hey, I said, what are you in a hurry for? Whitebeard's lungs can't be cured, but they can be transplanted. I said that the disease can be cured, but can I treat you half and half? With regard to organ transplantation, Pirate World is different from ordinary Earth. In this world, even animal limbs can be transplanted into human beings. Can it be transplanted? Good. Transplant mine. You stay and I will go. My body is similar to Pop's, transplant mine. I am the oldest, let me do it. When they heard that Pop's lungs were saved, the commanders were excited again. Looking at the situation of the commander, Nickpin pulled down with black lines all over his head. He said calmly, Whitebeard will definitely not agree to use your organs for transplantation, and, in this war, many brothers of your pirate team died in the battle, you can use their lungs transplanted entirely to Whitebeard. No way. I will never use the body parts of my sons to keep myself alive. This is absolutely impossible. It's actually easy to do, you just need to find a few damn pirates and use their organs for transplantation. Nickpin was not angry, but asked lightly, what I just don't understand is that the reason why you are angry is because it will destroy the remains of your sons, right? Certainly. Whitebeard said angrily. Nickpin smiled, if you think so, then I have to criticize you, you are such an idiot. Whitebeard was furious all of a sudden. But Nickpin has continued to say, I have seen my father be killed, and before he died, he transplanted his own organs to his son, so that his life can be continued on his son's body. I have also seen someone who died unexpectedly, before he died, he asked his family to transplant his organs to those in need, in a sense, his life is also extended. And now, you have the opportunity to allow one of your dead sons to continue life on your body in this form, instead of accepting it with pleasure, you even angrily refuse it? Whitebeard, you say, aren't you an idiot? When Nickpin said this, Whitebeard's face was blue and purple, extremely ugly. What Nickpin said, he is speechless. Pop. Nickpin is right. The brothers who died, who wouldn't want their own body organs to continue to live on Pop's body? That's right. If it were me, I would be happy to die underground. Using the organs of my dead body to transplant to my father, not only will my life continue in a special form, but it is also a great filial piety. Pop. Why use someone else's? Pop. The captains were also awakened by what Nickpin said, and they all persuaded Whitebeard impassionedly. Nickpin, you are right. I am a complete idiot. Obviously I can allow my son's life to continue in my body, but I still want to refuse. Listening to Whitebeard's confession, the commanders had tears in their eyes and joy in their hearts. After a few hours of surgery, a brand new Whitebeard came back to life. How's it going, Pop? Pop. The captains gathered around. Whitebeard stands up, fists pumping. Boom. This solid and powerful force. And that breath of air. There is no doubt that Whitebeard is completely cured. Good. Pop. Great. Pop's injuries are gone. Pop is healthy, I'm so happy. The commanders were excited and jubilant one by one. But Ace was not too busy to be happy about this, but looked at Nickpin, and asked cautiously, that manga, are you still giving it away? Speaking of. Ace has never spoken in such a low voice in his life. But there is no way. For him, Nickpin healed Whitebeard's injury, which is already a great kindness. He shouldn't have urged Nickpin in any way. But he is also afraid that Nickpin will forget about this matter. You know, he is a person who has benefited from mangas, and he understands how precious a manga of Nickpin is. So, in order not to let Pop miss such a precious manga, Ace had the cheek to remind Nickpin at this time. After finishing speaking, he bowed to Nickpin in shame, I'm very sorry, please don't mind my rudeness, I value your mangas too much. Chapter 219. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates are all immersed in the excited atmosphere of Pop's complete recovery, and no one cares about the manga. But Ace didn't care about his father's physical condition first, but went to ask Nickpin for some mangas, and everyone was very puzzled. Hey, Ace, Pop injuries are all healed. What mangas do we still care about? Yeah. Don't say it's a manga, even if it's 100 million bellas, you won't say anything unless you give it to us. That's right, Pop's health is the most important thing. But Ace ignored them at all, but looked at Nickpin sincerely. But in fact, he was actually too anxious. Nickpin promised to give Whitebeard a manga book as a gift. For anyone who knows the mangas, this looks like a huge boon to Whitebeard. But for Nickpin himself, he is also the one who benefits. Especially someone as powerful and talented as Whitebeard. No matter what manga he gets, he will definitely be able to train to a very strong level. And the stronger Whitebeard cultivates, the stronger the ability that Nickpin gets at the same time. So this kind of thing, Nickpin has no reason to break his promise. Ever since, Nickpin reached out his hand into his shirt. The mind communicated with the system space, and Nickpin randomly took out a manga. He was about to hand it to Ace, but I saw the title of the book is Redo of Healer. FK. With a shake of his little hand, Nickpin immediately took back the text manga. Then he stretched his hand into his bosom, pretending to search for it. Take out a manga again. Fate series, Heracles. It seems that it doesn't match Whitebeard's style. But, if Whitebeard is allowed to read this manga, it seems that it is not impossible. At this time, Ace also noticed the wild and unruly Heracles on the cover, and his heart suddenly moved. FK. This guy looks fierce. Immediately, Ace looked at Nickpin eagerly. Looking at Ace's eyes that seemed to spark electric sparks, Nickpin couldn't help but gasp. Here you are. Nickpin gave the manga to Ace. Ace actually looks at him with that kind of eyes, it's so embarrassing. Thank you so much. Ace held the manga tightly in his hands as if touching a peerless treasure, and thanked Nickpin. Then he rushed to Whitebeard excitedly, Pop. You must put this manga away. Believe me, after reading this manga, you will never put it down. Whitebeard is completely confused by Ace. What's wrong, Ace? Could it be that he was tortured so much by Marine, that his brain has been damaged? But with so many people present, Whitebeard didn't want to make Ace lose face. Gururara. Okay. Since you have been emphasizing the importance of this manga, I must read it carefully. Whitebeard had never read mangas before. But since he promised Ace to read this manga, he will definitely not break his promise. The commander didn't pay much attention to the mangas. But Ace's emphasis on mangas caught the attention of red-haired Shanks. Don't look at the red-haired Shanks who usually looks like a fool, but his mind is very meticulous. He had communicated with Ace for a while before coming to the Moby Dick. What he can confirm is that Ace is absolutely normal. Then a normal person does a very abnormal behavior. There must be a link here that has something special that is different from ordinary people. After thinking about it for a while, it is obvious that the problem is Nickpin's mangas. Whitebeard. Congratulations on having a perfectly healthy body. If this had happened before the Summit War, Sengoku might not have dared to start this war. Gururara. Whitebeard looked at Shanks and smiled knowingly. Speaking of which, I still want to thank you very much. I'm just a little bit of icing on the cake when the war is over. The red-haired Shanks shook his head slightly and smiled. If you want to be grateful, you should thank the Straw Hat Pirates. If they hadn't participated in this war, I'm afraid when I came, the situation of the Whitebeard Pirates would have been very different. Although what Shanks said was not pleasant to hear, everyone present understood that the facts were indeed as he said. Those who have experienced this war and witnessed the fighting power of the Marineford all know how powerful it is. If only the Whitebeard Pirates face Marineford this time, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone looked at Luffy and Nickpin. Luffy scratched his head. Ace is my brother, I will definitely save him. You don't need to look at me either, the captain's battle is the battle of our Straw Hat Pirates, there is no need to say thank you, just collect the 2 billion as soon as possible. What's the use of words of thanks? Money is the real thing. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates laughed. Shanks said at this time, Nickpin, I just saw that you took out a manga and gave it to Whitebeard. Do you usually like to read mangas? Well, let's see. Nickpin pouted, and suddenly noticed something. Obviously, Shanks is directing the topic to mangas. Wow. Shanks, Nickpin is the manga artist of our Straw Hat Pirates. The manga presented to Uncle Whitebeard just now was actually drawn by Nickpin himself. Noticing that Shanks seemed interested in mangas, Luffy immediately explained. In a sense, his relationship with Shanks is even as close as a mentor. Oh. You are so talented, and your job is actually a manga artist. Hearing this, Shanks showed a horrified look. Hey, manga artist. Isn't it true, can manga artists be this strong in battle? Okay. Our strength is not even as good as mangakas, so what excuse do you have to say that you are not lazy in your training? Manga artists can train hockey to that level, it seems that such a thing as talent really exists. When they heard that Nickpin's job is a mangaka, the commander of the Whitebeard pirates present felt extremely ashamed. By the way, Nickpin, do you still have the manga you drew? I want to buy a copy. Seeing that the topic was ripe, Shanks stated his purpose. Whitebeard sneezed with a smile, isn't it, a guy like you actually likes to read mangas? Haha, that's not true, didn't I take in an adopted daughter before? She likes to read mangas very much, it just so happens that Nickpin has mangas here, so I plan to buy 10 copies and take them back as a present for her. The redhead explained with a smile. How is it? I wonder if Yuta-chan will be lucky enough to become your fan. Yuta? I think it's you, who wants to become my fan. From the behavior of the red hair, Nickpin has already judged it. This guy must have had doubts about Ace's behavior, so he wanted to find out about the manga. Only. Nickpin's mangas are not given randomly. To Whitebeard, on the one hand, because of the 2 billion treatment fee, it is nothing to give a manga book. On the other hand, Whitebeard is a man who only thinks about his family, and he will not bring any hindrance to the Straw Hat Pirates. If the Straw Hats Pirates need help in the future, with Whitebeard's character of reciprocating, he will definitely help without hesitation. As for the redhead Shanks. It's not that Nickpin thinks Shanks is a bad guy. It's just that when he crossed over, One Piece hadn't ended yet. Nickpin's spoilers can only spoil the plots he has seen. When Luffy finished the Wanakuni chapter, the red-haired Shanks also wanted to compete for the big secret treasure. This is a bit strange. It stands to reason that if Shanks wants to know the secret of Raftel, he can tell him the original Roger Pirates. And according to Nickpin's guess, after the Roger Pirates came back from Raftel, they must have shared this secret with Shanks. So, after Luffy defeated Kaido, why is Shanks ready to take the Red Hair Pirates to Raftel? There are some things here that are actually not difficult to judge. Before Luffy showed up, Shanks didn't think about going to Raftel because he knew it would be useless if he went. So, on a darker note, maybe Shanks is using Luffy. Although the probability of this is relatively small, Nickpin has to guard against it. Blackening this kind of thing is not uncommon in mangas. Thinking of this, Nickpin smiled and said, since it is for your daughter, then I can't refuse. Hearing this, Shanks was secretly happy, and immediately said boldly, just say your price. Nickpin nodded, well, how about 2 billion belly? Puff. The smile on Shanks' face hadn't fully bloomed yet, and he was immediately shocked back. He widened his eyes, how much, how much? 2 billion a friendship price. Nickpin confirmed. Not only Shanks is stunned, but the Whitebeard pirates are also stunned. FK. A manga is worth 2 billion. No, not. Shanks looked stiff, turned his head to look at Whitebeard, then looked at Nickpin and said, you treated Whitebeard's injury just now, didn't you use mangas as a gift? You sell it 2 billion for a gift. Isn't that outrageous? Ah, that's right. Didn't I say it? Buy one get one free. Buy a treatment worth 2 billion and get a manga worth 2 billion as a gift, isn't there anything wrong with that? Puff. What the hell? If you want to say that, there is nothing wrong with it. After working on it for a long time, it turns out that what you said about buying one and getting one free is really a gift of equal value. No, you're not kidding me, are you? Is it really worth 2 billion bellas for a manga? Shanks was a little dazed, wanting to make sure if Nickpin was joking. Of course I'm serious, if you don't believe me, ask Ace, is my manga worth 2 billion bellas? Nickpin said. Worth it. So worth it. Ace answered without hesitation. For Ace, let's say the value is far more than 2 billion. It can train the ability no less than that of Devil Fruit, and the ability will not be restricted by Seastone. If such an ability is sold on the black market, Ace afraid that the price will be auctioned to the sky. Shanks didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he murmured, is there no room? Or. Nickpin rubbed his chin, his eyes fell on Shanks' arm, I'll treat your arm, and I'll give you a buy one free. Nickpin is not thinking out of kindness, but because Shanks' arm is gone because of Luffy. This is a great kindness to Luffy. With Shanks' strength and connections, if he wants to transplant an arm, it's not a big problem. Prosthetics can also be produced by eating a devil fruit. But Shanks didn't do that. Nickpin afraid it's not that simple. As long as his left arm is gone, Luffy will always have a debt to Shanks. If Shanks' arm can be connected, then Luffy's debt to Shanks will not be so heavy. Not sure, but what if Shanks really turns out to be a major villain in the future? Nickpin also needs to make preparations in advance to open the shackles in Luffy's heart. Hearing Nickpin's opinion, Shanks asked hesitantly, "How much is the treatment fee?" Nickpin stretched out 2 finger, 2 billion. Chapter 220. Hearing this number, Shanks turned green. Although he is 4 emperors, for him, 2 billion is an astronomical figure. The Whitebeard pirates still have an advantage in numbers, everyone can raise some, 2 billion is not impossible. But Red Hair Pirates is taking the elite route. A constipated expression appeared on his face. After thinking about it, Shanks could only say with difficulty, "I can't afford that much money." Nickpin smiled and said, "It's okay, you can come to me for treatment after you raise the money, for Luffy's sake, you can jump in the queue if you come." Shanks was speechless. Still jumping in line. The treatment fee of 2 billion bellis needs to be lined up. Nickpin, Shanks has been taking good care of me, can the treatment be cheaper? Seeing Shanks in such a difficult situation, Luffy couldn't sit idly by. After all, in his eyes, Shanks is not only the leader who led him on the pirate road, but also his savior. Even Luffy, who is an idiot in terms of human relationships, knows that it is time to come out and give Shanks a favor. This was completely within Nickpin's expectations. "Hey! Luffy, if you speak up, I will definitely consider it. How about it, let's subtract 10 million bellis from the total price, if Shanks is treated, he will give 199 billion bellis. Although the price is ridiculously high, you can't bargain too much. On the one hand, Whitebeard is here. If Shanks cuts too much, what about Whitebeard? Can we only give a little discount?" Luffy doesn't have a strong concept of money, thinking that cutting from 20 to 19.9 means not cutting. "What?" Nickpin was stunned on purpose, and then said in a surprised tone. "Luffy, you don't know, this treatment needs to consume lifespan. If it wasn't for earning some food expenses for Mary, how much would it cost? I don't even want money." He made up a random reason, not only blocking the way for Shanks and Luffy to continue bargaining, but also preventing Luffy from losing face. After all, he is going to spend my lifespan to heal. Luffy cut 10 million bellis at once, you Shanks can't say anything. Luffy's face changed when he heard that his lifespan was going to be consumed. "Ah. I'm sorry, Nickpin, I didn't know that you were wasting your lifespan." Scratching his head guiltily, Luffy bargained again. Seeing this, Shanks knew that Luffy's way would not work. So he said, 2 billion belly is really too much, let me think about it. Shanks cares more about mangas than about healing his arms. "No problem, anyway, we should travel together for a while, and we will go to the new world together. Before we part ways, you have plenty of time to think about it." Nickpin didn't rush anything. Anyway, regarding the treatment of Shanks, he himself has an indifferent attitude. "Okay. I'll think about it." After a while, Nickpin chatted with Whitebeard for a while, and then took Kaya back. As for Luffy, he'll be here with Ace for a while. Coming to the deck of the Going Merry, Nickpin saw an unexpected guest. In front of the deck, Usopp was happily chatting with a man with a sniper rifle. Yasopp. Usopp's biological father. Nickpin. Seeing that Nickpin came back, Usopp waved excitedly to Nickpin, and then introduced. "Nickpin, this is my father, I finally met my father." Usopp pulled Yasopp and walked towards Nickpin. "Hello," Nickpin greeted him politely. In fact, it was to save face for Usopp. If Usopp wasn't here, Nickpin wouldn't bother to talk to Yasopp at all. This guy is probably the only guy in the Red Hair Pirates who can't be cleansed. Because of the phrase, "the pirate flag is calling." He resolutely followed the red-haired Shanks into the sea. As expected, they made a name for themselves. Once became one of the 4 emperors group that dominated the sea. This sounds like such a passionate and inspirational story. The man has passion in his heart, and goes forward bravely for the goal regardless of everything. There is nothing wrong with that. But the problem is, when a man becomes a father from a hot-blooded youth, his responsibilities become different. That is the duty to wife and children. It can be said, on the premise that his wife and children are very sensible, if a man can't even be responsible for his wife and children, then this man is definitely a complete garbage. If you're alone and you drop everything to chase your dreams, that's pretty bold. But if you have a wife and son, when your wife is sick and your son is only a child, you still pursue your dream. That's not called chasing dreams, that's called abandoning wives and children. Anyone who has seen One Piece knows. Usopp's mother can be said to have died because of Usopp. In the process of Usopp's growth, if it wasn't because he had an absolutely optimistic heart, he would never have grown up normally. If it were someone else, their mentality would have been distorted, and they would have turned into a madman who kills and wipes out corpses. Nick Pin doesn't like Usopp at all. Mad, a disgrace among men. Such a young deputy captain really reminds me of when I was young, Usopp said with a smile in an elder tone. When you don't like a person, no matter how you look at it, you won't be pleasing to the eye. Usopp, talk to your dad about your upbringing. I just finished treating Whitebeard, it's too exhausting, I need to go to rest now. What Nick Pin said was quite polite. After all, Usopp's face and mood still have to be considered. Ah. Then go and rest. Kaya, this is my father. Usopp looked at Kaya again and announced excitedly. For him, his father is his role model. Kaya. Usopp was taken aback, and asked in surprise. Could it be Miss Terry's daughter? Although it has been a long time since Usopp left Syrup Village, the name of the lady from the richest family in the village can still be remembered. That's right. It's Kaya. I didn't expect that a young lady like you would become a pirate, your father must be very angry, haha, Usopp said jokingly. Both my father and my mother have passed away for more than 3 years, Kaya's emotions suddenly became sad, and then she said politely. I also participated in Whitebeard's treatment just now, so I went to rest first. Kaya's relationship with Usopp has been progressing. At first Kaya did think about pursuing Nick Pin, but after so many months spent with Nami and Nick Pin, Kaya give up and support Nami all the ways since she now think Nami as her older sister. Moreover, she has been staying at the ship most of the time other people were practicing, and she had nothing to do. So to spend time she either talk with Nami, Nick Pin or Usopp. When with Usopp, Kaya always happy hearing all of Usopp adventure in the manga, and after all this time they becoming more and more close to each other. She learned about Usopp from Nick Pin. In connection with Usopp's hard growing up, Kaya also hates Usopp very much. Compared to his parents, Usopp really sucks. He abandoned his wife and son while they are on their worst day. On the other side, Nick Pin entered the cabin and rested on the bed. He has to think about his next itinerary. Now that Luffy's Joy Boy's identity is exposed, Nick Pin doesn't think that the world government will sit idly by. Nick Pin also wants to see what happens when Luffy arrives at Raftel as Joy Boy. Chapter 221. Moby Dick, in the cabin. Ace took Whitebeard to Whitebeard's bedroom. What the hell is it? Why the secrecy? In such a hurry, he was pulled it to a place where no one was around. If it wasn't Ace who pulled him, but the leopard print nurse, Whitebeard would probably think that the other party had some unreasonable ideas. Pop, where is the manga book that Nick Pin gave you? Ace didn't have time to pay attention to Whitebeard's teasing, but asked seriously. Oh, do you mean this? Whitebeard reached to his pocket, then took out the manga book. Is there anything special about this manga book? He's not an idiot. When he was outside just now, he felt that there was something wrong with Ace's attitude towards mangas. Now that Ace is still so important, Whitebeard naturally wants to ask clearly. Okay. It's good that it's here. Looking at the muscular Heracles on the cover, Ace exhorted. Pop, I know you must have a lot of questions, but please believe me, from now on, don't worry about other things, just read this manga book carefully, one day at most, you will understand everything. Although Ace doesn't know what kind of ability Heracles possesses. But compared with the fire dragon magic he obtained, he is sure that the ability that Whitebeard is about to obtain will not be inferior. What's more, this fierce man who looks like a wild beast is extraordinary at first glance. Whitebeard froze for a moment, and realized that Ace didn't mean to be joking at all. After pondering for a few seconds, he nodded heavily. okay. Seeing that Whitebeard agreed, Ace walked out. But as soon as he got to the door, turned around and said, "That's right, Pop, if anyone wants to borrow this manga book, don't." "Okay, I won't lend it," Whitebeard nodded again. Ace has already said so, and Whitebeard can't take it seriously. After Ace left, Whitebeard turned on the lights in the room, and put the manga Fate series, Heracles on the table. Heracles. Looking at the fierce man on the cover, Whitebeard is very satisfied with the protagonist of this manga. After all, he also admires power. A child born of gods and humans. Turning to the first page, Whitebeard saw the life experience of Heracles, and became interested. He continued to read the manga. Seeing Heracles growing up, Whitebeard was furious. This divine woman named Hera is such an bastard. What about children born to gods and humans? Should they be discriminated against? A well-behaved child, because of her disgust and torture, abruptly turned into a violent savage. This old man really wants to crush this Hera with his own hands. As a father who attaches great importance to family and affection, Whitebeard despises this kind of thing the most. For him, the more he reads this cartoon, the more annoying he gets. When Heracles was driven mad by Hera and killed his wife and children by mistake, Whitebeard was furious. Damn thing. This Hera is simply inferior to a dog. Whitebeard can't wait to rush straight into the mangas and crush Hera to death. Although Heracles is not Hera's biological son, he is also her child in name. Whitebeard didn't expect this woman to be so vicious. Vibrantly driving a good boy into a demon who killed his wife and son. Looking higher and higher, Whitebeard continued to flip through the mangas. Next, Heracles became the king's slave, and because the king was jealous of Heracles, the king proposed 12 trials to him on the grounds that Heracles would atone for his crimes. God. Such a person deserves to be called a god. Whitebeard is completely furious. In a trance, a gust of cool wind hit. Whitebeard fought a cold war. He looked around in a daze, and suddenly realized that the surrounding environment had changed. This is a flat hillside, overgrown with weeds. There is a dense forest in front of the hillside. At this time, a muscular man with a bow is walking towards the direction of the dense forest. However, Whitebeard was shocked when he saw this person. Nanny. Isn't the muscular man in front of you the protagonist in the mangas, Heracles? I was overworked, so I fell asleep and dreamed. Patting his forehead, Whitebeard smiled self-deprecatingly. But when his palm touched his head, he was shocked to find that. This sense of touch. He pinched himself hard again. No. This is not a dream. Yes. This is true. He looked again at the muscular man in front of him walking towards the dense forest. Make no mistake, it was clearly Heracles without a doubt. Moreover, because he saw this place in the mangas just now, Whitebeard knew that Heracles was going to the jungle at this time, in fact, to find and slay the Nemean lion. It was the first of Heracles' 12 trials. How did I get into the manga world? After thinking it over, Whitebeard left and realized that things were not easy. That's right. Ace told me. Suddenly, he thought of what Ace said to him before, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. It seems that this is why Ace attaches great importance to this kind of mangas. But what puzzled Whitebeard is, why did Ace know that this manga is not normal before reading this manga? Has he also read similar manga? After thinking about it, Whitebeard decided to ask Ace later. As for now, Whitebeard suddenly had a whim. Since Heracles is going to face the 12 trials, why can't he help him? If he can, be sure to say that sentence to this poor child who has lacked the love of his father and mother since he was a child. Who are you? Just as Whitebeard was thinking, Heracles' voice came from ahead. Whitebeard looked at Heracles, and grinned, Gururara. I'm a passing traveler, you can call me Whitebeard. Heracles looked at the man in front of him who was almost 2 or 3 times his height, and his eyes fell on his white beard. It is indeed Whitebeard. Whitebeard asked knowingly, Little brat, what are you doing here? Brat? Heracles was a little surprised when he heard someone call him that for the first time. However, considering Whitebeard's height and size, Heracles thinks it is not a big problem for the other party to call him that. I will carry out a trial to kill Nemean lion. Regarding the purpose of his trip, Heracles did not hide anything. After all, he is kind by nature and honest. Nemean lion. That is a monster. The strength is very strong. Although you are also very strong, you may not be Nemean lion's opponent. It doesn't matter, no matter what I must pass this trial. Heracles spread his hands and said it doesn't matter. Afterwards, he kindly reminded, if you just came here by accident, then you should leave here early, if our battle affects you, then you will get into trouble. Little guy, you are very kind-hearted. But as an old man, I am also a person who pays attention to fate. Since we met here, it is a fate. Just to remind you of your kindness to this old man, the old man decided to help you deal with the giant Nemean lion. Seeing the tragic fate of Heracles in the mangas, Whitebeard suddenly became overwhelmed with fatherly love. Looking at the muscular man in front of him, Whitebeard is like looking at his own son. In the Whitebeard pirates, the children of Whitebeard, almost everyone had this not-so-good childhood. And this kind of life experience can make Whitebeard arouse the desire to protect. The same is true for Heracles in front of me. No need, old man. I am different from you, although I am much smaller than you, I actually have the power of a god. If I can't deal with that giant lion, then it is impossible for you, following the fate can only lead to death in vain. Heracles shook his head. Although he didn't say much, he felt a warm feeling in his heart that Whitebeard wanted to help him. During his growing up, he almost never received positive love. At this time, a stranger, just because of fate, wants to help him. For Heracles, it was undoubtedly like seeing a candle in the middle of the night. Maybe this candle doesn't have such a strong temperature to warm it up, but it can make him see a glimmer of light before he is about to fall into the boundless darkness. It turns out that this world is full of fire. Little guy, don't underestimate this old man. Although this old man is human, his strength is not bad. Saying that, Whitebeard punched. Boom! The atmosphere cracked in an instant, like a spider web spreading towards the past. The power of the gods is greater than that of humans. But what about the power of devil fruit? Whitebeard's slight show made Heracles open his mouth in surprise. That is also the power of the gods. Gururarara. Little guy, don't be confused by the word. The earliest gods are actually no different from humans. When their strength is insurmountable with ordinary humans, when there is a gap between them, they proclaim themselves gods. Whitebeard has no reverence for the gods in this manga, he just treats these gods as ordinary humans. Although I am a human being, when I am so strong that I am not afraid of gods, you think I am a god. So, it doesn't matter whether it is a god or a human being. In fact, they are all the same, and they all rely on their strength to speak. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Heracles thought deeply. His eyes are also constantly twinkling. The color of shock and enlightenment. Whitebeard continued, you know what human hates the most. What is it? Heracles asked suspiciously. What I hate the most is that those who have the highest strength want to interfere in other people's affairs. Especially those guys who claim to be gods. They even interfere in other people's marriages. Did you know? In this world, there will be love between gods and humans, but in the eyes of some gods, this kind of beautiful and romantic thing has become a taboo. Isn't this a ridiculous thing? When Whitebeard said this, Heracles trembled violently. Because Heracles himself is the crystallization of gods and humans. So what Whitebeard said just now directly touched his heart. Yes. Why is such a beautiful and romantic thing not allowed? Is it because the gods have the supreme power and can control the life and death of human beings at will? Thinking of this, Heracles agreed very much, those guys, really damn it. Little guy, let me tell you, the old man has a wish, which is to correct this world controlled by the gods. One day, the old man hopes to see the gods and humans no more class distinctions. This is not Whitebeard talking nonsense. When he just realized that he had entered the manga world, this idea had already sprouted in his mind. And now, after chatting with Heracles for a while, Whitebeard is even more determined. Heracles took a deep breath and exhaled again. Fix the world. Let the gods and humans no longer have class distinctions. The idea. How crazy. Even Heracles himself never had such a brave idea. Then looking at the old man Whitebeard in front of him, Heracles suddenly realized something. There is no shortage of strong men in this world. But there are very few existences like the one in front of me who have both strength and incomparably ambitious goals. Exactly. It's just that Heracles hadn't really thought about it because of the solidification of class ideology over the years. But now, when Whitebeard's words sent ripples of thought through Heracles' heart. His heart was surging. Old man Whitebeard. Your wish makes me admire you. If you really want to put this wish into action. Heracles. I would like to help you. Chapter 22. Going merry. Time flies, days have passed. Big event. Big event. World government issued the largest bounty order in history. Anyone, any force, any organization, as long as they can destroy the Straw Hat pirates, a bounty of 8 billion bellis will be offered. And the world government promised that it will also include all of a non-world government's affiliated countries. As long as it is a person, force or organization that can eliminate the Straw Hat pirates, it will directly become the new nobleman of a country. Especially Captain Monkey D, Luffy and Deputy Captain Nick Pin of the Straw Hat Pirates, each of them has a bounty of 3 billion bellis. What's even more exaggerated is that even the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates, as long as they can kill Monkey D, Luffy and Nick Pin, not only can the crime be cancelled, but also a bounty can be obtained. When news one after another spread in the streets and alleys, everyone exploded. 8 billion bellis. Such an astronomical figure, many people dare not even think about it. But now, the government of the world is furiously offering a bounty to a pirate group. And it's a new pirate group that just went to sea for more than half a year. Everyone was shocked from ear to ear. Oh my god, 8 billion bellis. If you give me this money, even if you ask me to kill my mother, I won't hesitate at all. It's not just about money, as long as you do things well, the world government will not only give you money, but also help you build a country and make you the king of this country. All your relatives will become nobles. The world government really spent a huge amount of money. This is the terrible consequence of killing the Tenryubito. He didn't just kill Tenryubito. Execution of a Tenryubito in Marineford is telling the whole world that Tenryubito are not gods. Yeah, this has seriously violated the bottom line of the world government. This Nick Pin is finished. His crew probably won't give up the chance to kill him. They are really close to the water. Killing Nick Pin, they will not only get the biggest bounty in history, but also their own crimes will be erased, they have no reason to refuse. The government of the world is playing tricks, there is really nothing to say. The most unlucky thing is this Monkey D, Luffy. Although he is the captain, it was Nick Pin who did it, he was definitely tricked by the deputy captain. Ha ha ha. That's not. Even if he showed strength comparable to Admiral in the Summit War, his bounty will never suddenly increase to 3 billion, it is definitely because of Celestial the Dragon's matter has been implicated. What a tragedy. When the news spread all over the world, almost everyone was discussing this matter. Holy Land, Mariehua. Pangaea Castle, 5 Elders' Office. As soon as the burly figure wearing the cloak of justice was standing in front of these 5 old men with the highest power in the world. Joy boy. When the elder revealed Luffy's identity, Sakazuki's face was stunned in shock. He never expected that Garp's grandson would have such a terrifying identity. Even the 5 elders are worried about Joy boy. It stands to reason that he was not qualified to know these things, but now, he has just been appointed by the 5 elders as the new Marine Fleet Admiral. In the original plot, after the Summit War, Sengoku resigned. Before retiring, he recommended Akiji to the 5 elders to become the next Marine Fleet Admiral. And 5 elders prefers an obedient guy like Sakazuki. That's why 10 days and 10 nights of ice and fire showdown. And now, Marine is completely defeated in the Summit War. Sengoku has an undeniable guilt. An execution platform was set up in a high-profile manner, but Ace didn't execute. Instead, he had someone execute a Tenryubito man on this execution platform, which really swollen the face of the world's government. This is one of them. Watching Joy Boy show up, but failing to kill. This is the second. When Sakazuki wanted to pursue at all costs, Sengoku surrendered to the pirates and ordered a truce. This is the third. Although Sengoku has successfully protected the lives of many Marine soldiers, for the world government, the fate of Marine soldiers is not worth it. In that case, when Joy Boy appeared in front of his eyes, even if it cost the lives of all the Marines, as long as he could kill Joy Boy, everything would be worth it. In this regard, Sakazuki did a great job. The 5 elders were even thinking that if Sakazuki had become Marine Fleet Admiral before the Summit War, then Joy Boy wouldn't necessarily be able to leave Marineford alive. Now, Sengoku was ordered to abdicate by 5 elders as a sacrifice, so he is not qualified to make any recommendations for the new Fleet Admiral. Then Sakazuki is the perfect choice for 5 elders. I see, as soon as I get back to Marineford, I will immediately arrange to capture Straw Hat Luffy and mangaka Nick Pin. I will make sure to bring them to justice as soon as possible. Holding the Fleet Admiral's commission in his hand, Sakazuki's blood boils. In his opinion, he can finally do his job without other people's judgment. But at this moment, the elder said seriously, "We don't care about that Nick Pin, you can even ignore it, in the next period of time, you must eliminate the Straw Hat Luffy." Yes. Sakazuki accepted the order subconsciously, but he was still puzzled, and asked, "Should we really ignore Nick Pin?" He executed a Tenryubito live in front of the whole world. The elder glanced at Sakazuki, "Just make sure that the Straw Hat Luffy is dead, and ignore everything else." Kill the Tenryubito? Hee. In the eyes of Master Imu, the Tenryubito are nothing. The life of a Tenryubito may not even compare to a butterfly in Lord Imu's back garden. But, since this Nick Pin is not important, why not raise the bounty price of the Straw Hat Luffy? It should not be the same as the bounty price of this Nick Pin. Sakazuki was a little puzzled. Stupid. We want Straw Hat Luffy to die and prevent more people from knowing the importance of Joy Boy. The blonde elder stood up with disgust on his face, looked at Sakazuki, and continued to say in a lecture tone, "What we want is the current effect. Let everyone want to hunt Straw Hat Luffy, but only think that it was because of Tenryubito that such a bounty was offered." Sakazuki understood. Sure enough, all the elder is a veteran in all of this. The next day, breaking news was flying all over the sky again. Heavy news. Marineford big change. Fleet Admiral Sengoku took the blame and resigned. Vice Admiral Garp hastily retired. Vice Admiral Tsuer followed too. The 3 mainstays of Marine resigned collectively. Sakazuki succeeds Marine Fleet Admiral. Marineford is about to move to New World. News about Marine was released one after another, directly shaking the world. Going merry. So, now we have become the most expensive pirate group. Looking at the newspaper Nami slapped on the table, Nick Pin twitched his mouth and smiled teasingly. Yo-ho-ho-ho, how about we tie up Luffy and Nick Pin, and replace them with 6 billion bellas? That's a good note. I have no opinion. Seconded. Everyone was discussing intensely, and several figures came to the deck of the Going Merry. It was the red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard and several cadres from both sides. Huh. You also want to come to get the 6 billion bounty? If that's the case, I can only tell you with regret that we plan to take all the 6 billion bounty internally. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed loudly, then looked at Nick Pin and said, "Boy Nick Pin, all the ships of the Whitebeard pirates have been coded, we can set off." It's the same here. Shanks also spread his hands, "Now that the government of the world has issued such an unprecedented bounty to you, your next journey will be extremely difficult and dangerous. With the company of our 2 pirate groups in front, there may be no problem. But when you are alone when you act, those lunatics from New World will definitely keep an eye on you. 8 billion bounties for the whole group, plus an additional reward of being a noble. Such an exaggerated condition is enough to make many people risk their lives. Isn't it? Even those guys have become ignorant." Nick Pin looked out of the deck, and there were a large number of pirates and bounty hunters thinking that Going Merry was approaching. These idiots. Shanks shook lightly, and then a burst of invisible power burst out from him. Just like an electromagnetic pulse, this invisible force penetrates the approaching pirates and bounty hunters in an instant. Before these people had time to react, they all fell to the ground, unconscious. After a while, the ships of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates sank below the sea one after another, heading towards the Fishmen Island. Chapter 223. Located in the deep sea near the bottom of Sabaody Archipelago. A large number of pirate ships are going here along the ocean currents. One of them is Going Merry. In the manga studio, Nick Pin opened the system interface and found the system mail in the log. Your manga fan Nami has conquered the twin cards in the manga cardcaptor Secure world. You gain the twin card ability simultaneously. You get points 5. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography, and he has completed the evolution of Wado and evolved into a materialized state. You get points 15. Your manga fan Usopp has cultivated the ability of the god-killing star Shirkai Sword will star in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunemeya. You simultaneously get the god-killing star Shirkai ability Sword will star. You get points 8. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography, and train A-level summoning technique Triple Rashomon. You simultaneously obtain the A-level summoning technique Triple Rashomon. You get 5 points. Your manga fan Chopper developed the Cor Towery Susanum Rumble Ball of the Ox-Headed King of Amber in the world of the manga Strike the Blood. You simultaneously acquire the Cor Towery Susanum Rumble Ball. You get points 4. Your manga fan Frankie has improved his world strength in the manga Genos biography and cultivated True Spiral Incineration Cannon. You simultaneously get True Spiral Incineration. You get 6 points. Your fan Kaya has improved his strength in the world of the manga Tsunade biography, and heals wounds through practice. You simultaneously obtain Healing Injury Elimination. You get 1 points. Your manga fan Ace has upgraded his fire dragon slaying magic in the world of the manga Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragneel. You simultaneously acquire the upgrade version of fire dragon magic ability. You get points 7. Your fan Edward Newgate completed the first trial 12 labors of Heracles in the world of the manga Fate series, Heracles. And condensed one of 12 part of Heracles' noble phantasm god hand. You simultaneously condensed one of 12 part of Heracles' noble phantasm god hand. You get points 1. After the Summit War, the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates did not relax in training. Due to being the target of the world's government, they are more urgent to upgrade their strength. That's right, these days, it seems that everyone is very serious about their cultivation. Looking at these logs, Nick Pin expressed his satisfaction, opened all of them immediately, and accepted the ability. Zoro this time. When receiving Zoro's progress, Nick Pin was surprised. Zanpakuto materialized. In the Bleach storyline, those Zanpakuto materialize because of Muramace's influence. But now the reminder in the log email is that the Wado has evolved to a materialized state. Can it still be like this? But if you think about it carefully, Zoro's Zanpakuto is very special after all. It didn't come from Soul Society. But evolved from Zoro's own sword Wado Ikamanji, it does not follow the rule of Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world, and there's nothing wrong with it. Moreover, Nick Pin remembered he couldn't synchronize the ability of Wado. It's kind of interesting. Thinking of this, Nick Pin was looking forward to it. This time Robin practiced summoning Beast Triple Rashomon, which is a summoning technique with strong defensive ability. Of course, if it is used by Robin. I'm afraid that the word 3 in the Triple Rashomon must be followed by at least 2 zeros. Chopper made Cor Towery Susanum Rumble Ball this time. Seeing Chopper's training log email, Nick Pin's eyes lit up with joy. What is the Cor Towery Susanum? It is Akatsuki Kuju's second familiar, the Ox-Headed King of Amber, familiar of amber with an ox head, whose body is composed of lava. This familiar is able to control lava. And its weapon is a giant axe. Moreover, when the Tauren King wields his battle axe, he can even turn the rocks on the ground into spikes of lava, blocking and attacking the enemy. If you make an analogy, you can refer to lava fruit. Of course, Cor Towery Susanum and lava fruit ability users are still different. Although Cor Towery Susanum is also magma, its ability is more like a combination of Zoan and Paramecia. I don't know what will happen if Chopper fights with Sakazuki next time. Nick Pin is already looking forward to the scene where Chopper knocks Sakazuki down with an axe. It would be nice if Chopper stepped on the back of Sakazuki's head and announced, "I am the king of magma." Frankie, Kaya, and Ace are all quite satisfactory. Then Whitebeard. Hey! What Whitebeard got in the mangas is not the power of Heracles, but part of Heracles' precious noble phantasm god hand. This is awesome. You know, the noble phantasm god hand with god hand Heracles' body turns into a tough suit of armor and nullifies all attacks ranked B or lower. regardless of the type or power of the attack. It also has the effect of automatic resurrection after death. Because the resurrection effect has 11 uses, Heracles cannot perish unless killed 12 times. In the original plot of One Piece, when Whitebeard died, he suffered a total of 267 sword wounds, 152 bullets, and 46 shells. If Whitebeard at that time had the noble phantasm god hand, then the damage of bullets and shells in these three maths could be reduced to almost zero. Because the power of bullets and cannonballs is impossible to break through the defense of the noble phantasm god hand. As for the sword wound, it depends on the strength of the sword man. In addition, the most buggy ability of the noble phantasm god hand is that the owner of the noble phantasm has the effect of automatically reviving the body after death. Although this rebirth ability is not unlimited, but though the noble phantasm god hand can store 11 times of rebirth. As long as you don't get killed 12 times in a row, you won't really die. The number of rebirths will slowly recover after use. Simply awesome plus. Finally, the noble phantasm god hand also has a super powerful ability. That is, once a certain kind of attack is suffered, in a short time, this type of attack will not cause any harm to the treasure holder. For example, Sakazuki's magma blasted Whitebeard's body, no matter whether Whitebeard was injured or not, then in the next certain period of time, the damage caused by Sakazuki's magma to Whitebeard can only be 0. Thinking of this, Nick Pin immediately communicated with the treasure in his body, the one of 12 part of the noble phantasm god hand. With the spiritual communication treasure, Nick Pin immediately understood what the first stage of the 12 trials was. It is roughly equivalent to 1/12 of the complete the noble phantasm god hand. The current regeneration ability is only 1 time. The degree of immunity to physical and magical attacks is only about 1/12. The duration of immunity to the same type of attack is also 1/12 of the full form. To put it bluntly, this is equivalent to one of the 12 fragments of the noble phantasm 12 trials, but it also has the weakened ability of 12 trials. Even so, it is already very powerful. For Nick Pin, his own defense and speed have already perverted to ultimate. If Whitebeard fully condenses the 12 trials, then Nick Pin's physical defense power at that time, he is afraid that no one can break through it. Whitebeard, Whitebeard, you have to work hard, my noble phantasm god hand depend on you. With a good mood, Nick Pin closed the log interface, and then opened the achievement bounty interface. Unfortunately, it's not time for the draw yet. But it's coming soon. It is reckoned that the next time he collect points, he should be able to draw a lottery. Standing up and stretching, he heard the door creak. Dad! Hearing the sweet voice, there was no doubt that it was little Mary. With a sprint, Mary jumped onto Nick Pin and hooked his hands around his neck. Nick Pin habitually hugged her 2 legs, looked at the Mary hanging on him like a sloth and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" "It has something interesting to share with me." "No. I came here to tell you that I made a new friend." "Friend?" Nick Pin frowned. "There are only a few people in the Straw Hat Pirates. Where's the new friend? And this place is 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Where can she find new friends?" "Yes. My little friend wants to meet you too." Mary sways her body from side to side, making a wax burden. "Okay. Male and female?" Although Nick Pin had a happy expression on his face, his first reaction was to ask men and women first. Although he don't know how a new little friend will appear in this deep sea, but if some little bastard who doesn't know what to do dares to hook up with my Mary, she will interfere. He. Little Mary kept silent, just smiled foolishly. "Is it a man or a woman?" Little Mary still didn't speak. Hey, if you don't talk anymore, I'm going to beat your little skin drum." Nick Pin's heart is throbbing. Seeing that Nick Pin was really anxious, Mary pouted triumphantly and said, "It's a girl." Nick Pin breathed a sigh of relief. You seem to care a lot about whether it's a boy or a girl." Fingers like lotus root gently poked on Nick Pin's nib, and Mary showed a happy smile. "What's the matter?" Nick Pin pouted proudly. "By the way, where is she?" Since it was a girl, Nick Pin was immediately curious. Little Mary shouted outside, "Come in." Crunch. The door opened again, and a figure came in. That green moss head is particularly conspicuous. Nick Pin poked his neck forward, narrowed his eyes, and his face was full of question marks. He asked with a confused face, your new friend is, Zoro. What's the situation? What happened? Nickpin was stunned suddenly, and suddenly laughed. Ah ha ha. Seeing Nickpin's confused face, Zoro laughed, of course it can't be me. Then, he pulled out the Wado with a clang, and stretched forward, it's her. Her. Hearing this, Nickpin was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Ah. I remembered. Your Wado Ikemonji can be materialized, could it be the entity of Wado Ikemonji? Is it a girl? Zoro nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then his soul communicated with the Tao. They saw that the sword instantly became a power of the soul. Changed shape quickly. Then. Evolved into the silhouette of a girl. When the soul energy gradually condensed, Nickpin's eyeballs suddenly popped out, Nanny. Kuina. Looking in shock at the 11-year-old girl in front of him, Nickpin was surprised that his mouth could fit a big steamed bun. The next moment, Mary stuffed the fist made of her white tender hands into Nickpin's mouth in a funny way, and said with a happy smile. Wow, this is the first time I've seen you eat like this. You look surprised, but I recorded it. The other hand waved the video den mushy, and the scene of Mary and Nickpin swallowing her small fists was also recorded. Chapter 224. He looked at Zoro again with a questioning look. However, his words shocked Zoro. How do you know it's Kuina? Zoro mentioned Kuina to Nickpin, but he doesn't have a photo of Kuina. Why did Nickpin recognize Kuina immediately? Hearing this, Nickpin also realized that he messed up. Yes. How did Nickpin know Kuina? Thinking of this, Nickpin immediately pretended to be puzzled and said, did I guess wrong? It turned out to be a guess. Hearing Nickpin's answer, Zoro breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Nickpin was so powerful. No, you guessed it right, she is indeed Kuina, Zoro nodded, with a joyful smile on his face, speaking of which, even myself, I still can't believe this. Nickpin looked at Zoro. He felt that Zoro might not have understood him, so he stepped forward, pulled Zoro to the corner outside the door, bowed his head and whispered, I mean, this Kuina is the real Kuina, or is it just a Zanpakuto entity in the form of Kuina? I get the meaning. She is the real Kuina, but the body is a solidity condensed through Zanpakuto. Zoro grinned and said happily. Real Kuina? Nickpin looked at Zoro suspiciously, and shook his hands in front of his eyes. Hey, are you sleepwalking now? Do you know what a real Kuina is? In fact, although Nickpin pulled Zoro out to ask this question, he was actually prepared to get a negative answer. After all, Kuina had died years ago, and the bones had been buried for so long. How could it possibly reappear? Of course, if Nickpin uses resurrection coins, he may be able to do it. Zoro thought for a while, then replied, as I understand it, her soul is Kuina's soul, so she is Kuina. After finishing speaking, Zoro looked at Nickpin again, is there any problem with this understanding? No problem. Wait. You just said that her soul is Kuina's soul. Did she tell you? Are you sure what she said is true? Although this kind of news is exciting, Nickpin is worried that Zoro will simply believe the lie of Zanpakuto's materialization just because he misses Kuina too much. After all, in the Shinigami world, Zanpakuto, once materialized, are initially rebellious and need to be tamed before they come back. She did tell me, but I can tell it's true. If you doubt it, I can explain it to you. Zoro is also a sensible person, knowing that Nickpin is for his own good. So Zoro explained something about Kuina. According to the sword spirit Kuina in it, when Kuina died, he died holding Wado Ikemonji, because this sword has been with her since she was a child, and it has created an extremely strong bond. So her soul was attached to this sword at that time. Originally attached to it would not have any effect, but when Zoro entered the Bleach world, everything is different. In the Soul Society, there are souls between heaven and earth. The soul can absorb spirit particles in the Soul Society, so as to make one's soul stronger. Kuina's soul was brought to the Soul Society by Zoro, so after a period of non-stop absorption of spiritual seeds, the soul began to wake up. But because the power of the soul is still very weak, it has not been fully awakened. Because the carrier of her soul is the sword of Wado Ikemonji, the Wado Ikemonji is also gradually transformed into Zanpakuto because of this. Until today, when Kuina absorbs enough spiritual particles to fully awaken the entire soul. She was resurrected in the materialized form of Zanpakuto. After listening to the whole process, Nickpin didn't find any problems. Moreover, according to what Zoro said, Zoro asked several little secrets between him and Kuina could answer them with a little recollection. That being the case, Nickpin is almost certain that this Kuina is the real Kuina. At this time, Zoro's eyes suddenly turned red, and there was some choking in his voice. Nickpin, I really want to thank you very much. If you hadn't given me this manga, I wouldn't be able to touch the spiritual power, and Kuina wouldn't be able to come back. Hold back your tear. I don't want to see a Zoro who likes to cry. Speaking of which, at the beginning Nickpin specially drew a book, the biography of Zaraki Kenpachi, for Zoro, just because he wanted Zoro to have the ability of Zaraki Kenpachi. But he never thought that Kuina would be given a chance to be reborn by mistake. Speaking of which, this is Kuina's own fate. Ah! You bastard, I am really touched. Nickpin curled his lips, glanced through the crack of the door at Kuina, who was playing with Mary inside. Time flies, it will soon be dinner time. Wow! Can't wait. Luffy rubbed his hands and went straight up to catch the big grilled fish. Snapped. Nickpin activated the rubber fruit ability, extended his arms, and knocked Luffy's hand back with chopsticks. Don't rush, there are still people who haven't arrived yet. Anyone else? Hearing this, Luffy looked around with a snot, and then broke out in sweat. It's Zoro, it's okay, he doesn't need to eat. That's right, that green moss head, he just needs to eat the sword. At this moment, Sanji came in from the kitchen with the last dish, and then appeared next to Robin with a flattering face. The gentleman put this plate of 9 rare deep-sea lobsters in front of Robin. Thank you Sanji-kun. Robin smiled slightly, then activated the flower fruit ability, and passed the plate of deep-sea lobster to Nickpin's table with a row of arms. Let's give Nickpin such a nourishing dish, he must replenish it well. Puff. Several crewmates who had just picked up the water glasses all spit out in one gulp. Nickpin was even more shocked. What the hell? Is Robin going to tease me in front of everyone this time? However, at the next moment Robin said, as the brain on board, he have to draw so many manga every day, so he need to supplement his nutrition. The guys who sprayed water just now were ashamed. Ha 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 ha. Nami was also amused by Robin's U-turn. Mii was also speechless, and then knocked off Luffy's hand, who wanted to steal it again, and said, Luffy, don't eat, this time I have a new friend for everyone to meet, when the new friend comes, we can eat together. New friend? When everyone heard this, they all frowned. In this deep sea, where do new friends emerge? Could it be that Nickpin have a second daughter? A new friend? We don't seem to have any people recently, right? Nickpin explained, there is none, but she is everyone's friend, and I believe that after seeing her, you will definitely accept her as a crewmate. At this moment, the door to the dining room from the outside opened. Zoro's figure appeared at the door. Only. On his shoulders, sat a girl. Wow. There was a sound of falling to the ground, and almost all the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates sat on the ground. Everyone looked at the girl on Zoro's shoulder with wide eyes, they were all dumbfounded. What's happening here? Why did a strange girl suddenly appear? And why is this girl sitting on Zoro's shoulder? Wow! Who is this cute little sister? Please allow me to introduce. As if dancing a waltz, Sanji came to Kuina in a circle, and bowed like a gentleman. Sanji, nice to meet you. The bastard. Boom. Zoro kicked Sanji away and yelled, don't scare my Kuina with your curly eyebrows. My Kuina. These words fell into Kuina's ears, and immediately made the girl's cheeks blush. After all, she is a relatively traditional girl, not good at expressing her emotions, let alone taking the initiative. However, she had secretly taken a liking to Zoro a long time ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible to practice sword alone with Zoro every day. Because she doesn't take the initiative to express her love, she competes with Zoro every day, so that they can spend more time together. But because Kuina is very competitive, she tries her best every time she competes with Zoro, and finally knocks Zoro out of her head. At this moment, she suddenly heard Zoro yelling, my Kuina, and she felt so sweet. This scene, of course, fell on Nickpin's eyes. These two guys probably met each other more than 10 years ago when they were still elementary school sword practicing apprentices in the gym. Bastard green moss head, how dare you, huh? Wait. Who did you say she was just now? Sanji stood up and was about to fight with Zoro, but suddenly he froze and looked at Kuina in horror. Usopp asked suspiciously, okay, it seems to be Kuina. I think I heard that too, Frankie nodded. Brooke laughed and said, Yahohoho, I heard that too. Isn't it? Didn't Kuina long ago? Nami covered her red lips lightly, the words came to her lips, but swallowed them back. Okay, let's not go around in circles anymore, let me introduce it to you. At this time, Nick Pin stood up and stretched out his hand towards Kuina. You heard me right, this girl is Kuina who grew up with Zoro. Wow. Everyone shuddered again, and all lay down on the ground. Is this true? Chapter 225. The three big pirate groups have arrived on the Fishman Island. Fishman Island. This is the relay station for the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. Whether entering New World from the first half of the Grand Line or returning to the first half of the Grand Line from New World, many pirate groups like to rest at Fishman Island for a day or a half. You can buy some food, and you can also sell some objects and information on land to the Fishmen Island in exchange for money. But unfortunately, there are also some criminals trying to traffic people from the Fishmen Island. If it weren't for the fact that Whitebeard classified the Fishmen Island as his own territory, Nick Pin afraid that various human traffickers would have joined together to take the Fishmen Island. Originally, a lot of sea thief ships were docked at the Fishman Island. But when the three big pirate groups arrived, the place was immediately empty. Of course, the pier is clean, but the harbor is very lively. The guards of the Fishmen Island lined up neatly, and the burly and tall ceremonial soldiers were playing the unique welcome song of the Fishmen Island. On both sides of the road, many beauties from the Fishmen Island poked their heads curiously. Is the Whitebeard pirates coming? The Fishmen Island is protected by the Whitebeard pirates, and those criminals dare not come. Whitebeard must be a handsome guy. Of course. Such a great hero must be more handsome than our prince. Pfft. Ha ha ha. You little girls are so cranky, Whitebeard is in his early 70s. Huh. No way. Well, my beautiful fantasy is disillusioned. Going merry. All the members of the Straw Hat Pirates have come to the deck. You know, this is an island 10,000 meters below the sea. Every pirate's travel list must come to check in the red spot. So if you haven't been to the Fishmen Island, are you ashamed to say that you are an pirate? Wow huh. An island under the sea. Let's go ashore. Chopper's two eyes stared like light bulbs. It's amazing that there is such an island with sunshine in the dark seabed. What's the matter? Usopp curled his lips in disdain, and said to Chopper with a proud face, I have been to deeper seabeds, then you have bigger islands, and there are many female warriors of sea kings on the islands. You are so amazing. Listening to Usopp's bragging, Chopper simply showed adoring eyes. Which ones are fish? Zoro frowned and looked at a group of fishmen and mermaid, subconsciously asked Sanji, these should be made into food, right? But when Sanji heard this, he was furious. Stupid green moss head. Such a cute sister, you actually want to make them into food? I swear, next time I will make food out of poop for you. Ahahaha. On Zoro's shoulder, Kuina wagged her little feet and laughed out loud. Lovely Kuina-chan, you will slowly discover the various shortcomings of this idiot's green moss head, why don't you come to my side earlier? My shoulders are also very wide. Sanji took the opportunity to invite Kuina to sit on his shoulders. Bastard curly eyebrow, do you want to fight? Zoro was furious, and immediately held down his sword. Next to them, Nami held Nickpin's arm and said with a smile, I heard that there are many specialties on the Fishmen Island, come shopping with me later. Of course. Nickpin showed a gentle smile, and gently scratched Nami's little nose, speaking of which, it seems that I haven't gone shopping with you for a long time. Yeah, well, then make it up to me this time. Nami hugged Nickpin's arm tightly. Behind the two of them, Robin looked at the figures of the two of them, feeling a little sad in his heart, but soon relieved. She never expected to be intimate with Nickpin as openly as Nami. She never expected to be able to go shopping with Nickpin's arm. In fact, If she hadn't met Nick Pin, she would still be a devil child walking in the dark. Not to mention having such a group of crewmates, even if you want to live a normal life, it is impossible. But now, not only does she have a life that she never dared to imagine before, but she has also established a special bond with everyone. Robin understands that she cannot do without Nick Pin in her life. Even if she doesn't get all of Nick Pin, she doesn't mind. Being able to have the current relationship with Nick Pin, she is already very satisfied. But if the shows such affection in front of her like this, it's only natural for her to punish Nick Pin a little, right? Thinking of this, Robin immediately activated the flower fruit ability. Nick Pin suddenly felt scalp tingling. What's wrong? Sensing Nick Pin's strangeness, Nami asked with concern. Cough cough, it's okay, it's okay. Nick Pin made a haha and quietly turned around to make a fake wolf face at Robin. Dad, I want to eat that. At this time, Mary, who was being held by Nick Pin with one hand, pointed forward and said softly. Nick Pin could see the past, and saw the golden sunlight in the distance illuminating this island in the dark deep sea extremely brightly. And the thing that little Mary pointed to was not a bystander, but the glowing root system of the sunlight tree Eve. Sure enough. When Nick Pin saw Mary eating Adam Tree before, Nick Pin guessed that sunlight tree Eve must also have a strong attraction to Mary. It's not. As soon as she came to the Fishmen Island, she was already hungry. However, this matter is not simple. Sunlight Tree Eve is a magical tree that runs through the red line. Its branches and leaves are above the red line. The trunk is inserted into the red line and then its roots come to the Fishmen Island below the seabed city. Sunlight Tree Eve can absorb sunlight. And the sunlight is transmitted to the root system of Sunlight Tree Eve through the branches. When the root system is nourished by sunlight, it becomes the only large-scale light source in the deep sea. If someone destroys all these roots, then the Fishmen Island will be completely plunged into darkness. Although lights can be lit, without sunlight, the Fishmen Island will inevitably slowly go to destruction. So, although the root system of Sunlight Tree Eve made Mary very greedy, Nick Pin also had to treat it with caution. It is absolutely impossible for him to obtain the root system of Sunlight Tree Eve by robbery. Don't say anything else. It's impossible for me to be the crewmate of the Straw Hat One Piece to agree to such a thing. It is definitely impossible to buy in large quantities, but Nick Pin already has an idea in his heart. Now Whitebeard owes him favors, and Whitebeard is the guardian of the Fishmen Island. If he can show up to the king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune, it will make sense. Presumably Neptune will sell him the tree for a favor. Of course, it would be better if there are 3 or 4. Thinking of this, Nick Pin looked at Whitebeard, and went to look for him when he was about to get off the ship. Soon, many pirates boarded the pier. However, considering that there are too many pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group's grand fleet. In order to prevent unnecessary tension and troubles to the Fishmen Island, Whitebeard ordered that the number of people who can disembark from each ship of the Grand Fleet should not exceed the total 10. Suddenly, disembarkation became the privilege of every ship. Basically, cadres and small cadres enjoy this power. And those ordinary crew members and young people dare not say anything. This is the world of pirates, where the strong prey on the weak. The weak must listen to the strong. Whitebeard. When the crowd walked forward, King Neptune of the Fishmen Island greeted them with a big smile on his face. Neptune. Gururara. Long time no see, my old friend. Whitebeard stepped forward and had a bear hug with Neptune. Although Whitebeard is tall, Neptune is more than 12 meters tall. If Neptune hadn't bent down, Whitebeard would only be in an awkward position. Haven't seen you for a long time. Neptune smiled, and then asked. When you were fighting in Marineford, I was watching you nervously, old friend. Gururara, fortunately, there is no danger. Whitebeard smiled, then pointed in the direction of Nick Pin and the others, and said, I met a group of noble people to help, otherwise, this time, my old bones may really be broken in Marineford. Oh. They are the Straw Hat Pirates. I saw it in the live broadcast, they are really a group of powerful young people. Gururara. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. His big brother is my 2nd Division commander, Ace. This is the deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and also my great benefactor. My old diseases and serious injuries were all cured by him. This is. After introducing the Straw Hat Pirates, he pointed to the redhead again and said, this is. Neptune interrupted immediately, and said with a smile, this one doesn't need to be introduced, this is the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors at sea. Huh, it's okay to introduce, after all, it's the first time we've met. Shanks smiled, a very accommodating smile on his face. Although he has been to the Fishmen Island many times, this is the first time he has seen Neptune. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sharp cutting sound in the sea. Then there was an axe that spun rapidly and passed over everyone's heads. Gomu Gomu no catch. Luffy activated the rubber fruit ability, stretched his arm, and grabbed the axe back. Who is stupid enough to be throwing such sharp axe around? Looking at the axe in his hand, Luffy suddenly asked angrily. Shanks came over, this axe is very strange, it obviously doesn't have too much power, but it seems. It flew over from the deep sea far away. Old friend, it seems that the law and order on your island is not very good, Whitebeard patted Neptune, teasingly. However, Neptune sighed with a somewhat uncomfortable expression, wanted to say something, but hesitated to speak. He thought that Whitebeard had just experienced a war, and the words that he wanted to ask for help were swallowed back abruptly. Also, he can't guarantee that Whitebeard will be able to help. Although Whitebeard's strength is nothing to say, but the guy who threw the axe played dirty. As long as he does not show his face, he will stay in the deep sea, and it will be difficult for even the gods to find him. Whitebeard didn't notice his expression, but Nickpin did. He know the plot, of course he understands what is embarrassing for Neptune. The axe was thrown by Vanderdecken 9, the ability user of the Mark fruit, and the target was the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Although he doesn't like trouble, this incident is a good opportunity for Nickpin. Now Mary wants to eat Sunlight Tree Eve, Nickpin wanted to ask Whitebeard for help. But now he has changed his mind. If he can help Neptune solve this problem, wouldn't it be logical for Nickpin to ask Neptune to if he can buy the roots of the Sunlight Tree Eve tree later? You know, Shirahoshi has been trapped in the shell tower for 8 years. Neptune was also a little crazy because of this. If this matter can be resolved, it will definitely be a big favor to Neptune. Besides, one thing to say, little Shirahoshi is so cute, how can an ugly creature like Vanderdecken 9 trying to court her? Immediately, Nickpin said, King Neptune, if you have any difficulties, just tell us, we can help you solve it. Hearing Nickpin's words, Whitebeard also noticed Neptune's strangeness at this time, and he also reacted. Old friend, did you encounter any trouble? Didn't the axe just happen by chance? Neptune pursed his lips in confusion, then sighed, hey, it's useless even if I tell you about it. Hey, you are so old, and you still look like a big girl. What's the matter? You should say it out, no matter whether it can be solved or not, it won't matter if you say it. Gururara. That's right, old friend, let's talk first. If we can't solve it, just treat it as listening to a story. Good. That axe just now. Immediately, Neptune revealed everything about Vanderdecken 9 Mark fruit ability and Shirahoshi being trapped in the shell tower. After finishing speaking, he entered into a frown. The bastard. I'm going to beat him up. Luffy was furious immediately, and was about to strike out of righteous indignation. This guy is really a scum. It happens that Pop is here, and watch my father beat that bastard to death. However, Neptune shook his head, it's useless. We don't even know where Vanderdecken 9 is, but he can attack anywhere in the deep sea. When everyone heard it, it was as if they were pressed down by an invisible palm. Congested. What's the use of being strong? If they can't find this guy at all. All of a sudden, Whitebeard, Luffy and others also fell into silence. For an opponent who doesn't show up at all, strength is completely useless. Sensing the silence of the people around him, Neptune sighed and looked at Whitebeard. I'll tell you the truth, if someone can save Shirahoshi, I will do anything for him. Oh. Hearing this, Nickpin's eyes light up another level. With your words, what is he waiting for? Immediately, Nickpin cleared his throat, although this matter is difficult, I like this kind of challenge. He looked at Neptune, and said in a firm tone, give me a day, and I will take care of this. Chapter 226. Is it hard to solve the Shirahoshi thing? If Nickpin does not know the plot, this matter is really difficult. But even if he can handle it, he can't make it look too easy. He have to do the thing casually, and need to look like it was a lot of hard work, although the result is the same, but the value in the eyes of others is absolutely different. One day. Hey, didn't you hear clearly what the Mermaid King said just now? That bastard named Vanderdecken 9 has disappeared, let alone a day. As long as he keep hiding, you won't be able to catch him for a month or even a year. This little brother is right. Neptune glanced at Usopp and nodded. It's not a matter of strength, otherwise I would have asked Whitebeard for help even if I had to risk my reputation just now. Whitebeard patted his head. In this case, I really can't help, it would be easier if I could know his exact location. Shanks also nodded in agreement. Yes, the trouble with this matter is how to lock this person's location. It's not a big problem, I just like this kind of difficult challenge. Nickpin shrugged his shoulders, looked at Neptune with a smile. Besides, we will leave the Fishman Island tomorrow, so we are free today. If it's Nickpin, it will definitely be done. Uncle Mermaid, don't worry, this matter will definitely be fine. Yes. There is nothing Nickpin can't do that he wants to do. Neptune thought for a while, and then said, since you are so enthusiastic, I thank you in advance. If there is anything I can cooperate with you, I will definitely help with all my strength. Okay. Time is tight, can you let me meet your daughter, so I can ask her about this situation? Now that Neptune has spoken, the next thing will be easy. Hearing this, Neptune was stunned for a moment, and then pondered, it's okay, but Shirahoshi is a little timid, if so many of you are going to see her, it will scare her. Oh, I'll just go see her by myself. Nickpin immediately said that this is no problem. Ah. I want to go too. For this kind of thing, Luffy is very positive. Don't worry, because I have to investigate, it's easier for me to act alone. When I find out the location of Vanderdecken 9, I will definitely come to inform everyone. At that time, we will go to Vanderdecken 9 together to settle the score. Nickpin patted Luffy on the shoulder, persuading him. If the timeline hasn't changed, Nickpin doesn't mind Luffy's participation in this matter. But the current timeline is 2 years earlier than in the original plot, and there are still 2 years before Hody Jones and his gang launched a rebellion on the Fishman Island. So, if Luffy intervenes now, not only will it not be helpful, but with his reckless personality, it will only make things messy. Is that so? Luffy rubbed his chin. Stupid. What are you still hesitating about? If you intervene in this kind of investigation, we won't be able to find anything in 10 years. Nami showed the fishman mouth emoji and shook his fist at Luffy. Ha ha ha. That's right. Don't get in the way. Nickpin can handle it. What a waste of time you are here. Sanji still have to hurry to see the mermaid sister. Before the departure of the Sabaody archipelago, Sanji had inquired about the Fishman Island, and knew that the mermaid sisters here are as good as the water spirits. He couldn't wait to see it. Afterwards, everyone entered the Fishman Island. As for Shirahoshi, Neptune should have come in person. But because Whitebeard is also very important to him, he sent his most powerful assistant, Minister of the Right, to lead Nickpin to meet Shirahoshi. Here, Princess Shirahoshi is in this shell tower. Minister of the Right stretched out his hand to guide forward, with a sad look on his face. After all, he is also the situation of Princess Shirahoshi. Seeing Princess Shirahoshi being locked up in this ivory tower and losing her freedom since she was a child, Minister of the Right couldn't bear it. But he also understood why Neptune asked him to come in person. No matter how painful it is for Shirahoshi to lose his freedom, he will never let anyone take Shirahoshi out of this shell tower. Although this Nickpin in front of him says he wants to help Princess Shirahoshi, who knows what he really thinks. What a poor princess. Looking at the tall shell tower in front of him, Nickpin shook his head slightly. Mr. Nickpin, you only have half an hour to ask Princess Shirahoshi about the situation, please hurry up. With that said, Minister of the Right gestured to the guards on both sides. The guard door opened slowly, revealing a gap. Nickpin quickly stepped into it. The inside is quite spacious, and various glowing shellfish on the seabed are inlaid on the surrounding walls, making it very bright. The door behind him was quickly closed again by the guards. Who are you? A timid and frightened voice suddenly came from the tower room on the left. Nickpin turned his head and looked over, and saw the legendary top beauty, Shirahoshi. You came in like this, are you a bad person? Two little hands held her cheeks, and Princess Shirahoshi shrank nervously beside the shell bed. Have to say, Princess Shirahoshi deserves to be one of the 3 top beauty in the pirate world. Nickpin really feel pity for this lovely and charming appearance. If Sanji came here, Nickpin afraid he would have lost too much blood and died by this time. Don't be afraid, your father asked me to help you. Nickpin didn't want him to continue to misunderstand such a pitiful little mermaid. Finally, he pointed out the door again. The guards let me in just now, you should have seen it too. Although Princess Shirahoshi heard what the guards said just now, she was naturally timid, so she confirmed it with Nickpin. This kind of behavior seems to be a bit out of mind in the eyes of normal people. But for a coward like Princess Shirahoshi, it's normal. After all, she has been persecuted by Vanderdeck Ken 9 since she was 6 years old, so she has been living in the shell tower without going out. Thus developed such a timid character. Oh, after hearing Nickpin's confirmation, Princess Shirahoshi breathed a sigh of relief. But she suddenly noticed something, hugged her fish tail, and asked curiously, "You just said that my father asked you to help me?" Nickpin nodded, "Yes, I'm here to eliminate that villain who threw a weapon at you." Because talking to such a cute little mermaid as Princess Shirahoshi, Nickpin's words also cater to Shirahoshi as much as possible. Really? Princess Shirahoshi's eyes lit up when she heard that the villain who threw the weapon could be eliminated. Princess Shirahoshi is too innocent, so she will not doubt whether Nickpin is lying. Since she believed that Nickpin was called by her father to help her, Princess Shirahoshi would not have any doubts. Certainly. Even if a liar sneaks in, this silly and sweet girl still trusts her. For example, Luffy in the original plot. At that time, the guards had already told Princess Shirahoshi that Luffy was a pirate, and Luffy's crewmate was also arrested for committing a crime, but Princess Shirahoshi still felt that Luffy was not a bad person. With Princess Shirahoshi's silly and sweet personality, if she really went out to wander the rivers and lakes by herself, she might have arrived at the traffickers' market within 2 miles. It's true. I assure you, starting tomorrow, you will be free, and you will no longer be trapped in this small shell tower. This guarantees that Nickpin still dares to fight. Wow! You're such a nice guy. Princess Shirahoshi threw herself on the bed with excitement, and a fish tail moved up and down, which is what a mermaid would do when she was happy. By the way, you are so powerful, you must have been to many places, right? Have you ever seen the sun? Also, have you seen all kinds of flowers and furry animals? Have you ever been to the green place called forest? As a poor little girl who has hardly seen the outside world, Princess Shirahoshi has 100,000 reasons in her heart and wants to ask them all at once. Listening to Princess Shirahoshi's barrage of questions, Nickpin suddenly remembered that in the original plot, Luffy scolded Shirahoshi for asking too many questions, and then made Princess Shirahoshi cry. That idiot. Afterwards, Nickpin said with a smile, "The places I have been to are like stars in the sky." Oh yes, you have never seen the stars in the sky. Anyway, there are a lot of them. I have seen thousands of flowers competing for beauty. I have also seen lions, tigers, rabbits, licking dogs, cats and other animals. I have also seen a vast and boundless forest, where there are many animals, and the scenery is beautiful. If there is a chance, I will take you out to play. Nickpin casually said a lot of things that Princess Shirahoshi was interested in. But the poor princess listened with gusto, her face was full of anticipation and excitement. It turns out that there are really so many magical things in the world. Princess Shirahoshi clasped her hands together and was extremely excited. She picked up Nickpin and held him in her palm. Is there anything else magical? Tell me all about it, I really want to hear it. Okay, anyway, the guard outside gave me half an hour, so I'll tell you slowly. Nickpin didn't come here to ask about the situation, but just to show it to Neptune's people. Otherwise, if he went directly to someone, wouldn't that make no sense? Time flies, and half an hour has passed. There was a sound of conch shells outside. It was to inform Nickpin that it was time to go out. Okay, Princess Shirahoshi, it's time for me to go out. If all goes well, by this time tomorrow, you should be free. Nickpin stood up, ready to bid farewell to Princess Shirahoshi temporarily. Huh? Why so fast? Although Nickpin has already talked about a lot of scenery and animals, but Princess Shirahoshi is listening to it, how can it be stopped? It's like when others applaud for love, you are suddenly pulled away, and they won't fight you hard. Yeah, Put me down, I should get out. Nickpin stood in Shirahoshi's palm and pointed to the ground below. Woo woo. Shirahoshi's big eyes suddenly turned red, and tears flowed out. Why? Nickpin was stunned. Why are you still crying? Woo woo woo, but I still want to hear it, and I also want to hang out with you. Woo, tears dripped down, immediately pouring tears on Nickpin's head. Wiping away the tears that poured down his face, Nickpin was speechless. He was about to get angry, but suddenly seeing Princess Shirahoshi's pitiful appearance, the anger that had risen up immediately subsided. You still want to hear it? Yeah, happy Princess nodded again, and a happy trend appeared on her little face. Well then, I'll take you out together. Anyway, you'll be free tomorrow, and it doesn't matter if you go out a day earlier. Standing in front of the weeping Princess Shirahoshi, Nickpin is sure that no one in this world would refuse her proposal. Really? Shirahoshi's big eyes usually glowed with light, but then, the light faded. There are guards outside, they won't let me go out. It's okay, this matter is settled. As he said that, Nickpin flipped his palm, and the small card of Clow appeared in his hand. Magic Surge. Princess Shirahoshi instantly transforms into a miniature Little Mermaid. Nickpin landed on the ground and reached out to catch Princess Shirahoshi, who fell from the sky. Ah! Suddenly seeing that she had turned into a miniature mermaid in Nickpin's hands, Princess Shirahoshi cried out in horror. Don't be afraid, this is my ability, I can make you bigger or smaller, I'll turn you back right now, don't shout about it. As he said that, Nickpin's magic power surged and transformed Princess Shirahoshi back again. Ah! I really changed back again, it's so fun. At this time, the sound of conch shells sounded outside the door again. Nickpin reminded, do you want to go out? Of course I want to. But the guard who delivered the food later found that I was not there, so my father is going to be in a hurry. It's not difficult. Nickpin flipped his palm again, and the twin cards of the Clo card appeared in his hand. Magic Surge. Princess Shirahoshi suddenly became two. Huh. Exactly the same as me? Nickpin smiled, use this substitute to temporarily replace you for a day, so you can rest assured. Aha. The little head is like pounding garlic, Princess Shirahoshi urged. Help me get smaller. The magic power in Nickpin's hand moved again, and Princess Shirahoshi instantly turned into a miniature Little Mermaid. Nickpin stuffed Princess Shirahoshi into the clothes on his shoulders, and said, don't make a sound, I will let you out when you get outside. Princess Shirahoshi replied obediently, yeah, I won't talk until you call me. Nickpin is a little speechless. This little Shirahoshi is too good to be cheated. Fortunately, he is a good person, otherwise, wouldn't little Shirahoshi have been successfully trafficked? With the sound of the third conch sound, the door of the shell tower opened. Did you ask for useful information? Minister of the Right immediately greeted him, and then gave the guards on both sides a look. The guard immediately checked and saw that Princess Shirahoshi was inside, so he made an okay gesture to Prime Minister Kame. It's okay, I asked a lot, this matter generally has a direction, I have to hurry up and investigate. With that said, Nickpin bid farewell to Prime Minister Turtle, and went out of Dragon Palace with little Shirahoshi in his arms. Check out my other fanfic. One Piece, Comparison Broadcast. Exposing One Piece with Q&A. Mangaka in the Straw Hats. Marvel's Hogwarts Professor New. Chapter 227. After leaving Dragon Palace City, Nickpin headed towards Fishman Street. When it came to the water, Nickpin took Shirahoshi out of his shoulder. Magic Surge. Nickpin transformed Princess Shirahoshi to a level that is almost in line with her figure. Judging from Nickpin's height of 1.8 meters, Princess Shirahoshi is about 1.7 meters tall. It's really fun to be able to grow bigger and smaller too. Princess Shirahoshi happily swims around Nickpin, as if a piglet has just been released to have fun after being imprisoned for a long time. Not to mention how happy she was. Is Fishman District right in front? I came here once when I was very young. Places like Fishman District, to put it bluntly, are the ghost caves of the Fishmen Island. There are all kinds of low-level fishmen and mermaids here, they don't have too many pursuits, they fight and make trouble every day, doing nothing. Of course, this is only on the surface. Today's Fishman District has been ruled by a fishman named Hody Jones. He has gathered a group of capable men to catch and imprison the humans who come and go to the Fishmen Island. Relying on this method, the life on Fishman Street is getting worse and worse. More and more Fishmans are turning to Hody Jones. In a sense, although Hody Jones is an unforgivable person, he is also a remarkable hero to the people at the bottom of Fishman District. But these are meaningless to Nickpin. Hody Jones's hatred for humans is even 10 times and 100 times more than the hatred of Tenryubito for humans. Nickpin didn't mind crushing this little dish to death. Is that villain Vander Deck Ken 9 on Fishman District? Looking at the entrance of Fishman District, which was already close at hand, Princess Shirahoshi leaned towards Nickpin with some fear, and asked nervously. Nickpin shook his head. The bad guy is not here, but the people here are all followers of different group and criminal, and some of them must know the location of Vander Deck Ken 9. By the way, there are vicious villains here. In order to prevent them from plotting against you, you should hide on me first. I'll make a maze for you to play with, okay? Considering that he may kill people later, Nickpin doesn't want such a cute creature like Princess Shirahoshi to see his brutal side. Maze? What is that? Is it a game? The dignified princess doesn't even know the maze. It can be seen what kind of lonely childhood our little Shirahoshi spent. Yes, a very interesting game. After you go in, you need to go from one end of the maze to the other. There will be many false intersections in the middle to mislead you into a dead end. If you choose every intersection correctly, then you can come out from the other end of the maze. Nickpin introduced the rules of the maze to her. Later, Nickpin used the maze card to turn his body into a human maze. Then used a small card, turned Princess Shirahoshi into the size of a finger, put it in the maze, and said, "You have fun in it, wait until I find out the location of the bad guy. If you feel scared inside, just call my name, I can cancel the maze at any time." Yeah, I will definitely be able to get out of the maze by myself. Little Shirahoshi clenched his fists. The more innocent the person, the more confident he is. Okay, Nickpin made a gesture to Shirahoshi, and then closed the knot of the maze. In this way, Princess Shirahoshi can neither see nor hear what is going on outside. Human. Before taking a few steps, a suspicious voice came from the direction of Fishman Street. The next moment, more than a dozen Fishmans came from all corners. Hee, I didn't expect there to be someone delivering himself to our doorstep. Haha, is this a lost little sheep? Come on, big brothers will take you to a fun place. There are many of your kind there. These Fishmans surrounded Nickpin with playful faces, like a group of cats teasing a mouse. Nickpin has seen this kind of plot in novels and TV countless times. He didn't want to waste time. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and a burning soul chain appeared in his hand instantly. Whoosh! Accompanied by a dull sound of breaking the wind, the soul's chanting skipped over a dozen Fishman bodies. Although the Fishman's physique is more than 10 times that of a human's, it is like a bunch of loose twists in front of the Ghost Rider's soul chain. It was smashed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, only one of the dozen or so Fishmans remained. This is not a fish that slipped through the net, but one that Nickpin deliberately left alive. A lot of blood and minced meat poured all over his body. When the little Fishman reacted, his face changed drastically in fright. Ah! Ah! The strong Fishman screamed like a woman. His face was full of frightened expressions, and his body trembled unconsciously. Take me to Hody Jones. At this time, Nickpin, who turned into a Ghost Rider, had a voice as cold as coming from the 9 nether hells. The Fishman gangster is already frightened and stupid at this time. How can he move? You only have 3 seconds. If you don't lead the way after more than 3 seconds, you will be like them. Nickpin straightened the soul chain in his hand, and the fire of hell burning on it exploded. Ah! Shouting again in horror, the little Fishman hurriedly led the way, rolling and crawling. Not long after, a large number of broken ships appeared ahead. Nickpin saw this scene in mangas. These broken ships are all human ships, destroyed by Fishmans in the deep sea, and then brought here. Then it became a prison for human beings. There. That's Lord Hody Jones. The Fishman gangster who had already made up his mind didn't care so much anymore, and just called Hody Jones by his name in front of Hody Jones and the others. Huh. Jerry, you actually brought a human to find me? Brush. As soon as his words fell, Nickpin's arm stretched out instantly, grabbed his neck and strangled him. Do you know where Vander Deck Ken 9 is? Nickpin didn't talk nonsense. He stretched out his arms, and pressed Hody Jones to the ground and asked. Vanderdeck 9. A human dares to attack me on Fishman District. You are courting death. With a ferocious shout, Hody Jones opened his sharp teeth and bit Nickpin's arm. Crunch. The moment his teeth touched Nickpin's arm, the fishman's teeth, which were as hard as steel, instantly shattered. Ow! Hody Jones screamed and a painful eye oil rolled in the eye sockets. Nickpin frowned slightly, and then activated the rubber fruit ability. His palm instantly covered Honey Jones' entire head. Call! The fire of hell exploded from his palm. Hody Jones didn't even have time to say, pain, before being burned into a headless mermaid. Ah! Hody Jones. Impossible. Dosen, Hammond and others originally planned to watch Hody Jones perform, but they never thought that Hody Jones will die easily. Run! Seeing that the situation was not good, Dosen immediately gave the order without hesitation. Then Nickpin flipped his palm, and the fire card appeared in his hand. Rumble. Billowing fire soared into the sky, forming a circle of fire around them, blocking Dosen and others. Want to run? He also curled his lips lightly, and swished out the soul chain in his hand. Boom! A fishman cadre exploded into a pile of black ash. Boom! Nickpin flicked the soul chain again, and another fishman cadre was knocked out of his wits. Boom! 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 Nickpin waved the soul chain casually, and the fishmans around him disappeared in a blink of an eye. Dosen was frightened and hurriedly shouted, I know Vanderdeck 9. Do you know where he is? Nickpin stopped killing fishmans, cast his eyes leisurely at Leopard, and said calmly, tell me about him, if you know where he is, tell me sooner, then all of this guy would have not died. Dosen just wants to curse. You didn't even ask me. Seeing Dosen's appearance, Nickpin looked at him coldly, I ask you again, are you sure you can lead me to find him? Yes, yes. Vanderdeck 9 is the captain of the flying pirates. We often encounter them when we rob passing human ships. Their base camp is in the Black Coral Sea. Sometimes our people will go to him to negotiate things. Dosen nodded quickly, not daring to be slow. This guy in front of him is a murderous existence. Okay. That's all right, you come with me. Nickpin removed the firewall, turned around and walked towards the entrance of Fishman District. Dosen looked at Nickpin's back, then at the disappearing walls of fire around him, and suddenly had the idea of running away quickly. But after only half a second, his thought was immediately suppressed. He had seen Nickpin's method with his own eyes just now. In front of such a strong man, he didn't think he could really escape. The gate of Ryugu Palace. The people who received the notification from Nickpin were already waiting here. Gururara, Nickpin is really reliable. Whitebeard patted Neptune on the back. How is it? Are you glad you didn't miss Nickpin just now? Yeah, I really didn't expect that he could actually do it, and he did it in such a short period of time, it's really outrageous. Neptune's old face was full of disbelief. Wow, huh? Things that others think are outrageous are not worth mentioning to Nickpin. Luffy grinned, holding his hands up. The red-haired Shank's eyes glowed, and he thought to himself, this kid is really not simple. Soon, a figure was seen galloping towards him. When it landed, Nickpin threw Dosen in his hand to the ground and said, the location is confirmed, I knew that someone in Fishman District must have contacted Vanderdeck 9. Dazed by the throw, Dosen got up and looked around. With just one glance, he immediately jumped down at the speed of light. FK. His heart beat violently, and then he looked back at the person in front of him, his mouth trembling non-stop. For emperors. Even if he live on the bottom of the sea for a long time, he will know the 4 emperor on this sea. Such a big man appeared in front of his eyes, and there were 2 of them. This moment. Dosen's heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were frightened and rearranged. Do you know where Vanderdeck 9 is? At this time, Neptune asked impatiently. There were 4 emperors in charge, and Dosen didn't dare to delay, and nodded quickly, yes, 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 I know, it's in the Black Coral Sea. The Black Coral Sea unexpectedly hid in that kind of place. Hearing this, Fukaboshi was furious immediately, and said to Minister of the Right beside him, go and order the army, set off immediately. Gururara. Don't mobilize the crowd, since we already know the location, let us handle this. Shanks also nodded. Indeed, we should treat this kind of thing as entertainment. Neptune hesitated for a moment. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to let your daughter out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible? Let's go right away. Good. Now that so many strong pirates have spoken, Neptune no longer hesitates. Soon, Ryugu Palace City's special ship for sailing in the deep sea sailed towards the Black Coral Sea. Black Coral Sea. A pirate ship that looks like a ghost ship is parked on the platform of the reef on the bottom of the sea. In the cabin, Vanderdecken 9 was standing in front of his equipment window, carefully selecting his weapons. Last time I threw an axe, this time it's time to throw a spear. I really want to see Princess Shirahoshi crying out of fright, just thinking about it makes me excited. Humph. That idiot Neptune. If he just let me be the son-in-law of Ryugu Palace earlier, Princess Shirahoshi would have no suffer. As Vanderdecken 9 busy choosing weapons suddenly. Boom. The door to the weapons room was pushed open. A fishman stumbled in, his face swollen like a pig's head. What's going on? Who did this? It's not good. Captain. They are coming. As soon as the fishman passed the word, he immediately rolled his eyes and passed out. Someone coming. There was a sneer at the corner of Vanderdecken IX's mouth. In this deep sea, no one can be the opponent of the fishman's. As long as he takes the opportunity to sneak attack the other party will have to live as his slave for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Vanderdecken 9 is ready to go out and have a look. But before he could move his legs. Boom! The terrifying concussion force swept over in an instant. His pirate ship was like a piece of paper, it fell apart in an instant and turned into pieces, spraying everywhere. The pirate ship, which was originally quite large, suddenly turned into a small open raft. Although Vanderdecken 9 was standing in the cabin, it was no different from the deck at the moment. After a short look of bewilderment, Vanderdecken 9 looked up at the deck ahead. Neptune. Seeing the coelacanth fishman, Vanderdecken 9 recognized it immediately. Then, he noticed that there were two humans standing on the left and right of Neptune. A height 3, crescent-shaped mustache. A height of about 2 meters, 1 arm, red hair. Hiss. With just one glance, Vanderdecken 9 suddenly took a deep breath. Why did 2 of the 4 Emperor coming toward him? Chapter 228. Redhead Shank. Rubbed your eyes, Vanderdecken 9, you have to erase this terrible illusion. But after wiping it down a few times, Whitebeard and the redhead Shanks are still standing in front of him. Boom! Vanderdecken 9's heart seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss. Isn't the reason why he dared to blackmail the princess of the Fishmen Island so arrogantly because he couldn't be found by the other party based on his whereabouts? But he never expected that one moment he was still happily choosing weapons, and the next moment he was suddenly slapped in the face by 2 of 4 emperors. Most importantly, in the middle of the 2 quadruples stands Neptune, king of the Fishmen Island. This made it clear that the other party was here to help Neptune. Under such circumstances, Vanderdecken 9 didn't have any thoughts of resistance at all, and just turned around and wanted to sneak away. Brush. Just as Vanderdecken rushed a few meters away, 2 swords were crossed on his neck. In the shadows, Vista came out slowly, with a teasing smile on his face. Who gave you the confidence to run away in front of Pop? The sharp blade forcefully forced Vanderdecken 9 back in front of the crowd. Poof. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never do it again. Boom boom boom. Vanderdecken slammed his head on the deck, crying and begging for mercy. Forgive? First pretend to be pitiful and beg for sympathy, once you escape, it will get worse. You see this kind of person a lot. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but he was actually reminding Neptune not to soften his heart. Humph. You caused such misery to little Shirahoshi, and you still want to be forgiven? Although he is a merciful king, he is not merciful enough to ignore the suffering of his own daughter. Bring me my big sword. Neptune waved his hand, and soon a fishman guard brought his 18-meter broadsword. If I show mercy to you today, tomorrow you will retaliate even more crazily. Vanderdecken 9, I will not spare you. As he said that, Neptune raised his long sword high, and chose it with one blow. That night, the Fishmen Island held a celebration on the island, and Neptune gave a big banquet to all that gather. The Straw Hat Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates and Red Hair Pirates were entertained with the highest royal banquet. Nick Pin, as the biggest contributor to this incident, was invited by Neptune to be a minister. In addition, the three captains Whitebeard, Shanks and Luffy also sat at the main table. Princess Shirahoshi has now regained her freedom. And finally she no longer needs to be kept in the shell tower. Her seat is next to Nickpin's. Nickpin used a small card to make her into a human size. While eating, she pestered Nickpin to continue giving her outside stories. Gururarara. Neptune, it seems that your daughter likes Nickpin very much. Yeah, Nickpin is not only young and promising, but also handsome. The key is little Shirahoshi's savior. If it weren't for me, I would have just had such a daughter. I would have wanted little Shirahoshi to go to sea with Nickpin. Neptune was also cheerful. On the surface, Nickpin saved little Shirahoshi. But in fact, Neptune knew in his heart that Nickpin has saved countless people. By the way, Nickpin, what wish do you have? As I said before, if anyone can save little Shirahoshi, I will agree to anything. Neptune looked at Nickpin and asked kindly. Good. Didn't I just wait for you to ask me this? Immediately, Nickpin showed an embarrassed expression. I want to talk about things. There was nothing wrong at first, but now suddenly there are. Neptune waved his hand boldly. Just ask, as long as I can do it, I will do it. Seeing Neptune like this, Nickpin also said happily, okay, since your majesty the king is so generous, then I do have a heartfelt request. Can I buy some sunlight tree eve roots from you? Wow! As soon as these words came out, the audience instantly quieted down. All the fishmen and mermaids all focused their eyes on Nickpin's face. Their eyes were shocked with vigilance. Even Neptune's complexion turned bad all of a sudden. Gururarara. Whitebeard's laughter interrupted the ice atmosphere in time, and he smoothed things over. Nickpin probably doesn't know the importance of sunlight tree eve to the Fishmen Island, so he opened his mouth like this. Then, Whitebeard looked at Nickpin again. Let me tell you, Nickpin. The Fishmen Island should have been in total darkness in the deep sea of 10,000 meters. But sunlight tree eve absorbs sunlight through its branches and leaves, and then spread to the root system, thereby illuminating the sky of the Fishmen Island. So, the importance of the root system of the sunlight tree eve to the Fishmen Island, I think you should be able to understand. Thanks to Whitebeard's peacemaking behavior, the faces of the fishmen and merfolk present eased up. Those who don't know are innocent. Neptune pondered for a moment, then frowned and asked, Nickpin, why do you need the root of sunlight tree eve? Neptune can still understand if branches are needed. After all, sticks can be used to build ships. The ship built from the branches of the sun tree eve must be extremely strong, no less than the ship built from the branches of the precious tree atom. But the problem is, the branches of sunlight tree eve are completely hidden inside the red line, which makes it almost impossible to obtain the branches of sunlight tree eve. But the root can't be used in shipbuilding at all. Nickpin smiled. My condition sounds a bit inexplicable, right? Dude, so you know. Please, come to the Fishmen Island to ask for the root system of sunlight tree eve. That's not inexplicable, that's simply unreasonable. Why? Nickpin sighed. To his left is Princess Shirahoshi, and to his right is little Mary. Mary immediately sat on Nickpin's lap with understanding. Your Majesty Neptune, I would like to introduce to you, this is my daughter Mary. Nickpin gently patted Mary's little hand, and introduced it to everyone at the same table. Pfft. You already have a daughter. Ahem, he adopted it, Whitebeard, as an insider, explained immediately. Then he added, although she was adopted, Nickpin paid her more sincerely than her own daughter. Wow! You are so cute. Your Majesty Neptune, do you know why I was so active in trying to help you before? Nickpin looked at Neptune and asked softly. Neptune pondered for a moment, then said, I was a little confused before, but now I think I should understand. Everyone has a daughter, and you can definitely feel the pain I have suffered over the years. Nickpin nodded, yes, it is because of this empathy that I am determined to help little Shirahoshi get out of the sea of suffering. Wow! Neptune stood up suddenly, and bowed deeply in Nickpin's direction. Thank you very much. Standing up, Neptune looked at Nickpin seriously. You want the root system of Tree Eve, is it also for your daughter? Yes. Nickpin sighed, hugged Mary into his arms, and said with a heavy face, "My daughter is not an ordinary human, she has a very special constitution, she not only needs to eat, but also needs to eat wood." Eat wood? The old man finally understands. No wonder your daughter's food expenses are so expensive. It's not just about eating wood, when she becomes addicted, ordinary wood can't satisfy her appetite, rare wood must be used to appease this appetite, otherwise, she will starve to death soon. Nickpin went on to say. The red-haired eyebrow raised slightly, the situation you mentioned is a bit similar to a craving disorder. I remembered. At this moment, Luffy patted his forehead. Last time, Mary kept shouting that she was hungry, and she had no strength. Later, she returned to normal after eating the Adam tree. Nickpin spread her hands. Yes, now she's hungry again. That's not good. We have to find something to eat for her quickly. Is that so? Hearing this, Neptune also understood. But he is really difficult. With a sigh, Neptune said, Nickpin, you are the great benefactor of me and little Shirahoshi. I should meet your request, but this matter is too much for the Fishmen Island. It doesn't matter, I'm just asking for your opinion, I'm not buying or selling by force. When we enter the new world, we'll go to the underground black market to see if there are other branches of the treasure Adam tree for resale. Nickpin showed a smile on his face, signaling Neptune not to care too much. The fact that Mary was greedy was true, and Nickpin did not lie. But when Nickpin left the Sabaody archipelago, he stored a large amount of mangroves. Although these mangrove trees are far inferior to the treasure Adam tree and sunlight tree Eve, and they can't completely eliminate Mary's appetite, but they can have a suppressive effect, and can relieve Mary's appetite a lot. The stock of mangroves is still sufficient for the time being. If there is no substance that can replace the treasure Adam tree and the sunlight tree Eve in the new world, then Nickpin can only come back and steal. Oh no, borrow the root of sunlight tree Eve. Father, can't we help a bunch of little Mary? At this time, Princess Shirahoshi said pitifully. This matter. Neptune's tangled old face turned into a rag, so he sighed, well, after the banquet is over, I will go to Mrs. Shirley for a fortune-telling on this matter. If the fortune-telling shows no bad omen, I will give you 2 root. Thank you so much. Nickpin got up and performed a pirate's etiquette to Neptune. After drinking and eating, Neptune and his party came to Mrs. Shirley's coffee shop. When she suddenly saw such a big person coming, Mrs. Shirley was really taken aback. When Neptune told the purpose of their coming, Mrs. Shirley was shocked again. What? Sunlight tree Eve's root? Looking at Neptune with an unbelievable look, Mrs. Shirley almost cursed. She forcefully calmed down her anger, and said slowly. Do you still need to think about this kind of thing? As the lord of a country, you still want to ask me to take over this matter? Isn't this nonsense? Anyway, please. Just do a divination. Seeing Neptune's insistence, Mrs. Shirley also understood that today's occupation must be taken. Your Majesty, let's say I didn't remind you. Divinating this kind of thing, and the result of the divination will definitely make you accept it. Saying that, Mrs. Shirley ordered a fishman to move out the crystal ball. As she began to chant some ancient spell, the crystal ball glowed white. Mrs. Shirley's eyes also turned white. Nickpin rubbed his chin, also very interested in the result of this divination. He knows Mrs. Shirley's character design, and her divination is 100 correct. So, this result is very curious. In this kind of commentary, within a few seconds of the divination, Mrs. Shirley's face suddenly became extremely shocked. Neptune sighed and covered his old face, knowing that he was too willful this time. After a few seconds, the horror on Mrs. Shirley's face became even stronger. After a few seconds, Mrs. Shirley's mouth opened, and she was completely stunned. Hula! The white light of the crystal ball suddenly disappeared, and Mrs. Shirley seemed to be suffocated in the water for a while, breathing heavily. How about it? Although Neptune knew that the result would not be too good, he still asked. Step aside. Mrs. Shirley put aside the king of the Fishmen Island, and rushed to Nickpin. Don't be impulsive, he is Shirahoshi's savior no matter what. Don't hurt or kill him. Then the next moment, before he could say anything, he saw Mrs. Shirley kneel down in front of Nickpin, hugged Nickpin's leg, and burst into tears. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Chapter 229. Mrs. Shirley hugged Nickpin's leg tightly, crying. It's finally here, it's finally here. My lord, you can do whatever you want. This sudden scene really fooled everyone around. FK. What's the situation? How did Mrs. Shirley suddenly become like this? Especially the fishmen's and mermaids present, who doesn't know Mrs. Shirley. Anyone who lives in the Fishmen Island knows that Mrs. Shirley is a dignified woman with a calm personality. Even if someone mentioned vulgar words in front of her, she would immediately get angry and become very terrible. But who would have thought that Mrs. Shirley would throw herself at the feet of a human being so recklessly, hugging the human leg, and speaking in such a humble tone? This is unbelievable. Even Nickpin himself was fooled. Hey, this? Although Nickpin had already guessed that it probably had something to do with Mrs. Shirley's divination, he was still very confused. Hey, what are you doing? Subconsciously, Luffy wanted to go up and help Mrs. Shirley up. Shanks watched the scene with a puzzled look in his eyes. Although he was also a little confused, based on what he knew, he could probably guess that Mrs. Shirley must have seen the future. Nickpin has been of great help to the Fishmen Island. But what Shanks can't figure out is, Luffy is Joy Boy. Even if the future of the Fishmen Island is really changed because of someone, that person must be Luffy. Are you sure this woman is right? Wrong. She must have read it wrong. Shanks remembered that Nickpin had used Rubber Fruit's ability before, and he specifically asked Luffy about it. From Luffy's mouth, he learned that Nickpin can imitate the abilities of others through the ability of manga fruit. Thinking about it now, Shanks feels that it must be because both Nickpin and Luffy can use the Rubber Fruit ability, causing Mrs. Shirley to see the wrong person in the vague future. That must be it. Whitebeard froze for a few seconds, looking at Neptune. Mrs. Shirley, what happened? What did you see? Sunlight. We in the future, all live in the sun. It's Lord Nickpin. He'll let us live in real sunshine. Mrs. Shirley is so excited, her face is full of desire. Her eyes are full of longing. That is the infinite desire to live in the sun. What? What you say? He looked at Mrs. Shirley with a face full of horror. Are you sure you read it right? I'm sure. Although I don't know what will happen in the future. I can see the future, the Fishmen Island is floating on the sea, the bright sun is shining on everyone's faces. And the children are playing on the green grass, frolicking in the lush grassland and river. I also saw a sculpture erected in the very center of the Fishmen Island. The Fishmans admire this sculpture very much. Mrs. Shirley didn't see many scenes, but she told them all. Nickpin pursed his lips, and asked with some doubts. The sculpture you are talking about is me? It's you. Mrs. Shirley crawled down again, hugging Nickpin's leg tightly. Master Nickpin, that sculpture is exactly you. Wow, huh? Nickpin has become the hero of the Fishmen Island. Let the Fishmen Island live in the sun, this is something that even this old man can't do. Whitebeard looked shocked, he looked at Nickpin, and gave a thumbs up. Boy Nickpin, it seems that you have really done a great thing in the future. Shanks added, it should be that their entire crew will become an immeasurable existence. I didn't see those, I just said what I saw. Mrs. Shirley spoke again, she raised her head, looked at Neptune, and said sincerely. Your Majesty, the reason why we on the Fishmen Island regard Sunlight Tree Eve as a sacred thing is because Sunlight Tree Eve can transmit sunlight to this dark 10,000 meter seabed, but after all, it cannot be compared with the real sunlight. And Master Nickpin brought us this real sunshine in the future. Lush forest. Soft grass. Bright flowers. Children's laughter. Freedom for fishmans. For pirates, these scenes seem to be very commonplace. But for the people of the Fishmen Island, that is an unreachable existence. When Mrs. Shirley narrated these beautiful scenes one by one, all the fishmans around showed longing looks. Mr. Nickpin, especially Princess Shirahoshi, who was leaning against Nickpin at this time, immediately grabbed Nickpin's arm with joy. Thank you so much, you saved me, and let the whole the Fishmen Island live in the surface next, you are our great benefactor of the Fishmen Island. Little Shirahoshi's expression. This look. Who can stand it? Forcibly suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart, Nickpin smiled and patted Princess Shirahoshi on the head. "It's okay, we are friends." Mr. Nickpin said I was his friend. Oh. The simple little Shirahoshi immediately swung her fishtail happily. If this is true, then Master Nickpin is really a great benefactor to us, the Fishmen Island. That must be true. Lady Shirley's divinations never come up wrong. Yeah, Mrs. Shirley's divination is 100 correct, 100. All the futures she predicted before have come true, and this time will definitely be no exception. The surrounding fishmen have already begun to discuss in low voices. Judging by the excitement on their faces, they are very excited about the future of the Fishmen Island being able to live in the sun. Neptune didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. He never imagined that the person who saved Shirahoshi would save the entire the Fishmen Island in the future. But he is not a fool. As the king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune's IQ is definitely above the standard. He was thinking secretly. Nickpin will be able to bring the Fishmen Island to live in the sun in the future. It must be because he has gained some kind of benefit from the Fishmen Island, or has established a special relationship with the Fishmen Island. If it's just a relationship like now, then it's obvious that the Fishmen Island owes Nickpin a big favor. Why should others do such a big favor for you in the future? Although the future can be predicted, who says the future cannot be changed? If the opportunity that prompted Nickpin to help the Fishmen Island is accidentally changed, then what is life in the sun? Now. Nickpin wants the root of Sunlight Tree Eve, which is definitely an impossible request for the current the Fishmen Island. But it is precisely because it is such an impossible request, if he agrees to Neptune. Isn't this a great kindness? In this way, a special bond has been established between the Fishmen Island and Nickpin. Thinking of this, Neptune has already made a decision in his heart. An hour later. In the palace cabinet of the Fishmen Island, all the ministers unanimously approved of Neptune's decision. Afterwards, Neptune asked Nickpin to meet alone. Of course, he also brought Shirahoshi with him, very scheming. He still remembered that at the banquet, little Shirahoshi was very close Nickpin, and Nickpin also said that little Shirahoshi was cute. Although he didn't want to sell his daughter or anything, he felt that with Shirahoshi around, things should be easier to talk about. Your Majesty Neptune, I really don't need so much. I only need a few sticks, as long as it can make little Mary's hunger disappear, and then save 2 or 3 sticks as a gift. When Nickpin came here, he heard that Neptune wanted to give him more than half of the roots of Sunlight Tree Eve. He quickly declined. Although Mary wanted to eat it, Nickpin didn't like to do this kind of thing. Moreover, when it comes to New World, maybe there are more things that can replace Sunlight Tree Eve. Your Excellency Nickpin, you don't need to have any psychological burden. This matter has been unanimously agreed by all the ministers. You will bring the Fishmen Island to live in the sun in the future. Even if you cut off the roots of the entire Sunlight Tree Eve, we, the Fishmen Island, are all willing to. Neptune explained. No, I really don't need that much. Mary can't finish eating, what if these roots rot? Really, listen to me, only 5. 5 root will suffice for now. Only 5? In case you feel less in the future, what will you do if you don't help us the Fishmen Island? Thinking of this, Neptune took out the IQ that he had lived for decades, and said, Your Excellency Nickpin, this root system is already being cut down. If you don't accept it, I can't explain it to those heavenly ministers. Nickpin rolled his eyes. Such an old-fashioned method. But since the other party has said so, it seems that today these root systems have to be harvested, and they have to be harvested. Although Nickpin doesn't like being kidnapped by morality, seeing Mrs. Shirley's reaction just now, she also understands Neptune's good intentions. Well, since that's the case, then I'll accept it. Nickpin spread his hands, and then said, Neptune, I am also a straightforward person. Since you have bet the future on me, then I assure you, in the future, I will definitely let the Fishmen Island live in the sun. As soon as these words came out, Neptune was completely excited. This is what he was waiting for. Immediately, Neptune's old eyes filled with tears. Your Excellency Nickpin. Needless to say, Nickpin smiled, then turned his palms, and Cricket took out a manga from the system compartment. He glanced at the cover of the manga. Celestial Spirit Aquarius. What a coincidence. Seeing the cover, Nickpin thought to himself. Celestial Spirit Aquarius is from the world of fairy tale. Although it is only a celestial spirit summoned by Lucy, its ability to control water is super powerful. Juvia's attack power and water elemental magic are also comparable. The key is, Aquarius is also a mermaid. That's great. Thank you, let's give this manga book as a gift to little Shirahoshi. As he spoke, Nickpin reached out and handed Celestial Spirit Aquarius to Princess Shirahoshi. It's a manga. The little Shirahoshi immediately took it, hugged him in his arms and said happily, I like it so much. Just like it, this is a gift specially prepared for you. I guarantee that you will like this manga even more after reading it. Nickpin smiled, and gently touched Shirahoshi's little head. Seeing Nickpin and Shirahoshi's small actions, Neptune is not only not angry, but in a good mood. It seems that our savior has not only established a bond with the Fishmen Island, but also established a bond with little Shirahoshi. Maybe the reason why Lord Nickpin can help us on the Fishmen Island in the future is actually not the root of Sunlight Tree Eve, but Shirahoshi. Thinking of this, the wrinkles on Neptune's face opened up with a bright smile. Your Excellency Nickpin, let me check the progress of Sunlight Tree Eve's root excavation first. Little Shirahoshi, please take care of him for a while. With that said, Neptune slipped away. Oh well, Nickpin nodded. But suddenly he frowned. Damn, this old man Neptune is selling his daughter. Chapter 230. Going Merry. In the manga studio. Robin pushed the door open and put a piece of mousse cake on Nickpin's table. You also started learn cooking. Nickpin took a bite with a small spoon, not to mention, it was quite delicious. How is that possible? Rolling a blank look at Nickpin, Robin walked behind Nickpin and hugged him from behind. Sanji made it for the girls, I think it's delicious, and I brought it specially for you. Oh. Just want to give me a cake. Feeling Robin's hair hanging down on his face, Nickpin quite enjoyed this feeling. Then why not? Could it be that you thought I wanted to eat you? That can't be guaranteed. Nickpin put down the paintbrush and lay down a little bit back, trying to make his posture as comfortable as possible. You stinky brother. White fingers tugged on Nickpin's ear. Robin smiled. According to the place you said I did find Poneglyph, aren't you interested in the content on it? Nickpin said, of course I'm interested. Then why didn't you come to ask me? Do you have to wait for me to take the initiative to tell you? Of course. You have always been more active than me. But the teasing look on his face didn't last for 2 seconds, and he opened his eyes immediately. This Robin is engaging in a sneak attack again. Nickpin suddenly said speechlessly, hey, are you used to not using the flower fruit ability, and just do it directly? The corner of his mouth twitched arrogantly. Robin was too lazy to talk about this topic, but said while practicing her hands, the content on the Poneglyph is actually a letter of apology. Oh ho. Who wrote it? A letter of apology from a man named Joy Boy to the princess of the Fishmen Island. Oh. For Shirahoshi. Robin smiled and shook her head. No, this Joy Boy was a person 800 years ago, and the mermaid princess mentioned in the letter was also a mermaid princess 800 years ago. Speaking of which, who is this Joy Boy? Why did he write an apology letter to the mermaid princess? Nickpin replied casually, this Joy Boy is not a person. Huh? What do you mean? No. I mean, strictly speaking, the Joy Boy are not a person, but a kind of inheritance. Actually, our Captain Luffy is Joy Boy. Realizing that Robin had misunderstood, Nickpin hurriedly explained. What? Hearing what Nickpin said suddenly, Robin suddenly showed a shocked expression, even the movements of his hands subconsciously tightened, and he said in amazement, Luffy is Joy Boy. Hiss, Nickpin gritted his teeth, and said speechlessly, let's talk about the matter, don't be so excited. Later, Nickpin continued, in Summit War, you also saw the appearance of the Luffy fruit after awakening. That form is actually the form of the sun god Nika, which represents the freedom fighter, that is, Joy Boy. Wait, I suddenly thought of one thing. Isn't Luffy's devil fruit a rubber fruit? Why does it transform like a mythical Zoan? I thought it was the ability that Luffy got from your mangas. But he said it was the transformation form of his devil fruit. What's going on? Robin's thirst for knowledge was instantly aroused. The name rubber fruit is actually a name deliberately given by the world government to cover up the mythical Zoan. As far as I know, since the death of the previous Joy Boy. The world government has always wanted to this devil fruit is in their hands. This devil fruit is obviously very spiritual, and it is consciously avoiding the pursuit of the world government, and this devil fruit itself is also looking for a suitable owner, Nickpin explained. Robin's red lips parted slightly, and he asked in horror, "You mean, it was this devil fruit that chose Luffy? It should be like this." Nickpin nodded, "But the things I told you, don't tell other crewmates for now." "Then why did you tell me?" Robin wondered. Nickpin smiled. "One is because you are an archaeologist, this matter may help you in translating poneglyph in the future. What about the second? Second thing, isn't that because our relationship is unusual?" Nickpin tilted his head and winked at Robin. "I've been thinking recently, should we deepen our relationship?" As soon as these words came out, even the aloof Robin couldn't help but blush. She deliberately grabbed Nickpin hard, and said angrily, "If our relationship deepens, you know what that means, are you sure?" Nickpin shrugged his shoulders. "I'm sure, I've been tortured like this by you all day long, if I don't think of a solution, I have to blow up. How about it, what do you think?" Nickpin kicked the ball back. Robin's beautiful eyes were shining, and he leaned close to Nickpin's ear, and whispered, "I think this is what I want too." Well. Turns out everyone agrees. If I knew this earlier, I would have said it. Nickpin. Nickpin. Robin stopped his hands and stood up straight, then whispered, "I will contact you tonight." "Robin, are you here?" Luffy rushed in, grinning. Robin smiled and said, "Well, I come to Nickpin to ask a archaeological question." Luffy scratched his head, then, "You guys continue to asking, I'll come back later." "Oh, no need. I have already got the answer. You can talk to Nickpin, I will go back and prepare first, and then I will continue to asking question with Nickpin." Robin made a pun. However, in front of the idiot Luffy, Robin didn't have to worry about what Luffy would hear. Before leaving, Robin and Nickpin looked at each other, and they both saw the meaning of flirting in each other's eyes. "Luffy, what's the matter? Shouldn't you be practicing at this time?" To be honest, Nickpin is still very depressed that Luffy's sudden arrival interrupted his good business. "Nickpin, I can't get in the manga-based kill." Nickpin took out the manga and put it on Nickpin's desk. "Look, what's going on? Can't get in." Nickpin was really taken aback. This is the first time someone can't enter the manga. He immediately opened the log classification of the system mail, and then looked for it to see if there was any relevant statement. There is indeed an unread email. Open. Your fan Monkey D. Luffy has completed the main storyline in the manga-based kill, and his strength, speed, hockey, stamina, and fruit abilities have all been increased by 50 of the upper limit. You have simultaneously gained the power of Luffy, speed, hockey, stamina. It turned out to be such a situation. Nickpin immediately understood. Luffy has cleared the level. The bounty after clearing the level is equivalent to increasing all your strengths by 50. Don't underestimate 50. Luffy's current 2-type hockey is already at the high level in this world. Now it has been improved by 50 on this basis. What kind of concept is this? What's more, his strength, speed, stamina, and fruit ability have all increased by 50. Even if you think about it with your toes, you know that Luffy's current strength has reached a very terrifying level. Since you can't get in, it means you finished reading this manga. Nickpin took the manga book back, then pointed to the bookshelf. "Here, it's time to choose your second manga." Chapter 231. Unlike the first random choice, this time Luffy also carefully chose. School days. Luffy turned over for a while and said it was boring. High School DxD. Luffy turned around for a while, but still felt bored. One Punch Man. This is good. After flipping through a few pages, Luffy's face suddenly showed great interest. Nickpin glanced at the side. "Huh. Good guy. Does Luffy thinks he has too much hair? But it would be interesting if Luffy took this book. Whoa. I've decided. This is it." At this moment, Luffy suddenly held up One Punch Man, and his happy mouth grinned to the back molars. "All right." Nickpin shrugged his shoulders, then showed an inexplicable strange smile on his face, rubbed his chin and said, "But Luffy, I suggest you take a few more photos with your long hair flowing." Oh, okay. Luffy was iron and simple, didn't care about anything at all, took the mangas and left happily. Who would have thought? The future pirate king will be bald. The next day, the Going Merry rushed out of the sea and appeared in New World. Similar to the first half of the Grand Line, the waterway on the New World side is also intricate. For emperors have their own familiar routes, easy to go back and forth. Looks like it's time to part ways. Shanks stood at the bow, looking towards Whitebeard and the Straw Hat pirates. Gururara, yes. Red-haired boy, thank you again. You're welcome, Whitebeard. I just don't want the sea to be completely messed up. Shanks told the truth, and then ordered his men to set sail. Nick Pin, Straw Hat boy, where are you going to go next? Do you want to go with this old man? No, we are going to start our own adventure. Luffy squatted with his feet on his special seat, feeling the sea breeze, his face full of vigor. Gururara. As expected of that man's son. I'll have someone send it to you when I get the rest of the money together. Nick Pin shrugged, no problem, I still believe in your reputation. Luffy, I really want to invite you to join the Whitebeard pirates, but I understand you. Ace punched his chest with his right fist, then pointed his index finger in the direction of Luffy. As Luffy's big brother, there are some things that don't need to be said, but they understand everything. Luffy There is no room for any shackles on his head. He just wants to be the freest existence in this sea. Ace. I'm the man who is going to be the pirate king. You should have fun with Uncle Whitebeard. Luffy stood up and waved to Ace. Well, Luffy, don't get too excited. I still firmly believe that Pop is the man who will become the pirate king. Ace smiled slightly, took off the flagon and took a sip, then threw it towards the bow of the Going Merry. Luffy took it, grunting. The two brothers are saying goodbye. Under Luffy's decision, the Going Merry chose a completely different route from the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates. 10 days later, the Going Merry arrives at Dressrosa. In the studio, Nick Pin checked the system emails of the log classification. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has become stronger in the manga One Punch Man. You get 1 point. Your fan Nami has conquered the earthy cards in the world of the manga cardcaptor Sakura. You gain land card abilities simultaneously. You get points 5. Your manga fan Usopp cultivated the god-killing star Shirkai ability Heavenly Prison Star in the world of the manga Bleach Otsunemea. You simultaneously get the god-killing star Shirkai ability Heavenly Prison Star. You get points 8. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography, and she has cultivated A-level ninjutsu Chidori. You simultaneously obtain A-level ninjutsu Chidori. You get 5 points. Your fan Chopper developed the Natroscenarius the carapace of Silver Mist Rumble Ball in the world of the manga Strike the Blood. You simultaneously acquire the Natroscenarius Rumble Ball. You get points 5. Your fan Kaya has improved her strength in the world of the manga Tsunade biography and cultivated Chakra Scalpel. You get Chakra Scalpel simultaneously. You get points 2. Your fan Edward Newgate completed the second trial of the 12 labors in the world of the manga Fate series, Heracles. And condensed 2 out of 12 Noble Phantasm God Hand. You synchronously condense 2 out of 12 Noble Phantasm God Hand. You get points 2. Your fan Edward Newgate completed the third trial of the 12 labors in the world of the manga Fate series, Heracles. And condensed 3 out of 12 Noble Phantasm God Hand. You synchronously condense 2 out of 12 Noble Phantasm God Hand. You get points 3. This email alert, Nick Pin is speechless. 3 of Whitebeard's 12 labors have been completed, which means that Nick Pin now has 3 extra lives. And this life is not a one-time consumable. After it is consumed, it can be replenished slowly. With Nick Pin's current strength, it is almost impossible to be killed once. On this basis, he also has 3 extra lives, as well as resurrection coins. We have arrived at Dressrosa. Friends, let's disembark. At this time, Usopp's voice came from Going Merry's PA system. Have we reached Dressrosa? Nick Pin was a little surprised. He remembered that in the original plot, the first stop of the Straw Hat Pirates in New World should be Punk Hazard Island. But thinking about it carefully, when Whitebeard and Shanks chose the route when they set off in New World, Luffy may have deviated from the original plot in choosing the route. That's why they didn't go through Punk Hazard, but went directly to Dressrosa. Certainly. Because the timeline is 2 years earlier, the current Punk Hazard has not yet become Ice Fire Island, and Momonosuke and his gang have not appeared. According to the setting of Time Fruit, Momonosuke should be sent 2 years later. So at this time node, Momonosuke and his group don't exist. I don't know if that Doflamingo guy is back now. Putting down the paintbrush in his hand, Nickpin suddenly thought of the relationship between Doflamingo and the Straw Hat Pirates, and a teasing expression appeared on his face. On the deck, the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates are already here. The Going Merry slowly approached the pier of the port, and saw that the pier was very bustling, and the ships docked in an orderly manner. On the pier, not only are humans doing things, but there are also many things that look like oversized toys carrying goods, pulling ropes, etc. What is that thing? It looks like a human, but it looks like a toy. Luffy is sitting in the special seat, covering the eye sockets with his hands. The face is full of curiosity. That's a robot. Frankie's eyes glowed, and he shouted in surprise. It's amazing, it is possible to create this kind of autonomous robot with self-awareness. There must be very powerful scientists in this country. It's actually a robot. It's amazing. The simple Chopper immediately believed in Frankie's word. Zoro denied it coldly. No, that's a toy. Hey, hey. You idiot, that's obviously a robot. He and Chopper admire Frankie the most, and now there is a robot that surprises Frankie. They don't allow others to slander. Luffy also laughed. Zoro is an idiot. You idiots. Didn't you see such a big sign? Hey. The silly group of 4 was taken aback at the same time, and then looked in the direction Zoro pointed. They saw at the entrance of the avenue, a huge signboard spanning both sides of the street, which read, "The Land of Love, Passion and Toys." Hey. What toy? Oh my god, this toy can also work on behalf of people. It's too high-end. With toys instead of their jobs, the people here must live happily. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Frankie are amazed. However, Robin frowned slightly. I always feel that these toys are a bit strange, like slaves. As expected of you, Nickpin smiled, and then said. You guessed it right, these toys are actually real human beings, who have been turned into toy slaves by using Devil Fruit's ability. What? Hearing what Nickpin said, all the crewmates on the deck widened their eyes in shock. Turn people into toy slaves. This kind of thing is absolutely treacherous and evil in the 3 views of the Straw Hat Pirates. Especially Captain Luffy, there is no way he could just sit back and let this happen. Damn it. They turned people into toy slaves. Who did it? He looked at Nickpin and asked, tell me, who did it? Nickpin was about to speak, when suddenly he saw a luxurious big ship sailing into the port from another direction. A bright flamingo pattern is printed on the sail. The logo of the pirate flag is a clown's skull logo. At the bow of the ship, there is a flamingo bird standing there with 1 foot on the railing. Oh no, there is a guy dressed like a flamingo standing there. There. He did it. Turkey Man. Luffy recognized at a glance that this is one of the 7 warlords of the sea that appeared on the battlefield of the Summit War, Doflamingo. He don't like this guy. Now hearing Nickpin say that this guy actually turned humans into toy slaves, Luffy's sense of justice soared. Rubber fruit ability activated. Turkey Man. I'm going to beat you up. The bow of the flamingo. Doflamingo was thinking about how to deal with the upcoming stormy sea when he suddenly heard a familiar voice scolding him from all over the world. He looked up subconsciously. What's the situation? He went all the way home from Summit War. Why was the Straw Hat Kid the first thing he saw when he got home? These bastards actually chased his to his door and beat him. It's too much. Chapter 232. On the deck of the Flamingo, soldiers of the Don Quixote family report to Doflamingo. Doflamingo nodded mechanically, recalling the scenes from the Summit War to the present in his mind. To be honest, he thought that the war would be crazy, but what he never expected was that he didn't even have a brilliant performance in the Summit War. Especially Sanji's phrase, little character, gently pricked his heart. You know, he is an arrogant man. Although he is very cowardly in front of Kaido, but in front of Kaido, cowardice is not a shameful thing. But in the Summit War, facing the little-known little pirates of the Straw Hat Pirates, he was trampled on the soles of his feet by one of the unknown pawns in that way. As 7 warlords of the sea, he didn't even have the power to defend at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that someone directly pressed their face on the ground and rubbed it madly. Doflamingo secretly planned in his heart, this account must be recovered. He is thinking about it, but then he feels something covering the sun. Doflamingo looked up subconsciously, and immediately saw the figure of Luffy falling from the sky. What? The moment Luffy appeared, Doflamingo's anger surged out. The summit war is over, why is the Straw Hat coming toward him? Diamond armor string. Countless thin threads grow out of Doflamingo's body at an extremely fast speed, entangled with each other, and interweave to form an armor full of metallic luster. Whoosh! Under Doflamingo's hand, the anchor took off like a rocket and rushed towards Luffy fiercely. Gomu Gomu no Super Elephant Gun. In just a split second, Luffy's fist instantly covered the entire sky. The huge size, coupled with the black color of armament hockey, seems to be a judgment from the abyss, full of majesty and shock. This move seems to be no different from the elephant gun in Gear 3. But in fact, adding the word super to the name of the move is not random. After the awakened Nika form, Luffy has become more comfortable using the abilities of the first 4 gears. Then, after the end of the manga world of Akame ga Kill, all of Luffy's strengths and abilities have increased by 50. In other words, the power of Luffy's 3rd gear elephant gun is at least 1.5 times that of before. But is that all? No. Luffy now has a new manga One Punch Man. Luffy gets stronger in this manga. With such a bonus, Luffy's elephant gun will naturally be upgraded to a super elephant gun. In the blink of an eye, the super elephant gun and Doflamingo's diamond armor collided together. There was almost no sign of stagnation, and the super elephant gun directly smashed the diamond armor to pieces. Then, this terrifying fist landed on the deck at once. Boom! The front deck of the Flamingo pirate ship seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Luffy's fist performed a circumcision operation on the pirate ship of the Flamingo at a very fast speed. The Flamingo pirate ship suddenly became headless. Ah! OMG! What happened? What kind of terrifying power is this? The guards of the Don Quixote family all yelled in horror. As for Doflamingo, his sullen figure has disappeared. Undoubtedly, under the attack of Luffy's super elephant gun just now, Doflamingo was smashed into the sea. Boom! Luffy dropped Doflamingo on the port. Seeing Luffy fall from the sky and standing in front of him, Doflamingo straightened the sunglasses whose lenses had been cracked, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and forcibly pretended to ask. Pfufferfer, Straw Hat Boy, from the summit war to this point, you guys are really going to get revenge. Stop talking nonsense. Doflamingo. I have something to ask you. Luffy didn't bother to pay attention to Doflamingo's nonsense, and raised his fist directly. Sorry, even if everyone in this world can do this, Luffy can't do it. It's not that he doesn't hold grudges, but that he won't put such unhappy and irrelevant things in his mind for too long. Now he just listened to what Nickpin said about toys, and he just wanted to beat up Doflamingo. And rescue the toys. Question for me, Doflamingo ponder. Hearing this, Doflamingo was a little confused. Your big brother has already escaped. Your people have already won. What else is there to ask me? But before Luffy could ask a question, he saw that Luffy's fist had already dropped. Gomu Gomu no impact. Boom! Luffy punched down, and the whole port seemed to have a huge earthquake suddenly, and everything shook. And the ground where Doflamingo is located directly cracked and exploded. The rubble is a mess, and Doflamingo is lying in the ruins like a dead fish, motionless. You actually secretly changed to your clone. Luffy frowned, and his arms stretched instantly. Brush. A pink figure was immediately caught by Luffy from behind a cargo. Nanny. Doflamingo was stunned and couldn't believe it. When Luffy threw him on the pier just now, he had already replaced the main body with the clone of Black Knight String at his fastest speed. He thought it was perfect, but he didn't expect Luffy to see through it in a second. This is too outrageous. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Without any hesitation, Luffy punched again seriously. Boom! The ground exploded again, gravel splashed. Following Doflamingo's avatar, his main body is also lying in this piece of rubble. You bastard, I have something to ask you. Luffy grabbed Doflamingo's collar and made a fist with his right hand. Serious punch. Boom. Doflamingo was beaten on the spot and spun at high speed, and then fell heavily to the ground. His complexion was swollen, his head was pitch black, and there were little stars dancing in front of his eyes. When his sight recovered a little bit, he heard Luffy's angry voice blasting in his ears again, "Bastard, I want to ask you a question." Boom. Another serious punch. Doflamingo just felt his head was hot. Even if he didn't look in the mirror, he's pretty sure his head is swollen to a super pig's head by now. You turkey man, I have something to ask you today. Luffy, furious, grabbed Doflamingo's collar again, and I got up with fists again. Seeing that Luffy's fist was about to fall again, Doflamingo finally couldn't hold back. His eyes were red, like a happy pig that was about to be slaughtered. He fought fiercely. Then asked the question. Full of grievances and resentment came out of Doflamingo's mouth, tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 233. Doflamingo is dying of grievance at this time. You are just talking about asking, but you never ask the question. Boom. Luffy's serious punch hit Doflamingo's face again. Puff. Doflamingo spurted out a mouthful of old blood, dying. I want to ask you. Who gave you the right to turn people into toys? Nanny? What you want to ask is this. Although Doflamingo was already out of breath, he was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood. What information did Luffy found out? Furfurfurfur. You want to care about things that Marine doesn't care about. Straw Hat. Do you think you are a messenger of justice? Hearing this, Luffy's face became icy cold. He stared coldly at Doflamingo who was lying on the ground. So the thing about playing with slaves is true? Puff. Doflamingo rolled his eyes. But after a while, Doflamingo calmed down and said with a grin, Tell me, what is it? What are you saying? Luffy frowned. Stop pretending, Straw Hat Luffy. Is there something you need me to do for you, right? Or do you want to get something from me? Doflamingo sneered, he coughed twice, and then said with a smile, You are a famous pirate now, so don't go around in circles, speak directly. As the king of the underground world, Doflamingo has been fighting for so many years, what kind of person has he not seen? In Doflamingo's view, Luffy is just a carrot and stick method. First beat you up, and then stuff a few sweet dates, that's the link to ask him to do things or want to get benefits. I already said it. Who gave you the right to turn people into toy slaves? Luffy wiped the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, I'm going to blow you away and set those toy slaves free. Seeing Luffy's determined appearance, a series of question marks popped up in Doflamingo's head. Hey, are you serious? Feeling astonished, Doflamingo asked in surprise. Of course. That's the ability of your devil fruit, right? It should be able to be lifted by knocking you out or killing you. What? Seeing Luffy confirm again, Doflamingo realized that Luffy was not joking. Doflamingo is totally numb. Puff. Seeing Doflamingo's expression of seeing a ghost, Nickpin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yes. In this sea of intrigue and deceit, even if you want to survive, it is not easy. Who has the time to care about other people's lives? Doflamingo. There is such a small probability that you will encounter it. Nickpin stepped over and pulled Luffy 2 steps away. Then, Nickpin squatted on the ground and dusted off Doflamingo's shoe prints with his hands. Furfurfur. Nickpin, the real backbone of the Straw Hat Pirates. Snapped. Nickpin slapped Doflamingo on the face, making him look dazed. Even the smile that was gradually becoming brighter was drawn away. Don't try to sow discord in front of me. If it happens again, your Don Quixote family will hold a funeral for you. Nickpin said with a smile on his face. It turned out that his smile fell into Doflamingo's eyes, but Doflamingo couldn't help but feel a chill. Doflamingo would rather face Luffy's anger than Nickpin's smile. He can't see through this man in front of him. What do you want? Doflamingo asked cautiously. Nickpin spread his hands, I don't know. Have no idea. Doflamingo is stuck in a crazy quadratic. Yes. Nickpin nodded, if I look at the things you do, I'm definitely too lazy to take care of them, but the problem is that our Captain Luffy will definitely want to take care of it, so, please do me a favor. Okay, tell me. Doflamingo replied briskly. Help me do the math. How much is the total bounty for the cadres of your Don Quixote family, in order to prevent those Marines from being counted less for me when we reach the Marine base? Doflamingo doesn't know what to say. Are you going to sell me and force me to count the money for you? Don't make such an expression, I'll give you a pair of sky bracelets. Nickpin smiled teasingly, and then took out a pair of seastone handcuffs. Click. Doflamingo wears a big bracelet. It has to be said that seastone handcuffs are convenient and easy to use in terms of capturing ability users. When he was separated from the Whitebeard pirates, Nickpin asked Whitebeard for a few. Hey. Damn it. I have something to say. He stared at Nickpin closely. For the Summit War, I just carried out Sengoku's orders, and I have no deep hatred with you. Now it's over anyway, and you have nothing to lose, right? Don't bother, I really don't hold your grudge for the Summit War. Nickpin lifted Doflamingo up, and said with a faint smile. Although you may think this matter is ridiculous, in fact, we are just chivalrous. To be honest, as far as Nickpin is concerned, he is too lazy to care about these crap things about Doflamingo. But since Luffy is in charge, Nickpin will definitely help him. In Nickpin's view, Luffy is like a clean stream in a world where everything is turbid. In the eyes of others, his actions are too straightforward, even ridiculous. If such a person was Nickpin's enemy, Nickpin would definitely scoff at him. But when such a person is your crewmate, he will unconsciously want to help him. Dressrosa, aren't those civilians who have been turned into toy slaves pitiful? Of course. Doesn't it make people angry that the kindness of the little people is exploited by the bad guys? Of course. But if you want to take care of these things, you need to invest a lot of manpower and material resources, and it will bring great trouble to yourself and the crewmates around you, even death. Therefore, as long as they are normal-minded people, even if they are capable and powerful, they will never provoke these things. For the current Straw Hat pirates, Don Quixote family is naturally not weak. But in the original plot, when the Straw Hat pirates arrived in Dressrosa, their strength was completely on the weak side. But even so, Luffy still has not shaken his fiery heart. The fellow Straw Hat pirates also had the slightest objection to Luffy's decision. This is probably why Luffy was chosen by his fruit. You don't become Joy Boy if you don't have this kind of attitude. It is the existence of Luffy that makes it possible for his fruit to awaken. Now, Nickpin became a part of the Straw Hat pirates. Since Luffy wants to create a world where everyone has food and freedom, Nickpin doesn't mind helping him realize this wish. Even Nickpin also wants to know, is such a world really possible? Heroic and righteous, hearing Nickpin's words, Doflamingo's expression turned petrified. In this world, do such strange things really exist? And I just came across such a strange thing. What makes Doflamingo lose his temper even more is that this wonderful strength can completely beat him. D is certainly hateful. Why am I Doflamingo so unlucky? Chapter 234. Oh no! A guard rushed in hastily. In front of the main hall, there is a pink seat, which is the throne of the King Doflamingo. Just beside the king's throne, there were a few people standing. One of them has a very abstract appearance, with a runny nose and a cane in his hand. He looks like a scruffy old man. Although his appearance is embarrassing, he is Dressrosa's power second only to Doflamingo's existence. He is Treble, one of the 4 men who rescued Doflamingo. Looking at this desolate soldier, Treble showed displeasure on his face. But he knew the soldier very well, and knew that the soldier was a very calm person. Since even such a person has become absurd, something really big has happened. Thinking of this, Pika mentioned it calmly. What happened? You are usually a calm person. Beside Toribol, a tall, muscular man wearing a helmet made a very thin voice when he opened his mouth. It sounds like a eunuch in the palace, it's really funny. However, all the people present were trained, and no one laughed at such a voice. Lord Toribol, Lord Pika, Your Majesty, the soldier hurriedly wanted to report it, but because he was too nervous, his tongue was like a knot, and he couldn't speak out. The matter of the young master. Say it quickly. If you keep hesitating, I'll kill you immediately. Ah. He was caught. Sure enough, the death threat was still useful, and the soldier was so scared that he spit out his words all at once. What? Gladius took a step forward and grabbed the soldier by the collar. What are you talking about? The young master was caught. How the hell is this possible? Really? That group of people grabbed His Majesty, and they were walking from the Tulip Avenue to the direction of the palace, and the soldier's answers became fluent all of a sudden. Tulip Avenue. Hearing this, Torbal's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Isn't that known all over the city? What a disgrace it is for the majestic king of a country to be dragged down the busiest street in the capital." Violet. Pika yelled. "I'm on it." Without Pika saying anything, Violet from the Treble army immediately came to the door. The location of the imperial palace is built on the high ground of the king, which is the highest point in the country. The field of vision here is enough to see all parts of the entire capital, and even the sea outside the port can be seen. Of course, the premise is that your eyesight is good enough. And for Violet, this happens to be her strength. Although Violet is a cadre of the Don Quixote family Treble army. But in fact, her identity is the former royal family of Dressrosa, that is, the princess of the Riku royal family. The Riku royal family was framed by the Don Quixote family and became villains that everyone despised. Originally, the Riku royal family should have been silenced by Doflamingo. But Doflamingo took a fancy to Violet's glare fruit ability. After discussion, Violet agreed to join the Don Quixote family, and the condition was to ensure that the Riku royal family would not be purged anymore. Violet stood on the balcony, made two upside-down OK shapes with her hands, and then stuck them on her eye sockets. All of a sudden, the situation on Tulip Avenue appeared clearly in her eyes. FK. When Violet saw the situation on Tulip Avenue clearly, she opened her mouth in shock and was completely dumbfounded. At this time, on Tulip Avenue, Doflamingo looked sullen and shambled forward. Around him, the Straw Hat pirates formed an encirclement circle like escorting prisoners. "Come and take a look, take a look. The great pirate Doflamingo is about to receive justice from the Straw Hat pirate ship." 8 years ago, the imperial power changed. Why did King Riku change his temperament? From a benevolent and righteous king to a murderer. What terrible truth lies behind Dressrosa's vast collection of toys? What kind of blood and tears is the prosperous capital built on? There are two big speakers on Frankie's shoulders, and they are automatically playing the shouting content in a loop. Both sides of the street were crowded with people. The residents of Dressrosa looked at the tragic situation in Doflamingo, and they all felt very good. In fact, many elderly residents have doubts about the coup 8 years ago. After all, King Riku has been the king for so many years, and the people actually know what kind of person he is. Although the evidence of King Riku's random killing of innocent people is solid, some people still feel that this incident is not normal. But as these people who opposed Doflamingo gradually disappeared, Doflamingo's throne became extremely stable. Violet was dumbfounded. She thinks about revenge all the time. But the longer he stays in Don Quixote family, the more give up the idea. Because Doflamingo is so powerful. For her, let alone Doflamingo, even the 4 top cadres under him are existences she can only look up to. And now, Doflamingo was actually held by a group of pirates like a prisoner. Even seeing it with her own eyes, Violet still felt that it was almost like a fairy tale. "Do you see it?" Pika's shrill voice urged from the side. Violet lowered her hands, turned her head to look at Pika and Treble. The young master has really been captured, and was paraded by a group of people in the upper street of Tulip Boulevard. Ah! Bastards! They're trying to discredit Doffy. Let's save Doffy. Pika got gas from his nose, and rushed towards the stairs angrily. Seeing this, Gladius immediately chased after him. "Let's go too." Treble said something gloomy, and then walked, took out the Den Mushi, and notified the Don Quixote family. The other side. Arena. "Look, isn't that the former royal princess with dirty blood? Is this the first time she has appeared? What's her name, Rebecca? She actually came to participate in the gladiator competition. It's really disgusting." "Yeah. I'm so excited. Damn it. You must mess with her when you get a chance. Anyway, she has a dirty blood, so she shouldn't be caught if she messes with it." A group of strong gladiators are looking at the pink long-haired girl in the corner with malicious intentions. They talked about topics that men like. This girl with long pink hair wears gold shoes and a green cape. She is the granddaughter princess of the former Riku royal family, Rebecca. In order to constantly improve her sword skills and thus have the strength to resist Doflamingo's rule, Rebecca participated in the arena fighting as a woman without hesitation. But she thinks of the ways of the world too simply. The gladiators who come to the arena are almost all muscular men. She, a girl with a good figure and delicate face, appeared here and naturally became everyone's thorn in the side. These gladiators are almost all planning in their minds how to attack her. Do you remember the female pirate who participated in the gladiatorial fight last time? She was dragged to the warehouse before she even entered the arena, and then went to more than 30 gladiators, ha ha ha. Why don't you remember? That unlucky woman wanted to take revenge in the arena, but she was chopped into 2 pieces by that idiot Kafu. I am so mad. Isn't that right? If she hadn't been killed, she would have been played by us for at least a few months. This time, this little girl still has the blood of the former princess, so don't let her die, let her become our long-term toy. Ha ha ha. Not only these gladiators walked in the direction of Rebecca, but also the other gladiators in the waiting room surrounded her knowingly. What are you going to do? Rebecca, who came to the competition for the first time, still didn't understand how terrible whirlpool she was about to fall into. She subconsciously pulled out her sword and looked at the people around her vigilantly. What are we doing? He he he. Of course it's you. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the gladiators was no longer concealed, and they became like children. Dirty. Hearing these filthy words, Rebecca was ashamed and angry, and immediately slashed at the strong man in front of her with a sword. But the strong man on the other side launched a surprise attack from the side directly took away her sword. Boom. The strong man threw the sword away, and the sword landed far away on the ground. As a result, Rebecca suddenly became unarmed and helpless. Chapter 235.